Charles who convened the Reichsrat in 1917. Czech deputies invariably referred to the Slovaks as a branch of the Czech or Czechoslovak nation. In Russia, France, and Italy, 8,000 Slovak volunteers joined the Czechoslovak legions organized by Masaryk under the auspices of the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques. In 1918, events accelerated. On May 1, Slovak Social Democrats organized a mass rally in Liptoš-Miklos, Liptovský Svatý Mikuláš. In the adopted resolution 558, they demanded the right of self-determination for the Hungarian branch of the Czechoslovak family. Leading Slovaks participated in the 50th anniversary celebrations of the founding of the Czech National Theatre in Prague, which were held from 15 to May 20. The Slovak poet, Pavol Orzak Hvizdislav, 1849–1921, delivered a fiery oratory in favor of Czechoslovak unity. Ironically, in his youth, first he wrote his poems in German and Magyar before turning to Slovak. Then after 1918, he became the official poet of Czechoslovakia, received a pension from the state, and engaged in pro-Czechoslovak propaganda. In response to the Social Democrats, the Slovak National Party organized a political meeting in Turok St. Martin on May 24, 1918. Unlike the Social Democrats, they did not speak of the Slovaks as a branch of the Czechoslovak nation. The party issued a resolution demanding unconditional and complete right of self-determination for the Slovak nation, and agreed for its participation in a common state composed from Slovakia, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. On May 30, in Pittsburgh, PA, Czech and Slovak organizations in the United States together with the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques, presided over by Masaryk, signed the so-called Pittsburgh Agreement. They approved the idea of the union of the Czechs and the Slovaks in a common state constituted from the Czechland and Slovakia. However, Slovak representatives added as a caveat that Slovakia would enjoy its own administrative system, diet, and courts. Furthermore, and significantly, the Slovak language would be the sole official language in Slovakia. Ruthenian leaders in the United States also demanded political, linguistic, and cultural autonomy for Eastern Upper Hungary, or Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In March 1919, they negotiated the incorporation of their homeland to Czechoslovakia with Masaryk because the Bolshevik Revolution made the option of unification with Russia untenable, and an independent Ukraine did not appear to be a viable state. The eventual founding of the largely unitary and centralizing Czechoslovak nation-state came as a surprise for the Slovaks and their leaders, and Ruthenians, as well. They had expected a more federal Czechoslovakia. In the general disarray that followed the breakup of Austria-Hungary, the Magyar armies strove to keep the territorial integrity of Hungary. Communists started taking over the Hungarian government in autumn 1918. In March the following year, the Soviet Republic of Hungary came into being. Troops of Soviet Hungary advanced into Slovakia and Ruthenia, which under the name of Subcarpathian Ruthenia declared its union with Czechoslovakia on May 8, 1919. Since April, Czechoslovak and Romanian armies had fought back against Soviet Hungary. The successes of the Soviet-Hungarian army in June and the proclamation of the Slovak Soviet Republic on June 16 could not save Soviet Hungary. Romanian armies closed on Budapest. Before its final collapse in August, Soviet Hungary withdrew its soldiers from Slovakia on July 4. Finally, the borders of Slovakia, 559, and Subcarpathian Ruthenia were established in 1920. Much to the helpless outrage of Ruthenian leaders, the westernmost Ruthenian-speaking areas were included in Slovakia. Meanwhile, the name of the Slovak capital of Posena was changed. The Magyar name of Posena was out of question, as was the German one of Prespig, customarily spelled in Slovak and Czech as Prisporok. In January 1918, it was renamed Wilsonovo Mesto, that is, Wilson City, in honor of the United States President who made the Allies apply the principle of ethno-linguistic self-determination to Central Europe. But already in February, the Slovak capital was christened with the hypothetical original, but never attested, Slavic name of the city, Bratislava. Officially Czechoslovakia was the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks, who accounted for almost 10 million inhabitants of the total population of 14.5 million. However, the Czechoslovak nation was stillborn. Czechs and Slovaks persisted as separate nations. This meant that in the Czech lands, 7 million Czechs faced over 3 million German speakers, while in Slovakia 2.6 million Slovaks had to share their country with over 700,000 Magyars. The creation of Czechoslovakia allowed Czechs and Slovaks to exercise the right of self-determination, and, simultaneously, denied this right to the German and Magyar-speaking Czechoslovak citizens, who became national minorities. The former policies of Germanization and Magyarization were, in turn, replaced with Czechization and Slovakization, respectively. The comparison was complete with the unequal status of the Czechs and the Slovaks in their nation-state, similar to the strained relations between the dominating Austrian German speakers and Magyars in their common dual monarchy. The latter always felt wronged by the former. The same dynamics would be repeated in Czechoslovakia, where Slovaks were never tired about complaining of the Czech dominance and Pragocentrism, especially after the early 1920s, when the idea of the common Czechoslovak nation and nation-state was still popular with quite a few Slovak leaders and intellectuals. Their main grudge was that Czechoslovakia was not federal Czechoslovakia. Bratislava 2004, Kochanowski 1997, 58, Letrich 1955, 48-51, 287-290, Petro 1995, 98, Seaton Watson 1965, 292, 293, 298, 324, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 53, 73, Weingart 1923, 131. The fate of the Slovak national movement after the mid-19th century was closely reflected by the stunted development of the Slovak language in its compromised Štr-Hadala codification. This new standard was effectively consolidated as the Slovak language by the mid-1850s. It was the opportune time, because Vienna did not care much about Slovak and its new guises as long as it did not incite political actions. On the other hand, the heavy-handed Germanization of Hungary kept the policy of Magyarization at bay. The problem was that there 560 were few employment opportunities for academic specialists in Upper Hungary. In 1854, the only qualified Slovak linguist, Hadala, left for the Bohemian capital where he was appointed professor of Czech at the University of Prague. Obviously, he lectured there in German because it was the sole official language of this crown land at that time. In 1864 to 1865, he published his two-volume extensive Mluvnica Jazyka Slovenského, a grammar of the Slovak language, Budapest, that was intended as a follow-up to Kratka Mluvnica Slovenska of 1852. This new work remained almost unknown, and it did not contribute to the development of Slovak. Beginning in 1854, Hadala lectured in Slavic philology at the University of Prague. At that moment, Czech leaders were not interested in cooperation with the Slovaks, and neither was the Germanophone University. On the other hand, the author himself did not have at his disposal appropriate means to propagate his grammar in Upper Hungary. The Hungarian authorities stuck to Biblitina well into the 1860s, while some Slovak newspapers and publications tended to appear in Koller's Old Slovak, Slovakized Biblitina in Antiqua. Interestingly, in 1859, the journal Concordia published articles in Biblitina and Štr-Hadala Slovak. Eventually, it was the Matica Slovenska, 1863, that fully espoused the Štr-Hadala codification, making it into the Slovak language. Unfortunately, during its brief existence, the Matica never enjoyed a linguistic department. After the basic parameters of Slovak were established during the 1850s, in the following decade, the Slovak national movement chose to focus on the development of the Slovak language educational system and on securing political rights for the fledgling Slovak nation. The aggressive reaction of the Hungarian government that followed after 1867, took the Slovak leadership by surprise. This convinced Haja that he was right in his opposition to Stur's codification, which did away with the Czechoslovak linguistic and cultural commonality. In that difficult time, it was not there to fall back on. The Slovaks seemed too weak to brave it alone as a nation in the face of Magyar opposition to the rise of the Slovak national movement. In 1875, when the Matica Slovenska was dissolved, the Hungarian Prime Minister Tisza famously stated, "There is not any Slovak nation." Not surprisingly, in 1876 to 1877, Herban went back to publishing Nitra in Czech. In the journal, Herban accused the Slovak national movement of inventing and propagating artificial New Slovak. Further, he stated that there was only Czech-Moravian Silesian Slovak nation with its own Czechoslovak language. The 1880s were marked by the successes of the Czech national movement, which brought about the establishment of the Czech Language University in Prague and the elevation of Czech to the status of an official language along with German in Bohemia and Moravia. At the same time, Magyarization did away with Slovak political life and froze Slovak culture almost to a standstill. The first bout of Slovak opposition to this situation brought about the cooperation of Slovak leaders with Hungary's other non-Magyar national groups, mainly 561 Romanians, Serbs, and Ruthenians. But in the 1890s, due to geographical and cultural closeness, usually Protestant, Slovak intellectuals established links with their Czech counterparts. They tended to meet and establish personal links and friendships during their university studies in Prague or Vienna. At that time, their language and culture safeguarded, Czech leaders were ready to reach out to the Slovaks, especially so because Vienna staunchly denied the Czechs any political concessions that would lead to the administrative merger of the Czech lands into a tentative Czech nation-state. Cooperation with Czechs fortified the Czechoslovakist strain among Slovak intellectuals. In the second half of the 1890s and at the beginning of the next century, Slovak and Czech scholars and leaders intensely questioned the legitimacy of Slovak as a separate language and called for the creation or recreation of the Czechoslovak language. In the latter case, Biblitina and Czech were imagined as the one and same Czechoslovak language carelessly destroyed by the acceptance of the Sturhadala codification of the Slovak languages separate from Czech. This opinion underpinned the official announcement of Czechoslovak as the sole national and official language of Czechoslovakia. At the scholarly level, it was Milan Haja who legitimized this official re-establishment of the Czechoslovak language in his influential tract Československý rozkol. Příspěvky k dějinám Slovenčiny, the Czechoslovak Schism, Contributions to the History of the Slovak Language, 1920, Teršinský Svatý Martin. Despite its Czechoslovak ideological angle, the book indicated the unprecedented success of New Slovak. In the past, even when codifying and propagating Slovak as a separate language, Stur, Koller, Safarik, Herban, or Hadala wrote in either Czech, German, or Latin in order to be read and to be able to further their careers outside Upper Hungary. But Milan Haja wrote his critique of splitting the common Czechoslovak language in Slovak. To be noticed, he did not have to fall back on writing in other languages. Despite the stunted development of the Slovak language educational and political organizations, at the beginning of the 20th century, there was already a sizable group of Slovak intellectuals, politicians, and professionals, who formed a viable market for Slovak language publications. The success evidenced by the rise of such a market was even more astounding if one remembers that before the mid-19th century, the vast majority of the Slovakophone population consisted of peasants and small-town craftsmen. That was the background of more than 80% of the members of the Slovak national movement, who, in turn, were almost exclusively Protestant and Catholic clergy. The surprise is that in the second half of the 19th century, this multilingual and docile leadership did not resign from the Slovak national cause under the pressure of Magyarization and with the ready leeway either to the German-speaking or Czechophone world. In a nutshell, Protestants urged into 562. Being Slovak nationalism and the Slovak language, but it was Catholic priests, who stood fast by the causes striving to cater to their faithful, who accounted for the vast majority of the Slovaks. When in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the Slovak National Party and its predominantly Protestant leadership were drawn into Czechoslovakism, Slovak Catholics under Hlinka's leadership developed their own political voice in the form of the Slovak Peasant Party, SLs. Founded in 1905, it emerged from the common structures of the Slovak National Party, SNS, just a year before the outbreak of World War I. In Czechoslovakia, it was the SLs and Hlinka's political circle that stood firm for all things Slovak against the Czech cultural and political dominance in the guise of the rhetoric on the Czechoslovak nation and its Czechoslovak language. In 1920, Hlinka left the Czechoslovak Peasant Party and re-established a separate Slovak Peasant Party, which, by the late 1920s, had become the strongest political party in Slovakia. Obviously, in the political framework of Czechoslovakia, the SLs did not muster any decisive influence, which later on contributed to bitter accusations by Slovaks that the Czechs dominated this new state in politics and economy in an undemocratic manner. Derule 1995, 46, Juravisi 1980, 220-221, Haja 1920, 313, 337-338, 344-346, Masaryków Slovnik now CNY 1927, 88-89, Maxwell 2005, Nuderflow 1992, 53, Petro 1995, 72, Short 1996, 59, Sundhausen 1973, 102, Toma and Kovaci 2001, 88-89, 102. 103. The difficult birth of Standard Slovak. The Matica Slovenska failed to produce any authoritative grammar or even a short dictionary of the Slovak language. But this institution, founded jointly by Catholics and Protestants, lent its unreserved support to the Sturhatila codification of the Slovak language. This, coupled with the concentration of the Slovak cultural and political life in Turok St. Martin, gave rise to the norm of Martinský ozus, Martin usage. Slovak as spoken and written in Turok St. Martin set the norm for good usage. This usage found its fullest expression in the oldest Slovak cultural cum scholarly periodical, Slovensk Pohledy, Slovak Views, established in 1881, which appears to this day. Joseph Skultidi took over the editorship of Národní noviny in 1880 and of Slovensk Pohledy a decade later. In recognition of his work for the sake of Slovak language and culture, he was nominated as the administrator of the Matice Slovenska, re-established under Masaryk's patronage in 1919. 2 years later, Skultidi took over the first ever chair of Slovak language and literature at Komenský University in Bratislava. The first attempt at compiling a dictionary of the Slovak language was the 2 pocket-size 400-page volumes of Stefan Jankovic's Nový Maďarsko-Slovenský a Slovensko-Maďarský Slovník, New Magyar Slovak and Slovak Magyar Dictionary. The first volume was brought out in 1848 in the small town of Sarvas, located between Pest and Zajd and Theodor, in 1863 in Prespig. The dictionary's 563 aim was to help Slovak-speaking students acquire Magyar, Hungary's diplomatic language of intergroup communication. Jankovic consciously avoided using Czech words, if an appropriate counterpart for the Magyar term could not be found in Slovak. In Magyar, he referred to the Slovak language with the old-fashioned term Tat, which already then functioned as a pejorative nickname for the Slovaks and their language. The use of this term, however, continued in official documents even in interwar Hungary, and survived until the beginning of the 1950s in Communist Hungary. Jankovic's work was basically a bilingual school dictionary. Its compilation started in the early 1840s, or perhaps earlier, which is why the corpus could not reflect Stur's codification. What is more, this corpus is heavily based on Sarvas's 25,000-strong Slovak colony in Lower Hungary, or present-day Hungary. In the absence of any dictionary compiled in accordance with the THIRD-WORLDISm codification, this one had to suffice. Joseph Luce, 1839–1878, a professor of linguistics at the secondary school in Bistra Banska Bystrica, compiled and published in Pest the 3 pocket-size 600-page volumes of Slovnik Slovenskej, Maďarskej and Amekej, the trilingual dictionary of the Slovak, Magyar, and German languages, between 1869 and 1871. Unlike Jankovic, Luce added a German part to his dictionary because in Bistra and its vicinity numerous German speakers resided. The young Slovak linguist Samuel Campbell, 1856–1909, criticized this dictionary for merely translating Magyar terms into Slovak and for accepting terms that were too reminiscent of Czech words. He began to publish his works in the Hungarian capital during the second half of the 1880s. Campbell was the first scholar who wrote on the Slovak language exclusively in Slovak. In 1890, he brought out his Slovenský pravopis, the Principles of Slovak Orthography, Budapest, and 12 years later, Campbell's famous Rukovat spisovnej reci I Slovenskej, the Guide to the Written Slovak Language, Turok St. Martin, came off the press. The latter work became a generally accepted normative handbook of Slovak. The attached orthographic glossary was used as a means to check whether a word was right or wrong until several popular school Slovak Czech and monolingual Slovak dictionaries were published in interwar Czechoslovakia. Campbell's formative and decisive contribution to the shape of the Slovak language made it into the THIRD-WORLDIsm codification. He obtained his education in Budapest, which shielded Campbell from becoming enchanted with Czechoslovakism. In 1902, he proposed that the Biblitina, still employed in Upper Hungary's Lutheran churches frequented by Slovaks, should be replaced with Slovak. This did not happen until World War I. A year later, he published Slovacia Ichri, the Slovaks and their language, Budapest, where he reclassified Slovak as a South Slavic language. Having removed it from the group of the West Slavic languages, in this manner Campbell distanced Slovak from 564. Czech. Unlike the generation of Stur and his friends, Campbell was not satisfied with Czech loanwords for specialist terms and abstract ideas. He advised coining them by retaining Magyar, German, and Latin words, or by employing Slovak neologisms coined differently than Czech counterparts. For Czechs, German linguistic loans seemed to be a corruption of their language, because the Czech language was standardized against German, just as Czech nationalism arose in opposition to its German counterpart. On the other hand, the Slovak language faced the danger of becoming part or even the same as Czech on the basis of the Czechoslovak commonality. Therefore, German and Magyar linguistic loans were a lifeline that allowed for differentiating the Slovak language vis-a-vis Czech, so that the existence of the former could be assured and legitimized. Not surprisingly, Karol Kalal, 1860–1930, and Karol Salva's 2 pocket-sized 250-page volumes of Slovnik Slovenskoseski a Československý, the Slovak Czech and Czech-Slovak Dictionary, 1896, Rasa Heji, became an immediate success. In Slovacia Ichri, Campbell decried the acute lack of a monolingual Slovak dictionary, remarking that the current state of the Slovak dictionary is aptly described only by the word chaos. Campbell never managed to compile a Slovak dictionary, and Luce's work was already partially obsolete due to the rise of THIRD-WORLDIsm codification and standardizing changes introduced in the Magyar language. In answer to this acutely felt need for a Slovak dictionary, Adolf Pescheny, Pecha N., 1859–1942, a secondary school teacher in Budapest, compiled and published his 2-volume pocket-size Slovnik Slovenský a Maďarský dla Josefa Luza, the dictionary of the Slovak and Magyar languages compiled in accordance with the principles of Josef Luza's dictionary, 1906, Budapest. The situation did not change much after the founding of Czechoslovakia. On ideological grounds, it was intended as a nation-state for the Czechoslovak nation, so the further standardization of the Slovak language was not a priority. The 1920 constitutional law declared Czechoslovak the state's national language, which meant that from the legal and political point of view, Slovak disappeared in the Czechoslovak linguistic commonality. By default, Czech won this competition hands down. With Stepan František Kotsesko Enemeki Slovnik Zvlast Grammatiko-Phraseologiki serving as the model, Miroslav Kalal, 1893–1962, reworked his father and Slava's dictionary and Peshane's dictionary into the Slovenský slovník z literatury a Jnerici, the Slovak dictionary with words taken from literary works and dialects, 1924, Banska Bystrica. Despite its ambitious title, this pocket-size 1,100-page-long work was another Slovak-Czech dictionary. It did not record words common for Czech and Slovak, which, according to the author, constituted the majority of Slovak's vocabulary. M. Kalal appended the dictionary with a Czech-Slovak register, and in 1926, he brought out a short comparative Czech-Slovak grammar, which was usually published as a single volume with the dictionary. In the preface, M. Kalal expressed his hope that in the course of the work on the authoritative monolingual dictionary of 565 Slovak conducted in the Matica Slovenska, a Czech-Slovak counterpart to his dictionary would be compiled, as well. None of these hopes was realized. M. Kalal's dictionary rolled into one Václav Ertel's, 1875–1929, Stručné mluvení Československa, a short Czech-Slovak grammar, 1919, Prague, and Joseph Stefan Kubin's, 1864–1965, Slovnik Slovensko-Český, Differentialny, the Slovak-Czech dictionary of words that are different in both languages, 1920, Prague. The lack of any straightforward bilingual Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionary indicated that there was no need and no ready market for such a lexical work. The differential dictionaries, which show only words that differ in both languages, remain the standard to this day. In Czechoslovakia, Kubin's 1920 dictionary, Jaroslav Neka's 90-page pocket-size Slovensko-Český slovný EKII, Slovak-Czech glossary, 1960, Prague, and Janika's and Miloslav Kopecký's 500-page pocket-size Slovensko-Český a Československý slovník rozdílných výrazů, Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionary of the words that are different in both languages, 1963, second edition 1989, Prague, served as guides for Slovak and Czech students, civil servants, and clerks on how to write and speak so as not to mix up the two languages. To know the difference was much more important for the Slovak speakers because their language remained in flux until the 1960s, and Czech tended to dominate in Slovakia until the eventual breakup of Czechoslovakia in 1993. Today, numerous publications are still imported from the Czech Republic to Slovakia but not the other way round. Therefore, Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionaries of the words that are different in both languages continue to be published in Slovakia, but not in the Czech Republic, as evidenced by Konstantin Horecky's 180-page Slovensko-Český a Československý slovník rozdílných výrazů, Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionary of the words that are different in both languages, 1997, Zelené. The legally imposed Czechoslovak commonality of the Slovak and Czech languages started unraveling in earnest during and after World War II. In wartime independent Slovakia, Slovak completely replaced Czech as the state's official language. When Czechoslovakia was re-established in 1945, the concepts of the common Czechoslovak nation and language were gone. Socialist Czechoslovakia was the common state of the two separate nations of the Slovaks and the Czechs with their own distinctive languages. However, it took more than 2 decades before communist Czechoslovakia's Czech and Slovak lexicographers managed to produce the first full-size, regular Slovak-Czech dictionary. Zelmira Gasparikova and Adolf Kamus's Slovensko-Český slovník, Prague, came off the press in 1967 and was reprinted in 1983. Only the tragic events of the Prague Spring and the federalization of Slovakia in 1968 provided the impetus for the compilation of the Czech-Slovak dictionary. Under Gaja Horak's general editorship, a team of linguists from the Slovak Academy of Sciences prepared the extensive Československý slovník that appeared in 1979, Bratislava. These two significant dictionaries set a definitive lexicographic border between Slovak and 566. Czech. However, both languages are genetically and lexicographically so close to each other that these dictionaries have not become popular references, and are long out of print. Although the official ideology of Czechoslovakism did not allow for the compilation of any full-fledged bilingual Czech and Slovak dictionaries in interwar Slovakia, the elevation of Slovak to the rank of a de facto official language in Slovakia facilitated the development of specialist terminology in the language. For instance, Anton Polakov ICS Magyar Slovak and Slovak Magyar Lekarský slovník, Medical Dictionary, was published in Brno, 1920, and Vladimir Fajener, 1875–1952, and Adolf Zacharecki S., 1884–1958, two-volume Pravnický terminologický slovník, Dictionary of Legal Terminology, 1921–1923, which was also a bilingual Slovak and Magyar reference, in Tuchanský Svatý Martin and Bratislava. The final achievement of this trend came with Mikuláš Friedman's full-size Maďarsko-Československý Slovensko-Česko-Maďarský Technický slovník, Magyar Czech-Slovak and Slovak-Czech-Magyar Technical Dictionary, Bratislava, published in 1964. This work indicated that in the field of technology, Slovak vocabulary was as much linked with the Magyar language, as in this respect Czech Polish and Magyar with the German language. Official Czechoslovakism did not prevent the compilation of bilingual dictionaries that paired Slovak with languages other than Czech. In 1905, a pair of two-volume English-Slovak and Slovak-English dictionaries appeared in the United States, one in New York and the other in Scranton, PA. In 1922–1923, the two-volume German-Slovak and Slovak-German dictionary was published in Bratislava. When independent Slovakia emerged in 1939 following the collapse of Czechoslovakia, at least 5 extensive bilingual Slovak-German and German-Slovak dictionaries appeared in Leipzig, Bratislava, and Berlin. They were the functions of the developing Slovak-German alliance, and indicative of the negative Slovak reaction to things Czech. Ironically, it was German that gradually replaced Czech as the language of technology and scholarship in Slovakia. Michael Schwartz summarized the shift of Slovakia from the Czech to German sphere of influence in his book Die Slauke. Der Jungsteinstaat Europas, Slovakia, the youngest state of Europe, 1939, Leipzig. This Slovak aversion to all things Czech also meant the introduction of the radical policies of linguistic purism directed against bohemianisms in Slovak in wartime independent Slovakia. Only during World War II, was a Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts, Slovenská akadémia věd a umění, instituted, in 1942. In interwar Czechoslovakia, exclusively the Czechs enjoyed their own Czech Academy of Sciences and Arts, established in 1890, from which they dropped the name of Emperor Francis Joseph in 1918. Prior to 1942, Komenský University in Bratislava and the renewed Matica Slovenska jointly functioned as an ersatz Slovak Academy of Sciences. Despite this wartime reaction against the Czechs and Czechoslovakism, perhaps the emergence of Slovak as a separate language would have 567 been impossible in Hungary if it had not been partitioned in 1918. In interwar Czechoslovakia, Slovak was not replaced with Czech or some common Czechoslovak language. In 1919, the third edition of Zambil's Rukovat Spisovnadri I Lovenskej appeared, and prior to 1930, 5 editions of Jan Damberský S., 1880–1932, 2-volume Slovenská mluvňa Prístrední školy a učiteľské ústavy, the Slovak grammar for secondary schools and teachers' colleges, Nitra, were published. In 1931, Peter THIRD-WORLDISM, 1850–1935, extensive Slovenský phraseologický slovník, the Slovak phraseological dictionary, Trnava, came off the press. THRD drew on kot sesko nemeki slovnik zvlast grammatiko phraseologiki and kalal slovenski slovnik z literatury a ner I. THRDYS was the first extensive monolingual dictionary of the Slovak language. Its second enlarged edition of 840 pages was published in 1933 in Prague and Prešov, and the 240-page-long Doplňky, supplement, followed 4 years later. In 1932, the monthly Slovenskary, the Slovak language, had started publishing. It was modeled on the Czech journal Naci. Slovenskary is still published. In 1923, the Czech linguist Milos Weingart stated that the vocabulary of the Slovak language has not been adequately described and developed. Although his statement aptly described the situation until the 1960s, when the first authoritative multi-volume monolingual dictionary of the Slovak language was published, interwar Czechoslovakia prepared the indispensable basis for the final codification of Slovak in the second half of the 20th century. Whatever accusations Slovaks may level against Czechoslovakia, without the incorporation of Slovakia into the state, perhaps, there would have been no full-fledged Slovak language today, but a mere uncodified Slavic dialect rapidly withering in Hungary, like Sorbian in Germany. This Czechoslovak achievement, however, should not make one blind to official Czechoslovakism, which substantially slowed the codification of Standard Slovak between the two world wars, AUTI 1973, 340-341, Juravisi 1980, 220-221, Janik and Gruel 2002, 277, Masarykovi Slovnik now CNY 1925, 927, 1933, 52-53, Maxwell 2005, Otov Slovnik now CNY Unov Doby 1939, 1404-1405, Stankiewicz 1984, 30, Weingart 1923, 774-776, 781, 788-791, 1937, 69. Part II. Nationalisms and Language in the Short 20th Century. The Triumph of the National. From the faith of underdogs in the multi-ethnic polities of Central Europe during the 19th century, nationalism grew into the sole principle of statehood legitimization in the 20th century. The transition was marked first by the establishment of the Kingdom of Italy, 1861, and the German Empire, 1871, as ethno-linguistic nation-states. Meanwhile, Vienna gave a half-hearted nod to nationalism when the Austrian Empire was overhauled into the dual monarchy of the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary, 1867. The Magyars obtained their ersatz nation-state with Magyar as the official language. In the aftermath, Budapest also had to recognize the ethno-linguistic distinctiveness of Croatia-Slavonia, 1868, while Vienna had to agree to the ethno-linguistic distinctiveness of Poles in Galicia, 1869, and Czechs in Bohemia and Moravia, 1880. After the 1905 revolution, St. Petersburg had to resign from the policy of homogenizing the Russian Empire with the means of Russification, which allowed for the revival of the previously suppressed ethno-linguistic national movements, and the rise of new ones. During the Great War, Berlin and Vienna facilitated the rise of national movements on the Western Russian territories occupied by the Central Powers in order to secure a switch of the population's loyalty away from St. Petersburg. The victorious Allies led by United States President Woodrow Wilson stood for national self-determination as the political principle in agreement with which Central and Eastern Europe was to be reorganized. In 1918, nationalism was elevated to the unique position of the sole ideology of statehood legitimization in Europe. The force of nationalism incited during and immediately after the war was such that even Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, 1870-1924, busy building a par excellence non-national polity of the Soviet Union for the sake of spreading communist revolution worldwide, had to succumb to this argument. He paid lip service to self-determination, intent on lending some more legitimacy to his initially pariah Bolshevik state. Unlike Wilson, who genuinely believed in the need of dismantling empires, Lenin only cloaked the self-determination he talked about with an anti-imperial rap, while at the same time the Bolsheviks, 570, were doing their utmost to save as much territory as possible from the defunct Russian Empire for their new state. The largely unexpected provisional triumph of nationalism in Central Europe came with the supplanting of the multi-ethnic empires of Austria-Hungary and the Ottomans with a multitude of ethno-linguistic nation-states from Finland in the north to Turkey in the south. The new national order was hampered by the fixation of the Central European nationalisms on the idea of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. The ideologically motivated drive to achieving this elusive ideal created numerous ethno-linguistic national minorities. In the new political configuration, by default, they were endowed with an inferior and anomalous political status. The disappearance of multi-ethnic empires left these minority groups in not their nation-states. Obviously, none of these minorities elected this status, it was imposed on them from above. Another source of instability lay in the imperial ambitions of Berlin and Moscow, which wished to re-extend their polities at least to the borders of the German Empire and the Austrian half of the dual monarchy in the former case, and to the borders of the Russian Empire in the latter. These aspirations led to the outbreak of World War II, and the casus belli was none other but minorities, irrespective of whether they wished to be put to such a job or not. In search of a great German nation-state, Adolf Hitler's, 1889–1945, Germany broadened its Lebensraum, national German living space, eastward, and Iosif Stalin's, 1878–1953, Soviet Union spread the planned worldwide communist revolution westward. Both leaders opportunistically used nationalism to further their overall strategic and ideological goals. For instance, Berlin coaxed Slovakia toward independence to utilize the Slovaks' political displeasure with the Czechs, whom the former had seen as unjustly domineering in Czechoslovakia. This lessened the possibility of joint Czech-Slovak resistance after Germany annexed the Czech lands, and thus dismantled Czechoslovakia in 1939. On the other hand, Moscow granted the Polish city of Vilnius, as a desired capital to the Lithuanians, preventing any future cooperation between Lithuanian and Polish resistance. During the war, Central Europe became the battleground to German and Soviet totalitarianisms. Expulsions of inferior races and enemy nations became the order of the day, which flared up in the wholesale genocide of Jews and Roma perpetrated by National Socialist Germany. Democracy hardly featured in this calculation, already banished from the picture in the 1920s and 1930s, when authoritarian regimes had been established throughout the region one after another with the partial exception of Czechoslovakia. In 1945, the Western Allies and the Soviet Union defeated the Third Reich, and the Iron Curtain of the Cold War rivalry descended on the continent, dividing it into Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe. In the former part, democracy was made into the dominating political system, while in the nationalisms and language in the 20th century 571. Latter Soviet-style communism. Yet, none of these changes nullified nationalism, which in leaps and bounds grew into the first global ideology when a multitude of new nation-states were founded worldwide in the wake of decolonization. As after the Great War, also at the end of World War II, the Allies decided to make the ethno-linguistic type of nationalism into the principle of political reorganization in Central Europe. Vast border changes and mass ethnic cleansings followed. They produced ethnically clean nation-states, most of the national minorities expelled, dispersed, or contained in the redrawn borders of their nation-states. The collapse of communism and the Soviet bloc in the hailed Annus Mirabilis of 1989 heralded the eventual globalization of nationalism. The replacement of communism with democracy, and the planned economy with its free market counterpart, did not stop the spread of nationalism freed from the Cold War freezer of history. From the breakup of the Soviet Union, 15 new nation-states emerged, and the world sun Lippo-Lity, which legitimized its statehood with other ideology than nationalism, disappeared. The force of the nationalism was militarily reaffirmed when between 1991 and 2006, Yugoslavia split into, so far, 6 nation-states. A peaceful variant of this process played out itself in 1993 when the Czech and Slovak nation-states supplanted the binational Federation of Czechoslovakia. The future is unknowable, but it is fair to say that the European Union, EU, presents with itself a new political and ideological quality, which may, but does not have to, alter the unique status of nationalism as the single ideology of statehood legitimization in the contemporary world. With the 2004 Big Bang enlargement when 10 new members were accepted into the Union's fold, followed by the 2007 accession of Bulgaria and Romania, the EU became a truly European organization. The official line holds that the European Union is not a superstate, determined to shape the nations of the member nation-states into a super-European nation. However, in 1953, Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi, 1894–1972, the founder of the Pan-European movement in the 1920s, published his treatise, Die Europäische Nation, the European Nation, Hekes, the German term nation in preference to the usual Volk, which emphasizes the ethnic character of nations, as those in Central Europe. The German concept of nation is ethnically blind, standing for political nation or, in other words, the citizenry of a given nation-state. Irrespective of one's language, religion, or ethnicity, one can become a citizen of such a polity and join its political nation, like in the United States of America. That is why Coudenhove-Kalergi tended to summarize his vision of a united Europe in the phrase the United States of Europe. He believed that the ethno-linguistically variegated inhabitants of Europe would become the Europeans, a European, civic, nation. Why did Coudenhove-Kalergi stop short of advocating that nationalism should be transcended? Perhaps the national character of the world in which he lived. 572. Made it impossible for him to achieve such an intellectual leap, or it was political pragmatism that dictated the solution of the European nation to him. After all, with what other ideology of statehood legitimization could nationalism be replaced? Coudenhove-Kalergi 1998, so far, there is no ready-made and popular enough replacement in sight. 8. The Polish nation, from a multi-ethnic to an ethnically homogeneous nation-state. From the second half of the 18th century, it is possible to speak of the national Polish language, despite the fact that a direct relationship between it and the everyday speech of the peasantry was established decades later, during the 19th century. Lerz-Blawinski 1953, 61. We, that is, the Polish Communist Party, want to build a homogeneous Polish nation-state, not a multinational polity. 1946, Zawadzki in Linek 1997, 14, General Alexander Zawadzki, 1899–1964, Governor of the Voivodeship region of Silesia, that is, historical Upper Silesia, 1945–1948, member of the Central Committee of the Polish Communist Party, 1948–1954, chairman of the Polish Council of State, 1952–1964. The new situation will remove all thorny issues of national minorities, their autonomy or the accusations of the lack of such autonomy, as well as of justified or unjustified multilateral nationalist aspirations that these issues used to fuel. Poland as a state of one nation only, Rappaport 1946, 200. In Chapter 4 I focused on the stateless noble natio of partitioned Poland-Lithuania that sought to transform itself into a Polish nation. The Polish-Lithuanian noble leaders paid lip service to the French model of the nation-state but, apart from a few lonely dissenting voices, had no intention to broaden the confines of the planned Polish nation to embrace the third estate, that is, the peasantry and burghers. The social barrier of serfdom alone kept the nobles from associating with peasants. In the cities, a large and sometimes predominant segment of the population was made up of German speakers and Yiddish-speaking Jews. Their idioms disqualified them from participation in the emerging Polish. 573. 574. Nation due to the ideological fixation of the Polish national movement on the Polish language, which was imagined to be an invisible ersatz Polish nation-state in lieu of the partitioned Arcadia of Poland-Lithuania. Polish-Lithuanian political thinkers from the period of the Enlightenment could not foresee the vagaries of the nation-making and historical processes, which led to the dissociation of the Polish nation from the Polish-Lithuanian nobility beginning at the turn of 19th century. The two failed anti-Russian uprisings staged by this nobility in 1830–1831 and 1863–1864 brought about repressions that spelled the end of the social and political dominance of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility and its predominantly rural way of life. Industrialization and urbanization undermined the economic basis of the nobility as well. Due to the dearth of land and the poverty of their families, a career in farming was also closed to them. The Polish intelligentsia, initially a home to impoverished nobles, turned into a class increasingly blind to the social backgrounds of its members. It came into being because the relatively backward economies of Russia and Austria/Austria-Hungary could not absorb the growing number of secondary school leavers and university graduates. Underpaid and underemployed intelligentsia took up the self-imposed task of modernization by popularizing the new ideologies of nationalism, positivism, and socialism in Central and Eastern Europe. They helped sow the seeds of social ferment, which, at the end of the Great War, resulted in the creation of numerous ethnic nation-states and socialist revolutions. The glue that kept the Polish intelligentsia together was the Polish language, perceived to be the backbone of the Polish nation that was being built, or, in the nationalist imagination, was being reawakened. This, and the examples of the successful founding of Italy and the German Empire as nation-states, pushed the Polish intelligentsia to embrace the ethno-linguistic model of Polish nationalism by the 1890s. In this political vision, all Polish speakers, regardless of their social status, were to be fashioned into the Polish nation. Members of the Polish intelligentsia arrived at this goal in many different ways due to their varying social and political backgrounds. Józef Pilsudski, for example, hailed as the father of independent Poland, famously remarked that he left the train socialism at the station Independence. His elder brother, Bronislaw Pilsudski, 1866–1916, accused of involvement with an anti-Tsarist revolutionary organization, was exiled to Sakhalin in 1887. He devoted himself to ethnographic work on the Ainu and corresponded with his family in Russian. Bronislaw moved to Galicia in 1906, and became involved with the pro-Polish independence forces only in the last years of the Great War. This resignation from research and scholarship, or from socialism, in preference of the wholehearted pursuit of ethnic nationalism was characteristic of the intelligentsia throughout Central Europe. In their Brno, program of 1899, Austro-Hungary's Social Democrats, led by Otto Bauer, 1882–1938, and 575. Karl Renner, 1870–1950, understood that the force of nationalism had to be reckoned with, that the rhetoric of workers of the world unite was not enough to suppress the attraction and mobilizing potential of ethnicity. In order to prevent the danger of splitting the dual monarchy along the ethno-linguistic lines, they proposed to transform Austria-Hungary into a federation of nationalities. On the order of the Russian Bolshevik Party, Joseph Stalin, 1879–1953, visited Austria-Hungary on a study trip in 1913. Drawing from the ideas of Bauer and Renner, and on the actual experience of Austria-Hungary in dealing with the nationalities question, he penned his influential essay, Marxism and the National Question. As the Commissar of Nationalities, 1917–1924, in Soviet Russia, Stalin implemented his ideas in the form of the ethno-linguistically based administrative division of the Soviet Union. Ernest Gellner, 1925–1995, famously summarized this tactical espousal of nationalism by Social Democrats, and the climate for fostering nationalism in the dual monarchy by saying that Austria-Hungary was not a prison house of nations, it was a kindergarten of nations. Eventually, a similar role was played by the intelligentsia, who turned out to be midwives to national movements, nations, and nation-states that were established after 1918. The intelligentsia were also instrumental in crafting national republics within the Soviet Union, complete with their national languages and cultures. Bonza Tomaszewski 2001, 51-125, Gellner 1994, 78, Hrick 1985, Inu 1999, Jedlicki 2002, 261-303, Martin 2001, 2-15, O'Boyle 1970, Stalin 1973. Reflecting on the political and military prowess of the multi-ethnic polities of Austria-Hungary and Russia, one is most surprised that they collapsed and gave way to ethnic nation-states, mainly in Central Europe. Not many predicted such an outcome when the Great War erupted in 1914. With the advantage of hindsight, I infer that this process was generated by multidimensional instability. It was fostered by numerous political changes in the territories occupied by German and Austro-Hungarian troops, the near collapse of the German and Austro-Hungarian economies, the economic and political breakup of Russia, Berlin's and Vienna's military overstretch in the east, and the waning attraction and mobilizing force of monarchy as the source of statehood legitimization. Seeking to weaken loyalty to the Tsar in the occupied areas of the Russian Empire, Berlin and Vienna encouraged local ethno-linguistic national movements. In the case of Austria-Hungary, it was like trying to put out a fire by dousing it with petrol, and the national movements of the dual monarchy wasted no time in grasping this message. The vast majority of the ethnically diverse troops of Russia and Austria-Hungary remained loyal until the moment when St. Petersburg and Vienna ceased to control their empires in 1917 and 1918, respectively. In the new situation, the soldiers were left to their own devices, gradually attracted to the coalescing nation-states as new loci of loyalty. The dream of establishing new nation-states aspiring to ethnical homogeneity was not often dreamed. 576. By the average person, usually thirsting for a semblance of pre-war stability and prosperity, unless the average person saw such a national dream as the way leading to these goals. A national future was the aim of the leaders of various national movements. Instead of 2 emperors and 2 prime ministers, there would be governments enough for a dozen presidents and a dozen prime ministers. Electorates followed swiftly because there was no choice. Austria-Hungary and the Russian Empire simply disappeared. It was an unexpected triumph of ethnic entrepreneurs who led new nation-states to independence. Ethno-linguistically determined intelligentsias turned into the elites of the new nation-states. Bibo 1991, 49-57. The emergence of Poland and linguistic nationalism. In 1916, the Central Powers provisionally agreed to the formation of the Kingdom of Poland. Influenced by his friend and the famous pianist, Ignacy Paderewski, 1860-1941, United States President Woodrow Wilson explicitly mentioned Poland in his so-called 14-point speech delivered in early 1918. Point 13 called for an independent Polish state should be erected, which should include ethnic territories inhabited by indisputable Polish populations, which should be assured of free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. In Andrea and Overfield 1994, 386. Poland was the single non-existent state featured in the speech. As was clear from his formula, Wilson espoused the ethno-linguistic concept of the Polish nation-state popularized by Polish nationalists since the 1890s. On June 3, 1918, the Allies recognized the principle of Polish independence as proposed by Wilson. The territorial shape of Poland was forged from 1918 to 1923. The final result was quite different from pre-partition Poland-Lithuania, which early 19th century Polish nationalists had wished to resurrect as a Polish nation-state. It was an uneasy compromise between Roman Dmowski's radically ethnic vision of Poland, composed of all the territories inhabited by Polish speakers, and Józef Pilsudski's political project of a Poland federated with Lithuania, with autonomy for Belarus, and linked to Ukraine by a confederation. At the beginning of November 1918, The Austro-Hungarian occupation administration collapsed in the Lublin general governorship, and the Polish-language administration of Galicia ceased following orders from Vienna. At the same time, Ukrainian nationalists proclaimed the independence of western Ukraine, located in eastern Galicia. In mid-November, Berlin evacuated its occupation forces from the Warsaw general governorship. On November 11, the Council of State of the Kingdom of Poland appointed Pilsudski commander-in-chief of the Polish forces and asked him to form a national government. The anti-German Wielkopolska uprising, December 1918 to February 1919, secured 577. Most of the Prussian province of Poznan, for Poland. At the beginning of 1919, Polish troops extinguished the independence of western Ukraine. Following the successes of the Wielkopolska uprising, 1918 to 1919, the Treaty of Versailles, 1919, granted to Poland most of the province of Posen, as well as most of West Prussia, in keeping with Wilson's desire to secure access to the Baltic for the state. Polish troops and administration took over the territories not already controlled by Wielkopolska insurrectionists in January and February 1920. In this manner, the entire territory of the Vistula land, the entire Austrian zone of partition, Galicia, and most of the Prussian partition zone were incorporated into the new Poland. Along with Upper Silesia and its industrial basin, the main bone of contention remained the overwhelmingly German-speaking city of Danzig, Gdansk, which had belonged to Poland-Lithuania. At that time, however, loyalty to the Polish-Lithuanian monarch, not language, had determined its allegiance. In 1920, in line with the decisions of the Versailles Treaty, the Allies made the city and its vicinity into the Free City of Danzig under control of the League of Nations. Poland received some postal, commercial and military rights in the territory. Another flashpoint of potential conflict between Poland and Germany was the so-called Polish Corridor, which separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany. After its astounding victory in the Polish-Soviet War of 1919 to 1921, Warsaw could demand the rest of the Russian partition zone in the Treaty of Riga, March 1921. Supporters of Dmowski, however, wished to limit the intake of territories not inhabited by Polish speakers. They famously declined Minsk/Minsk and the eastern half of Belarus, which they considered as inherently orthodox, and thus, unpolonizable, offered by a defeated Soviet Russia. Hence, only the western portion of this partition zone was incorporated. The zone's central and eastern core was split between Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine. Warsaw did not seek the northern part of this zone, incorporated now into Latvia and Lithuania, with the exception of Vilnius and its vicinity. Seized by irregular Polish troops in late 1920, this territory was made into a nominally independent Central Lithuania, which 2 years later was incorporated into Poland. Despite Lithuania's protests, the Allies accepted this incorporation in 1923, when they recognized the Polish borders in their entirety. Although Pilsudski was reluctant to advance any territorial demands beyond the borders of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, Dmowski and his supporters thought otherwise. Already in the 1880s and 1890s, they had anachronistically broadened the territorial scope of the Prussian and Austrian partition zones to include the predominantly Slavophone regions of Prussia's Upper Silesia, or the Opoln-Pole Regency I, and the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, or Teschensiasin, Tesin Silesia. These areas had never been part of Poland-Lithuania. The territories were contained within the borders of medieval Poland, but only briefly, whereas they were incorporated in the lands of the Czech crown for 578 centuries in the case of Upper Silesia and for 6 centuries in the case of Austrian Silesia. Some nationalists also added East Prussia to the concept of the Prussian partition zone, though this area was overwhelmingly German-speaking, and never belonged to either early Poland or Poland-Lithuania, with the exception of Warmia Ermland, centered on the city of Lichbark-Heilsberg. However, East Prussia had been a Polish-Lithuanian fief between 1525 and 1657, when the German-speaking and Lutheran nobles of East Prussia saw the Polish-Lithuanian monarch as a trustworthy protector against the excesses of the Counter-Reformation and were lured by the extensive Polish-Lithuanian market. The unresolved issue of sovereignty over two Polish-Hungarian border areas, Zapies, Spiz in Polish, Spiz in Czech and Slovak, Zips in German, and Arva, Orawa in Polish, Orava in Czech and Slovak, Arva in German, provided the basis for Warsaw's claim to them. The Hungarian king pawned the former territory to the Polish-Lithuanian monarch in the 15th century, and it was never redeemed before the partitions of Poland-Lithuania. Beginning in the late Middle Ages, settlers from Poland-Lithuania arrived in northern Arva. Prior to 1918, both Zapies and Arva were included in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy. Warsaw's claim to all the aforementioned areas, although they had not been part of Poland-Lithuania, was legitimized by the fact that the majority, or a significant segment, of the population spoke Polish. The same argument was used for laying claim at least to the rural vicinity of Danzig. There is no doubt that these populations were Slavophone, or at least bilingual, sharing their usually native Slavic idiom with the official state language, German or Magyar. But to say that their Slavic dialects were Polish amounts to ideologizing the still pre-national socio-linguistic reality. The Slavic speakers of southern East Prussia went by ethno-original names, Mazurs, Mazurin, and Warmiaks, Ermlander, those in the vicinity of Danzig by the name Kashubs, Kaskuban, those of Upper Silesia by the name, Upper, Silesians, Wasserpolen, and those of Teschen Silesia by the name Silesians, Slensaken. As indicated by their ethnonym, the Masurian ethnic group developed from the Slavophone settlers from the region of Mazovia, center of today's Poland with the capital, Warsaw, in its midst. Mazovia lay south of the monastic polity of the Teutonic order built on the lands of the heathen ethnic group of Baltic-speaking Prothenians, Prussians, many of whom lost their lives in the course of their forced Christianization by the Teutonic Knights. In their stead, beginning in the 14th century, Slavic-speaking settlers arrived from northern Mazovia. What made the Mazurs into a specific ethnic group different from the inhabitants of Mazovia was confession. In 1525, Ducal Prussia was established as an autonomous Protestant polity under the protection of the Polish-Lithuanian monarch, and remained a Polish fief until 1657. But its population, including Slavophone Mazurs, was Lutheran, unlike the population of Poland's Mazovia, who professed Catholicism. The south of Prussia, bordering on Mazovia, was 579. Informally named Mazuria, Mazurin in German, Mazuri in Polish, especially after the mid-19th century. Although the Mazurs referred to their language as Polish, they did not apply ethnonym Poles to themselves. For them, ethnonym Pole was a synonym for Catholic. Hence they called themselves Prussians, Prusaki. In 1871, the newly founded German Empire absorbed Prussia, which entailed the imposition of German as the sole official language and the medium of education. This was not to the Mazurs' liking, which they chose to manifest by referring to themselves as Old Prussians, Staroprusaki. Thus, until the beginning of the 20th century, few Mazurs chose to define themselves as Germans. Although German remained a foreign language to the Mazurs, they perceived the Polish language of Poland-Lithuania as foreign too. First of all, Polish was written and printed in Catholic letters, or Antiquotype Latin characters, as opposed to Lutheran/German, Gothic, letters, which Mazurian prints shared with German publications. Second, the Mazurian idiom was derived from the 15th century Northern Mazovian dialect, much distant from Standard Polish, which stems mainly from the dialects of Wielkopolska and Malopolska. Third, when the German and Polish national movements began aggressively to penetrate Mazuria in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, most of the Mazurs decided to stick to their ethno-linguistic specificity, which they emphasized by calling their language Mazurian, Masurish. In 1910, there were over 200,000 Mazurs, who constituted around 60% of the population in Mazuria. In 1890, less than 20% of Mazurs described their language as Masurian, while over two-thirds of them did so in 1910. German statistics also allowed for labeling one's speech as bilingual, for instance, German and Polish, or German and Masurian. The former category plummeted from 12,300 in 1890 to 7,700 in 1910, whereas the latter grew from 4,600 to 8,600, blank 2001, 19, 36 to 37, 41, 87, Saxon 1990, 24 to 28. The Warmiaks were a group similar to the Mazurs, both stemmed from the Mazovian settlers. What divided these two groups was religion and history. The Warmiaks professed Catholicism, because their region of Warmia was part of Royal Prussia that belonged to Poland-Lithuania from 1466 to 1772, and so the Reformation never took root in this region. In East Prussia, it was the only compact Catholic area. The Warmiaks shared their specific Slavic idiom with the Mazurs, but kept calling it Polish. The terms Warmian or Ermlandis for referring to their speech never arose, due to the continued influx of Polish-language publications in Catholic or Polish letters, that is, Antiqua characters, as opposed to Masurian and German books printed with the use of the Gothic type. While some publications were written in the Masurian language, the Warmiaks idiom never made it to the printed page. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Warmiaks numbered 60,000. All of them indicated their language as Polish and, unlike the Mazurs, tended to employ Standard Polish in their 580 publications. Although less than half of them considered themselves Poles, the rest preferred to refer to themselves as Prussians or Germans. Truba 1994, 40-41. The Kashubs were the native Slavophone population in Royal, later West, Prussia, residing west, north, and south of the city of Gdansk, Dunsk in Kashubian. Their region was separated from Warmia before 1772 by the territorial wedge belonging to Dukel, Prussia. The ethnonym Kashubs, of unclear etymology, rendered in Latin as Kasubi, was recorded for the first time in Pope Gregory IX's 1227-1241, bull of 1238, in the form Kasubia, which is the name of the Kashubs' home region. In 1910, their number was estimated at 190,000, though Polish nationalist sources claimed as many as 600,000 Kashubs, viewed as Poles or potential Poles. The majority of Kashubs were Catholic. Protestants amounted to about 20,000 too, but, like the Mazurs, did not readily identify themselves with the Polish nation. The main source of difference was their separate Slavic language of Kashubian, Kaskubis in German, or Kasubski in Polish, but known in Kashubian as Kasebski or Kazibski. Although the first text in Kashubian dates from 1402, Kashubian literature developed in the 16th century when Protestants started publishing Lutheran devotional books in Kashubian translations. In Kashubia, Polish functioned as the language of sermons in Catholic churches and as the language of liturgy and sermons in Protestant churches. On the other hand, German predominated as the language of administration. Polish stopped serving this function after the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1772, when Royal Prussia was incorporated into Prussia. Some Kashubs saw their language as separate from Polish, while others saw it as a dialect of Polish. When the Kashubian national movement developed in the second half of the 19th century, most Kashubs perceived their language as separate from Polish, which they called Polski. Polish nationalists, however, defined Kashubian as a dialect of Polish, and thus, by extension, the Kashubians as an ethno-original group of the Polish nation. The overwhelming majority of Kashubians disagreed and declared their language to be Kashubian in German censuses. After the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, Prussian administrators readily noticed the similarity between the Polish language and the idioms of the Kashubs, Mazurs, and Warmiaks. In this pre-national age, language was not part of the ideology of legitimizing statehood. Such terms as Polish Prussians or Polish Prussia were used to refer to the Kashubs, Mazurs, Warmiaks, and their homelands. In the 1820s, the Prussian administration began to introduce the idea of measuring the national, ethnic, composition of a population by asking about one's original or everyday language in censuses. At the turn of the 19th century, in the wake of the disappearance of Poland-Lithuania from the political map of Europe, the stereotype of Polniskwierdzchaft emerged. This term associated all things Polish with inferiority, poverty, disorganization, and uncivilizedness. In this way, the term Pole 581 became a pejorative label which German neighbors and administrators liked to apply to Slavophone Kashubs, Mazurs, and Warmiaks, while the latter took offense. This deepened the ethnic boundary between these three ethnic groups vis-a-vis the Germans and the Poles, especially at the turn of the 20th century, Belzit 1998, 21-22, Latoszek 1990, 62, Obrecht Prądzinski 2007a, Orlowski 1998, Price 1998, 49, Sinak 1998, 11-12, Sultka 2001, 26, 28, 41, Topolinska 1980, 183-184, 188-189. The Upper Silesians and the Silesians of Teschen Silesia shared a similar aversion to the ethnonym Pole. The former associated everything Polish with economically and civilization ally inferior Russian Poland, that is, the Vistula land which directly bordered on Prussian Silesia. For the Teschen Silesians, the ultimate other was the Galician Pole suffering the proverbial Galician poverty. For the sake of clarity, I dub the Upper Silesians the Zlonziks and the Teschen Silesians the Slunziks, although their self-ethnonyms, Silesians, are the same and vary only a little in pronunciation. The Zlonziks and the Slunziks lived in the historical region of Upper Silesia, which was split between Austria and Prussia in 1740. The southern sliver of this region, which remained with Vienna, was made into the crown land of Austrian Silesia, while the rest of Upper Silesia, together with Lower Silesia, became Prussia's province of Silesia. After 1815, the Opoln, Pole, Regency was introduced as one of the province's three subdivisions and coincided with Prussia's share of Upper Silesia. The Slavophone Zlonziks numbered 1.4 million in 1910. At the same time, 390,000 Slunziks lived in the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, that is, in Teschen Silesia. Austria's Teschen Silesia and Prussian Silesia were alike part of the Breslau, Wrocław, Catholic diocese. Virtually, all the Zlonziks were Catholics, whereas 1/5 of the Slunziks professed Lutheranism. In addition, Upper Silesia was of mixed German-Slavic character as opposed to overwhelmingly Slavophone Teschen Silesia. At the end of the 19th century, the Polish national movement timidly entered Upper Silesia, whereas Teschen Silesia became the scene of a clash between the Czech and Polish national movements. But German nationalists too participated in it. In response to the increasing national tension in Teschen Silesia, a Slunzakian national movement came into being. The German-speaking elite of Austrian Silesia supported it, hoping to lessen the influence of Czech and Polish nationalists. In Upper Silesia, the steeping of the official state ideology of the German Empire in Protestantism and the German language isolated the Zlonziks from the mainstream of German national life. The influence of Polish nationalism was negligible shortly after World War I. Following the war, three anti-German rebellions erupted in Upper Silesia with active military support from Poland, 1919, 1920, 1921. Known as the Silesian uprisings in Polish historiography, these rebellions also coaxed the Zlonziks to organize their own national movement. 582. The Zlonzokian and Slunzakian national movements became the strongest social and political forces after the war in Upper Silesia and Teschen Silesia, respectively. Berlin, Prague, and Warsaw resented the rise of these two new nationalisms as a direct danger to their own national projects, and the Allies, with so many new nation-states already bickering about their borders, did not want to get involved, and so dismissed the principle of ethnically defined national self-determination as impractical in this case. The level of internal and international tension was extreme in the conflicts over Upper Silesia and Teschen Silesia, because of the unusually high stakes involved. The Upper Silesian industrial basin was second only to the Ruhr in continental Europe, and its Ostrokerwin, Ostrava-Karvina, counterpart in Teschen Silesia was the largest industrial basin of Austria-Hungary. To save the Upper Silesian industrial region from falling into Polish hands, Berlin supported the Zlonzokian idea of turning Upper Silesia into an independent Zlonzokian nation-state with German and Polish as official languages. Zlonzokian politicians voiced a similar idea in Teschen Silesia, but with the dual monarchy disintegrating, Vienna could not even consider supporting it. Until the 1740 division, Bohemian, along with German and Latin, was used as an official language in Upper Silesia. Immediately after the division of this region, German replaced the other two languages in Prussian Silesia. The same process was repeated in Austrian Silesia after 1784. For the sake of improved education of the Slavophone Zlonzics in Upper Silesia, Polish was introduced to schools and pastoral services in both Catholic and Protestant areas in 1849. After the founding of the German Empire, German replaced Polish in the schools in 1873, although the latter remained a language of sermons and pastoral services, especially in Catholic churches. In Teschen Silesia, the monopoly of official German lasted until the last 2 decades of the 19th century, when Czech and Polish were allowed into elementary schools and commune-level self-governmental administration. The speech of the Zlonzics and the Slunzics was as distant from Czech and Polish as the Masurian language from Polish, but proposals for codifying a Zonzokian or Slunzokian language, voiced already in the 1870s, never came to fruition. The functional multilingualism of German in public life, Polish, or Czech, in school and church, and the local dialect at home served the Zlonzics and the Slunzics well enough. Bekny et al. 1992, 61, Belzit 1998, 18, Jurczynski 2006, 53-188, Kamusella 1998, 2003, Timbower 2006, 53-66. The Polish-Czechoslovak conflict over the tiny Upper Hungarian regions of Arva and Zapiz was hard to justify in linguistic terms, because their populations included German speakers and Slavic speakers. Due to isolation and the specific Carpathian transhumant economy, the Slavic dialects spoken in both regions were as distant from Czech, Polish, or Slovak as Kashubian was from Polish. Warsaw's main claim to Zapiz was that it had constituted part 583 of Poland-Lithuania until 1769. In the case of Arva, the claim was more dubious, because it hinged on the arrival of settlers from Poland-Lithuania to this region beginning in the 16th century. The Czechoslovak argument was that Thetwo regions in their entirety were part of Upper Hungary, which became Slovakia after 1918. With literacy scant and both regions overwhelmingly rural, there was little use for writing. Latin and German dominated in documents until 1788. German was then placed in the role of the official language until the establishment of Austria-Hungary in 1867, when Magyar replaced German in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy, including Upper Hungary. In the wake of the collapse of Austria-Hungary, the Greek Catholic population of the Galician Upper Hungarian borderland became a thorny issue too. They referred to themselves, and were referred to, by a plethora of similar ethnonyms, Rusini or Rusnici in Polish, Rusin, Rusnik or Rutin in Magyar, Rusini in Czech, and Rusinis/Rusini, Ugros Rusinis/Ugros Rusini, or Carpato-Rusinis/Carpato Rusini in their own language. Thethnonyms were translated into English as Ruthenians, Hungarian Ruthenians and Carpatho-Ruthenians. This led to confusion with the Ruthenians of Galicia, who turned into part of the Ukrainian nation. Today, these people are known under the unambiguous name of Rusins or Carpatho-Rusins. The use of Church Slavonic in liturgy, their Greek Catholic Church and a language written in Cyrillic characters distanced them from the Poles, Czechs, and Slovaks. Initially, many leaders of the Russian national movement wanted to unite their nation with Russia, but this proved impractical after the collapse of the Russian Empire. However, the 1914–1915 Russian offensive, which engulfed some Austro-Hungarian territories inhabited by Russians, made Vienna and Budapest fearful of their possible support for the invaders. In 1915 and 1916, as many as 6,000 Russians were sent to the Thalerhof in Rusin, concentration camp near Graz. The founding of Western Ukraine in November 1918 triggered another wave of political activism among the Russians. Budapest offered them autonomy within the Hungarian state, while some Russian nationalists advocated union with Ukraine or independence. The independence option became popular among the Russians in the Galician section of the Carpathians. There they numbered around 150,000. When the Allies took no notice of Russian national aspirations, federation with Czechoslovakia looked like the most promising solution. In January 1919, some Galician Russians decided to take this option too. Warsaw rejected the possibility of ceding any part of Galicia to Czechoslovakia, and pacified the Russian populated area in 1920. The following year, the Polish court in Nowy Sącz acquitted Russian leaders of high treason, because it was decided that, not being Poles, they had acted in good faith aspiring to establish a nation-state for their Russian nation. In interwar Poland, Warsaw advocated the ethnonym Lemko for Galician Russians in order not to allow their merger either with the Ukrainians or the Russians of Czechoslovakia's Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Ukrainian leaders 584 saw it as another of Warsaw's anti-Ukrainian measures, because they considered Lemkos, or Russians, an ethnographic group of the Ukrainian nation. Guzicki 2004, Magoxi 1978, 87–91, 2004, 30–32, Mikna 1995, 39–42, 44, 57. The initial post-1918 enthusiasm for reorganizing Central and Eastern Europe in line with the ethno-linguistically defined national principle proved increasingly impractical, divisive, and prone to breeding more instability. In a half-hearted attempt to prevent these side effects, the Allies decreed that the fates of Warmia and Masuria, the southern section of East Prussia, Upper Silesia, Teschen Silesia, and Arva and Zapies were to be decided by plebiscites. The short Polish-Czechoslovak War over Teschen Silesia in January 1919 and growing violence led to the Council of Allied Ambassadors' 1920 decision to divide Teschen Silesia, Arva, and Zapies between Czechoslovakia and Poland without holding plebiscites. Paris ensured the transfer of the entire Ostrokerwin industrial basin to Czechoslovakia so as not to fortify Poland unduly, since Warsaw stood a fair chance of obtaining the Upper Silesian industrial basin. Despite widespread violence, plebiscites were held in 1920 in East and West Prussia, and the following year in Upper Silesia. The results were most disappointing for Poland, because the votes for remaining with Germany ranged from 97.8% in the East Prussian plebiscite area, to 92.4% in the West Prussian plebiscite area, and to 59.7% in Upper Silesia. While at East and West Prussian plebiscite areas were left with Germany, apart from minor exceptions, after much agonizing, the Allies transferred the eastern section of Upper Silesia, with most of the industrial basin to Poland in 1922, Balk 1996, 132, Janig and Bauer 1991, 145. The territorial transfers from Germany to Poland, and the division of some Austro-Hungarian regions between Czechoslovakia and Poland, sent waves of refugees and expellees, thus amounting to unprecedented ethnic cleansing, complete with concentration, transfer, and refugee camps. This ethnic cleansing is largely forgotten today, overshadowed by the atrocities of World War II, including the Holocaust, which generated almost 50 million refugees and expellees in Central and Eastern Europe between 1939 and 1950. but after 1918, residents of the aforementioned territories were offered the right of option, not accorded to their counterparts after 1945. Namely, in the case of border changes, such a resident could choose to move to a different successor state than the one to which his or her hometown happened to be granted, and the resident was entitled to obtain citizenship of the state of his or her choice as well. Obviously, the goal and effect of these population movements was to increase ethno-linguistic homogeneity within the borders of nation-states. For instance, the share of Germans in the population of the corridor, Polish Pomerania, sank from 42.5% in 1910 to 18.8% in 1921 and 9.6% in 1931. For Wielkopolska, the respective numbers were 34.4%, 16.7%, and 9.2%. Between 1919 and 1923 alone, about 700,000 Germans abandoned 585 their homes in these two regions. In Upper Silesia, it was difficult to decide who was German or Polish, because neither Berlin nor Warsaw wished to recognize the Zlonczyks as a separate nation, and the plebiscite forced them to opt either for Poland or for Germany. Between 1922 and 1939, 190,000 persons left the Polish section of Upper Silesia for Germany, and more than 100,000 persons from the German part of this region moved to Poland. In the same period, about 10,000 persons arrived from the Czechoslovak section of Teschen Silesia Topoland, 1993, 244 to 245, Kamusella 1999, 56, Magoxi 2002, 190, 193, Serafin 1996, 80, Tai 1990, 92. This massive migration of Germans from the German territories transferred to Poland was caused by several factors. First, Germans perceived Poland as civilization ally inferior to Germany. Second, they had lived in a German nation-state since 1871 and had no intention to succumb to the process of Polish ethno-linguistic nation-state building which would require them to learn Polish. The territorial changes between Poland and Czechoslovakia were not extensive enough to send significant waves of refugees. In Czech eyes, Poland seemed inferior, but for the Slovaks this difference did not amount to much, because the poor economic and social situation in Slovakia was similar to Poland's Galicia. The most sweeping territorial and systemic changes were reserved for the regions which had constituted Germany's semi-colony, or pseudo-polity, of the Land Ober-Ost during the war, or, before 1914, Russia's western gubernias. The Eastern Front moved back and forth over hundreds of kilometers, sending refugees fleeing to and fro. For example, 500,000 inhabitants, including 300,000 Lithuanians, of Russia's ethnically Lithuanian gubernias fled the advancing German troops. The same phenomenon was repeated after 1918 in the course of the military conflicts between Polish troops and their Ukrainian, Soviet, and Lithuanian counterparts. Due to destruction, war casualties, refugees, and emigration, Belarus, in its contemporary borders, lost over 1.4 million inhabitants. Warsaw treated White Ruthenians/White Russians, Belarusians, and Ruthenians/Little Russians, Ukrainians, as ethnographic mass to be divided eventually between the Polish and Russian nations. It was more difficult to deny the existence of the Ukrainian nation, which managed to form two states immediately after the war, and preserved the independence of Dnieper Ukraine until 1921. To curb the consolidation of the Ukrainian nation, Warsaw facilitated the settling of 200,000 ethnic Poles in eastern Galicia during the 1920s. Many of the settlers were Polish soldiers retired from the army, which increased the tension between the newcomers and the local population even more. The period of uneasy toleration of Ukrainians and their political and cultural aspirations was over by the end of the 1930s, mainly in the region of Chelm, Chalm in Ukrainian. 200 Orthodox churches were destroyed, another 150 passed into Catholic hands, and the Polish administration forced numerous Orthodox Ukrainians to convert to Catholicism. In 1939, only 586. 51 Orthodox churches remained in Poland. The use of Ukrainian was restricted and it was dubbed a Bolshevik invention, curiously reminiscent of the Tsarist label of Polish intrigue, which had been applied to Ukrainian in the 1860s. In the autumn of 1938, a wave of anti-Ukrainian pogroms was organized along the border with the Soviet Union to fortify Polishdom in this strategic area. Paradoxically, the outbreak of World War II prevented the planned application of these anti-Orthodox and Polonizing measures to the Belarusian populated regions of Bialystok, Belastok in Belarusian, and Vilnius, Vilnia in Belarusian. Despite these repressions, Poland still seemed to be civilization ally superior to the Soviet Union in the eyes of Ukrainians and Belarusians. In Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine, after a period of encouraging Belarusian and Ukrainian languages and cultures during the 1920s, a wave of purges and ethnically defined persecution set in. To speed up the Sovietization of its part of Ukraine, Moscow instigated an artificial famine in 1932 and 1933, which cost 4 to 7 million lives. Any repression suffered by Belarusians and Ukrainians in interwar Poland paled beside the terror unleashed in the Soviet Union. The Belarusians and Ukrainians did not have nation-states of their own to protect their interests in Poland, nor was it a viable option for them to emigrate to the Soviet Union. In addition, the vast majority of Belarusians and Ukrainians were peasants. In the 1930s, the rate of illiteracy among Belarusians ranged from 40 to 60%. The same figure for Ukrainians was between 30 and 50%. In comparison, almost all Germans who lived in Poland were literate, most of them worked in factories or in the service sector. Hence they were much more socially and spatially mobile than Belarusians and Ukrainians. However, the phenomenon of illiteracy remained widespread among rural Germans in Volhynia. More significantly, despite Berlin's official efforts to maintain the German minorities for revisionist purposes, the German nation-state, eager to protect the interests of the German minority in Poland and to act as a safe haven in times of need, offered an enticing option of emigration. A curious situation developed in their relations between Poland and Lithuania. The Lithuanians perceived their social and economic situation as similar to that of ethnic Poles. Most Lithuanians living in interwar Poland were concentrated in the Wilno, Vilnius, region, seized by Poland in 1920. They had no intention to leave for Lithuania, because the Lithuanian government continued to see the city as its rightful capital. The interwar capital in Kaunas was invariably labeled provisional. Poland and Lithuania remained in a state of war until 1927, and Kaunas refused to establish diplomatic relations with Warsaw until 1938, when the Polish government imposed such relations by means of an ultimatum. Aleksandrovicius and Kulakowskis 2003, 115, Zaplinski and Lodogorsky 1993, 48, Hrikak 2000, 184, 188 to 192, Oganowski 2000, 84, Suzit Ellis 1997, 319, Zibika 2002, 264, 283, Wisaka 2006, 16. 587. Language politics in interwar Poland. Interwar Poland was a composite of numerous territories of varying political statuses, which reflected various administrative and legal traditions of the polities to which they had belonged during and before World War I. For instance, in the territories incorporated from Austria-Hungary, vehicle and train traffic was left-sided. In the areas, which had been part of Russia's western gubernias, the Julian calendar was still used, and serfdom even survived in the Polish section of Zapies until 1932. In addition, Warsaw signed the Minorities Treaty in 1919, as required by the allies of all the new nation-states. 3. Furthermore, political, economic, and social relations in both the Polish and the German sections of the Upper Silesian plebiscite area were governed by the German-Polish Treaty signed in Geneva in 1922, which remained in force for 15 years. This resulted in the overlapping of numerous legal systems within a given administrative area. For example, Poland's only autonomous voivodeship, administrative region, Silesia, was composed of sections of Prussian Upper Silesia and Austrian Silesia. Hence elements of the German, Prussian, Austro-Hungarian, Austrian Silesian, Polish and now Silesian voivodeship legal systems were in power along with the regulations introduced by the Minority Treaty and the Polish-German Treaty on Upper Silesia, popularly known as the Geneva Convention, Mazyk et al. 1996, 207, Tomaszewski AA 1985a, 28. Before integration of these disparate territories and populations within the Polish polity could commence, the basic question about the nature of the state had to be answered. The main ideological difference was between the proponents of Dmowski and Pilsudski. The political tension between these two camps was encapsulated by an ideological choice between Państwo Narodowe, nation-state, and Państwo Narodowe, nationalities or multinational state. Despite the confusing literal translations of these two terms, both camps wanted to build Poland as a nation-state. But Dmowski's camp wanted an ethnically homogeneous Polish nation-state, whereas Pilsudski supporters agreed to the inclusion of nationalities, that is, ethnically non-Polish populations, in the Polish nation-state. In December 1922, Gabriel Narutowicz, 1865–1922, was elected the first Polish president. Pilsudski opposed him because Narutowicz had spent 3 decades in Switzerland before returning to Poland in 1920. Dmowski's supporters accused him of not being a Polish president at all, because his election victory was sealed by the votes of the national minorities, especially Jews. Also ethnically Polish leftist and centrist parties voted for Narutowicz. Moreover, they spread the false claim that Narutowicz could not speak Polish well. On December 16, 5 days after having been sworn into office, a Dmowski sympathizer assassinated Narutowicz. However, it was impossible to deny that 588. 1/3 of Poland's inhabitants were not Polish from the ethno-linguistic vantage. Pilsudski and his camp, who retained power in interwar Poland between 1926 and 1939, decided to take this reality into account, though at times only grudgingly. Jedrzejewicz 1982, 165–170, Oganowski 2000, 122, 130, 141, Stroh 2004, 233–234, Tomaszewski 1985a, 50. In view of the territorial and political instability that prevailed during the first years after the Great War, the Polish Constitution of 1921 refrained from dealing with the language question. Article 109 provided that Polish citizens had the right to preserve their nationality and cultivate their language. Article 110 added that Polish citizens belonging to national, confessional, or linguistic minorities had the right to establish their schools and organizations. Meanwhile, Polish became the sole language of administration, courts, and education in Congress Poland and Western Galicia, that is, in the voivodeships of Warsaw, Lodz, Kielce, and Krakow. In Congress Poland, Polish had been made the official language during the war already by the German and Austro-Hungarian administrations, in the Warsaw and Lublin general governorships, respectively, and Polish had played this role in Galicia since 1869. German was allowed as a minority language in administration, courts, and education in the formerly German areas transferred to Poland, that is, in the voivodeships of Pomerania and Poznan. In these regions, German had functioned as official language since 1772 and 1793 respectively, when Prussia incorporated them following the First and Second Partitions of Poland-Lithuania. Ukrainian, officially referred to as Ruthenian, Rosyjensky, was tolerated in administration, courts, and education in eastern Galicia, that is, in the voivodeships of Lwów, Tarnopol Ternopil and Stanisław Ivano-Frankivsk. Ukrainian, officially known as Ruthenian, Ruthenus, had functioned as a Landesübliche local language, in eastern Galicia since 1869. In 1918, Ukrainian was elevated to the rank of official language in short-lived independent Western Ukraine. Polish became the sole language of administration and courts in the Polish areas that had been part of Russia's Western Gubernias before 1914. During the Great War, these areas had been organized as the Land-Ober-Ost and Vienna's rear administration area. However, Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian could be used for oral communication with civil servants and in courts, and as media of instruction in schools. Between 1905 and 1914, St. Petersburg had guaranteed a similar limited role for these three languages and Polish. At that time, Ukrainian had been known as Little Russian, Belarusian as White Russian, and Lithuanian as Lithuanian and Samogitian. During the war, the German and Austro-Hungarian administrations had allowed the use of Lithuanian, Ruthenian, that is, Ukrainian, Polish, White Ruthenian, that is, Belarusian, and Yiddish in administration, courts, and education, whereas German had replaced Russian as official language. In 589, some areas of this region, Belarusian, Lithuanian, or Ukrainian had been made official languages when Belarus, Lithuania, and Dnieper Ukraine gained independence in 1918. In 1919, Polish troops entered some of these areas, only to be followed by the Red Army, which meant replacement of Polish by Russian as official language until the Poles returned in mid-1920. The Treaty of Riga, 1921, which concluded the Polish-Soviet War, was contracted between Poland, Soviet Russia, and Ukraine. But in interwar Poland, Ukrainian was usually referred to as Ruthenian, Ruski, Rusienski, much to the chagrin of Ukrainian politicians, although Ukrainians from Galicia stuck to this label from Austro-Hungarian times and did not consider it offensive. The Galician Ukrainians changed their position in this respect only in the 1930s. The Polish term for Belarusian was and still is Białoruski, literally, White Ruthenian, but in interwar Poland, one usually understood it as a straightforward translation of the Russian term White Russian or the German White Ruthenian. Warsaw's lack of concern for the minority languages of Eastern Poland also showed itself in the official terming of Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian as Nartsa, that is, vernaculars, dialects, idioms, or peasant talk, reminiscent of Russian Narekia for these languages before 1914. It was a far cry from the practice of the German and Austro-Hungarian administrations of Galicia, the Land-Ober-Ost, and the rear administration area to label Belarusian, Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Yiddish as languages. Yiddish tended to be disparagingly dubbed a jargon in interwar Poland, but in this usage Warsaw followed the widespread Jewish practice to reserve the term language only for Hebrew. Generally speaking, in the myopic view of Polish ethnic nationalism represented in interwar Poland by Dmowski and his supporters, in the territories of former Poland Lithuania now included in the Polish nation-state, only Polish could be seen as a language, because it had been the sole official language of Poland Lithuania at the end of its existence. Hence, the new usurper languages stemming from the heartland of former Poland Lithuania could not be anything more than the patois of cheeky peasants who had forgotten their place, as opposed to noble Polish. An exception was made for German, which had functioned as an official language in the Polish fief of Prussia. Anyway, it was impossible to deny that German was a language, as its written and official use was of old standing and widespread in neighboring Austria and Prussia. Oganowski 2000, 32, 53-68, 110, 112, 126-127. Polish was made into the state language of interwar Poland on October 1, 1924 by Article 1 of the Act on the Language of Administration. Earlier, the de facto elevated status of Polish had been recognized by the 1920 Act on Higher Education Institutions, which had reserved the role of medium of education in such schools exclusively for Polish. These regulations, in the view of Poland's international minority obligations, also required additional legislation on the status of minority languages used in interwar Poland. In 1925, the Act on 590 Language of Courts in the voivodeships of Poznan and Pomerania guaranteed German-speaking Polish citizens residing in the two voivodeships the right to communicate with courts in German. The Ukrainians and Belarusians were concentrated in the east of Poland, where they constituted the majority or plurality of the population. The same was true of Jews living in the towns and cities located in this region. In confessional terms, it meant that Greek Catholics predominated in eastern Galicia, Orthodox Christians in the rest of the region, and followers of Judaism in the urban areas throughout this region. When Warsaw decided to regulate the question of language there, the first step was the legal redefining of Russia's former western gubernias and eastern Galicia within Polish borders as Kresy, borderland. The Kresy comprised the voivodeships of Lwów, Stanisławo, Tarnopol, Volhynia, Polzia, Polizia, Nowogrodzic, Naharodach, Vilnius, and the eastern sliver of the voivodeship of Białystok. Paradoxically, this officially named borderland region accounted for 53.3% of the Polish territory and 38.8% of its population. In economic terms, the Kresy together with the rest of the voivodeship of Białystok and the voivodeship of Lublin, were known as Poland B, that is, the backward half of Poland located east of the Vistula River. This Poland B accounted for 61% of the Polish territory and 47% of Poland's inhabitants. The 1924 Act on the Language of Administration also singled out the Kresy by legislating specific provisions for this area. It was appended by similar acts on the language of courts and schools. The three acts came into effect on October 1, 1924. Article 2 of the Act on the Language of Administration provided for the use of Ruthenian, Belarusian, or Lithuanian in contacts with state administration in speech and writing. The official use of Ruthenian was limited to the voivodeships of Lwów, Tarnopol, Stanisławo, Volhynia, and Polzia, of Belarusian to the voivodeships of Polzia, Nowogrodzic, Wilno, and the eastern part of the voivodeship of Białystok, and of Lithuanian in the predominantly Lithuanian-speaking areas in the region of Wilno. This legally defined the division of the Kresy into areas where minority languages could be used, proved of decisive importance for the future establishment of the administrative border between Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine when the territories of both republics were extended westward after World War II. The northern Kresy, including the northern section of the voivodeship of Polzia, except the region of Vilnius granted to Soviet Lithuania, was handed over to Soviet Belarus, and the southern Kresy, along with the southern section of Polzia, to Soviet Ukraine. Polzia, inhabited by impoverished and overwhelmingly illiterate peasants of the Orthodox faith, was a hard nut to crack for Warsaw as well as for the Belarusian and Ukrainian national movements. In censuses, most inhabitants referred to themselves as Tudyzi, locals, literally from here, and to their language as Tudyzi, local. The 1930 census recorded 707,400 Tudyzi, who constituted 591. 62.4% of the Polshian population. When pressed for a more specific categorization, they tended to refer to themselves as Orthodox or Polish, Ux, that is, inhabitants of Polzia. The legal decision to allow for the use of Belarusian and Ukrainian in Polzia, but not some Tudyzi language, encouraged the population to embrace either Belarusian, Ukrainian, or Polish national identity. Article 1 of the Act on the Language of Courts reaffirmed the primary status of Polish as state language, but Article 2 provided for the use of the minority languages of Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ruthenian in line with the territorial limitations spelled out in Article 2 of the Act on the Language of Administration. The Act on the Language of Schools followed the same principle. Article 2 obliged the state to organize schools with a minority language as the medium of instruction in communes where Belarusians, Lithuanians, or Ruthenians amounted to at least 1/4 of the population. Article 4 stated that education was to be conducted in a minority language only in elementary school, grades 1 to 7, and Polish had to be taught as a foreign language. Polish was also to be used as the medium of instruction for teaching Polish history. Articles 5 and 6 required that secondary schools and teachers training schools had to be bilingual with Polish and the minority language as parallel media of education. These regulations on minority schools, which tacitly championed Polonization by making them bilingual, became collectively known as the Lex Grabski, because it was the government of Prime Minister Władysław Grabski, 1874–1938, which instituted them. Grabski opposed Pilsudski and sided with Dmowski's project of creating an ethno-linguistically homogeneous Polish nation-state. This meant a studied disregard for Poland's international obligations to protect the rights of minorities, especially in the Kresy. Unlike Germany, the Soviet Union remained a pariah of the interwar international relations, and was not in a position to press Warsaw to observe its obligations vis-à-vis Poland's Belarusian and Ukrainian minorities. Additionally, in the mid-1930s, Moscow embarked on the course of increasingly stern Russification throughout the Soviet Union, meaning also the further Russification of the Polish minorities in Soviet Belarus and Ukraine, which encouraged Warsaw in its efforts to Polonize Belarusians and Ukrainians in the Kresy. Grenoble 2003, 54, Magoksy 1996, 594, Oganowski 2000, 30–33, 73, 76, 79, 92–97, Simakoes 1998, Tajbir 2000, 43, 46–47, Tomazuski 1985, 78, 1985a, 39–40. The language legislation differed in the Silesian Voivodeship, that is, the Polish sections of Upper Silesia and Teschen Silesia, 3,200 square kilometers and 1,000 square kilometers, respectively. This was the only autonomous voivodeship in interwar Poland and the smallest one, accounting for 1.1% of the Polish territory. On the other hand, it was the most densely populated, with 4.4% of Poland's population. The Silesian Voivodeship provided 2/3 of Poland's industrial output and generated more than half of Polish GDP. It was the most developed. 592. Region of interwar Poland with only 12.7% of the inhabitants employed in agriculture, while farming, gardening, and forestry provided livelihood for 60.7% of the Polish population. The vast majority of the Ślązokian inhabitants had relatives in the German section of Upper Silesia, and compared their economic and social situation not to the rest of Poland but to Germany. When the situation in Germany improved at a fast pace in the mid-1930s, it stagnated in the voivodeship, as elsewhere in Poland, which alienated many Ślązoks, let alone Germans, from the Polish nation-state, thus preventing their Polonization imposed by Warsaw. The Polish language could not replace German in the Silesian Voivodeship's administration, courts, and education as fast as it did in the voivodeships of Poznan and Pomerania, Torun, because Polish sovereignty was limited in Poland's section of Upper Silesia, until 1937, by the Geneva Convention, guaranteed by the League of Nations. The same limitations applied to Berlin's section of Upper Silesia. One sphere that remained unregulated, however, was place names. Warsaw Polonized all of them immediately in 1922, without asking the opinion of the inhabitants. Numerous names had to be invented from scratch because Upper Silesia had never belonged to Poland-Lithuania. Unlike Wielkopolskie Royal Western Prussia 5, Polish had never been used in this region as an official language, and the majority of the industrial towns and cities had been established only in the 19th century and were populated by German-speaking workers. Hence, no Slavic counterparts of some place names existed, as in the case of Konigshutt, whose name was literally translated into Polish as Kroluska Huta, and then changed to Kurtzow. The same immediate Polonization was applied to street names. Berlin replied in kind after the National Socialists seized power in 1933, by Germanizing place names in Germany's province of Upper Silesia that sounded too Slavic, for instance, Hedebrek for Kandratin Pogorzelets today, part of Kedzierzyn-Kozle. In 1923, in keeping with Poland's international obligations, the Silesian Sejm, the autonomous voivodeship's legislature, passed the Act on the official language in the territory of the Silesian Voivodeship. Article 1 made Polish the sole official language, and Article 3 required that place and street names had to be Polish. Article 4 allowed for the use of German in speech and writing in contacts between citizens and the administration. Article 6 provided that civil servants who did not know Polish could use German until 1926. German members of the Silesian Sejm protested that this transitional period was too short. They argued that the transitional period when Polish was used in offices along with German in Wielkopolska and Royal Prussia had lasted from the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1772, to 1887. German was used in the Silesian Sejm until 1930. In courts of law, citizens could use German in speech and writing, but judges and notaries had to cease using German in official documents by 1926. In 1922, the Silesian Voivode, the governor nominated by Warsaw, issued the decree on the 593 language of education in public schools. Article 1 decided that it usually should be Polish, with the exception of minority schools. This regulation did not apply to private schools, where the voivode required only that Polish should be taught as a foreign language. The situation changed dramatically in 1926 when Pilsudski staged a coup d'état that seriously limited parliamentarian democracy in Poland. In breach of the international obligations, in the summer of 1926, the voivode annulled over 7,000 requests of Ślązokian parents that their children should attend German-language schools. Afterward, in line with the heavily falsified returns of the 1931 census, the voivode argued that the voivodeship, with 93% of the population officially comprised of ethnic Poles, was the most Polish voivodeship in Poland. Not surprisingly, after Germany occupied Poland in 1939, a German census in 1940 showed that 95% of the population in the Upper Silesian section of the Silesian Voivodeship were German, making it the least Polish region of interwar Poland. This disparity was caused by the continuing non-recognition of the Ślązoks as an ethnic group in their own right. Usually bilingual, Slavic German, they could pass themselves off as Poles or Germans as required, though they invariably were treated as second-class Poles or Germans. The list of arbitrary measures, taken by the authorities of the voivodeship, was completed by administrative pressure on citizens to Polonize their two German-sounding names and surnames, Balk 1996, 159, Linek 2000, 31-33, Oganowski 2000, 173, 179-182, 184, 187-189, Serafin 1996, 18. German retained its role in many Catholic churches of the Silesian Voivodeship. The Catholic hierarchy did not buckle under Warsaw's pressure to promote Polish in sermons and pastoral services. The interests of the faithful remained more important than those of the nation-state, although Article 114 of the 1921, so-called March, Constitution reserved a privileged position for the Catholic Church and defined Catholicism as the Polish national faith. Because Ukrainians accounted for 88% of the Greek Catholics residing in Poland, the Greek Catholic Church understandably became the most important official defender of the Ukrainian language in Galicia. This led to a quaint dispute. Despite the fact that German replaced Latin as the official language in the Habsburg lands in 1784, Catholic and Greek Catholic clergy in Galicia used Latin in certificates of birth, marriage, and death. This tradition was legalized in 1875 and continued in interwar Poland. In 1919, however, the Greek Catholic Church unilaterally decided that these certificates would be issued in Ukrainian. Until 1939, Warsaw did not manage to convince the Church that it should observe the law and use only Latin when issuing these certificates. The burning question was the status of the Orthodox Church, which had been a pillar of Tsarist ideology in Russia. The biggest Orthodox church erected in the Polish capital in 1912 was seen as the symbol of Russian domination in Poland. When the Germans occupied Warsaw in 1915, the temple was 594. Turned into a Catholic church, and in independent Poland it was finally demolished between 1918 and 1926, despite vociferous protests of the Orthodox community. Between 1924 and 1925, the same fate was meted out to a large Orthodox church in Lublin. Between 1918 and 1920, about 400 Orthodox churches were either razed to the ground or seized and turned into Catholic churches. Warsaw demanded autocephaly for the Polish Orthodox Church in order to sever its administrative subjugation to the Patriarch of Moscow. At that time, he was busy defending the Orthodox Church against the Soviet policy of thorough atheization, so he left this painful decision to the Patriarch of Constantinople, who granted the sought-for autocephaly in 1924. This did not stop another wave of attempts to seize more than 200 Orthodox churches, which had originally belonged to the Uniats, for the Catholic Church. Finally, the Supreme Court put an end to this discriminatory action, which lasted from 1929 to 1934. The overwhelming majority of the Orthodox faithful were Ukrainians, in Volhynia and Polska, Belarusians and Tutsi, local people. 6. They did not oppose the instituting of the autocephalous Polish Orthodox Church, because they did not feel a strong national or linguistic attachment to Russia, but nevertheless they were afraid that autocephaly was the first step to Latinization, that is, some form of union with the Catholic Church and replacement of Cyrillic with the Latin alphabet for writing their languages, and eventual Polonization. Russian, which dominated in the administration of the Orthodox Church, sermons, pastoral services, divinity seminars, and religious instruction, began to be replaced by Ukrainian, Belarusian, or Polish. Of course, the growing role of Polish in this church, which entailed production of religious books with the use of Latin characters, at least partially substantiated the fears of the faithful. Catholicism became a pillar of Polish nationalism second only to the Polish language. Its politicization harked back at least to the May 3 Constitution, 1791, which declared Catholicism to be the reigning national religion, Religia Narodowa Panuiaka, in Poland-Lithuania. In its preamble, the 1921 Constitution directly referred to its 1791 predecessor. Within the borders of interwar Poland as of 1910, however, Catholics constituted only 55.6% of the population. Their share grew to 63.9% in 1921 and to 64.8% in 1931. Discrimination against adherents of other religions coaxed them to convert to Catholicism, which in the eyes of the authorities equated to Polonization. Those who stuck to their ancestral faiths found it hard to attain a university education and careers in the civil service. That was especially true of Jews. In 1923, emulating the Tsarist decision of 1887, Warsaw wanted to impose limitations on the number of Jewish students in universities, numerus clausus, Latin for closed number, at 10%, which roughly reflected the demographic share of Jews in Poland's population. The League of Nations did not allow that, but, in 1920, numerus 595 clausus was introduced at Hungary's universities and 6 years later at Romania's. In the academic year 1936-37, ethnic Polish students grouped in nationalist organizations demonstrated and demanded exclusion of Jewish students from Polish universities, numerus nullus, Latin for not, which led to the imposition of numerus clausus in 1937. As a result, Jewish emigration from Poland grew in the 1930s, and the share of Catholic students in Polish universities rose to 70.1% in 1928 and to 80.9% in 1938. Catholic did almost invariably mean Pole. In 1921, 98.7% of Catholics were ethnic Poles, Adamczuk and Zdaniewicz 1991, 38, 40 to 41, Horak 1961, 175, Labingso and Zazainska 2006, Oganowski 2000, 181, 201 to 217, Tomaszewski 1985a, 115 to 116, Wisaka 2006, 15. The linguistic situation of Jews in interwar Poland was complicated. The overwhelming majority of Jews spoke Yiddish. Most of them resided in eastern Poland, which had been part of the Russian Empire. Beginning in the 1820s, St. Petersburg had herded their ancestors into special Russian language state schools. This compulsory educational system had not converted Jews to Orthodox Christianity, as initially hoped, but had inculcated them with the knowledge of Russian and appreciation of things Russian. Ironically, no similar educational system for Russian speakers was established until the reforms of 1906 to 1908, although a real breakthrough in this sphere came only after 1917, hence, in 1897, 1/3 of male Jews were literate in Russian, compared with 21% literacy in this language for the empire as a whole. The subsequent heavy Jewish participation in the urbanization and industrialization of the empire made Russian their preferred language of social advance and intragroup communication, with the exception of Warsaw, Lodz and elsewhere in Congress Poland, where Polish tended to play this role. Similarly, Jews from Wielkopolska, Pomerania and Upper Silesia preferred German, as their emancipation had taken place in Prussia and entailed compulsory elementary education in German. Polish as well as German were important for the Jews of Galicia because the former language replaced the latter as the medium of the Crownland's educational system in 1869. Hebrew remained the language of Judaism and religious books, but it was prohibited to use Hebrew, Yiddish, and the Hebrew alphabet to write public documents, such as commercial contracts, in Austria, 1846, Prussia, 1847, and Russia, 1862. In Austria-Hungary and Germany, Jews circumvented this prohibition by writing in bad German, that is, Yiddish, with theas either of Antiqua or Gothic-style Latin letters. Warsaw did not scrap the aforementioned prohibitions, despite numerous Jewish protests, until 1931. In spite of the continuation of these prohibitions, Jews tended to conduct their public meetings either in Yiddish or Hebrew, and the authorities usually tolerated the situation. In 1927, the Minister of Domestic Affairs decided that no actions should be taken to limit the use of these two languages during Jewish public meetings. 596. Apart from the Tutsi, the Jewish minority in Poland was unique in that there was no Jewish nation-state or a single national movement to which Jews could wholeheartedly express their loyalty. Jewish nationalism was split between Zionists, who learned, revived, or constructed modern Hebrew and wanted to build a nation-state in Palestine, and Yiddish-speaking Jews, who continued to see Europe as their fatherland. In 1921, this prompted 25.5% of Jews to declare themselves to be Poles. The development of Zionism caused 111,000 Jews to emigrate to Palestine between 1921 and 1937, while growing anti-Semitism and various anti-Jewish regulations generated 300,000 more Jewish emigrants, who left for other countries in the same period, that is, altogether about 13% of Poland's Jews. The situation also led to the steep decline in the number of Jews who declared themselves to be Poles, a 10% in 1931. Simultaneously, the role of Hebrew and Yiddish increased, especially at the cost of Polish and Russian. There was a politicized division between Jewish nationalists who wanted to make either Hebrew or Yiddish the sole Jewish national language. Ideological struggles between these two mutually antagonistic camps even triggered riots, so-called language wars, in Palestine. Adamchuk and Zydaniewicz 1991, 41, Strake 1999, 8-10, Katz 2004, 310-332, Oganowski 2000, 133-134, 138, 148, Zbikowski 1997, 209, 213. The measures to regulate the use of various languages in interwar Poland produced a system similar to that which had functioned in the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary. Polish was the state language, not unlike German Staatssprache in Austria. The difference was that Polish was to be used in all state offices, with the exception of the Silesian voivodeship where the transitional procedure allowed for employing German in inner administration until 1926. Citizens were allowed to use Belarusian, German, Lithuanian, or Ruthenian, Ukrainian, while contacting state offices in specifically defined regions of interwar Poland. The system was reminiscent of the Austrian Konzept auf Landessprache, regional language, but in Austria-Hungary such a regional language could be the sole language of administration in a crown land, for instance, Polish in Galicia, or a co-language of administration, for example, Czech alongside German in Bohemia and Moravia. Other minority languages, not allowed in contacts with administration but tolerated in public life, were Hebrew, Czechoslovak, Czech, 8 Russian 9 and Yiddish. They were similar to the Landesüblichen Sprachen, or non-official languages, used in crown lands. But, in Austria, these languages could be used in communal and municipal self-government, for instance, Czech and Polish in Austrian Silesia, whereas in Poland, the use of tolerated minority languages was limited to secular and religious minority organizations, and to the minority press and education. This Polish system of legal toleration for minority languages followed the middle path between the linguistic liberalism in the Austrian half of the dual monarchy and the monopoly of German and Russian in the public life, as well as 597. Administration and education, of the German and Russian empires. The closest parallel to the Polish case was offered by the situation of minority languages in Russia after the 1905 revolution, when the linguistic monopoly of Russians had been weakened. By comparison, the situation of Ruthenian, which had been a Landesübliche Sprache in eastern Galicia, was worse in interwar Poland. The position of Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ruthenian, in Volhynia and Polska, was similar to that which these languages had enjoyed in Russia's western gubernias between 1905 and 1914. On the other hand, the situation of these three languages, and Yiddish, worsened after 1918 when compared with the semi-official status they had enjoyed in Berlin's Land-Oberost and Vienna's rear administration area. The only languages whose situation markedly improved in interwar Poland were Hebrew and Yiddish, which Vienna had not let Jews declare as the indicator of their nationality in Austro-Hungarian censuses. The census takers had interpreted Yiddish as German and claimed that Hebrew, like Latin, was a dead language, and thus not used in everyday conversation. Perhaps Warsaw's lenient stance toward Hebrew and Yiddish was dictated by the fact that Zionism had already taken its definite shape by that time. Jews wanted to establish their nation-state in Palestine, not in Poland, and those opting to remain in Poland or other European states embraced linguistic assimilation. Hence, there was no potential for the kind of direct conflict between Polish and Jewish nationalism that broke out between the Polish nation-state and the nation-states or national movements of the Belarusians, Czechoslovaks, Czechs and Slovaks, Germans, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians. Oganowski 2000, 168. The fate of Latin and French as sociolects of the Polish-Lithuanian nobles and the Polish intelligentsia is also interesting. The role of Latin, which diminished at the end of the 18th century with the elevation of Polish to the rank of the official language of Poland-Lithuania, was revived beginning in the second decade of 19th century in Prussia, including the Prussian partition zone, in line with Wilhelm von Humboldt's 1767–1835, reform of the Prussian educational system. In gymnasium, 9 years of consecutive education between elementary school and university, students had 10 hours of Latin and 6 hours of Greek per week. This model of the so-called classicist gymnasium spread to the Austrian and Russian partition zones, though most Polish-speaking students, fluent in Latin, were educated in Prussia. Although diminishing somewhat, Latin continued to play a significant role in interwar Poland's classicist and regular secondary schools until the 1932 reform of secondary education, which limited the teaching of this language to between 2 and 4 hours a week. This terminated the tradition of intellectuals and nobles who could converse in Latin, the tradition which prompted Adam Mickiewicz to write Latin language poems well into the 1850s. Beginning in the 1930s, Latin remained the socio-lect of only the Catholic clergy, and the Renewed Order of Jesus regularly reissued Sarbiowski's works annotated in Latin ad usum alumnorum or for the use of graduates of divinity. 598. Seminaries. The Catholic faithful were exposed to Latin in liturgy, but without understanding of actual words. This tradition continued until the turn of the 1970s, in wake of the Vatican Council II's, 1962 to 1965, decisions that replaced Latin as the language of liturgy with the languages of the faithful. French, as a socio-lect of Polish nobles, intelligentsia, and scholars, was preserved until the mid-20th century. In communist Poland this language was stamped out when the pre-war middle class was neutered and its higher echelons impoverished and liquidated. In place of a marginalized French, Russian was introduced as the language of international communication in the Soviet bloc. The creation of the Polish nation-state, which paid obeisance to the ideal of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, made knowledge of the national languages of the neighboring nation-states an ideological liability. Hence, by extension, fluency in French became suspect too. Oscar Miloš Vladislas de Lubas, Oskaras Milasius, 1877–1939, shared the same origin with his younger cousin, the Nobel Prize winner, Czesław Milosz, 1911–2004. Both were of the Polonophone Polish-Lithuanian nobility who claimed the Grand Duchy of Lithuania as their patria. Oscar Miloš read and wrote in Polish, French, German, Russian, and English. But he decided to write his literary works exclusively in French, which made him a French poet. During the Great War, he developed a conviction that his family were Polonized Lithuanians and supported the Lithuanian national cause, also serving as Lithuania's first ever ambassador to France. He did not know Lithuanian and corresponded with the Lithuanian government in French, but he could be accepted as a true Lithuanian, since he chose not to write in Polish. Ironically, with the rise of the ethno-linguistic nation-states in Central Europe, French as a socio-lect of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility became a proof of non-Polishness in the case of Oscar Miloš. Obviously, Warsaw considered him a Polish renegade. Ideology aside, everyday practice remained multilingual in interwar Poland. For instance, the Zlonzokian leaders of the pro-Polish movement in Upper Silesia corresponded with Warsaw in German because their dialect was not standard Polish. They were appalled to find out in the mid-1920s that, despite their invaluable contribution to the Polish national cause, this linguistic predicament would mean their exclusion from the Silesian Voivodeship's civil service and administration when the transitional period for the use of German was over in 1926. The event prompted numerous members of the embittered Zlonzokian elite to embrace Germandom or Zlonzokiandom, Mikołaj Zak 1998, 254–255, 263, 276, 307–308, Miloš 1993, 147–150, 2001, 162–206, Sarbiowski 1892, Serafin 1996, 72. Polish, from a minority to a hegemonic language. Observing the growth of Polish ethnic nationalism, the worsening situation of the minorities, and the blow dealt to Polish democracy by the 1926 coup. 599. Dieta, the famous Polish linguist Jan Baudouin de Courtenay stated in 1926 that Poland's biggest misfortune was that from the fires of World War, it emerged as a great state with centralist, imperialist and nationalist cravings. It would have been much better for Poland, if it had become a small modest state, or a union of autonomous regions, then the leaders would not have gone bonkers with their lust for power, and would not have oppressed the national minorities and other social classes. Courtenay 1972, 216, his was a lonely voice because even Dmowski's supporters, who appealed for an ethnically homogeneous Polish nation-state, did not want to limit the Polish state just to the undisputable ethnographic area with a majority of Polish speakers. This would have produced a shrunken Poland centered on the Vistula land, Western Galicia, and the Polish half of Wielkopolska. The Polish-speaking intelligentsia, who became the elite of the Polish national movement and, after 1918, of the Polish nation-state, imagined true Poland to be ideally coterminous with the 1,772 borders of Poland-Lithuania. At the turn of the 20th century, it was realized that it might be impossible to Polonize such a vast number of non-Polish speakers as the ideal would require, and hence for practical purposes, Polish leaders tended to limit their territorial claims to the Polish-Lithuanian borders as they were prior to the Second Partition in 1793. This ideal of the Polish-Lithuanian noble natio was unreflectively carried over to Polish nationalism, which also preached ethno-linguistic homogeneity. As a result, ethnically non-Polish, forming a third of interwar Poland's population, became the target of increasingly aggressive Polonizing measures, despite Warsaw's constitutional and international obligations to protect Poland's national religious and linguistic minorities, and to enable them to develop their cultural lives. Cecilski et al. 1992, 22. Despite the constitutional and international obligations to protect the cultures and languages of the minorities, the most exact measure of the growing dominance of the Polish language in interwar Poland was the declining number of schools with minority languages as the medium of instruction. For a point of reference, it is necessary to take the national structure of Poland's population. The problem is that the results of censuses were often manipulated. For instance, in 1931, Poles constituted 22.1 million, 69%, out of the total population of 32.1 million, according to the official data. Polish scholars tend to lower this number to 20.77 million, 65%. As a guideline for this analysis, I take the following corrected estimates. Hence Ruthenians, Ukrainians, accounted for 16% of the population, Jews for 10%, Belarusians, including Tutsi, for 6%, and Germans for 2%. The number which differs most between the official data and the estimate is that of Belarusians. Warsaw claimed that they constituted a mere 3% of Poland's population. More than 700,000 Tutsi were conveniently hidden away in Thurubrik. Others, Tomaszewski 1985a, 50-51. 600. In the schul year 1923/1924, there were 21,996, 82.5%, state elementary schools with Polish as the medium of instruction, 2,996, 11.2%, with Ruthenian, Ukrainian, 1,102, 4.1%, with German, 52, 0.2%, with Lithuanian, 39, 0.15%, with Czech 32, 0.1%, with Belarusian, and 9, 0.03%, with Russian. Poles thus possessed 17.5% more elementary schools than they were entitled to by their share of Poland's population. The greatest disparity existed in the case of Jews, 10%, who in 1923/1924, did not have a single state elementary school with Yiddish or Hebrew as the medium of instruction, whereas in 1922/1923, 113 Jewish private elementary schools had Hebrew as the language of instruction, 71 Yiddish, and 11 were bilingual with Polish and Yiddish or Hebrew. The second largest divergence between the demographic size of a minority population and the number of its elementary schools was noted in the case of Belarusians, 6% versus 0.1%. For Ruthenians, the ratio was 16% to 11.2%, but for Germans surprisingly 2% to 4.1%. Obviously, This was not dictated by Warsaw's eagerness to furnish the German minority with more elementary schools per 1,000 inhabitants than the Polish majority, but was a legacy of the much better developed network of elementary schools in the German Empire. Immediately after the founding of the Polish nation-state, bilingual elementary schools were introduced to limit the extent of minority language education and to redirect minority students to the Polish language mainstream of education. In 1923/1924, there were 333 Polish-German schools, 1.25%, 89 Polish-Ruthenian, 0.3%, 3 Polish-Czech, 1 Polish-Lithuanian, and 1 Polish-Yiddish. The biggest blow was del Belarusian language education. In 1915, the first ever elementary school with Belarusian as the medium of instruction was established in Vilnius, Land Ober-Ost. The number of such schools grew dynamically in the Land Ober-Ost to unprecedented 346 in 1918/1919 in the Belarusian territories within interwar Poland's borders. The Soviet-Polish War and the subsequent Polish seizure of central Lithuania against Lithuania's will contributed to the constant emphasis on the Polish national program in Poland's section of Belarus. In 1922/1923, there were only around 30 Belarusian language schools in Poland. Ukrainians of Eastern Galicia, who accounted for more than 60% of the region's population, were also appalled at the constant slump in the number of Ruthenian language state elementary schools in comparison to the situation in Austria-Hungary, where beginning in 1890, they had enjoyed a wide-ranging linguistic, cultural, and educational autonomy. In 1911/1912, the ratio of Polish language to Ukrainian language schools was 1,590, 39.7%, to 2,420, 60.3%, in the region. In 1924/1925, the number of Polish language schools there increased to 2,568, 54.3%, and that of the Ukrainian language ones declined slightly to 2,151, 45.5%. In the same 601 year, bilingual Polish-Ruthenian schools, 9, also surfaced for the first time. In independent Poland, all the chairs with Ukrainian as the language of instruction were abolished at the University of Lwów. The same fate met the single Ukrainian chair at the University of Czernowty Chernivtsi in Bukovina, granted to Romania after 1918. The underground Ukrainian university founded in their stead, was suppressed by 1925. Warsaw's concession was the reopening of the 1848 chair in Ruthenian language and literature at the University of Lwów in 1927. The number of Polish-Ruthenian bilingual schools skyrocketed to 2,138, 45.25%, by 1934/1935. In the same school year, there were 2,100, 44.4%, Polish language schools, and only 487, 10.3%, Ruthenian language schools. The situation was even more striking in Volhynia, where ethnic Poles represented only 16.8% of the population, 1921. In 1929/1930, however, the number of Polish language schools was 821, of bilingual Polish-Ruthenian 625, and of Ruthenian language a mere 7. In the region of Polzia, intervening between the clearly Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Polish core ethnic territories, 22 Ukrainian language schools operated in 1922/1923. Polzia's rural population declared themselves as THIRD-WORLDISm, which Warsaw interpreted as the lack of any national identity. This allowed claiming of the THIRD-WORLDISm for the Polish nation by stern Polonization. Not surprisingly, non-Polish language schools disappeared there by the mid-1920s. The Polonizing tendency to replace minority language schools with bilingual ones, where the minority language was paired with Polish, or to liquidate minority language schools, is clearly visible in the numbers of state and private elementary schools in 1937/1938. In the country as a whole, there were 24,047, 84%, Polish language elementary schools, 461, 1.6%, Ruthenian language, 394, 1.4%, German language, 226, 0.8%, Hebrew or Yiddish language, 23 Lithuanian language, 18 Czech language, and 5 Russian language. The unwillingness of the state to support minority language education was reflected in the number of private elementary schools. All of the Jewish, Hebrew or Yiddish, elementary schools were private, as were 60% of the German language elementary schools and 9% of the Ruthenian language elementary schools. The bilingual elementary schools were almost exclusively state-run, with the exception of 226 bilingual Jewish, Polish and Hebrew or Yiddish schools, all of which were private. The separation of Jewish education from the Polish state was thus complete. In 1937-1938, there were 3,064, 10.7%, state and 4 private Polish Ruthenian schools, and 206, 0.7%, state and 4 private Polish German schools. Most conspicuous was the absence of Belarusian language or even Belarusian Polish elementary schools. Their number declined to 25 Belarusian and 44 bilingual in 1929-1930, 16 mostly bilingual in 1934-1935, to a mere 5 bilingual in 1937-1938, and to nil in 1938-1939. In the last school year, 1 middle school and 1 secondary school. 602. With Belarusian as the medium of instruction survived. Already in the 1920s, the authorities supported the parallel use of the Latin and Cyrillic scripts for writing in Belarusian to draw the line between Poland's Belarusians and those residing in Soviet Belarus and Lithuania, who stuck exclusively to Cyrillic. In addition, in the mid-1920s, Jesuits established the Neo-Uniat Church in the Belarusian-speaking areas, where St. Petersburg liquidated the last vestiges of the Uniat, Greek Catholic, Church in 1875. These Jesuits published Belarusian language periodicals for Belarusian Catholics and Neo-Uniats, Greek Catholics, in the Latin characters, and Warsaw termed these groups Biała Polaki, White Poles, in a fashion reminiscent of the Tsarist use of White Russians for Belarusians. This further hindered literacy in Belarusian, since Cyrillic was used in Soviet Belarus, among Lithuania's Belarusian minority and among Orthodox Belarusians residing in Poland. Obviously, in line with the 1920 Act on Higher Education Institutions, Polish was the exclusive medium of instruction in the 28 institutions of higher education that existed in Poland in 1937-1938. Warsaw's Polonizing endeavor also showed in the decline of the number of minority MPs in the Sejm, especially visible after the 1926 coup d'état. The number of Ruthenian MPs decreased slightly, from 21, 4.7%, in 1922 to 9.2% 11, in 1938. The decline was steeper for Jewish MPs, from 35, 7.8%, to 5, 2.4%, whereas German and Belarusian MPs disappeared altogether from the Sejm in 1938, although 17, 3.7%, German and 7, 1.5%, Belarusian MPs had sat there in 1922. Overall, minority MPs accounted for 18.4% of the Sejm deputies in 1922, 19.4% in 1928, 7.4% in 1930, 11.4% in 1935 and 12% in 1938. The same process was reflected in the Sejm of the autonomous Silesian Voivodeship. In 1922, there were 14, 30%, German MPs in the Silesian Sejm. In 1930, their number fell to 9, 19%, and to nil in 1935, Annuaire statistique de la République Polonaise, 1924, 219, Davies 1982, 409, Drucky Podboreski 1929, Horak 1961, 110 to 111, 144, Lastoskas 1924, Magoxi 1980, 13, 1996, 594, Mali Rosnik Statistisny 1934, 175, 1939, 319, Serafin 1996, 185 to 186, Simako East 2001, Zibika 2002, 188 to 189, Tomazuski 1985a, 90, 114, Vocker 1956, 130. When Poland was established in 1918, slightly more than one-third of the Polish speakers were illiterate. Most of the illiterate were concentrated in the former Russian partition zone, because compulsory elementary education, although introduced the Russian Empire in 1908, had not been successfully enforced until 1917. In Prussia and Austria, compulsory elementary education was introduced at the end of the 18th century. Yet, enforcement of this provision depended on the overall economic development. By the 1870s, almost all the inhabitants of Prussia/the German Empire were illiterate. The same was true of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, that is, Austria-Hungary's center of industry, but obviously not of Galicia, which remained an impoverished crown land until the dissolution of the dual monarchy. Widespread literacy in 603. The German territories incorporated Beepeland did not mean that Polish speakers living there could write in Polish. The language in which they had been taught to read and write was German. This was even truer of the Zlonziks of the Silesian voivodeship. Those who decided to support the Polish national cause corresponded with Warsaw in German, because it soon turned out that their Slavophone dialect, when committed to paper, was unintelligible to civil servants in the Polish capital. The unified state system of compulsory and free elementary education in Poland took off in 1922. By the school year 1928/1929, 96% of children between 7 and 14 were attending school. Illiteracy decreased from 33.1% in 1921 to 23.1% 10 years later. But the policy of forced Polonization, involving pacifications, destruction of Orthodox churches, persecution of minority activists, closing of minority language schools, suspension and censorship of the minority language press, and abolition of minority associations, left Belarusians and Ruthenians with larger illiteracy percentages. While the predominantly urban Germans and Jews could make up for the inadequacy of state education in their languages with private schools, this was not an option for the largely rural and impoverished Belarusians and Ukrainians. Jews could count on the financial and organizational help of their co-religionists, or co-ethnics, from Western Europe, and Germans on the financial and political support of the German nation-state. Both these options were closed to Poland's Belarusians and Ukrainians. Before the Soviet Union joined the international community of states in 1933, by becoming a member of the League of Nations, there was little contact between Soviet Belarus, Soviet Ukraine, and Poland. Afterward, a new policy of Russification commenced throughout the Soviet Union, hence Moscow was not interested in encouraging, let alone supporting bourgeois nationalist deviation among Poland's Belarusians and Ukrainians. In addition, the Ukrainian and Belarusian national cultures and languages were steeped in Cyrillic, so the Catholic or Polish, that is, Latin, alphabet of Polish, perceived as part and parcel of the increasingly imposed medium of education, indisposed Belarusian and Ruthenian students to the Polish language. Nonetheless, illiteracy among the Belarusian and Tutsi of Polska declined from 71% in 1921 to 48.4% in 1931, and among the Ruthenians of Volhynia from 68.6% to 47.8%. The statistics concealed, however, that this little success was mostly achieved by the imposition of literacy in Polish, Davies 1981, 418, Rothschild 1977, 44, Walker 1956, 129. Following the founding of the Polish nation-state, a system to control the norm of the Polish language was created, which eventually prevented the possibility of the emergence of different Polishes in the three partition zones, a development most dreaded by the leaders of the Polish national movement before 1918. In 1919, the Akademia Umiejętności, Academy of Sciences, based in Krakow was transformed into the Polska Akademia Umiejętności, PA. 604. Polish Academy of Sciences. It functioned as the National Academy of Sciences, although that did not mean that regional scientific societies were extinguished, they continued as usual. But in 1931, PAU began to cooperate with them more closely in order to coordinate the development of Polska Nauka, Polish Science and Humanities. In this manner, science modified by the national adjective Polish was made into an ideological pillar of Polish nationalism. The pillar's inner core was the Polish language. The 1920 Act on Higher Education Institutions, which guaranteed the monopoly of Polish in higher education, prevented the rise of higher education in minority languages. Before 1914, Polish was used as the medium of education only in the universities of Krakow and Lwów. The German occupation administration re-established the University of Warsaw, closed down in 1869, functioned as the Russian-language Imperial University of Warsaw between 1870 and 1915, then, after evacuation, for 2 years more in Rostov-on-Don, in 1915 with Polish as the language of instruction. In 1919, the University of Wilno, closed down in 1832, was re-established by the Polish nation-state. In the same year, the University of Poznan was founded. It was the first ever university in the former Prussian zone of partition. The following year, the Polish Catholic Church founded the Catholic University of Lublin to further the Polish national Catholic dimension of university education. The Free Polish University, Wolna Technika Polska, was founded in Warsaw in 1918–1919. In 1927, it opened a branch in Lodz, and Warsaw recognized it as a full-fledged university 2 years later. The 2 final volumes of Jan Karlowy's 8-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego, Dictionary of the Polish Language, Warsaw, appeared in 1919 and 1927. The first 6 volumes had been published between 1900 and 1915. It was the first multi-volume authoritative dictionary of Polish that did not succumb to the prop of translating Polish headwords into German or Russian, as Samuel Bogomil Linda had done in his 6-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego, 1807–1814, Warsaw. Despite repeated official requests by Galicia's Radyzkina, school council, to the since the mid-1880s, the AU had not wanted to propose its own internal orthography obligatory for all who wrote and published in Polish. On the other hand, Karlowicz and his collaborator Adam Krinsky championed orthographic rules different from those employed by the AU. Their weapon for propagating their own vision of Polish spelling was Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego. After the publication of the first volume in 1900, the AU had no choice but to hand the compilers the Linda Prize, and Galicia's Radyzkina recommended this dictionary for use in the Crownland's Polish language schools. The title page of the second volume, 1902, informed the reader about these 2 achievements. In this manner, Warsaw orthography infiltrated Galicia at the cost of the AU's Krakow orthography. The domination of Warsaw orthography became unstoppable after the founding of the Kingdom of Poland, 1916, in the occupied territory. 605. Of Russia's Vistula land. The speedily created Polish language educational system had no choice but to use Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego since the AU had never managed to produce its own authoritative multi-volume dictionary of Polish. In 1918, the Department of Philology at the University of Warsaw, led by Krinsky, produced Glon's Zasady Pisowni, the main principles of Polish orthography, in collaboration with the Language Commission. Neither POW nor any other academic center or publishing house attempted to compile a brand new, authoritative, multi-volume dictionary of Polish in interwar Poland. This was probably due to the more burning political concerns, such as integration of the disparate territories and populations from which interwar Poland had been made. On the other hand, the Polish economy was also in some difficulty, unlike that of Czechoslovakia. The Czech Academy of Sciences, which had been planning a new authoritative dictionary of the Czech language since 1911, managed to produce the first 4 volumes of 9-volume Pryrosy Slovnik Jazyka Iskiho, the reference dictionary of the Czech language, between 1935 and 1939. Due to the 1918 orthography reform, and the continuing disagreement with regard to Polish spelling, Karlowy's Słownik Języka Polskiego appeared somewhat dated. In the absence of any new authoritative dictionary of Polish that would reflect the interwar consensus on the shape of the Polish language, other lexicographic works, mainly multi-volume universal encyclopedias, became guidelines to Polish usage. In the interwar period, 3 encyclopedias of this kind were published. Stanisław Franciszek Michalski, 1881–1961, edited the ambitious Encyklopedia Powszechna Ultima Thule Universal Encyclopedia, Warsaw. The first 10 volumes, covering entries from A to T, appeared between 1927 and 1939. This project was terminated due to World War II, sharing the same fate as Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna Ilustrowana, Great Universal Encyclopedia with Illustrations, whose publication was also terminated in 1915 by the Great War. In the same year, when the first volume of Encyclopedia Powszechna Ultima Thule came off the press, the publication of Ilustrowana Encyklopedia Trzacki, Iwerta I Michalskiego, the illustrated encyclopedia of the publishing house of Trzacka, Ewert and Michalski, Warsaw, commenced. This work, edited by Stanisław Lam, 1891–1965, was completed in 1937 with 5 volumes of entries and a 1-volume supplement. The monopoly of Warsaw on the publication of authoritative dictionaries and encyclopedias was breached in 1929 when Wielka Ilustrowana Encyklopedia Powszechna, the Great Illustrated Universal Encyclopedia, began to appear in Krakow. By 1938, 18 volumes of entries and 4 volumes of supplements had been published. Also in Krakow, in 1927, Alexander Bruckner's Słownik Etymologiczny Języka Polskiego the Etymological Dictionary of the Polish Language, came off the press. Not only was it the first etymological dictionary of Polish, but of any Western Slavic language. Joseph Holub's Strukny Słownik Etymologiki Języka Słowiańskiego, the 606. Short Etymological Dictionary of the Czechoslovak Language, came off the press in Prague 6 years later. In the last 2 years before World War II, the effort was undertaken to publish a brand new multi-volume dictionary of Polish Słownik Języka Polskiego, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, 1938–1939, edited by Tadeusz Leszplawski, 1891–1965, but just a few fascicules came off the press, and this work, tainted in the eyes of the communist regime by its association with bourgeois Poland, was not continued after 1945, unlike the Czech Pryrosy Slovnik Jazyka Česko. Because the capital became the unrivaled center of publishing and culture in interwar Poland, the Warsaw orthography, employed in Karlowy's Słownik Języka Polskiego, won hands down. But disagreements and regional differences persisted. The unification of the Polish language had not yet been completed. Jan Low S., 1860–1928, one of the collaborators who contributed substantially to Karlowy's Słownik Polskich, Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, authored Zasady ortografii I Polskiej I Słownik ortograficzny według zasad Akademii Umiejętności, the Principles of Polish Orthography and the Orthographic Dictionary compiled in agreement with the principles of the Academy of Sciences, in line with the 1918 compromise presented in Glone Zasady Pisoni, the main principles of Polish orthography, 1918, Krakow. This work, later titled Pisonia Polska. Pierwsze, Słownik, Polish Orthography, The Principles and the Dictionary, Krakow, went through 8 editions in the 1920s. After Loes's death, Pow entrusted Kazimierz Nys with new editions. In 1931, Pow unilaterally introduced a small change in orthography, which Nys reflected in the 9th and 10th editions of Pisonia Polska. Pierwsze, Słownik, Krakow, 1932 and 1933. New negative opinions appeared in the press, and Witold Doroszewski, 1899–1976, from the University of Warsaw trashed the new orthography in a 1933 meeting of the Towarzystwo Naukowe Warszawskie, TWN, Warsaw Scientific Society. The pre-1918 conflict between Krakow and Warsaw orthographies was renewed. The intensity of the intellectual struggle was reflected in the title of Zenonkel Mencioizs, 1891–1969, article, Walka o Ortography, The Struggle Over Orthography, published in 1935–1936 in Język Polski. Doroszewski formalized his attack in Pisonia Polska w ostatnich wydaniach, Polish spelling in the latest editions of Pow's Polish Orthography, 1933, Warsaw. Immediately the question was politicized, and the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education withdrew its acceptance of the 9th and 10th editions of Nys's Pisonia Polska. Pierwsze, Słownik, with advice to use Loes's 8th, 1928, edition of this work. This decision pitted the ministry against Pow. Eager to regain some of its lost authority, Pow proposed in 1934 establishing of a common body to work out a compromise orthography. The following year, Pow's Komitet Ortograficzny, Orthographic Committee, was set up. The committee's first meeting decided against replacing Polish diagraph CZ, SZ, or RZ with Czech-style single letters C, S, and Z. The argument was that 607. Polish orthography had evolved since the 16th century, and any dramatic change of this kind would have limited readers' access to older texts. Likewise, it was decided not to make spelling follow the phonetic, etymological, or semantic principle. A compromise mixture of all these principles was to be employed in agreement with established usage. Members of the Orthographic Committee represented the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education, as well as scientific societies, universities, and organizations of publishers, and teachers and journalists from Krakow, Lwów, Poznan, Warsaw, and Wilno. The committee's specialized commissions had their seats in Krakow, Lwów, and Warsaw. Already at the beginning of the existence of the committee, a clash of egos took place between Nys and Zygmunt Temka, Nowakowski, who represented the Związek Dziennikarzy Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej, Union of Journalists AA of the Republic of Poland. Temka, Nowakowski, resigned from the committee's deliberations. Later, this event influenced the owner of most of the Krakow press, Marian Dabrowski, to stick to Pow's old Krakow orthography despite the AA Orthographic Committee's new compromise orthography of 1936. Clashes of various authorities in the committee became the order of day. Deliberations on compromise principles of Polish orthography would have lasted much longer, except that the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education decided to introduce new textbooks for public schools in the academic year 1936/1937. The option presented by the ministry to the committee was to complete working out the new rules by mid-1936 or to delay their introduction until 1945. Rather than wait an entire decade before seeing the results of their work in print, the committee had completed its rules by April 1936. Nys presented them in the 11th edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwsze, Słownik, 1936, Krakow. They were largely uncontested. Thus, the uneasy divide between Krakow and Warsaw orthographies came to an end. At the same time, the codification of Polish technical vocabulary was completed. In 1913, Karol, father, and Karol, son, Stadtmüller's extensive Technisches Wörterbuch / Słownik Techniczny, German-Polish Technical Dictionary, was published in Krakow. The two-volume Polish-German version of this dictionary appeared in 1936 in Poznan. The city was the center of Polish industry and technology, and the knowledge of German remained widespread in interwar Wielkopolska. Hence, it was the most suitable place for producing such a lexicographic work because most of the vocabulary were loan words borrowed directly from German. Besides recording them, Stadtmullers also proposed new counterparts derived from genetically Polish words, for instance, stange, pole or rod in German, stanga, Polonized German loan word, and dragaa, genetically Polish word, Dabrowska 2004, 66, Jodlowski 1979, 66-80, Interwar Poland was largely a rural state with the majority of the population deriving its livelihood from agriculture. Usually, such populations remain largely immobile unless unsaddled from their locality, and traditional social. 608. Status, by war or sweeping systemic change. A semblance of such a situation loomed in eastern Poland during the Polish-Soviet War. But Warsaw's victory prevented the revolution. As a result, most of the so-called Polish speakers continued to speak in their local dialects instead in Standard Polish. The same was true of the national minorities, which, despite Warsaw's Polonizing efforts, preserved their non-Polish languages and dialects. A reversal of the willing self-Polonization of Jews was visible in the drop in the percentage of those who declared their mother tongue as Polish from over 25% in the early 1920s to 10% a decade later. Hence, the speakers of Standard Polish were the intelligentsia, usually identified as graduates of higher education institutions. Between 1923/1924 and 1937/1938, the number of students in Poland's higher education institutions rose from 39,000 to 48,000. Many of them were not ethnic Poles and quite a few emigrated due to lack of suitable employment opportunities in Poland. It is estimated that the Polish intelligentsia numbered 70,000 in 1939. The passive knowledge of Standard Polish was furthered by books and journals. In the interwar period, about 6,200 book titles were produced annually. It was a 100% increase in comparison to the times before 1918, when about 3,000 Polish-language book titles had been published. The principles of the 1936 orthographic reform stood an even better chance of being propagated throughout Poland as book production in 1938 reached a record 8,700 titles with 29 million copies being published. Beginning in 1925, radio broadcasting began to develop in Poland. Before the outbreak of World War II, there were 1 million radios, but their owners lived mainly in cities, which reinforced the homogeneity of Standard Polish mainly among the intelligentsia and well-to-do urban dwellers without spreading the knowledge of the standard in the countryside, where the majority of the population resided. Hence, Standard Polish remained a minority spoken language of high prestige, with which it was endowed by the state and the intelligentsia. For the overwhelming majority of ethnic Poles, this language functioned as a potent national rallying symbol, but their knowledge of Standard Polish was predominantly passive. Bajorowa 2003, 21, 46, Bajankowska and Komorska 1990, 31, Horak 1961, 114, Karlik et al. 2002, 422. This overview of the interwar intertwining of Polish language and nationalism would not be complete without mentioning the phenomenon of Polonia. Polonia is the Latin name for Poland. In the last 3 decades of the 19th century and prior to the Great War, about 1.4 million presumably Polonophone, in reality dialect-speaking, peasants left the impoverished and overpopulated countryside of Galicia and Western Russia for the Americas and Western Europe. The two anti-Russian uprisings of 1830–1831 and 1863–1864, and further anti-Russian plots, resulted in waves of exiles to Siberia. Political refugees, intellectuals, and scholars, usually of noble or intelligentsia background, chose to settle in France or elsewhere in Western Europe. Business and career opportunities attracted many an aspiring Pole to Central and Eastern Russia and to 609 distant regions of Austria-Hungary as well. The Ruhr industrial basin, and Western Germany in general, became the magnet for 0.65 million Polanophone, including Kashubian, Masurian and Slonzokian-speaking workers from Germany's eastern provinces, which, especially in the last 3 decades of the 19th century, sent 0.6 million Slavophone emigrants to Northern America. 12th beginning of the 20th century, when there was still no Polish state, the Polish language press began to refer to this Polish diaspora as Polonia. On the one hand, this label fostered the desired unity of the Polish ethnic nation, while on the other, it functioned as an ersatz Polish nation-state, combining presumed Polish speakers and Polish language, culture, and politics into a single ideological entity. Ideological, political, and even military support for the Polish nation-state in statu nascendi streamed from the United States, where it was masterminded by Polonia, then headed by Paderewski. In the interwar period, Polonia remained a significant element of legitimization of Polish national statehood. In the early 1930s, the number of the members of Polonia was estimated between 6 and 10 million. Within Polonia, Polish minorities and Polish emigrant settlers were clearly distinguished. The minorities were perceived as part of the still unredeemed ethnographic territory rightfully belonging to the Polish nation-state, much in line with Nissa's 1920/1921 article published in Język Polski EE, which equated the true territorial extent of the Polish state with interwar Poland plus adjacent areas outside the Polish borders where Polish was believed to be spoken, according to Polish philologists. Hence, Polish minorities were conceived of as residing in all of Poland's neighboring states as well as in non-contiguous Latvia and Romania. They were estimated to number between 2.6 and 3 million. The highest estimates indicated 1.5 million Poles in the Soviet Union, mainly in Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine, 1.1 million in Germany, mainly in the plebiscite areas and in the Ruhr industrial basin, 0.25 million in Lithuania, 0.25 million in Czechoslovakia, in Tzin Silesia, Orava, and Spiš, 83,000 in Latvia and 57,000 in Romania, mainly in Bukovina and Bessarabia. Polish emigrant settlers numbered 700,000 to 800,000 elsewhere in Europe, including 37,000 in the Free City of Danzig, between 2.2 million and 5.6 million in Northern America, between 171,000 and 310,000 in Latin and Central America, and 6,000 in other continents. Emigrakcja 2006, Wyjechała Strowana Encyklopedia Powszechna 1931, 328 to 329, Wałęsek 2001, 529. World War II, Polish is a minority language once again. In the name of the policy of Polonization, Warsaw used administrative and legalistic measures in the 1920s. The 1930s, and especially the latter half of the decade, saw the use of illegal methods, which blatantly breached Polish law and Warsaw's international obligations. Poland, like the rest of Central Europe, 610. With the tentative exception of Czechoslovakia, was sliding into ethno-national authoritarianism. The clear signs were political refugees from Poland, the concentration camp for political oppositionists established in 1934 in Berezykardska, today, by Arozha in Belarus, the state-inspired destruction of Orthodox churches, and the persecution of Ukrainian and Belarusian leaders in the late 1930s. After the expiration of the Polish-German Geneva Convention on Upper Silesia, 1937, the use of German between state officials and citizens was prohibited. The political tension in German-Polish relations during the last months preceding the outbreak of World War II translated into the persecutions of the German minority in Poland and its Polish counterpart in Germany, including the firing of Germans from factories and mines and the practical liquidation of German minority schools. Berlin used similar measures on Germany's Polish minority. After German Anschluss, annexation, of Austria in March 1938, Paris and London wished to appease Berlin, and, together with Rome, signed the Munich Agreement in September. It required Czechoslovakia to give up all its borderland territories, the so-called Sudetenland, with German majorities. The annex to this agreement also obliged Czechoslovakia to settle the question of the Polish and Magyar minorities. Prague resigned itself to the pressure, and Warsaw immediately issued an ultimatum demanding cession of Ts in Silesia, Spiš, and Orava. Prague had no choice but to agree. The Poles of Ts in Silesia, known as the Zalyi, that is, the land beyond the Alz/Alza river, in the Polish political lexicon, welcomed Polish troops as enthusiastically as Austrians had welcomed the German armies entering Austria earlier that year. Because it contained most of the Ostrava-Karvina industrial basin, Ts in Silesia was a top priority for Warsaw. It was included in the Silesian voivodeship. At least 8,000 Czech civil servants and workers were sacked and Polish replaced Czech in all aspects of public life. The sheer aggressiveness of these measures sent a wave of 35,000 refugees from Ts in Silesia to Rump Czechoslovakia, Serafin 1996, 196 to 210. In March 1939, Germany annexed the western half of Czechoslovakia and turned it into the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Under German pressure, autonomous Slovakia declared its independence. Subcarpathian Ruthenia, having received autonomy, toyed with independence too, but Hungary soon annexed the region. This annexation generated much rejoicing in Budapest and Warsaw, for Hungary and Poland had regained a common border. The Kingdom of Hungary and Poland-Lithuania had had prior to the first partition of the latter polity in 1772. Poland's turn came in September 1939, however, when Germany and the Soviet Union partitioned this country. The western half of Poland, up to the Bug River, was occupied by Germany and its eastern half by the Soviet Union. Moscow granted the southern part of its occupation zone, south of the Pripet River, to Soviet Ukraine. The zone's northern half went to Soviet Belarus, except for the Vilnius region, transferred to Lithuania. 611. This dismayed Belarusian leaders, who, as their predecessors in 1918, hoped to establish the capital of United Belarus in Vilnius. The Lithuanians immediately shifted their capital from Kaunas to Vilnius, which the interwar Lithuanian constitution proclaimed the rightful capital of Lithuania, despite its incorporation into Poland. But their rejoicing did not last long. In July 1940, the Kremlin forced Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia to join the Soviet Union. In its occupation zone of Poland, Berlin reincorporated all the areas that had belonged to Germany before 1922, plus some adjacent territories. Wielkopolska gained the new name of Wartheland, derived from its main river, Warta, or Warth in German. The remaining section of Germany's territorial gains, largely coterminous with Western Galicia and the Vistula land, was turned into the strangely named, in that the name sounds more French than German, General Government, with its capital in Krakow. In National Socialist propaganda literature, the General Government was often referred to as the Wechselraum, which was the literal translation of the Tsarist designation Vistula land. The name Poland was thoroughly erased from maps and administrative usage. As a reward for the participation of Slovak troops in the German onslaught on Poland, Bratislava regained its sections of Spiš, and Orava, lost to Poland in the previous year, and gained the Polish sections of Spiš and Orava, as well. Whereupon, Slovak replaced Polish as official language and the medium of education. In the Polish territories directly incorporated into Germany, Polish was banned from all aspects of public life. Use of this language even in private was prohibited under the penalty of or a concentration camp. Place and street names were mostly replaced with their German counterparts used before 1918. The previously Polish schools were Germanized, and the University of Poznan, Posen in German, turned into a German Reichsuniversität, in 1941. The Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, 1939, which provided for the division of Central Europe between Germany and the Soviet Union, also entailed the exchange of populations, that is, ethnic Germans from Moscow's share to the Third Reich and of Belarusians and Ukrainians from Berlin's share to the Soviet Union. Ethnic Germans, numbering 193,000, from formerly Polish territories and from Lithuania under Soviet control were resettled mainly to the erstwhile Polish territories incorporated into Germany. And 239,000 more followed from all around Europe between 1939 and 1944. Room was made for the new arrivals by expelling ethnic Poles from the incorporated areas to the general government. From the former voivodeship of Pomerania alone, 750,000 ethnic Poles were expelled and 80,000 from the new German province of Upper Silesia. For the remaining Slavophone, Polish-speaking, or bilingual population, which had been holders of German citizenship prior to 1918, the Deutsche Volkslist, DVL, German National List, was established. Group 1 of the DVL were defined as indebitable Germans, Groups 2 and 3 Aces Wissenschaftengruppe, group between 612. Germandom and Polishdom, and Group 4 as renegades of German roots. The requirements of the war effort coaxed Berlin to grant German citizenship to those inscribed in Groups 2 and 3. The largest number, over 1.3 million persons, were inscribed onto the list in Upper Silesia. They were mostly Zlonziks whom Warsaw had previously attempted to Polonize, which had alienated them vis-a-vis the Polish nation-state. The Zwischtengruppe also embraced the more homogeneously Slavophone Zlonziks, of the Zalyi and Sias in Silesia. Unlike in the case of the Zlonziks, the German administration allowed the Slonziks to declare their own Slonzakian language, Ślązakisch, in order to distance this group from the Poles and Czechs. The predominantly bilingual, German-Slavic/Polish-speaking, Zlonzkas were seen as ethno-linguistically distant enough from the Polish nation, thus ready for swift Germanization. The top echelons of the Polish intelligentsia were killed, incarcerated in concentration camps, or expelled to the general government. As a result, the percentage of Germans, pre-war German citizens and DVL groups 1, 2, and 3, in Pomerania and Danzig grew to 74% in 1944, in the Wartheland, Wielkopolska, to 28%, and in the northern section of the pre-war voivodeship of Warsaw to 8%. No Belarusians, 150,000, or Ukrainians, 0.5 million, from Germany's share of Poland volunteered to be resettled in the Soviet Union. Actually, 20,000 Ukrainian refugees fled from the Soviet-occupied Polish territories to Germany's general government, where they made Krakow a significant center of Ukrainian national and cultural life. In 1940, Berlin agreed to the re-establishment of the autocephalous Ukrainian Orthodox Church abolished in the Soviet Union. German administration also began to use the ethnonym Ukrainer, Ukrainians, instead of the traditional Ruthenian, Ruthenians, in a clear departure from interwar Polish usage Rusini, Ruthenians. By late 1940, they had organized 910, mostly state-owned, elementary schools and 2 secondary schools. Ukrainian secondary school leavers also enjoyed the right of admission to German universities. At the same time, there were 7,210 Polish schools for 11 million Poles in the general government, but not a single Polish secondary school. Belarusian elementary schools, completely suppressed in Poland during the second half of the late 1930s, were revived in the few Belarusian-speaking areas of the general government. One Russian-language elementary school was founded in Warsaw, and a Guralian-language one in Zakopane. In the wake of Berlin's 1941 attack against the Soviet Union, the Russian-language school was liquidated and Belarusian-language schools disappeared, because the Belarusian language educational system was concentrated in the Reichskommissariat Ostland. Belarusian schools in the general government would unnecessarily have hindered the Germanization of the Bialystok region, previously part of wartime Soviet Belarus, incorporated directly into Germany. Schools for 2 million Jews were exclusively private and financed by Jewish self-governments. Languages of 613. Education in these schools were German, Hebrew, Polish, and Yiddish. The Jews were exterminated beginning in 1942, when the Endlösung, final solution, of the Jewish question began to be implemented. Baedeker 1943, XXXV, Balk 1996, 160, Davies 1981, 2, 446, Eberhard 2006, 58-59, Guntersward 1940, Jastrzebski 1995, Magoxy 1996, 620, 2002, 190, Prol 1942, 167-185, Skolwiesen EE 1941, Zibika 2002, 333, Wanatoas 1994, 181. In the Soviet zone of occupation, Russian replaced Polish as the official language, but Soviet nationalities policy, though increasingly tilted toward Russification since the early 1930s, allowed for the liberal use of minority languages, including Yiddish, in offices, education, and publications. Most Polish-language elementary and secondary schools were retained. For instance, there were 932 such schools and a Polish-language theater in Western Belarus incorporated from Poland. Even more significantly, the system of Belarusian language education was revived. From the official point of view, Belarusian and Ukrainian were official languages in Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine, respectively. In Lviv, Lvov in Russian, Lwów in Polish, the Polish University of Lwów was Ukrainized into Ivan Franko University. However, to dampen Ukrainian national aspirations, a group of Polish professors from Lviv were invited to lecture and do research in Moscow, whereas such treatment was not extended to their Ukrainian counterparts. The Naukov Towarzystwo imeni Shevchenko Society of Sciences, which had functioned as a Ukrainian Academy of Sciences in Austria's Galicia, and then interwar Poland, was abolished and incorporated into the Soviet Academy of Sciences. Belarusians were soon displeased as well when, in September 1940, the compulsory teaching of Belarusian in Lithuanian, Polish, Russian, and Yiddish language schools was replaced by Russian. In addition, the Polish University of Vilnius, which Belarusian leaders hoped would be Belarusified, was actually Lithuanized following the transfer of Vilnius to Lithuania. In all the Polish territories incorporated into the Soviet Union, place and street names were Russified, and simultaneously Belarusified and Ukrainized, or Lithuanized. Lithuanian-Polish relations had been extremely tense since the end of World War I. Both states established regular diplomatic links only in 1938, following Warsaw's ultimatum. Despite the fact that Vilnius was incorporated into Lithuania in the following year and elevated to the rank of the Lithuanian capital, the city remained overwhelmingly Polonophone or Yiddish-speaking. Not surprisingly, the concentrated attempt to re-Lithuanize Vilnius entailed suppression of Lithuania's Poles and their language, which was stronger there than in Belarus or Ukraine. The Lithuanian language replaced Polish even in Catholic churches. However, it took much longer before Lithuanians became the majority of Vilnius's population in the late 1980s. The Kremlin also put in order class and ethnic relations. Polish civil servants, even if of Belarusian or Ukrainian extraction, were persecuted. The Polish 614 elite was virtually annihilated when 15,000 Polish officers were murdered in Katyn, near Smolensk, Russia, in March 1940. Between 1939 and 1941, 700,000 Poles, out of 4,217,000 Ukrainians, out of 5,091,000 Belarusians, including Polshuks, out of 2,083,000 Jews, out of 1.25 million, and 20,000 Lithuanians and pre-war Russian emigrants were rounded up from the Soviet zone of occupation and transported to Siberia or Kazakhstan. They included civil servants, intelligentsia, POWs, kulaks, rich peasants, and bourgeois, middle class. Before Lithuania was turned into a Soviet republic, the agreed exchange of population between Kaunas and Moscow took place. Lithuanians, numbering 170,000, from Belarus left for Lithuania, and 100,000 Belarusians from Lithuania for Belarus, Bajarawa 2003, 14, Davies 1981, 2451, Eberhardt 2006, 59, Hrikak 2000, 218 to 220, Snyder 2003, 82, 92 to 93, Zibika 2002, 325 to 328, 331, 333, Vacher 1956, 160 to 161. In June 1941, Germany attacked the Soviet Union. German armies seized the Soviet republics of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. Ukraine, less Eastern Galicia, transferred to the general government, was made into the Reichskommissariat Ukraine, and their territories, less the Bialystok region incorporated into Germany, into the Reichskommissariat Ostland, reminiscent of the Land Ober-Ost of World War I. The enlarged General Gouvernement's territory was 142,000 square kilometers, including Eastern Galicia of 45,500 square kilometers. Although the eastern half of this German colony was inhabited mainly by Ukrainians, Poles accounted for 62% of the 18 million inhabitants. Ukrainians amounted to 37%, and the remaining 1% was comprised of Germans and Goralians, Goralan. Strangely, the general government was dubbed the National Socialist Propagandist European Gate to the East, or the bridge between West and East. In reality, together with the Reichskommissariaten, the general government constituted the buffer zone around the Third Reich. In the coming decades, in line with the Generalplan Ost, this area between the Vistula and the Dnieper was to be repopulated with German settlers and Germanized Slavs. German was made the official language of the general government, while Polish and Ukrainian became auxiliary languages, the latter mainly in eastern Galicia and the region of Chalm, Chelm. Only the place names of the most significant cities were Germanized, as also street names in the centers of these cities. More German-language place names of smaller towns appeared in Galicia, where they had been used during the Austro-Hungarian times. All the Polish-language universities, research centers, and secondary schools were closed down. In 1941, it was proclaimed that a German Copernicus University would be established on the basis of the Polish University of Krakow, but this plan was never realized. Some Polish and German scholars living in Krakow found employment in the Institut für Deutsche Ostarbeit, Institute of German Eastern Research, established in 1940. The entire administration down to the level of counties. 615. Kreis, Powiat, was entrusted to German civil servants. At the level of communes, small towns, and villages, local, that is, Polish or Ukrainian, officials were selected solely responsible to the German administration. The German police also recruited from among pre-war Polish policemen. Prior to carrying out the Endlösung, final solution, Jews were allowed self-government in administration and elementary education in their Wohnbezirk, residence areas, a bureaucratic euphemism for ghettos. Apart from a few official German newspapers, most of the rest were published in Polish and Ukrainian, including one Polish-language newspaper for Jews. The administration of the general government encouraged the national and political aspirations of Ukrainians, but suppressed Polish cultural and educational life. The Lemkos, whom Warsaw had deemed a separate ethnic group, were treated as a regional group of the Ukrainian nation. A similar group of mountainous people in the region of Zakopane was encouraged to redefine itself as separate from the Polish nation because of their specific dialect and transhumant economy. Their self-ethnonymies Goral, which became Goralan in German terminology. German sources estimated their number at 360,000 in the early 1940s. About 85,000, 24%, of them registered as members of the Goralan folk, or the Goralian nation. In Zakopane, the German administration provided for them one elementary school and one vocational school with Goralian, construed as a language separate from Polish, as the medium of instruction. Conveniently, a proposal of Goralian orthography had been published in Poland in 1938, Baedeker 1943, XXXVII, 32, 88-89, Davies 1981, 2453, Gunterswart 1941, 110-112, Pröll 1942, 16, 19, 40-45, 150, 183-185, Skolwiesen 1941, Ustalenie ortografii Podhalinskiaj 1938. The General Gouvernementsadministration and school system was also implemented in the Reichskommissariat in Ostland and Ukraine. Locals were employed in the police and at the lowest levels of administration. Berlin was appalled, however, by the Ukrainian initiative that led to the proclamation of the independent Ukrainian state in Lemberg, Lviv, on June 30, 1941. The Ukrainian leaders who issued this proclamation were arrested at the beginning of July. Despite this setback, the Ukrainian language press and education were revived, especially in the eastern half of the Reichskommissariat, where Russification had made significant inroads since the 1930s. Berlin could redirect the hatred of all things Soviet felt by most Ukrainians against the Soviet Union, but first in late 1941 and early 1942, it liquidated more than 700 Ukrainian national activists. The situation was similar in Belarus, where Belarusian leaders and the population at large hoped for a lenient German occupation, as had been the case during World War I in the Land Ober-Ost. On the one hand, the German administration encouraged Belarusian language education and culture, while on the other, Polish and Russian were used as auxiliary official languages in western and eastern Belarus respectively. Belarusian language elementary schools functioned. 616. Only in the 1942/1943 school year in eastern Belarus. In 1942, there were 3,500 Belarusian language elementary schools and 30 secondary schools, mainly in western Belarus. In March 1942, Berlin allowed the establishment of the first ever autocephalous Belarusian Orthodox Church and the Belarusian Exarchate of the Greek Catholic Church. A German plan to replace Cyrillic with the Latin script was opposed by the population, but the occupation authorities proceeded with the introduction of Latin script-based Belarusian to the educational system. An increase in Belarusian nationalism led to the decision not to admit non-Belarusians to Belarusian language schools. Later, Germans condoned the replacement of Polish civil servants by Belarusians. In 1943/1944, Germans formed Ukrainian military units and attempted to organize Belarusian ones too, in order to support German armies weakening under Soviet attack. Apart from the German-Soviet struggle, pro-Soviet, usually socialist, Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Polish guerrillas began to operate alongside anti-Soviet, usually nationalist, Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Belarusian national units, some, either socialist or national, with significant Jewish participation. Polish guerrillas clashed with their Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian counterparts, the former hoping for re-establishment of Poland in its interwar borders while the latter sought an independent Lithuania, Belarus, or Ukraine in their wartime borders. These conflicts led to low-intensity civil war in the Vilnius region and, more tragically, to mutual ethnic cleansing between Poles and Ukrainians in Volhynia during the autumn of 1943. In this region, where Poles constituted just 5 to 7% of the population, 60,000 to 100,000 Poles and 15,000 to 30,000 Ukrainians were massacred. In mid-1944, the Red Army advanced into the lands of interwar Poland and the Baltic republics. Swiftly, the Soviet republics of Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were re-established in their 1940 shape. By early 1945, the entire territory of interwar Poland was under Soviet control. In July 1944, Moscow created a puppet Polish government in Lublin, which was to ensure Soviet dominance in post-war Poland. With the armies of National Socialist Germany out of the equation, national guerrillas, especially Polish and Ukrainian, continued to fight against one another, and against their communist counterparts supported by Soviet troops. This low-scale warfare continued well into 1948. The remnants of anti-Soviet forces operated underground in Soviet Lithuania until 1949, Soviet Belarus until 1951, and in Soviet Ukraine until the mid-1950s. In Poland, after the 1947 communist takeover, anti-communist forces were completely suppressed by mid-1948, but individual anti-communist guerrillas were active until the late 1950s, GUT 2005, HRIKAK 2000, 228 to 231, 255 to 258, 279, Kyaupa ETAL 2002, 182, Losik 1943, PRAZ Mosca 2004, Zibika 2002, 340 to 348, 352 to 354, 370, Vokar 1956, 172, 180, 189. The sweeping border changes and large-scale population movements induced by fighting and decreed by the victors do not allow one to come up with 617 exact figures about losses of human lives. The estimates are 5.5 to 7 million for Ukraine, 2.2 to 2.7 million for Belarus, 2.5 million for Germany, 1.8 million for Russia, 0.7 million for Lithuania. In the past, estimates for Poland spoke about Poles who perished during the war, but now the statistics are more nuanced, and those who lost their lives are referred to as citizens of interwar Poland. Poland's population was 35 million in 1939. 7.5 million, 21.5%, of them perished, that is, 6 million at the hands of the National Socialist regime, and 1.5 million at the hands of the Soviet regime. 1/3 to half of the casualties were Jews. This statistic is complicated because the Third Reich placed the system of the extermination of European Jewry in the occupied territories of interwar Poland, in which the majority of the 4.7 to 5.5 million European Jews, who perished in the Holocaust, were killed. In the same genocidal manner, Berlin emptied the Third Reich, the territories of interwar Poland, and Western Czechoslovakia of Roma. The Porojmos or Samodardupan, Roma Holocaust, cost the lives of at least 0.5 million Roma. The unprecedented bloodbath of World War II was followed by accelerated nation-state building in Central and Eastern Europe under Moscow's control. The tenets of Soviet nationalities policy merged nicely with the Dmowskian vision of an ethnically homogeneous Polish nation-state. Polish communists were never tired of repeating, "Chcemy budowy państwo narodowe, a nie narodowość. We want to build an ethnically homogeneous nation-state, not a nationalities that is, multi-ethnic state," in Linek 1997, 14. This lessened the opposition of anti-communist forces to the new communist order, and indeed provided for cooperation between communists and the numerous supporters of Dmowski. The new wave of ethnic cleansing, condoned by Moscow and the Western Allies, was played out within the new borders forced on Poland at the Potsdam Conference, August 1945. Earlier, the Lublin Communists had formally ceded the eastern one-third of interwar Poland, 178,000 square kilometers, together with Vilnius and Lviv, to the Soviet Union. The Allies indemnified Poland with the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line, Deutsche Ostgebiet, except that the northern half of East Prussia was incorporated directly into Soviet Russia. Poland's gains of 101,000 square kilometers were quaintly dubbed the recovered territories, Ziemi Odzyskane. Polish propaganda strove to justify their incorporation, pointing to the fact that until the 13th century, the majority of inhabitants in these areas had been Slavic speakers. Baltic-speaking Prothenians of East Prussia were conveniently forgotten, because mentioning them would have justified transfer of this area to Lithuania, and not to Poland or Soviet Russia. The southern half of East Prussia, granted to Poland, largely overlapped with the 1920 plebiscite area in Warmia and Masuria. Post-war Poland's territory shrank from 390,000 square kilometers to 313,000 square kilometers. Only 54% of the interwar Polish territory passed into New Poland. The incorporated German territories accounted for one-third of the post-war Polish. 618. Territory. Between 1944 and 1946, the Polish-Soviet agreements provided for the exchange of population. 17,000 Lithuanians, 36,000 Belarusians, and 0.52 million Ukrainians left post-war Poland for the Soviet Union. Until 1949, in line with this exchange, quaintly known as repatriation in Polish communist propaganda, 177,000 Poles arrived in Poland from Soviet Lithuania, 274,000 from Soviet Belarus, 1.27 million from Soviet Ukraine, 33,000 Volhynian Czechs left for Czechoslovakia, and 270,000 from elsewhere in the Soviet Union. In 1947, 150,000 Ukrainians, mainly Lemkos, were rounded up in southeastern Poland and dispersed in the German territories incorporated into Poland. In late 1944 and the first half of 1945, around 3.5 million Germans were evacuated or escaped westward from the Deutsche Ostgebiet, and the Red Army rounded up 175,000 Germans and sent them to labor camps in the Soviet Union. In agreement with the decisions of the Potsdam Conference, 4.5 million Germans were expelled from Poland to the four occupation zones of Germany between 1945 and 1948. 300,000 Jews, who were citizens of pre-war Poland, survived the Holocaust. Those who found themselves in the Soviet Union were allowed to leave for Poland. By 1948, about 200,000 of them had left for the United States, Israel, or Argentina. Most of the remaining 65,000 to 100,000 moved to the German territories incorporated into Poland. They were followed by 2.2 million Polish settlers from central Poland, and 2.3 million Polish forced laborers, POWs, and concentration camp inmates, who returned to Poland from Germany and Western Europe. They came in the stead of Germans expelled from the Deutsche Ostgebiet granted to Poland. But the settlers, repatriates, and Jews, adding up to 4.6 million, were not enough to repopulate areas emptied of over 8 million Germans. It was decided, therefore, to retain the Slavophone and bilingual populations of Masuria, Mazurs, and of interwar Germany's section of Upper Silesia, Zlonziks, who were to undergo a process of national verification, Weryfikacja Narodowa. By late 1948, the positively verified numbered 88,000 German citizens in the former region and 0.85 million in the latter. The positively verified from other sections of the Deutsche Ostgebiet amounted to 79,000. They often spoke only German, but were positively verified thanks to their Slavic-sounding surnames. In the official language, they became known as autochthons, autochthoni, that is, the original, native population. This fortified Warsaw's claim to the Deutsche Ostgebiet, because the autochthons were the proof that Poles lived there before the Germans. A parallel process of national rehabilitation, Rehabilitacja Narodowa, was applied to interwar Polish citizens inscribed into groups 2, 3, and 4 of the DVL. The sobriquet of autochthons was applied to them as well, but less often. Between mid-1945 and late 1949, the share of ethnic Poles in post-war Poland's population grew from 82% to 97%. The official, hence not always reliable, decrease in the number of Germans was from 3.7 million. 619 to 200,000, of Ukrainians from 0.7 million to 200,000, and of Belarusians from 190,000 to 150,000. The remaining indebitable Germans, Nwati Pliwi a Niemcy, were various industrial and agricultural specialists, who, on Theoridus of Warsaw, were not allowed to leave Poland until 1956. Between 1956 and 1962, most left, thereby plunging the official number of Germans living in Poland to a mere 3,500 in 1971. The official policies of de-Germanization and re-Polonization directed at around 2 million positively verified and rehabilitated citizens left their children without any command of German. Ironically, the success of this Polonizing policy left this population second-class citizens, who appeared as crypto-Germans in the eyes of their neighbors. That is why, between 1951 and 1990, 1.34 million positively verified and rehabilitated citizens, together with their descendants, left for West Germany, where they were officially known as resettlers, Aussiedler. In this manner, Mazurs disappeared from Masuria, and the share of Ślązacs in the post-war voivodeship of Opoln, fell from over half of the population to one-third. This continual emigration caused German statisticians to estimate the size of Poland's German minority as between 0.5 million and 1.5 million. The numbers corresponded to pre-1945 German citizens and persons inscribed onto the DVL, together with their descendants. The overwhelming majority of those who had not attended German school before 1945, did not speak German, however. Between 1955 and 1959, ethnic Poles running to 0.26 million were repatriated from the Soviet Union to Poland. It was forbidden to mention the 1.38 million Poles, who remained in the Soviet Union, where they were made to accept Soviet citizenship and were gradually Russified. In addition, Israel's success in the Six Days War, 1967, incurred Moscow's wrath as the Soviet bloc supported the Arab cause. Warsaw translated this into the ethnic cleansing of Poland's remaining Jews. Between 1968 and 1972, 30,000 left Poland. Poland was thus made into an ethnically homogeneous nation-state. This fact was also reflected in the Catholic Church's statistics, which estimated the share of Catholics in post-war Poland's population at 93.4% in 1971 and 95.7% in 1987. The goal of Dmowskin and National Communists safely achieved, state-controlled minority associations of Belarusians, Czechs and Slovaks, Jews, Germans, Lithuanians, Roma, and Ukrainians were allowed to be established between 1950 and 1963, and HAVA continued to function to this day. Adamchuk and Zdaniewicz 1991, 50-51, Balk 1996, 188, Bajrowa 2003, 20, Berdichowska 1994, 7-13, Brunsteg 1993, 13, Davies 1981, 2489, Hrikak 2000, 264, Kaka and Stepka AA 1994, 8, Kenny E. Rick and Pukson. 1995, 150, Magoxi 2002, 189, 191, Mistel 1990, 308, Rogel 2000, 7, Sadova 1994, 227, 231, Zibika 2002, 363, 368, Tajbir 2001, 30, 35, Tijka 2004, 128 to 178, Zaremba 2001, 179, Zayas 1998, 54 to 55, Zbikowski 1997, 273. 620. The unprecedented monopoly of Polish in Communist Poland. The trauma of World War II, when Polish was relegated to the status of an auxiliary language on par with Ukrainian in the general government, was tremendous. German and Soviet occupiers cleansed libraries and bookshops of harmful books. The National Socialist administration liquidated any Polish-language publishing industry in the territories incorporated into Germany. The remaining publishing houses were dismantled, leaving just enough of these to bring out Polish-language newspapers and periodicals in the general government. All the official publications were closely controlled by German censorship. German replaced Polish in cinemas and radio broadcasting throughout the territories occupied by Germany. Actually, Poles and other non-Germans were forbidden to listen to the radio, and owning or listening to a radio was a crime. Underground publishers produced 1,075 Polish book titles between 1939 and 1945, quite a drop from the 8,700 titles in 1938 alone. The situation was ameliorated by émigré presses, which published around 15,000 book and periodical titles, mainly for Polish armed forces in Western Europe and the Soviet Union. Public libraries lost over 60% of their holdings, 15 million volumes, and the shift of the Polish territory 300 kilometers westward left behind numerous centers of Polish culture in the enlarged Soviet Union. In reaction to the National Socialist atrocities committed against the Polish nation, language, and culture, Warsaw implemented policies of de-Germanization and re-Polonization, in the course of which German libraries and publishing houses in the German territories incorporated into Poland were liquidated through pulping and burning. Not only public signs but even German inscriptions on graves and household utensils were chiseled out, painted over, or defaced. The Ministry of the Recovered Territories, MZO, Ministerstwo Ziem Odzyskanych, 1945–1948, established a special regime in the Polish section of the Deutsche Ostgebiet to accelerate their administrative and ethno-cultural integration with the rest of Poland. Polish philologists, including Nis, served diligently in the Commission on deciding on the appropriate form of place and geographical names, which Polonized place names throughout the incorporated German territories. German became a pariah language, like Germans themselves in post-war Poland. In order to ensure re-Polonization of the positively verified and rehabilitated Kaszubs, Mazurs, and Zlonziks, it was prohibited to teach German in schools in areas inhabited by them. Like place names, their surnames and first names were duly Polonized, as well. Minority language schools resurfaced in the school year 1953/1954, I give the numbers of elementary schools only, 136 German, 67 Belarusian, 33 Slovak, 7 Yiddish, 5 Lithuanian, and 1 Czech. After 1956, 5 Ukrainian elementary schools were established. In 1959/1960, the overall number of such schools had sunk to 5 German, 43 Belarusian, 25 Slovak, and 4 Yiddish. The number of 621 Lithuanian elementary schools grew by 3 to 8, but there was no Czech elementary school anymore. Also in 1959/1960, communist refugees who had arrived to Poland after the Civil War in Greece, 1946–1948, received 6 Greek and Macedonian language elementary schools. The number of students attending minority language elementary schools dropped from 6,712 in 1959/1960 to 3,559 in 1964/1965, and to 2,321 in 1969/1970. In the latter school year, only Belarusian, Lithuanian, Slovak, and Ukrainian language survived. The most students attended Belarusian schools, 1,353, and least Ukrainian, 177. Subsequent statistical yearbooks of Communist Poland no longer recorded data on minority languages schools and students. War losses and emigration diminished the number of the Polish intelligentsia, university graduates, by 1/3, from 60,000 to 40,000. The German destruction of Warsaw in 1944 deprived Poland of its most significant center of culture. However, the communist government of Lublin decided in January 1945 that Warsaw would remain the Polish capital and would be rebuilt. Every fourth Pole had been forced to leave his or her home during the war. The liquidation of Polish Jewry opened careers in small business to ethnic Poles. After the war, the communist government largely shunned pre-war elites and encouraged peasants and workers to the positions of power and management. Huge industrial projects attracted villagers to cities. An increasing number of women left homes, seeking gainful employment. State-sponsored literacy programs limited the number of illiterates to 3% by 1960. In 1956, finishing elementary school was made compulsory for everybody. These tremendous changes did away with pre-war social boundaries, leveled dialectal differences, and blurred the socio-linguistic boundary between the countryside and cities. As a result, for the first time in history, Standard Polish became the language of everyday communication for virtually all Poles. The teaching cadres of the Polish universities of Lviv and Vilnius re-established themselves in new universities in Wrocław, Breslau, and Torun. Already in 1944, a new pro-communist university was founded in Lublin as a counterweight to the Catholic University of Lublin. The Łódź branch of the Free Polish University was transformed into the University of Łódź in 1945. Later, universities were established in Katowice, 1968, and Szczecin, 1984. By the 1980s, there were 11 universities in Poland. This heavy investment in education was clearly visible in 1946 already, when there were 46 higher education institutions. The number of university graduates residing in post-war Poland increased from 40,000 in 1945 to 0.415 million in 1970. The liquidation of private industry and the stringent centralization of the state, which followed the Soviet model, hampered freedom of research and cultural production. POW was not allowed to commence its activities. Its assets, 622, were transferred to Warsaw and were used for founding the Polish Academy of Sciences, PAN, Polska Akademia Nauk, in 1951. Between 1947 and 1951, the autonomy of universities was limited and their research goals brought in line with the needs of the communist government. Book production grew from a meager 29 titles in 1944 to 1,078 in 1945, 4,611 in 1950, 6,879 in 1960, and 10,038 in 1978. But it surpassed the production level of 1938 only in 1965. At that point, book production, like the rest of the increasingly inefficient, centrally planned economy, stalled. It climbed to 11,919 titles in 1980, but then vacillated between 9,000 and 10,000 titles throughout the 1980s, though gigantic runs of copies, adding to 200 million and more per annum, dwarfed those from the interwar period. Culture and education were ideologized, homogenized, and centralized under the supervision of Warsaw, which had regained its status as Poland's center of power and culture by 1949. The watershed was 1961, when religious instruction was finally removed from schools. The novel mass media of radio and television homogenized the spoken language of Poland's population to an unprecedented degree. Radios were scarce after the war. In the 1960s, 2/3 of Polish households had radios. Television broadcasting commenced in Poland in 1956. In the 1970s, half the households enjoyed television sets. In the 1980s, almost each Polish family boasted its own radio and television set. Bajorowa 2003, 20-25, 33, 35-39, 47-48, Bajankowska and Komorska 1990, 33-35, 38, 47, Roznik Statistyczny 1955-1956, 220, Roznik Statistyczny 1960-1960, 335, Roznik Statistyczny 1965-1965, 404, 1970, 412. The elevated status of Polish as the sole official language in Poland was confirmed by President Bolesław Bierutz, 1892-1956, Decree of November 30, 1945 on State Language and the Language of Administration of Governmental and Self-Governmental Administrations. This decree instilled Polish as the state language and annulled all interwar language regulations. As a result, the possibility of using minority languages for communication between citizens and state or self-governmental offices ended. The post-war Communist Constitution was promulgated in 1952. It replaced the state's interwar name of the Republic of Poland, with the People's Republic of Poland. None of its articles pertain to state language, minority languages, or minorities. But Article 67.2 prohibited discrimination on grounds of nationality, confession, race, origin, or social class. Article 81.1 ensured equality before law, irrespective of nationality, race, or confession, and Article 81.2 prohibited propagation of nationality, race, or confession-inspired hatred. Like many other regulations in Communist Poland, these were empty promises, as visible from the virtual suppression of minority language education. In the framework of the Cold War struggle, minorities were a detail not taken into consideration. What seized the hearts and minds of the population at large were anti-communist demonstrations, which endangered the monopoly of power of the Communist Party in 1956, 1970, 623, 1976, and 1980 to 1981. In the Soviet bloc, the Polish Catholic Church was the only one that was not suppressed. Therefore, after de-Stalinization in 1956, it created a sphere of freedom for anti-communist opposition that was not available in other Soviet satellites. The 1978 election of Krakow Archbishop Karol Wojtyła, 1920–2005, as Pope John Paul II consolidated the Polish nation and boosted its morale. From then on, Polish was regularly heard in the Vatican. Earlier, during World War II and after, Polish émigré political, cultural, and educational centers had been founded in London and Paris. Their influence on Communist Poland was limited until 1952, when the Radio Free Europe began to broadcast to Poland. In the 1980s, 1/4 of Poland's population listened to this radio station, in spite of state-organized jamming. The Pope's international influence and his pilgrimages to Poland helped open up the country to democratic and anti-communist influences from abroad, so crucial to bringing an end to the communist system in Poland in 1989. Another boost to the anti-communist opposition, and to the role of the Polish language in the world, arrived in the form of the 1980 Nobel Prize for Czesław Miłosz, Bajorowa 2003, 45, Berdichowska 1994, 104. The legally guaranteed monopoly of the Polish language in post-war Poland, the heavy use of this language for the task of de-Germanization of the incorporated German territories and for the re-Polonization of the positively verified and rehabilitated, along with the spread of Polish language literacy in order to ensure that communist propaganda reached each citizen, bred authoritarian views on what course language policy should follow. In 1947, the discussion was all the rage in the most influential periodical devoted to the Polish language, Język Polski. The lawyer Jerzy Land, 1886–1954, famously proposed that norms established by linguists and the government should be imposed on all users of the Polish language, under penalties enforced by schools, editors, and even law courts. This was not far removed from the penalties applied to those autochthons who persisted in speaking German. They were fined, lost their houses and apartments, were sacked from factories, or even were thrown into a special forced labor camp for linguistic offenders in Głowice. To Land's dictum, Kulmenciołowicz replied that linguists should teach, not enforce. Kulmenciołowicz represented the general view of the Krakow School of Polish linguists, who leaned toward descriptivism in language use. Perhaps due to this stance, no authoritative dictionary of the Polish language was ever compiled and published in Krakow. The Warsaw School of Linguists begged to disagree. Their prescriptivist urge led to the publication of Stanislaw Zober's, 1879–1938, Słownik Ortopiczny, the Dictionary of Correct Writing, 1937, Warsaw. The second edition came off the press in 1958, also in Warsaw. Meanwhile, Stanisław Śląski's, 1879–1959, Słownik Polskich Językowych Eee, The Dictionary of Polish Linguistic Errors, Warsaw, appeared in 1947. Kraków was perceived as the seat of anti-communist reaction and the communist. 624. Authorities did not allow it to regain its pre-war status as a Polish cultural center equal to Warsaw. They encouraged Warsaw in this role. Prescriptivism 1. The Kraków-based Towarzystwo Miłosnego Języka Polskiego, Society of the Lovers of the Polish Language, founded in 1921, and Polskie Towarzystwo Językoznawcze, Polish Society of Linguistics, were sidelined in favor of the capital, because the authorities prohibited the re-establishment of PEL. The Warsaw-based PAN founded its Komisja Kultury Języka, Commission for Language Politics, in 1954. The influence of the Kraków periodical Język Polski faded in confrontation with Doroszewski's Warsaw-based bi-monthly Poradnik Językowy, Language Guide, established in 1901 in Kraków, and moved to the capital in 1932. The ground for establishing the final prescriptive norm of the Polish language was prepared by the 1951 reprint of Linda's authoritative dictionary and the 1952–1953 reprint of Karlowy's authoritative dictionary. Both reprints were published in Warsaw. PAN's newly founded Commission for Language Politics was entrusted with the preparation of the 12th edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierzapisy, Śląsk. Basically, the book was to repeat the decisions of the 1936 language reform which, paradoxically, had spread among users during the war when the German administration of the general government employed these new rules in its Polish language publications. However, a simple reprint of the 1936 edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierzapisy Śląsk was not possible. First, expressions and examples used in this book had to be cleansed of those deemed anti-communist or pro-bourgeois. Second, new examples had to be grounded in the approved Polish national tradition. Third, usages introduced in the course of the Polonization of place and geographic names in Poland's share of the Deutsche Ostgebiet, by the Commission on deciding on the appropriate form of place and geographical names and formally published in the Governmental Gazette in 1946 and 1947, had to be followed, as the Commission's head, Witold Tasicki, 1898–1979, insisted. In 1956, PAN's Committee of Linguistics officially approved the changes proposed by the Commission for Language Politics. Although in 1956, there was not much public discussion, as in the cases of the 1918 and 1936 language reforms, a modicum of compromise was necessary for preserving the unity of language use, even in the context of communist totalitarianism. Kulmencios, a representative of the Kraków school, was entrusted with editing the 1956 edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierzapisy, Śląsk. Quite symbolically, the book was published in Wrocław, that is, in one of the most important cities in the recovered territories. This fact emphasized not only the political but also the cultural and national incorporation of the Deutsche Ostgebiet into post-war Poland, in line with the official propaganda, which termed this incorporation the return of the lands to the motherland, Powrót do Macy Erzy. Equally significant was the publishing of Pisonia Polska. 625. Pierzapisy Śląsk by the Zakład Narodowy im. Osolinskich, National Library and Publishing House of the family Osolinski. The Zakład, also known as the Ossolineum, had published the second edition of Linda's dictionary in the mid-19th century. It was located in Lviv, Lwów, which became part of Soviet Ukraine. In 1947, the Kremlin agreed to the repatriation of the Zakład's library holdings and assets to Wrocław. 6 years later, PAN took control over it. These overtures aside, beginning in 1967 the popular mass editions of Pisonia Polska, Pierzapisy, Slownizek, now titled Slonik Ortograficzny I Praidla Pisoni Polskiej, the Orthographic Dictionary and the Principles of Polish Orthography, passed into the editorship of Tasicki, a representative of the Warsaw School. The Krakow School was represented by a second editor, Stanisław Jodlowski, 1902–1979. But he was more of an outsider, originally from Lwów, who had contributed to the 1936 language reform. The masterstroke, sealing the domination of the Warsaw School, was delivered by Doroszewski. Between 1958 and 1969, he edited the 10 volumes and 1 supplement volume of the brand new, authoritative Słownik Języka Polskiego II, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, Warsaw. It covered words used between the mid-18th and the mid-20th centuries, that is, the period when the standard Polish language was worked out. Almost at the same time, the post-war authoritative dictionaries of Czech, Magyar, and Slovak were published, namely, Bohuslav Havranek's 4-volume Slovnik Spisovního Jazyka Iskiho, the Dictionary of the Written Czech Language, 1957–1971, Prague, Kazabarchi and Laszlo Orzaka's 7-volume A Magyarny Leferdalmez Zodara, the Explanatory Dictionary of the Magyar Language, 1959–1962, Budapest, and Stefan Pichier's 6-volume Slovnik Slovenského Jazyka, the Dictionary of the Slovak Language, 1959–1968, Bratislava. Pichier's dictionary was unique in this respect that it was the first ever authoritative, multi-volume dictionary of Slovak. Interestingly, in the 2 other member states of the Soviet bloc, namely, Bulgaria and Romania, authoritative dictionaries of Bulgarian and Romanian appeared as well, the 3-volume Rechnik na Svermanen Bulgarski Ezik, the Dictionary of the Contemporary Bulgarian Language, 1955–1959, Sofia, and the 4-volume Dicționarul Limbii Romane Literaire Contemporaine, the Dictionary of the Contemporary Literary Romanian Language, 1955–1957, Bucharest. The fact that the publication of all these dictionaries commenced between 1955 and 1959 may mean that the Kremlin coordinated these lexicographic efforts in order to imprint the correct meaning on the words included in the works. This, along with the expunging of bourgeois words, was of crucial importance for the needs of Soviet propaganda and the ideology of communism. Doroszewski's dictionary was too extensive for the average user. So there followed on volume Mały Słownik Języka Polskiego II, the Small Dictionary of the Polish Language, 1968, Warsaw, edited by Stanisław Skorupka, 1906–1988, and others, and the tellingly titled Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny, the Dictionary. 626. Of Correct Polish, 1973, Warsaw, edited by Doroszewski and Halina Krakowska, 1922–1983. But with the rapid growth of the number of persons with university education, the 1-volume dictionaries did not satisfy them, while the multi-volume one was too extensive. Between 1978 and 1981, Mieczysław Zimzak's, 1927–1985, 3-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, Warsaw, was published and remained the standard reference for the general educated user until the beginning of the 21st century. Interestingly, in 1977, the first serious attempt at codifying pronunciation of standard Polish came with Słownik Wymowy Polskiego, the Dictionary of Polish Pronunciation, Warsaw, edited by Mieczysław Kara S., 1924–1977, and Maria Majjowa. The 1986 reprint of the 1861 Słownik Języka Polskiego, so-called Vilnius Dictionary, did not contribute to a new codification of Polish, but importantly defied the previously observed informal ban on public mentioning and promotion of significant Polish cultural achievements, which had originated on the Eastern Territories, incorporated to the Soviet Union after 1945. For instance, although the project of Nis and Kara S's Mały Atlas Gwar Polskich, the small atlas of the Polish dialects, 13 fascicles, 1959 to 1970, Wrocław, was conceived in 1939. The atlas's geographical scope was limited to post-war Poland's borders. The Polish minorities in the Western republics of the Soviet Union remained a public taboo in Poland until 1989. A covert breach of this taboo came in 1977, when the publication of Jerzy Ryken, 1929, Kara S. and Urbanchik Słownik Gwar Polskich, Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, Wrocław and Krakow, commenced. The work, intended to improve on Karlowis's monumental Słownik Gwar Polskich Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, 1900 to 1911, Krakow, was designed to gather all dialectal words seen as Polish, which were used during the 19th and 20th centuries in the broad area delineated by Poland's current western border and the eastern frontier of former Poland-Lithuania. Understandably, the communist authorities did not lavish this politically incorrect dictionary with necessary resources. Hence, a mere 3 volumes, out of the planned 30, were published before the fall of communism. Until 2006, 4 further volumes came off the press, which is not a significant improvement either. Apparently, in today's Poland, there is no political need for proving the Polishness of the eastern lands of interwar Poland, which now constitute part of post-communist Belarus, Lithuania, and Ukraine. Hence, it came as no surprise that Karol Dehna's, 1911 to 2004, Atlas Gwar Polskich, Atlas of the Polish Dialects, 1998 to 2002, Warsaw, limited itself to the territory of post-war Poland, despite the fact that it was published well after the fall of communism. Cienkowski 1983, 347, Gajda 2001, 58 to 59, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 30, 230, Jodlowski 1979, 139, 142 to 143, Linek 2001, 98. The effort to replace Bruckner's old-fashioned etymological dictionary of 1927 faltered. Between 1952 and 1982, Francis X. Losky, 1916 to 2001, edited 25 fascicles, adding up to 5 volumes, of Słownik etymologiczny języka. 627. Polskiego, the etymological dictionary of the Polish language, Krakow, but it had covered only half the selected words through the letter L parallelly. Wacław Machek's 1-volume Etymologiki Słownik Języka Iskiego i Słowenskiego, the etymological dictionary of the Czech and Slovak languages, Prague, was published in 1957, and Bankoláron's modern 4-volume A Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Etymologiai Zodora, the historical etymological dictionary of the Magyar language, Budapest, with the introduction conveniently in Magyar and German, between 1967 and 1976. No historical dictionary of the Polish language was attempted before 1945, while Gabor Sarva's and Zsigmond Simonyi's 3-volume Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zótár, the historical dictionary of the Magyar language, Budapest, was published between 1890 and 1893, and Jan Gabauer's incomplete Słownik Staroczewski, the Old Czech Dictionary, Prague, between 1903 and 1913. The situation changed after World War II. In 1953, Stanislaw Urbanchik, 1909 to 2001, commenced the publication of the multi-volume Słownik Staropolski, the Old Polish Dictionary, Warsaw, which covers Polish vocabulary until 1500, and in 1966, Maria Renata Majnauer, 1910 to 1988, saw through the publication of the first volume of Słownik Języka Polskiego XVI wieku, the dictionary of the 16th century Polish language, Wrocław. The former dictionary was completed in 2002, and the latter reached the letter P in 2005. During almost half a century of communist rule in Poland, only a single universal encyclopedia was published, the 13-volume Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna, the Great Universal Encyclopedia, 1962 to 1970. This stood in stark contrast to the interwar period, when in the span of 2 decades, 3 encyclopedias of this kind appeared. However, in communist states, where censorship required ideological unity and correctness, and where there were no private publishers, no more than one universal encyclopedia was allowed, or expected. Similarly, in the communist period only singular universal encyclopedias were published in Czechoslovakia and Hungary, namely, the 6-volume Malá Československá Encyclopedia, the small Czechoslovak Encyclopedia, 1984–1987, Prague, and the 7-volume UJ Magyar Lexicon, the New Magyar Lexicon, 1961–1989, Budapest. In Poland, Wielka Encyclopedia Powszechna became the basis for the compilation of the 4-volume Encyclopedia Powszechna, the Universal Encyclopedia, 1973–1977, Warsaw, and the 1-volume Encyclopedia Popularna, the Popular Encyclopedia, 1982, Warsaw, which were reissued in slightly updated editions until the end of communism. The ideologization of language and the centralized control of information was so heavy in the communist period that the unexpected 1961 proposal of another language reform sent ripples of intense controversy through the academic community and among the Communist Party's top echelons. Arguments for further changes were reasonable enough so that PEN accepted them, and the new 13th edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy Slownazek was prepared for 628. Publication in 1963. Doroszewski opposed the change because the first half of his pet project, Słownik Języka Polskiego, would be in the 1956 spelling and the latter in a 1963 orthography. The same argument was forwarded by the editorial committee of Wielka Encyclopedia Powszechna. The new language reform would require producing new textbooks as well. Eventually, the Ministry of Education decided not to introduce any changes in Polish orthography, and the entire run of the 13th edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy Slownazek was pulped. An opposition, similar to that to any drastic change in the stabilized form and functions of the Polish language, stalled in their tracks the 1974 and 1977 governmental attempts at further Polonization of 2 un-Polish-sounding place names in the region of Lublin and in southeastern Poland, respectively. In the former area, many place names were perceived as Ukrainian and in the latter as Lemkian. Most of the changes that were introduced in southeastern Poland anyway, were revoked in the early 1980s. The few post-1974 changes in the region of Lublin and the earlier ones in southeastern Poland, however, have not been overturned to this day. But it seems that the sternest form of the Polonization of place names was reserved for Belarusian ones in the region of Białystok. Such Polonizing changes were implemented gradually, despite the pronounced opposition of Poland's Belarusian minority, at least until 2004. The idea of the never-ending ethnic homogenization of the Polish nation-state remained alive in the 1970s and 1980s, but it became increasingly impractical. First, national minorities accounted for a mere 2.6% of Poland's population. Second, practically all the members of these minorities spoke Polish, while a drastically increasing number of them lost, or did not acquire command of, their own national languages. This is not surprising, since minority language education for all practical reasons ceased functioning at the end of the 1960s. Because the languages of Belarusian and Ukrainian are genetically close to Polish, this phenomenon of language loss became most pronounced among Poland's Germans. The vast majority of those who were born during and after World War II did not speak or understand German. On the other hand, a bit of dialectal coloring may make the Polish of Poland's Belarusians and Ukrainians without an in-depth command of their national languages appear Belarusian or Ukrainian, at least to Poles. Bajorowa 2003, 27, Janois 2004, Jodlowski 1979, 144–149. The national communist monolith cracks, from the end of communism to Poland's accession to the European Union. The force of anti-communist feeling became apparent to the Communist Party in 1980 to 1981, when 10 million adults, from a Polish population of 35 million, joined the independent trade union Solidarity, Solidarno SC. It was the first ever 629 non-communist and grassroots legal worker organization in communist Poland. The imposition of martial law in late 1981 and the simultaneous suppression of Solidarity were followed by a deepening economic crisis. It was caused by the inefficient, centrally planned economy geared to the needs of heavy industry, which catered to the military, not the average consumer. The population at large, steeled in its opposition to the communist system, turned for uncensored information and literature to the samizdat.book market. In Poland, this market was much larger than its counterparts in other Soviet satellites. For instance, in 1983, 600 Polish samizdat titles were published, and the number increased throughout the 1980s, especially just prior to the collapse of communism, when the authorities largely stopped deterring the illegal import of Polish-language émigré publications. The production of samizdat publishers reached almost 10% of the output of the state publishing houses. Obviously, runs of samizdat publications of several hundred to 1,000 copies paled against the runs of 50,000 to 100,000 copies turned out by the state publishing industry, however. Paradoxically, the production bottleneck, which both state and samizdat publishers suffered, was limited access to paper. In communist states, paper was, first, a strategic good, and tight control over it allowed the authorities to further propaganda and censor inappropriate views. Second, the chronic inefficiency of communist economy also entailed systemic inability to produce enough paper, even for officially approved publications. In the latter half of the 1980s, videos and satellite television dishes and tuners began to be smuggled into Poland from Western Europe, at quite a cost, as the average monthly Polish salary exchanged on the black market did not amount to more than $7 to $10. Banks posted much more favorable official exchange rates, but did not exchange Polish złoty into any convertible currency. Another obstacle was the SECOM system of broadcasting used in the Soviet bloc. Satellite television was broadcast in the PAL system, which necessitated purchasing PAL television sets from the West. However, the drab realities of life in communist Poland and the ritualized mendacity of official propaganda were incentive enough to acquire access to Western satellite television, video films, and musical programs smuggled from the West. Another factor was the fact that the passport valid for travel to Western Europe was an extremely restricted good. One was not allowed to keep even regular passports for other Soviet bloc states at home. After returning from abroad, one had to immediately return them to a militia station. Satellite television and videos let one travel to the better world beyond the Iron Curtain. At the same time, the operation of samizdat publishers was greatly facilitated by the arrival of photocopiers and personal computers. These products were imported to Poland with help of one's family members living in the West, or of Western organizations that supported the anti-communist underground. Bajorowa 2003, 43. 630. The fall of communism, the breakup of the Soviet bloc, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the collapse of the Soviet Union were unexpected by most. Majority foresaw that these happy events would not take place in their lifetimes. In Poland, changes followed at a fast pace. In mid-1989, the first partially free parliamentary elections took place. In January 1990, the free market economy supplanted its centrally planned counterpart. Passports were issued to everybody who wanted this document and one was allowed to keep it at home. Disgust with the communist system and with one's position as a second-class citizen was so tremendous that between 1988 and 1992, 582,000 Aussiedlers, mostly Zlonojks, streamed from Poland to Germany. They were joined by tens of thousands of ethnic Poles who emigrated to the West as well, not sure if communism would not return to Poland, and wary that the post-communist changes might not bring them a better life anytime soon. The tremendous dimension of changes is best indicated by the fact that by 1993, all three of Poland's previous neighboring states, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, and the Soviet Union, had disappeared and were replaced with 7 new ones: Belarus, the Czech Republic, Germany, Lithuania, Slovakia, Russia, and Ukraine. Most surprising was the fact that this outcome did not entail a single war, a political feat unthinkable after World War I. In 1991, the Warsaw Pact and the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, Comecon, the institutions through which Moscow controlled the Soviet bloc, were dissolved. The success of democratization and the privatization of the economy was rewarded in 1993 with Poland's membership in the Council of Europe. In 1999, Poland also joined NATO, along with the Czech Republic and Hungary. 6 years later, Poland, as one of 10 states, acceded the European Union. This marked the end of the transition period from communism to democracy for the Central European nation-states of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, for the post-Soviet nation-states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and for the post-Yugoslav nation-state of Slovenia, Rogel 2007. In 1989, around 15% of 18-year-olds entered institutions of higher education. The number of people with university education, 2.66 million, surpassed the mark of 7% in the Polish population. In 1966, half of Poland's inhabitants lived in cities and the share increased to 60% in 1989. Industrialization entailed lowering the share of the workforce employed in agriculture to 1/4. Between 1989 and 2004, new state universities were founded in Zielonogora, Pol, Olsztyn, and Radoso, and more than 100 private higher education institutions were established. More than half of the 18-year-olds now undertake university-level education, which brings Poland closer to the Western standard of 1/4 to 1/3 graduates of higher education institutions in society. In 2002, 10.2% of Polish citizens had graduated from universities. Between 1988 and 2002, the share of the population that had finished only elementary school dropped from 38.8% to 631. 28.2%. The 2 decades after the fall of communism was also the period during which almost each Polish citizen became a member of the classic intelligentsia. Hence, this 19th-century sobriquet no longer means much and did not stop the growing stratification of society along income lines. Gajda 2001, 37, 39, Struktura Społeczna Ludności 2005. Despite this stratification, high economic growth made videos and DVD players, satellite and cable television, personal computers and access to the internet widespread, especially in urban households. In 1997, the number of published book titles climbed to 16,000, and today it is close to 20,000. Each Polish citizen is constantly immersed in standard Polish, which all the time reaches him or her via the numerous mass media. This has leveled the remaining dialectal differences and, paradoxically, triggered interest in dialectal and regional cultures. Poland was open to the world, and its system of political, economic, and militarily alliances voluntarily switched from east to west. The compulsory teaching of Russian, enforced during communist times from elementary school to university, brought hardly any widespread knowledge of this language to the population at large because they were not allowed to visit the Soviet Union, which deprived the learners of this language of the crucial factor of motivation. In addition, Polish anti-communism was strongly bound up with opposition to all things Russian and Soviet. On the other hand, because Polish censors allowed publication of translations of books by Western authors who were scoffed at by Soviet censors, numerous Belarusian, Russian and Ukrainian intellectuals taught themselves Polish in order to access Western culture through these Polish translations. During the communist period, Western languages, mainly English, German, and French, were offered almost exclusively in secondary schools. In elementary schools, Russian was the only choice. Today, the foreign language most widely taught and earned in Poland is English. A distant second in the rankings is German, Although the anti-German feeling cultivated by propaganda in communist Poland, before 1989, this language was not permitted to be taught in the areas inhabited by autochthons, long may death average Pole as averse to acquiring German as Russian. Lavishly supported by Paris and encouraged by some intellectuals brought up in the myth of French as the world language, French remains a minority pursuit, almost on par with Spanish and Italian. The supremacy of English in Central Europe has been fortified by the fact that Czechs, Magyars, Poles, and Slovaks do not generally learn the languages of their neighbors and usually do not understand them, with the exception the Czechs and Slovaks whose languages are virtually mutually comprehensible. After the 2004 accession of the Central European states to the European Union, this tendency came as a surprise to the delegates of the EU's Old 15 in Brussels. Prior to 1945, German dominated in this region as the language of international communication. Now, Central European officers in the EU's structures contribute 632 to the dominance of English in the Union. On the other hand, there is the EU rule that says that the official languages of member states are the EU's official languages as well. This means that, after the 2004 enlargement of the EU, Polish, Czech, Magyar, and Slovak all officially became languages of international communication. This change did not translate into a growing number of learners of these Central European languages across the Union, but the presence of these languages is felt throughout the EU's structures. Bajrowa 2003, 44, Ryabchuk 2002, 191. Since English is the lingua franca of global commerce and technology, Anglicisms have streamed into Polish, and also into Czech, Magyar, and Slovak, much to the dismay of purists and ethnic nationalists. The backlash came in 1999 when the Sejm passed the Act on the Polish language, emulating the French example of a similar act adopted in 1994, aimed against Anglicization of the French language. The Polish Act introduces the monopoly of Polish as the language of commerce, law, and any public activity on the territory of Poland. This regulation applies to labels on goods, advertisements, commercials, instructions, warranties, bills, contracts, shop names, and the like. However, the sweeping range of this act in the context of the dynamic economic, political, cultural, and social development of post-communist Poland made it a dead letter. Its restrictive provisions are observed in the breach and the courts do not enforce it. The act elevated the Rada Języka Polskiego, Council of the Polish Language, established in 1997 by Penn, to the position of the watchdog of the correctness and purity of the Polish language. Obviously, the Council has at its disposal no means of enforcing its normative views, or the Act's other provisions, on users of Polish. The Council and philologists make their views on the state and needs of the Polish language known at the biannual Congresses of the Culture, that is, language politics, of the Polish language. Yet, foreign companies do not Polonize their foreign logos and do not switch the language of their international administration to Polish. Polish companies know that a foreign-sounding name on the label makes it easier to market a product. Neither Polish nor foreign companies shy away from using foreign words, sentences, and texts in commercials and advertisements. The multilingual reality is a fact that cannot be reversed without succumbing to authoritarian methods that are not available in a democracy. The problem is that, during communist times, many Polish philologists were educated in the ethos of Polish being a beleaguered language. The fate of this language was presented as identical to that of the Polish nation. This gave rise to a popular simile, in the framework of which the Polish language is personified. Hence there is nothing strange in Polish about the proposition that this language had to fight for survival in the partition period and during World War II. Paradoxically, these philologists believe that the opening of post-communist Poland to the world endangers Polish. Such an opinion is widely communicated by Jan Miotek, 1946, a professor of the University of Wrocław, and the 633. Author of a popular TV program, Ojczyzna, Polszczyzna, Fatherland, the Polish language. He edited the tellingly titled O Zagrożeniach I Bogatstwie Polszczyzny, On What Endangers Polish and the Language's Riches, 1996, Wrocław. However, Polish speakers at large decided otherwise. Between 2004 and 2006, more than 1 million Polish workers and their families streamed to the United Kingdom and about 150,000 to Ireland. 13 Because they travel regularly to Poland, they are bound to deepen Anglicization of the Polish language with their rapidly acquired command of English, Gajda 2001, 61. The post-communist Polish Constitution of 1997 is the first ever Polish constitution where the status of the Polish language is explicitly spelled out. Article 27 states that Polish is the official language of the Republic of Poland, but a corollary follows that this regulation shall not breach the rights of Poland's national minorities, especially those rights that were acquired thanks to various international agreements ratified by Poland. Even more significantly, the preamble provides a new definition of the Polish nation, stating that it consists of all Polish citizens, irrespective of ethnicity, language, nationality, or religion, Articles 32 and 51. Hence, from the legal point of view, Polish nationalism is now civic, although in reality this nationalism remains largely ethnic, as evidenced by the 1999 Act on the Polish language. Quite a surprise to the average Pole was the reappearance of Germans, who had been thought to be non-existent in post-war Poland. In 1989, in Upper Silesia, close to 300,000 persons signed lists announcing that they were Germans, and these lists were deposited in the West German embassy. In the view of communist propaganda, the autochthones, that is, the nationally verified and rehabilitated, together with their descendants, were ethnic Poles. The success of repolonization was apparent, as hardly any of them younger than 60 still spoke German. On the other hand, their relatives had time and again chosen Germandom in preference to Polishdom, leaving en masse to West Germany, where they gained the status of Aussiedlers, which automatically entitled them to West German citizenship. In 1990, Warsaw registered organizations of Upper Silesian Germans, who account for the overwhelming majority of Poland's German minority. In the same year, the German-Polish border treaty was signed. In the light of international law, Bonn finally, and in a binding manner, gave up its sovereign rights in the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line incorporated into post-war Poland. But the Bundestag ratified this treaty only in 1992, which, paradoxically, prompted Warsaw to request Moscow not to withdraw Soviet/Russian troops from Poland. They were the only guarantor of the inviolability of the new Polish-German border after 1945, and this had prevented anti-communist forces from questioning the presence of this de facto occupation force in post-war Poland too vociferously. Eventually, these troops left in 1993, 2 years after they had moved away from Czechoslovakia. 634. In 1991, Bonn and Warsaw signed the groundbreaking Treaty on Good Neighborliness and Cooperation. It was the first post-war international agreement addressing the rights of a minority. Warsaw undertook the obligation to protect Poland's German minority. Post-communist Poland signed similar treaties with minority protection clauses with all its neighbors. This kind of a bilateral treaty on cooperation became a standard one, contracted by all the post-communist states of Central Europe. The German-Polish Treaty was ratified in 1992. It was a clear indication of goodwill and Warsaw's eagerness to stem the tremendous outflow of population from Upper Silesia to reunited Germany. Hence, Warsaw tacitly agreed that the German embassy and consulates would issue certificates of German citizenship and German passports to members of the German minority in Poland. Applicants were not required to renounce their Polish citizenship, which breached German and Polish law that forbade dual citizenship. In 2002, there were 280,000 holders of these German documents in Poland. Obviously, they retain their Polish citizenship and passports as well. The vast majority of them reside in the voivodeship of Pole, where they account for 1/5 of the population. Because the German passport allows them to work legally throughout the EU, This substantially lowered the unemployment rate in this predominantly agricultural region. The number of German passports issued to Polish citizens also reduced the claim of German minority leaders that there are between 0.5 million and 1 million Germans living in contemporary Poland, for most of the remaining verified and rehabilitated citizens and their descendants, who could apply for German passports, did not do so. Kamusella 2003, 705, 707, Struktury Społeczna Ludności 2005. Members of the German minority have not reacquired command of the German language, of which they had been deprived by the forced policy of repolonization after World War II. Only 2 bilingual German-Polish elementary schools were opened for the minority. This contrasts starkly with the situation of Lithuania's Polish minority, numbering around 300,000. In the mid-1990s, they enjoyed 150 Polish-language elementary and secondary schools. A similar network of Polish-language schools serves 400,000 ethnic Poles in Belarus and 200,000 in Ukraine. National minorities were included in the Polish Statistical Yearbook only in 1995, in the form of a list of minority organizations with the numbers of these organizations' members. Beginning in 2000, the yearbook also registered minority language schools. Surprisingly, it shows a growth of German language elementary schools from 111 in 1995/1996 to 256 in 2001/2002, and of German language lower secondary schools, Gymnasia, or middle schools, from 53 in 2000/2001 to 62 in 2001/2002. In both school years, according to the data, there were 2 German-language higher secondary schools, Lycea. This statistic seriously falsifies the reality, however. The elementary schools labeled as German language in the yearbook indicate where German is offered. 635. As the so-called mother tongue. This designation translates into 3 hours of German classes per week. By the same token, almost every Polish elementary school could be described as English language, because this language is customarily taught 3 or more hours per week. On the other hand, the German language lower and regular secondary schools are usually nothing more than regular Polish language secondary schools, with some groups following bilingual Polish-German education. None of these secondary schools is specifically earmarked for children of the German minority, and the overwhelming majority of students are ethnic Poles. In general, between 1990/1991 and 2001/2002, the number of minority language elementary schools in Poland grew from 120 to 430, or rather 176 if one recalls that German language schools are not really German language. Hence, in 2001/2002, there were 124, or rather 62, minority language lower secondary schools and 11, or rather 9, minority language secondary schools. The statistics for other minorities than Germans is more reliable. In 2001/2002, the numbers of the 3 types of minorities language schools for Belarusians were 26, 11, and 2, for Lemkos 12, 6, and 0, for Lithuanians 13, 2, and 1, for Slovaks 7, 3, and 9, and for Ukrainians 74, 34, and 4. Descendants of Greek communist refugees retained 1 Greek language elementary school, and Jews re-established their educational presence in Poland with a single Hebrew language elementary school. The most surprising phenomenon of the mid-1990s was the establishment of schools with Kashubian as the language of instruction. Well into the 1990s, Polish linguists and politicians were never tired of repeating that Kashubian is a dialect of Polish, although already in the communist period about 400 books had been published in Kashubian, or Partialianthes language. In 2001/2002, Kashubian was taught as subject in 40 elementary schools, 6 lower secondary schools, and 1 secondary school. Warsaw's support for schools with Kashubian in the curriculum is reluctant and wavering, but continues, mainly because Kashubian leaders consistently maintain that the Kashubs, numbering 200,000 to 400,000, are an ethnic group of the Polish nation, not a nation in its own right. Out of all recognized national minorities living in Poland, the level of minority language maintenance is the highest among the Roma. Being a language belonging to the Indic branch of the Indo-European languages, it is much more distinctive than Belarusian, Ukrainian, or Kashubian, if compared to Polish. Other similarly distinctive minority languages used in Poland are German and Lithuanian, but both are spoken by relatively few people, whereas the Roma minority numbers 30,000 to 50,000. There is still not a single Roma language school in Poland. In the 1990s, it was widespread practice not to enforce the rule of compulsory elementary education in the case of Roma children, who were segregated in special classes within Polish schools, or sent them to schools for the mentally retarded, their sole mental deficiency being a poor command of 636. Polish, Obrakt Prądzy 2007 b. 19-21, 28, Roznik Statystyczny 1995, 71, 2002, 239, The Limits of Solidarity 2002, 15, 149-165, Vadiakus 1995, 17, Zini Akawa 2001. Estimates of the size of the various minorities in Poland vary considerably, whether produced by Warsaw or minority leaders. The numbers are 260,000 to 1 million for Germans, 70,000 to 400,000 for Ukrainians, 70,000 to 300,000 for Belarusians, 50,000 to 60,000 for Lemkos, 15,000 to 25,000 for Lithuanians, 5,000 to 20,000 for Slovaks, and 3,000 to 15,000 for Jews. The numbers for Roma and Kashubs are cited above. The question that remains is, what could be the numbers for Salesians, Zlonziks? Contrary to Kashubian leaders, beginning in the mid-1990s, their Salesian counterparts maintained that the Salesians were a nation separate from the Poles and that Salesians speak their own language, Silesian. Potentially, around 300,000 Germans from Upper Silesia could credibly claim Silesian nationality, as well as at least 1 million Poles from the same region. Taking into consideration the lowest estimates of the recognized national minorities, that is, less the Kashubs and the Silesians, minorities account for 1.2% of the Polish population today, while the highest estimates yield 4.6%. Should one add to the highest estimates 400,000 Kashubs and 0.5 million Zlonziks, the share of minorities would be 6.9%. In either case, the share of minorities is historically small. And the number of persons who belong to these minorities, and speak languages completely non-intelligible to the Polish speaker, that is, German, Lithuanian and Romani, cannot be higher than 100,000. With the exception of the Roma, all speakers of minority languages are bilingual, and most of them speak Polish much better than their native language. In post-communist Poland only the German minority managed to elect representatives to the parliament, namely, 7 MPs and 1 senator in 1991. Prior to the 1993 parliamentarian elections, the 5% election threshold was introduced to limit the number of parties represented in the parliament. Minorities, however, were exempted from meeting this requirement. Despite this preferential treatment, the number of German deputies plunged to 4 MPs and 1 senator in 1993 and to a mere 2 MPs in 1997. 2 German MPs were also elected in 2001 and 2005, but just 1 in 2007. Deputies of some other non-Polish ethnic backgrounds also sit in the Sejm and the Senate, but they were elected as members of mainstream political parties, not as representatives of national minorities. With the introduction of genuine self-government at the local level, members of national minorities were elected to communal authorities in their regions. In 1999, self-government was introduced at the level of counties and voivodeships, regions, as well. Members of national minorities were elected to county councils, but only in the voivodeship of Pole did they participate as a distinctive political group in regional self-government. Lojinsky 1998, 101-102, Magoxy 2002, 200, Rajkioas 1997, 33. 637. The first post-communist census was conducted in Poland in 2002. For the first time since 1946, a question about one's nationality was included. In addition, census takers inquired about the language used at home. The results turned out to be quite surprising. First, the Silesians at 173,000 are now the largest national minority in Poland. Second, the numbers of people belonging to other national minorities are much smaller than even Warsaw's conservative estimates. The numbers are 153,000 Germans, 49,000 Belarusians, 31,000 Ukrainians, 13,000 Roma, 6,000 Russians, that is, mainly Old Believers, 6,000 Lemkos, 5,800 Lithuanians, 5,000 Kashubs, 2,000 Slovaks, 1,000 Jews, and 500 Czechs. The overall number of people who declared a nationality other than Polish amounts to 471,000, a mere 1.23% of Poland's population. Interestingly, 775,000 people did not declare their nationality, or census takers were not able to establish it. Warsaw does not recognize the Silesians and the Kashubs as national minorities. In the official statistics published after the census, the latter are referred to as an ethnic group and the former even more quaintly as a social group. Should one deduct them from the overall number of national minorities living in Poland, the share of the non-Polish population in Poland plunges to an amazing 0.75%. Minority leaders criticized the census on two accounts. First, census takers, in blatant breach of law, did not record numerous declarations of Silesian nationality, or changed such declarations to Polish. Second, numerous members of stigmatized minorities, especially Roma, Ukrainians, Belarusians and Lemkos, feared that the census might entail some retributive actions against them, so they preferred to declare themselves as Poles. The census results may also reflect the success of the Polonization that was enforced in Communist Poland and which continues after the fall of communism in a natural manner. Polish is so ubiquitous that no minority language can hope to withstand its penetration, with the partial exception of Romani, due to the socio-cultural and even racist isolation of the Roma. The number of people speaking exclusively in a language other than Polish in their families is minuscule, 52,500, 0.14%, though 511,000, 1.34%, declared using a minority language alongside Polish with family members. Interestingly, German, with 204,600 declarations 14, is followed by English, spoken by 90,000 persons at home. Obviously, this number does not register the rise of some Anglophone minority in Poland, but the penetration of English as the Central European lingua franca. The third largest language other than Polish spoken in Poland is Silesian with over 57,000 declarations, and the fourth is Kashubian with 53,000 declarations. The official post-census publications interpret Silesian as a dialect of Polish, though this contradicts the clear intention of the Silesians to be treated as a separate nation with their own language. A linguistic phenomenon that failed to surface in the census is the Goralian language. The Goralians are treated as, and feel themselves to be part of, the 638th Polish nation, but their idiom is so different from Standard Polish that it has necessitated the translation of the New Testament into Goralian, published in two parts between 2002 and 2004. Two translations of the New Testament into Kashubian were also completed in the 1990s, but the Goralians overwhelmingly see their language as a dialect of Polish. Paradoxically, there is no translation of the New Testament into Silesian due to the low status of this language among Poland's population at large, which discourages support for its standardization. However, there are some Salesian retellings of biblical stories. After the victory of the populist cum nationalist forces in the 2005 parliamentary elections, the Rada Jezyka Polskiego appealed to the episcopate of the Polish Catholic Church to forbid the liturgical and other official use of the Góralian, Kashubian, and Salesian translations of the Holy Scriptures. In December 2005, much to the Góralians' displeasure, the Krakow Archbishop forbade the use of the Góralian translation of the New Testament, and even of Góralian language songs in his archdiocese. Jewish Prosy 2005, Eberhardt 2006, 69-71, Wanjali W. Pierzekladzi I Matjewedge Torbi Arts en Egwer Górali Skalnopodhala Enskik Zakapanego 2002, Struktura Spolezna Ludnosai 2005, Zaltisek 2000, Treater 2006, W. Isniuska 2005. The Polish Constitution of 1997 granted various rights to national and ethnic minorities in 10 of its articles. But no specific acts followed to implement these rights in practice. Moreover, there was no legal definition of ethnic minority in Polish law until 2005. This made it impossible for Poland's ethnic minorities to use these privileges. Curiously, before 2005 Warsaw usually treated Lemkos and Romas as national minorities, though they do not enjoy their own nation-states, as Poland's other national minorities do. On the other hand, the Polish government aggressively refused and still refuses to extend the same kind of preferential treatment to the Kashubs, let alone the Salesians. This astounding duplicity stems from mainstream Polish ethnic nationalism. Neither Lemkos nor Roma have ever been perceived to belong to the Polish nation, like Jews before 1945, so Warsaw does not question, and sometimes even encourages, these groups' assertion of their ethnic or national separateness vis-a-vis the Polish nation. On the other hand, the voices of Kashubian and Salesian leaders appealing for the recognition of their groups as ethnic or national minorities have been disregarded. Warsaw continues to see the Kashubs and the Silesians as regional, or at most ethno-regional, groups of the Polish nation. After 1945, no minority language was allowed to be used in contacts with the administration. The legal basis of this decision was the 1945 Decree on State Language, and the language of administration of governmental and self-governmental administrations. Non-Polish versions of place and geographical names were not tolerated in line with the 1934 Decree on determining names of localities and on the numbering of real estate properties. This state of affairs continued after 1989, despite efforts undertaken from 1993 to change it by 639. Adoption of an Act on Minorities. At long last, the Parliament passed such an Act on National and Ethnic Minorities and on the Regional Language in late 2004, and it came into force early the following year. 15 Tellingly, its clauses draw on the results of the 2002 census. Nationally minded MPs even proposed that only communes with 50% of inhabitants belonging to a minority would have the right to use a minority language while contacting state administration, or use the name of their locality in the minority language version. As seen in the census, there is not a single commune where more than half of the population declared a nationality other than Polish. Sensibly, the threshold was then lowered to 20%. The minorities to be protected by these Act's provisions are enumerated and divided into national and ethnic ones. For the first time, a legal definition of the distinction between these two types of minorities was introduced. To wit, national minorities enjoy their own independent nation-states, whereas ethnic minorities do not. Paradoxically, should this definition be applied to the period before 1991, it would appear that the Armenians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Russians, and Ukrainians were ethnic groups because they did not have their own independent nation-states. The same status had to be accorded to the Czechs and Slovaks, whose separate nation-states emerged only in 1993. Looking back to the time before 1918, the Poles were no nation either. The Act extends the status of ethnic minorities to Karames, Karames, Karaites, Lemkos, Roma, and Tatars. 16. This status is still denied to the Kashubs, popularly defined as a regional group of the Polish nation. The only concession made was in recognizing the Kashubian language as regional. This leeway allowed for granting the same language rights to the Kashubs as to Poland's recognized national and ethnic minorities. This list of recognized minorities obviously does not include Poland's largest national minority, the Silesians, and neither is their Silesian language mentioned. But the Polish branch of the EU's European Bureau for Lesser Used Languages, EBLUL, does recognize Silesian as one of the minority languages spoken in Poland. 17, Chisak 2006, Lojinsky 1998, 36, 72. The discussion on the status of minorities concerns just 1 to 4% of Poland's population, but reflects the ongoing tension between the ethnic and civic visions of the Polish nation-state. Ethnic nationalists, that is, national communists too, created an unprecedented, ethnically homogeneous Poland in the second half of the 20th century, whereas the 1997 constitution introduced the new civic definition of the Polish nation. Ethnic nationalists strive to maintain the holy grail of ethnic purity, but the legal bases are in place to create a Polish immigration policy, which would eventually make Poland's population more multi-ethnic, as it always was prior to 1945. After 1989, the prescriptive ownership of the Polish language slipped from the hands of the Communist Party and its propaganda machine, as it had done. 640. After 1945 from the hands of the intelligentsia, or bourgeoisie, in communist terminology. Censorship was abolished, and the official, samizdat, and émigré publishing markets merged into the single Polish book market, governed by the strict rules of supply and demand. Pan's monopoly on deciding which usage is correct or incorrect was immediately breached, even more utterly than the negotiated monopoly of POW, the University of Warsaw, and the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education during the interwar period. Before World War II, the cultural scholarly centers of Warsaw and Krakow had struggled for ideological ownership of the Polish language, supported by various associations and scholarly societies from other Polish cities. Since the end of communism, no cultural or academic center has been capable of controlling Polish, because its conscious users with university and secondary education account for over 70% of Poland's population. It is their preoccupations, tastes, and decisions on how to speak and write that decide what the Polish language is at the beginning of the 21st century. The impoverished structures of PAN did not even circulate ideas for another language reform. This time, the prescriptivist impulse emerged from among the nationally minded MPs who passed the 1999 Act on the Polish language. Users took little notice, however, and there is no mechanism for enforcing this act. During the communist period, it was the Polskie Wydawnictwo Naukowe, PWN, Polish scientific publishing house, which monopolized the publication of works, which standardized the Polish language. It published Doroszewski's authoritative Słownik Języka Polskiego and Wieka Encyclopedia Powszechna. The PWN also brought out other dictionaries stemming from Doroszewski's work, namely, his Enkarkowski Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny, Skorupka's Mały Słownik Języka Polskiego and Zimzak's 3-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego. After 1989, a virtual avalanche of various dictionaries compiled by different authors and published by numerous publishing houses flooded the market. The same process repeated itself in the case of encyclopedias. Readers starved for half a century on the diet of one authoritative dictionary and one authoritative encyclopedia, compiled in line with the ideological tenets of the Communist Party, demanded more in a variety of formats. Publishers swiftly obliged. The eruption took state-owned publishing houses by surprise. Significantly, Linda's dictionary was reprinted in 1995, and in the second half of the 1990s, the Poznan Publishing Company, Kirpiz, published a reprint of the interwar Wiekilostrowana Encyklopedia Powszechna with the 12-volume supplement on the events after 1939. Between 1994 and 1998, the Krakow-based Fogre publisher brought out the 20 volumes of Popularna Encyklopedia Powszechna, the Popular Universal Encyclopedia. The PWN replied timidly, first, with a paper and CD reprint of Doroshowski's multi-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego, 1996–1997, and with the 7 volumes of Nowa Encyklopedia Powszechna, the New Universal Encyclopedia, 1995–1996. 641. Warsaw. The real offensive came with the first post-communist authoritative encyclopedia, Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna, the Great Universal Encyclopedia, 2001–2005, Warsaw, consisting of 31 volumes. Its publication coincided with the launching of Polish Wikipedia, founded in 2001, which at 66.2 million words in late 2006, amounted to 132 conventional volumes, making it the largest Polish-language encyclopedia ever. Between 1997 and 2005, Kirpis replied in kind, providing the Polish reader with a 49-volume translation of the Encyclopedia Britannica, with the 15% of the text composed from original articles on matters Polish. Fogre took up the challenge too, and in 2000, began to publish the new edition of Popularna Encyklopedia Powszechna, planned to be comprised of 12 volumes. The Catholic University of Lublin persists with its unique endeavor of Encyclopedia Katolika, the Catholic Encyclopedia, which began to be published in 1973, and so far, with Volume 10 has reached the halfway mark. 18. Not to be outdone by competitors, the PWN entered into cooperation with the biggest Polish daily, Gazeta Wyborcza, and in 2005, they published the 21 volumes of the modestly priced Encyclopedia Gazety Wyborczej, Encyclopedia of Gazeta Wyborcza, Warsaw. Between 2004 and 2005, the PWN also issued the 8 volumes of the second edition of Nowa Encyklopedia Powszechna. To improve on Zamzakstry volume dictionary, the PWN brought out Stanisław Dziubist's, 1949, 4-volume Uniwersalny Słownik Języka Polskiego II, the Universal Dictionary of the Polish Language, 2003, Warsaw, which records the cornucopia of new vocabulary related to entire spheres of life that had not existed before 1989, that is, the free market, computer sciences, the free press, or consumerism. The real earthquake came with the arrival of Andrzej Markowski's, 1948, Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny, the Dictionary of Correct Polish, 1998, Warsaw. It is not merely a new edition of Doroshowski's Słownik Poprawny Polszczyzny but a lexicographic work which espouses an entirely novel approach to Standard Polish, in accordance with the signum temporis of the post-communist period. Earlier, the myth of total unity of Standard Polish had been maintained. One had been expected to write and speak in Standard Polish, as set in dictionaries. Only the intelligentsia had been up to the task, and only barely, because their various social and regional origins tended to surface in their everyday speech and writing. The colloquial speech of urbanites and village dwellers' dialects had been beyond the pale of the standard. The destruction of the interwar intelligentsia in the fires of World War II and at the hands of the post-war communist authorities had dented the inviolability of Standard Polish. The vast post-war ethnic cleansings and relocation of the Polish ethnic population from the territories seized by the Soviet Union to the Deutsche Ostgebiet granted to Poland Hadelwald the most striking regional and dialect differences. Afterward, the liquidation of illiteracy and the opening of secondary and university education to most of the population freed Standard Polish. 642. From the control of the narrow class of pre-war intelligentsia. Paradoxically, in totalitarian communist Poland, the use of the Polish language had been democratized and homogenized. The interwar trendsetters of linguistic correctness opposed this process, dubbing it vulgarization of the Polish language. Communist authorities, who had so much invested in the monolithic ethno-linguistic homogeneity of the post-war Polish nation-state, clung uneasily to this view. The unity of language reinforced the ethnic and linguistic homogeneity of the Polish nation and its nation-state. Markowski, in his dictionary, was the first one to acknowledge that in speech and writing there are two equally acceptable varieties of Standard Polish, official and colloquial. They constitute two different systems within which rules of correctness differ. This solution is a kind of truce to the 20th century struggle between the Warsaw School of Linguists, which had opted for hard prescriptivism, and its Krakow counterpart, which leaned toward a middle ground between prescriptivism and descriptivism. So far, no dictionaries of this type have been published for Czech, Magyar, or Slovak. Prescriptivism dominates in the codification of the standard forms of these languages. This is especially striking in the case of Czech, which consists in reality of two sharply distinctive forms, spisovna sestina, written Czech, and obytna sestina, colloquial Czech. The former, codified in the 1830s on the basis of the 16th century Bohemian, one acquires at school and uses for writing and sometimes in speech in formal situations. Obytna sestina is the spoken dialect of Prague, which spread all over Bohemia and is used in everyday speech also in Moravia and Czech Silesia, where one has to acquire it along with spisovna sestina. In Poland, colloquial Polish is the spoken variety of formal, written, Polish, whereas in the Czech Republic, obytna sestina and spisovna sestina are two different language forms of different socio-linguistic and historic origins. Despite this fact, dictionaries of the Czech language tend to record spisovna sestina only, because it is identified as Standard Czech. In the cases of Magyar and Slovak, the situation is similar to Polish. However, the distance between the formal and colloquial variants of these two languages is narrower than in Polish, because Magyar was standardized in the 1860s and Slovak in the 1960s on the basis of spoken language. In 1996, the PWN published Nowy Słownik Ortograficzny PWN raz z zasadami pisowni I interpunkcji, the PWN's new orthographic dictionary with the principles of spelling, writing and punctuation, Warsaw, edited by Edward Polański. The dictionary incorporated some new suggestions on correct usage as work put by Pan's Commission for Language Politics, and in its prescriptivist urge it drew on the tradition of interwar Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy, Slownizek, and post-war Słownik Ortograficzny I Proudla Pisoni Polskiej. But unlike Pisonia Polska, Pierwszy, Slownizek and Słownik Ortograficzny I Proudla Pisoni Polskiej, Polański's dictionary is one of many on offer, and it is not even the 643 most popular one, as this sobriquet belongs to Markowski's Nowelexicographic that champions the formal and colloquial varieties of Standard Polish as equally correct and acceptable, obviously depending on specific communication situations. Hence, Pan's voice on what correct Polish may be is one of many, and by no way the most significant one. Markowski's nod of acceptance to colloquial Polish amply indicates that users themselves decisively shape the language. The progressing informalization of Polish usage reflects the same much more widespread trend in English, which after 1989 has functioned as the lingua franca of Central Europe. The Act on the Polish language was mainly devised to curb Anglicization of Polish, but cannot hope to stop this process, unless users of Polish themselves decide to do so, which is unlikely, given the practical and symbolic attraction of the English language nowadays. Markowski and Podracki 1999, 67-59. Significantly, the first post-communist authoritative dictionary of the Polish language was brought out, not in Warsaw or Krakow but in Poznan, and not by the PWN. It was Kirpis, which, between 1994 and 2005, brought out the 50-volume Słowpractyczny Słownik Uspolczesnich Polszczyzny, the Practical Dictionary of Contemporary Polish, Poznan, edited by Halina Zgolkowa. The volumes are much smaller than those of Doroszewski's 11-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego II, and Zgolkowa's dictionary is only slightly more extensive than Doroszewski's. The importance of Praktyczny Słownik Uspolczesnich Polszczyzny cannot be overestimated. First, since the end of communism, no authoritative multi-volume dictionary has yet been compiled for Czech, Magyar, or Slovak. In the case of Slovak, the first volume of Slovník Súčasného slovenského jazyka came off the press only in late 2006. Second, this is the first authoritative dictionary of Polish ever to be edited by a woman, which shows that linguistics, as other spheres of public life, especially statecraft, has ceased to be a male preserve. In 2000, the PWN published the first 2 volumes of Andrzej Bankowski's 3-volume Etymologiczny Słownik Języka Polskiego e.e. The Etymological Dictionary of the Polish Language, Warsaw. There appeared a chance that Polish would receive a modern extensive etymological dictionary, comparable to a Magyar nyelvtörténeti etymologiai Zodera. No dictionary of this kind has yet been compiled for any of the West Slavic languages, that is, Czech, Kashubian, Polish, Slovak, or Sorbian. But like Śląski's etymological dictionary, terminated at letter L, Bankowski's work is bound to remain incomplete at letter P. Due to mental illness, the author is unable to produce the final, that is, third, volume. Thus, Wisław Borys's much shorter, 1-volume Słownik Etymologiczny Języka e.e. Polskiego, the Etymological Dictionary of the Polish Language, 2005, Krakow, must suffice as a stopgap, when one wishes to inquire about etymologies of words starting with letters from R to O Z. In 2000, in emulation of Germany's Goethe Institute and the United Kingdom's British Council, the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage founded 644. The Adam Mickiewicz Institute, Instytut Adama Mickiewicza, in order to promote Polish language and culture abroad. There is some hope among the planners of Polish language politics that this institute will help preserve Polish among the Polish minorities in the neighboring and post-Soviet states, and to popularize the learning of this language in Western Europe and North America. The situation is most opportune, as beginning in 2004, Polish is one of the official languages of the European Union. Hence, by law, it is used for publishing legislation and communication in the EU's bodies, located in Brussels, Strasbourg, and Luxembourg. The same chance offered by EU enlargement was extended to Czech, Magyar, and Slovak. Taking into account the number of speakers, Polish is the 6th biggest language in the European Union, after Spanish, English, German, French and Italian, and around the 40th biggest in the world. What bars Polish from the League of Big Languages is not only the number of speakers but the lack of the ultimate dictionary that would gather together all the information about the Polish language from its inception to this day, comparable to the Oxford English Dictionary or the Brothers Grimm's Deutsche Wörterbuch. For instance, the Oxford English Dictionary gathers all the words defined as English that appeared in extant texts from the 14th century until today. It also records pronunciations of these words, etymology, and their diverse meanings, homophones, and illustrates these meanings with fragments of texts where they were used for the first time. Various Polish dictionaries record most Polish words used in writing since the 14th century, with the exception of the 17th century. No dictionary of 17th century Polish has been compiled yet. What is missing is a comprehensive dictionary of Polish etymology and pronunciation, and a dictionary illustrating and recording words with passages from texts where they were used for the first time. Apparently, there is no hope that such an ultimate dictionary of the Polish language will be compiled anytime soon. To this day, practically no other languages but English and German have enjoyed such dictionaries. But in an age of intensified globalization, this will necessarily mean that new spheres of technology, economy, science, and culture will not be available through the medium of Polish. This may be so in the best interest of Polish speakers, though. First, they will have to acquire foreign languages, as they used to do before 1945, in order to ensure their full participation in the global economy and culture. Second, it will open Poland to multilingualism and multiculturalism, that is, to what Poland was prior to the vast ethnic cleansings after World War II. It seems that Poland's way to the future, without forgetting about its past, leads through the transcending of the post-1945 enforced ethno-linguistic homogenization. 9. The Hungarian nation, from Hungary to Magyarország. Or language is the planet's most developed, most cultured language, a so-called highly declined language, and a comparatively highly cultured language is not spoken by any other nation, which shows that it must have taken an incredibly long time for this high degree of culture to develop. And if we take Magyar language characteristics into account, it is clear that we are the planet's oldest, most talented people. In Lowenthal 1998, 173, József Torgályan, 1932, President of the Independent Smallholders Party, FKGP, Független Kisgazda Földmunkas es Polgári Párt, Deputy to the Hungarian Parliament between 1990 and 2002. If we can connect the Magyars over the border with the Magyars in Hungary, the economic Lebensraum of Magyars across the borders with Hungary's economic Lebensraum, then Hungary should be able to achieve much more economically than it can now. 2002, in Weaver 2006, 144, Viktor Orban, 1963, Prime Minister of Hungary between 1998 and 2002. This chapter's title's a linguistic pun that needs explanation. Magyarország means Hungary in Magyar. But scholars writing in languages that used to be minority ones in the Hungarian section of Austria-Hungary are careful to distinguish between multi-ethnic historical Hungary and ethnically Magyar nation-state that emerged after World War I. Obviously, this distinction originated due to the 19th century insistence on the part of Magyar politicians that the Magyar language should be spoken by all the inhabitants of the multi-ethnic and multilingual Kingdom of Hungary. But one can find the first recorded instance of conscious distinguishing between Hungaris and Magyaris in the 1778 Latin language letter of polymath Daniel Cornides, 1732–1787, born in Upper Hungary and educated in Pressburg, Ksaki 1982, 80. 645. 646. The ethnonym Magyar, for the first time attested in writing, done in Greek letters, in 810, was the name of one of the Magyar tribes or clans, the Magyars. Those who claim it as a Finno-Ugric word, propose that Magi is an ethnic name of unclear etymology, and the Finno-Ugric particle eri means men, or more generally people. Recently it became accepted that Magyar and Magyar is related to the self-ethnonym of Siberia's Finno-Ugric ethnic group, the Monsis, Voguls. Following the breakup of the hypothetic Ugric linguistic community in 1000 BCE, the ancestors of the Magyars and the Monsis entered into a long-lasting contact with the Iranian-speaking population in the areas north of the Aral and Caspian Seas. In the case of the Magyars, the contact lasted until 600 CE. Hence, it is probable that both ethnonyms stem from an Iranian linguistic loan meaning human. The term Hungary began to appear in the 8th century Frankish documents done in Latin. It is derived from the Turkic term onogur, in which on means 10, and ogur arrows. This was the name of the coalition of 7 Finno-Ugric, Magyar, and 3 Turkic clans, tribes, that entered the Danubian basin in the late 9th century. With time, the smaller Turkic element was assimilated with the Finno-Ugric speakers, hence from the early times, the Magyar self-ethnonym was Magyar. However, the name of the Onogur coalition recorded time and again in Latin documents, Ungary, Ungry, and Hungary, remain the name under which the Magyars and their state was known to other peoples in Europe. Abondolo 1998, 387–390, 453, Benko, 1970, 816, 1976, 1025, Kozapisko Letortnelmi Atlas 1996, 18, Melnichuk etal 1989, 357. In Slovak, the Kingdom of Hungary is known as Uhorsko and post-World War I Hungary as Maďarsko. The same distinction is also current in Czech, Uhorsko vs Maďarsko. The straightforward usage is complicated with the older form Uri popular among Czech and Slovak writers until the beginning of the 20th century. Nowadays, especially Czech historians employ this a bit old-fashioned term as synonymous for Uhersko. The tendency, however, is to use Uri in order to refer to Old Hungary before it was partitioned in the 16th century due to the Ottoman onslaught. Both Uri and Uhersko share the same adjective derived from them, Uherský. Czech writers prefer to speak of Uhersko when talking of Hungary in the 18th and 19th centuries, because the official name of Austria-Hungary in Czech was Rakousko-Uhersko, in Slovak, Rakousko-Uhorsko. But the term Uri is preserved to this day in the Czech term for Upper Hungary, Slovakia, which is invariably Horní Uri, but in Slovak, Horní Uhorsko. Upper Hungary is the translation of the Magyar term Felvidék, or the uplands, which aptly describes Slovakia, because the country consists mainly of mountainous and hilly areas. But Felvidék itself appeared only in the late 19th century Magyar usage, as a reflection of the growing insistence of the Slovak national leaders to make Ľudovít Štýr's proposal of the autonomous Slovak region of Okolí into a separate Slovak nation-state. Earlier, this northern and mountainous section of the Kingdom of Hungary was known in Magyar as Felfold 647. Upland, or Felző-Magyarország, literally, Upper Hungary. Neither of these two terms did display any ethnolinguistic connotations, which Felvidék acquired, especially after the breakup of historical Hungary. Anyway, Slovakia also contains a small section of historical Hungary's Kisalfold or small lowland, now covered by the term Felvidék as well. The Czech and Slovak distinction between the Kingdom of Hungary and the Magyar nation-state is unknown in Polish. Polish speakers refer to both states with the single name, Wgrye, derived from the same root as Uhersko. Quite simply, the transformation of historical Hungary into the almost ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state was of no direct concern to Polish statehood and nationalism, unlike to their Czechoslovak, Czech and Slovak, counterparts. Josef Pilsudski hoped to recover most, if not all, of the lands of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania for the Polish nation-state established in 1918. In this urge, he shared a similar vision as that espoused by Magyar politicians, who hoped that in the wake of the breakup of Austria-Hungary the entire historical Kingdom of Hungary would emerge as the Magyar nation-state. Not surprisingly, in Polish one rarely distinguishes between Poland-Lithuania and post-1918 Polish nation-state, referring to both states as Polska, or Poland. Obviously, the former minorities on which Warsaw's homogenizing policies encroached in the interwar period disagree. The Belarusians, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians perceive Poland-Lithuania as part of their national histories, but, in their eyes, the post-1918 Polish nation-state was a dangerous neighbor and sometimes oppressor of their nations. Hence Belarusian and Ukrainian scholars speak of Rzecz Pospolita and Rich Pospolita respectively, while their Lithuanian colleagues of Rzeczpospolita, when referring to Poland-Lithuania. The Russian term for this polity is Rzeczpospolita. These are almost phonetic renderings of Polish Rzeczpospolita, Commonwealth, which the Polish-Lithuanian nobility popularly used to refer to their state. This sobriquet is derived from the full name of Poland-Lithuania, the Rzeczpospolita Królestwo Polskiego I Wielkiego Księstwa Litewskiego, Commonwealth of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In contrast, the Polish nation-state is Lękija in Lithuanian, Polscha in Belarusian and Ukrainian, and Polsha in Russian. But the noun, Rzeczpospolita, functioning as a synonym for republic, remains in the full name of the Polish nation-state, the Rzeczpospolita Polska, Republic of Poland, though the usual word for republic in Polish is republika. Republika is obviously directly derived from Latin respublica, while Rzeczpospolita is the Polish translation of the Latin term residential and rzecz, which mean thing, and publica and pospolity popular and common. The term republic is sometimes translated as Commonwealth into English. Hence in English language works, Poland-Lithuania is often referred to as the Commonwealth. When a need arises to distinguish between historical Hungary and the Magyar nation-state in the Magyar language, the former is usually referred to as the 648 Magyar Királyság, Kingdom of Hungary, and the latter as Magyarország. This usage, however, is not without its problems. Although without any king at its helm, post-1918 Hungary remained a kingdom until 1945, hence its official name was the Kingdom of Hungary. Technically speaking, Magyarország refers only to post-1945 Hungary, and the intended distinction between historical Hungary and the Magyar nation-state is lost again. In addition, Magyarország was popularly employed to speak about historical Hungary within the borders of Austria-Hungary. But without splitting the hair further, in this chapter's title I contrast with historical and multi-ethnic Hungary Magyarország, meaning the post-1918 ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. The Magyar and Polish cases compared. Magyar politicians desired this transition to the ethnically homogeneous nation-state since the 1820s, as I pointed in chapter 5. In that period the standardization of the Magyar language commenced, and it was gradually entered into official use in various comitats, at the expense of Latin, which had served the administrative needs of the Kingdom of Hungary since its inception in the 10th century. This step was taken in reply to the Josephine reforms, which in the 1780s replaced Latin with German as the official language of the Holy Roman Empire and Hungary. The opposition of the Hungarian estates to this measure was so strong that German never successfully replaced Latin in the Kingdom of Hungary, and the decree had to be eventually revoked at the beginning of the 1790s. In this manner, during the last 2 decades of the 18th century, the language of administration was made into an instrument of politics. The subsequent rapid politicization of most written languages, official or not, spawned the phenomenon popularly known as the language question. Of course, it was not the largely amicable disagreement between the proponents of Latin and vernaculars, or questione della lingua, which dates back to the times of Dante Alighieri. The rise of nationalism and the idea that nation-states should be ethno-linguistically homogeneous, made language into the instrument of politics and nation-building. This spawned Sprachfrage, German for language question, that has underlaid and justified the founding of nation-states in Central and Eastern Europe since the mid-19th century. Like in Hungary, similar developments in the scope of official language took place in Poland-Lithuania. In the early 1770s, Polish replaced Latin as the medium of instruction in schools. This change reinforced the domination of Polish in administration and politics of Poland-Lithuania, as Latin had continued to feature prominently in both spheres until the mid-18th century. Eventually, as of the 1780s, even the most significant laws and documents of Poland-Lithuania were made exclusively in Polish. After the final partition of this dual commonwealth in 1795, the suddenly stateless Polish-Lithuanian Natio made the Polish 649 language into their ersatz homeland. Initially, this was of special significance in the Prussian and Austrian partition zones, where previously official Polish was replaced with German and Latin, respectively. Until the early 1830s, the domination of Polish in administration and education was retained in Russia's partition zone, but then Russian decisively replaced Polish in the eastern section of this zone, and after the mid-1860s, in Congress Poland. The Hungarian Natio made the Magyar language into the instrument of reaffirming the political separateness of the Kingdom of Hungary in the face of the Habsburgs' centralizing and homogenizing endeavors. Similarly, the Polish-Lithuanian Natio sought political unity in the cultural commonality of the Polish language. The difference was that the status of official language was lost for Polish after the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, while the Hungarian Natio worked to gain the same status for Magyar in the Kingdom of Hungary until the mid-1840s. This short-lived elevated position of Magyar was terminated in the wake of the disastrous 1848-1849 War of Independence. The victorious Habsburg administration swiftly replaced Magyar with German, with some regional concessions for Latin, Croatian, Wallachian, Romanian, and Slovak. These sudden changes in official language combined with the spread of popular education and literacy decisively did away with Latin in the role of language of administration and politics. The rivalry for political cum linguistic dominance in Hungary was played out between Magyar vying with official German on the one hand, and with the languages of the coalescing minority national movements, on the other. Magyar got the upper hand on both fronts in the early 1860s thanks to the political liberalization carried out in the Austrian Empire in reply to its weakened international position. The victory for the Magyar language came in 1867 when the empire was transformed into the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary, with the two official languages of German and Magyar contained to the respective Austrian and Hungarian sections of the state. This zenith of Magyar nationalism coincided with the nadir of Polish nationalism, as at that time Polish was not used as official language anywhere until 1869 when it was introduced in the scope to the Crown land of Galicia. The crucial difference between these two nationalisms was that peasants were included within the ideological borders of the Magyar nation beginning during the War of Independence, 1848 to 1849. A similar transformation of the limited estate nationalism of the Polish-Lithuanian Nation into the inclusive nationalism that embraced all Polish speakers, including peasants, took place in the 1890s, half a century later than in the Magyar case. In addition, Magyarophone peasantry participated in the War of Independence, which not in theory but in practice made them into conscious and full members of the Magyar nation. The attraction and openness of ethnic Magyar nationhood was so strong that German-speaking burghers and Yiddish-speaking Jews learned Magyar and redefined themselves as Magyars, though of Saxon/German language origin. 650. And the Mosaic religion, respectively. This merger of the Hungarian Nation, Magyarophone peasants, Germanophone burghers, and Jews into the Magyar nation was made permanent by the rise of the autonomous Kingdom of Hungary within Austria-Hungary. For all practical reasons, with the partial exception of Croatia-Slavonia, this kingdom functioned as the Magyar nation-state. Even the letter of the legal concessions for minority languages in administration and education was breached, especially blatantly beginning at the end of the 19th century. There was no language left in Hungary to compete with the elevated status of Magyar. Members of ethno-linguistic minorities could count on social advancement and any meaningful career in state administration only when they mastered Magyar and at best, declared themselves to be Magyars as well. In the Polish case, the road from the ideological acceptance of Polish-speaking peasants within the limits of the Polish nation to the actualization of this idea was long. In the second half of the 19th century, the intelligentsia mediated it. Initially, of noble origin, membership in this class was open to all Polish speakers who finished secondary and university education. Even earlier, a similar way for peasant sons to the Polish-Lithuanian Nation led through becoming priests. But the nature of Catholic priesthood steeped in celibacy, unlike members of the intelligentsia, they could not sire children and pass their elevated social status to their descendants. Polish-speaking peasants were not appealed to, or allowed to take part in the two Polish uprisings of 1830 to 1831 and 1863 to 1864. They were not freed from serfdom by their Polish-Lithuanian noble owners but by the rulers of the partition powers, during the first half of the 19th century in Austria and Prussia, and after 1864 in Russia, with whom the Polish-Lithuanian Nation vied for re-establishment of Polish-Lithuanian statehood in the form of Polish nation-state. The defeat of the aforementioned uprisings and the inclusion of peasants in other Central Europe's ethnic nations of the Germans, Italians, Magyars, or Czechs necessitated the acceptance of the idea that a dirty ham has the same right to membership in the Polish nation as a Polish-Lithuanian nobleman, provided they speak Polish. But in the absence of a Polish state and with the administrative use of Polish limited to Galicia, there was no instrument to make the coalescing of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility and the Polish-speaking intelligentsia with the Polonophone peasants come true before the 1918 founding of the Polish nation-state. In the case of the Magyar nation, this process commenced in the late 1840s, and was completed between 1867 and the end of the 19th century. This idea surfaced among the Polish political leaders in the 1890s, and its implementation took place in interwar Poland between 1918 and 1939. In addition, the lack of continuity in Polish statehood and the administrative use of Polish, as well as ideological vacillations in the very definition of the Polish nation put Polishness at a disadvantage. German-speaking burghers, peasants, and workers living in the Polish-speaking areas rarely learned Polish and 651. Assimilated into Polishdom, and preferred to declare themselves to be Germans. The same was true, but to a lesser degree, of Jews, who more often reinvented themselves as Russian speakers/Russians or German/German speakers than as Poles/Polish speakers. What is more, stateless Polishdom was less of an option for social advancement and career to Russiandom or Germandom for Belarusian-Lithuanian- or Ukrainian speakers. The Great War made it possible to establish the Polish nation-state, but it proved the unmaking of historical Hungary, which Magyar politicians hoped to Magyarize into the ethnically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. Following the unprecedented border changes, the Allies limited multi-ethnic historic Hungary to a rump new Hungary, though indubitably ethnically Magyar, that is, Magyarország. Another world war repeated this process in the Polish case. Having succumbed to the dual German and Soviet onslaught, multi-ethnic Poland was dismantled in 1939. After 1945, the victorious Allies did not seriously curtail the overall size of its territory, but uniquely shifted it westward and northward at the expense of Germany. Ethno-linguistic homogeneity accepted as the font of statehood legitimization, ethnically non-Polish populations were expelled from this new Poland, and Polish ethnic minorities left away by Poland on move, were transported to this transformed Polish nation-state. In this manner, the post-1945 Polish nation-state was made even more ethnically homogeneous than Magyarország. But there is one significant difference that separates the ethno-linguistic experience of Magyar and Polish nationalisms in the 20th century, namely the 6-year-long wartime occupation suffered by Poland. Notwithstanding the year-long German occupation, between March 1944 and April 1945, the Magyar government of Hungary was not dismantled and German did not replace Magyar as the official language of the state. Hence, Magyar has continuously enjoyed the status of official language on the territory of Magyarország since 1867 to this day. In contrast, the official status, which Polish gained in Galicia in 1869 was extended to the entire new Polish nation-state in 1918, before the language was replaced by German and Russian between 1939 and 1945. The continuity of the use of Polish as the official language was re-established in 1945 in what used to be Western and Central Poland before 1939 and today is referred to as Central and Eastern Poland. In interwar Poland's eastern section, Russian, Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian permanently replaced Polish as official languages after 1945. In the wake of World War II, a parallel process occurred in the west and the north of post-1945 Poland where Polish supplanted German as the official language. The vagaries of the official use of the Polish language and of Polish statehood were quite extreme. The sole area of present-day Poland, which has seen the continuous use of Polish as the official language, with the obvious interlude of World War II, since 1869, is coterminous with Malopolska, Western Galicia. It is a small region in Poland's southeastern corner, which extends between Kraków 652 Rudiso, and Pierzamy SL. Malopolska accounts for 32,000 square kilometers, or less than 10% of Poland's territory. Hence, the area is almost 3 times smaller from the area of Magyarország, 93,000 square kilometers, in which Magyar has been in continuous official use since 1867. The shock of Trianon. In the last census before the Great War, 1910, Hungary, without Croatia-Slavonia, had 18.25 million inhabitants, of whom 54.5% declared Magyar as their mother tongue. But if one included Croatia-Slavonia, Horvat-Slavonország, and the port of Fiume, Rijeka, into the statistics, 9.94 million Magyars accounted for the 47.3% of the kingdom's 21 million inhabitants. Should one exclude 0.6 million Magyarophone Jews, the percentage would sink to 45.5%. During the times of the dual monarchy, the holy grail of Magyar nationalism was to pass the mark of 50% as the share of Magyars in Hungary's population. To this end, first, Croatia-Slavonia was conveniently excluded from official statistics after the 1868 Nagodba. Second, Magyarization was extremely successful, hence the share of Magyars in the population of the kingdom, less Croatia-Slavonia, increased from 46.6% in 1880 to 54.5% 3 decades later. Simultaneously, similar shares for German/German speakers, Slovaks, Romanians, Ruthenians, and Croats, residing outside Croatia-Slovenia, plummeted from 13.6 to 10.4%, 13.5 to 10.6%, 17.5 to 16.2%, 2.6 to 2.5%, and 1.2 to 1%, respectively. The decrease for the entire non-Magyar speaking section of the population was from 53.4 to 45.5%. In absolute numbers, there were 6.41 million Magyars in 1880 and 9.94 million in 1910. This increase of 3.53 million, or 55.1%, could not have been achieved by even a high birth rate among the Magyars. Despite these obvious advances of Magyarization, the creation of an ethnically homogeneous nation-state out of historical Hungary remained a chimera, even if Croatia-Slavonia was not to be included. Perhaps, if Budapest had had 50 years more of prosperity and stability within the dual monarchy, and could have pursued its policy of Magyarization not checked by law and democratic institutions, the mark of 65% of Magyars in Hungary would have been achieved. But the exigencies of history intervened at the end of World War I. In reply to the unilateral declarations of independence issued by Czechs, Slovaks, and Southern Slavs, Emperor Charles I, ruled 1914 to 1918, declared the transformation of the Austrian section of Austria-Hungary into a federation on October 16, 1918. This move was belated, taken merely 2 weeks before the Padua Armistice, November 4, concluded on the Italian front between Austria-Hungary and the Entente. The Allies had no intention to help the Emperor with his project of preserving the dual monarchy. The United States President, Woodrow Wilson, 1856 to 1924, pressed hard for the implementation of the principle of 653. National self-determination based on ethno-linguistic standards as the basis for the new political order in post-war Central Europe. This required the dissolution of Austria-Hungary. Moreover, Charles I knew the stringent attachment of the Magyar politicians to the entirety of the lands of the Crown of St. Stephen, so he did not attempt to extend this federalization to the Kingdom of Hungary. In the wake of the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, and the severe economic shortages suffered by the population, democratic, socialist, and nationalist agitation was rife throughout Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the lands in the east under the control of Berlin and Vienna. When the front collapsed and troops went into disarray, revolutions broke out in all the major cities in Central Europe. Faced with the danger of the dismantling not only of the dual monarchy but also the Kingdom of Hungary itself, the three opposition parties, the bourgeois, radicals, the Social Democrats, and Count Mihaly Károlyi's, 1875 to 1955, Independence Party, created on October 25, 1918 a national council. On 30 October, crowds of soldiers and civilians swept this council into power. The following day, the King of Hungary, Charles IV, that is, Emperor Charles I of Austria, bowed to the demonstrations and appointed Károlyi as Prime Minister of Hungary. When Charles abdicated on November 16, Károlyi proclaimed Hungary a republic before an enthusiastic crowd. The Magyars also welcomed this change because popular suffrage was introduced. Between 1848 and 1912, a mere 6 to 7% of the population enjoyed the right to vote. In 1907, popular male suffrage was introduced in the Austrian section of Austria-Hungary, but in 1913, after 6 years of deliberations, Budapest decided to extend suffrage to just 8.7% of the population. The fear was that non-Magyar minorities could decisively influence Hungarian politics, thus all the Hungarian electoral laws extant in Austria-Hungary were constructed in such a manner so as to ensure the political supremacy of the Magyars. The challenges facing the new republic were daunting, namely to prevent the collapse of the state and to retain the territorial integrity of historical Hungary, excluding Croatia-Slavonia. Károlyi entrusted the latter task to Oskar Jassy, also Oscar or Oscar, 1875–1957, the nominated Minister of Nationalities. Contrary to the doctrinaires of the left, like Austro-Marxists, he recognized the force and the durability of nationalism, which was not to disappear when confronted with the growing significance of the social democratic movement. Jassy arrived at this realization after 1904, and in this line of thinking, he followed the conclusions of the 1899 Brno program of the Austrian Social Democrats, who demanded national autonomy based on territory for Austria's nationalities, and rejected the South Slav delegation's proposal that a program demanding a non-territorial autonomy be adopted instead. In Hungary, Jassy attained a similar stature of scholar cum politician as Otto Bauer, 1881–1934, in Austria. The latter was a prominent leader of the All-Austrian Social Democratic Party, Gesamtpartei, and a notable theorist of Austro-Marxism. Bauer's 654 ideas on the nation were highly regarded in the party, but he favored the idea of non-territorial national cultural autonomy in a multinational state. In 1907, he expressed his views on nationalism in detail in Die Nationalitätenfrage des Sozialdemokratie, The Question of Nationalities and Social Democracy, Vienna. Likewise, Jassy was acutely aware that forced Magyarization would not deliver any Magyar nation-state, and that interests and aspirations of various non-Magyar national movements must be taken into consideration if the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Hungary was to be preserved. He studied the problem on the ground traveling around Hungary, and especially his field trip to Transylvania is known. As a result, in 1912, he published a work equal to that authored by Bauer, namely, A Nemzeti Államok kialakulása és a nemzetiségi kérdés, The Evolution of Nation-States and the Nationality Question, Budapest. Unlike Bauer, Jassy stood for territorial autonomy. In October 1918, he published, A Monarchia Javogs a Dunaui Sult Alamok, The Future of the Monarchy and the United States of Danubia, Budapest, which was a version of Lajos Kossuth's 1850 proposal of a Danubian federation. The problem was that Kossuth's and Jassy's proposals were a bit opportunistic. Both were tabled after Hungary had passed the point of no return. In the former case, it happened after the suppression of the Magyar independence of 1848–1849, and in the latter, when Hungary's national minorities were not prepared to trade the prospects of their full independence, unambiguously supported by the Allies, to some vague promises of autonomy within Hungary. They harbored fresh memories of the extra-legal excesses of forced Magyarization, and the actual impotence of József and Ferenc Deák's famously liberal 1868 nationality law. Jassy stuck to the mid-19th century distinction between historic nations and non-historic nationalities current in the political lexicon of Italy and Germany. According to him, historic nations had to meet the criteria of historical political individualism. In a nutshell, it meant that such a nation was expected to possess the undisputed tradition of its separate statehood, even if currently defunct. In Central Europe, Jassy recognized the following nations of Bohemia, Germany, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Serbo-Croatia. He reasoned that Germany had to go its own way, but without Austria, and hoped for the creation of a United States of Danubia comprising Hungary, less Croatia-Slavonia, Austria, Bohemia, newly united Poland, and Illyria. Under the name of Illyria, he meant all the South Slavic lands united under the Croatian leadership. He also foresaw the possibility of Romania joining the Union, but obviously did not consider any transfer of Transylvania from Hungary to Romania even within the Union's boundaries. Unlike Bauer, Jassy was not ready to accept the political aspirations of non-historic nationalities, even if they had already been part of Central European politics and hardly could be disregarded. Hence his vision of the Union, by no means, could be attractive to Hungary's non-Magyar nationalities. 655. Busy establishing themselves as independent nations complete with their own nation-states. Jassy was a representative of the so-called Second Reform generation, which commenced in 1868, its name reminiscent of the 1820s, First Reform movement that spawned the ideological, political, and economic basis of the transformation of historical Hungary into the Magyar nation-state. A significant part of the latter reform movement was language politics, as between the 1820s and 1840s Magyar replaced Latin as the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary. The Second Reform movement did not have to preoccupy itself with the question of language, because Magyar had been already successfully standardized and its elevated official position guaranteed throughout the kingdom. Most of the members of the Second Reform generation were Jews, which was a consequence of emancipation. In 1890, they established the Hungarian Social Democratic Party along the lines of Austria's All-Austrian Social Democratic Party. The mainstream Magyar politicians and the Magyar public opinion, however, expected Jews to stay out of politics, so their political demands were largely ignored before 1918. Moreover, Austria-Hungary's biggest industrial centers were located in the Czech lands and in Austria proper. Hungary remained a largely rural economy with 56% population employed in agriculture. Workers constituted 21% of Hungary's inhabitants. Although concentrated in Budapest and its vicinity, their voice was hardly heard until the introduction of popular suffrage in 1918. Another irony of Jassy's proposal of the United States of Danubia was that although he was born into a family of assimilated Jews, he took so much care of retaining Roman Catholicism as an integral part of Magyardom and Magyar national politics. An indication of this stance was his insistence that the homogeneously Catholic Croatians lead the largely Orthodox South Slavs in Illyria. Interestingly, between 1880 and 1910, the shares of the Catholic faithful and the worshippers of Judaism in Hungary grew from 47.3 to 49.3%, and from 4.54 to 4.99%, respectively. Meanwhile, the shares of the faithful of Hungary's other main religions decreased, from 14 to 12.8% for the Orthodox, from 14.7 to 14.25% for Calvinists, and from 8 to 7.1% for Lutherans. Another exception to this trend was the share of Greek Catholics, which grew slightly from 10.8 to 11%. The Greek Catholic Church in union with the Roman Catholic Church, Budapest perceived it favorably, especially as the traditional alternative to Orthodox Christianity seen as, by nature, or even anti-Magyar. The politically and culturally Catholic character of Austria-Hungary and the Habsburgs spurned the developing ideological coupling of Magyardom with Catholicism. The share of Magyars among Hungary's Catholics grew from 55.1 to 65% between 1880 and 1910, and the share of Magyars among the kingdom's atheists and persons declining to declare their religion decreased from 60.2 to 56.1%. The assimilation of Romanians. 656. And Ruthenians to the Magyar nation was reflected by the increase in the share of Magyars among the kingdom's Greek Catholics from 9.4 to 15.2%. The increase in the share of Magyars among Hungary's Orthodox Christians from 0.95 to 1.74% mainly reflected the progressing Magyarization of Romanians. The share of Magyars among Hungary's worshippers of Judaism and Lutherans increased from 58.5 to 76.9, and from 23.4 to 31.9%. The former pair of percentages reflected successful Magyarization of Hungarian Jews, and the latter pair was indicative of progressing Magyarization among Hungary's German speakers and Slovaks. The ideologic link between Magyardom and Catholicism was strong, but not quite so strong as between Polishdom and this religion. The difference was that the number of non-Catholics among ethnic Poles was much lower than among Magyars. Calvinism gained the status of the second Magyar national religion, while no other faith rivaled the elevated position of Catholicism among the Poles. Another interesting parallel is between Jassi's proposal of the United States of Danubia and Józef Pilsudski's idea of making a federation/confederation out of the lands of former Poland-Lithuania. Jassy hoped to preserve the territorial integrity of Hungary, less Croatia-Slavonia, in the overlay of the United States of Danubia, which was to unite entire Central Europe. Pilsudski limited his vision to the erstwhile Polish-Lithuanian lands with actual provisions of autonomy for the non-historical nationalities of Belarusians and Lithuanians, and the offer of confederation to the equally non-historical nationality of Ukrainians. This even led to his military cooperation with Ukrainian troops when fighting against Bolsheviks. No similar example of cooperation between the Magyars and a national minority from the Kingdom of Hungary was recorded. Eberhardt 1996, 208, 212, Deoch 1987, 41-43, Gianni et al. 2004, 162, 191, 199, 201-202, 271, Litvan 1999, 227, 230-231, Major 1974, 17, Molnar 2001, 15, 246, 250-251. But the Ruthenians found themselves in political vacuum. Their national leaders did not declare independence, and Magyar troops and administration continued to control Ruthenia. The rise of newly independent Ukraine, which temporarily incorporated Ruthenia, was a surprise to the Ruthenians who thought that they might be an offshoot of the great Russian nation. But this nation-state was too short-lived to attract numerous Ruthenians to Ukrainiandom. Budapest seized this opportunity and, on December 21, 1918, established for them autonomous Ruthenia, Ruska Krajina in Rusin, Ruska Krajina in Magyar, with the capital in Munkacs, Mukakovo. In February 1919, the authorities of Ruthenia coalesced, and at the beginning of March, the elections to the Ruthenian Assembly were conducted. The communist coup in Budapest entailed abolishing autonomy of Ruthenia in April. At the same time, Ruthenian leaders from the United States agreed that Ruthenia should become part of Czechoslovakia, provided it retained its autonomy. In June 657, Czechoslovak troops entered Ruthenia and joined their Romanian counterparts fighting Hungarian soldiers. Within the scope of the Treaty of Saint-Germain concluded with allies with Austria on September 10, the minorities agreement was signed with Czechoslovakia guaranteeing incorporation of Ruthenia with the capital in Uzhhorod, Ungvar in Magyar, Ungvar in German, and today Uzhhorod in Ukraine, then for the first time officially termed Subcarpathian Ruthenia, to Czechoslovakia, and autonomy for this region. Romanian soldiers left Ruthenia in fall 1920, Pop 2005, 106-112. On October 29, 1918, 2 days before Károlyi took office as Prime Minister of Hungary, the National Council formed in Zagreb declared the independence of all South Slavic lands in Austria-Hungary. Budapest resigned itself to this political act, striving for maintaining the territorial integrity of historical Hungary less Croatia-Slavonia. Serbia, an ally of the Entente, regained control of its territory in November. On November 24, a pro-Serbian Montenegrin assembly deposed the Montenegrin king who opposed the union. On the following day in Ijvidic, Novi Sad, the Skupština of the Serbs living in Vojvodina, Vajdasig, that is, Banja Bačka and Eastern Banat or Bansag, declared the secession of their region. On December 1, Serbia, Montenegro and Austria-Hungary's South Slavic lands, Croatia-Slavonia, Dalmatia, Slovenian-speaking Krajina and Bosnia-Herzegovina, were made into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. On October 28, the founding of Czechoslovakia was proclaimed in Prague. 2 days later, Slovak politicians gathered in Turok St. Martin, Tu Archanský Svatý Martin, having no knowledge of what happened in Prague, unanimously proclaimed the independence of the Slovak nation, and unanimously agreed to the incorporation of Slovakia into a future Czechoslovakia. Budapest, playing on ethno-linguistic differences between Western Slovaks, Slovaki, and Eastern Slovaks, Slovjaki, brought about the declaration of the independence of the Slovjak, East Slovak, Republic in Kassa, Košice, on December 11. But the onslaught of Czechoslovak troops terminated the existence of this republic in late 1918, and on January 1, 1919, Magyar troops were removed from Pozsony, Bratislava. On December 7, 1918, Prague established the Minister for Slovakia who, first, resided in Sakalka, Skalica, close to Moravia, then in Zolna, Zilina, in northwestern Slovakia, and finally moved his office to Bratislava on February 4, 1919. In April, the forces of the Soviet Republic of Hungary attacked Slovakia, and seized its southern regions, less Bratislava, which were made into the Slovak Soviet Republic on June 18. It existed until 5 July when Romanian soldiers defeated the Hungarian communist troops. Romania succumbed to Central Powers in late 1916. Berlin and Vienna dictated to the Romanian government the terms of the Treaty of Bucharest, May 5, 1918. First, Romania was to cede all of its Carpathian passes to Austria-Hungary. This provided Hungary with a new frontier along a 500-kilometer stretch, to 658 to 5 kilometers from the original line, which took away about 5,000 square kilometers from Romania. Second, Bucharest was required to transfer southern Dobrogea, Dobruja, to Bulgaria, and all the three mouths of the Danube, which became a German-Austrian-Bulgarian mandate. In return for these concessions, the Central Powers authorized Bucharest to incorporate Russia's Bessarabia, historic Eastern Moldavia, which had become a Soviet republic in December 1917, and then an independent Moldavian republic in March 1918. Romanian troops entered Bessarabia in April 1918, and in Chisinau, the local Romanian National Council declared the region's union with Romania on December 10. On December 1, a huge Romanian rally in Gyulafehérvár, Alba Iulia, declared the secession of the Romanian-speaking areas of Hungary, that is, most of Transylvania and Banat. The German-speaking Saxons supported this declaration, hoping for retaining some element of their autonomy in post-war Romania. Meanwhile, at the Paris Peace Conference in early 1919, Bucharest demanded the return of Dobruja and the mouths of the Danube, from Austria all of Bukovina, and from Hungary Banat, Transylvania, and a strip of Hungarian plain running from Zajd northward past Debrecen. In the treaties of Saint-Germain, September 10, 1919, and Trianon, June 4, 1920, Romania was granted all the demands except Western Banat, which went to Yugoslavia, and the narrow strip east of the Zajd-Debrecen line, which remained in Hungary. Harna and Pfizer 1998, 139, Kosa 1999, 187 to 188, Kovasi 1998, 181 to 182, Magoxi 2002, 149, 153 to 154. Faced with the irrevocable collapse of Austria-Hungary, Károlyi sought to distance Hungary from the doomed dual monarchy, and on November 16, 1918 he proclaimed the Independent People's Republic of Hungary, of which he became president on January 11, 1919. His use of the novel adjective peoples was a bow toward the growing influence of revolutionized workers, communists, and peasants who had established the Hungarian Communist Party on November 24, 1918, and appealed, "Let's go the way of the Russians." Despite this and other concessions, Hungarian communists distrusted him, while a traditional elite came to consider him a traitor. His failed attempts at keeping Ruthenia, Slovakia, Vojvodina, and Transylvania within Hungary's borders earned him the nickname of the gravedigger of historical Hungary. He was also dubbed the Red Count, and the Hungarian Kerensky, who facilitated the coming of communists to power. In the context of the international and domestic situation he could hardly manage any better, but this did not stop Miklos Horthy's, 1868–1967, regime from condemning Karolyi, in absentia, for high treason in 1923. The Belgrade Military Convention, November 13, 1918, signed by Karolyi and the Entente required the demobilization of all Hungarian forces except 8 divisions. It also provided for the withdrawal of Hungarian troops from Vojvodina, Banat, and eastern and southern Transylvania. To Budapest surprise Serbian and Romanian soldiers, instead of Allied troops, occupied these regions. The advance of Czechoslovak soldiers in Slovakia was reaffirmed by the 659 Entente demarcation lines of 6 and December 23. The first left southern Slovakia and Ruthenia with Hungary, while it latter only southern Slovakia and eastern Ruthenia. These demarcation lines mostly coincided with the extent of the territories inhabited by Magyars with the exception of Vojvodina and the Zekler county in eastern Transylvania that found themselves controlled by Belgrade and Bucharest, respectively. On March 20, 1919, the Entente issued Karolyi with the ultimatum demanding evacuation of western Transylvania and further lands almost west to the line of the Tisza River, all homogeneously Magyar. This ultimatum also foresaw making the new demarcation line into Hungary's future border. The Karolyi's government preferred to step down instead of reacting to this ultimatum. On March 21, the Soviet Republic of Hungary was proclaimed, headed by the coalition of Social Democrats and Communists. The domination of the Communists was ensured by Bela Kun, 1886–1939, who had personal contacts with the Soviet Russian government. The hope was that what was in the terms of territory denied to Hungary by the West, the revolutionary East would provide. Promptly, Kun rejected the Entente's ultimatum. In line with the idea of spreading revolution communist worldwide and, ironically, striving to regain lost Hungarian territories, Hungary's Red Army was enlarged in breach of the Belgrade Convention. Hungarian communists noted well Jasszy's conclusion that nationalism had not been a spent force and had to be reckoned with, like their counterparts in Bolshevik Russia. The latter followed Joseph Stalin's 1913 essay Marxism and the National Question, written during his study trip to Krakow and Vienna. Stalin learned there and tested Austro-Marxist insights into the problem of nationalism, which, later, as Commissar of Nationalities, implemented overhauling Soviet Russia into a union of ethno-linguistically defined republics and autonomous entities. With revolutionary governments established in Hungary and Bavaria, 4 April–1 May 1919, the Allies were afraid that the Bolshevik Revolution would spill over to Western Europe, as hoped by Lenin. With the view of significant territorial concessions to Romania promised at Hungary's expense, in mid-April 1919, the Entente encouraged Bucharest to intervene. Romanian troops reached the Tisza River at the beginning of May, and at the same time the Czechoslovak army attacked from the north occupying most of Upper Hungary and western Ruthenia. The regrouped Red Army replied, pushed back Czechoslovak troops, and established Soviet Slovakia in the south of Upper Hungary. However, its troops engaged in warfare against independent Ukraine and Poland. Soviet Russia was unable to offer any military support to Soviet Hungary. On June 14, Red Budapest had no choice but to accept the terms of the ultimatum it had rejected in March. Simultaneously, the Entente suggested that Romanian soldiers should leave the area between the Tisza and Transylvania, but Bucharest continued the attack until its troops reached Budapest on August 4. Kun's revolutionary government resigned on 1 August. 660. The increasing chaos office-changing cabinets tipped the advantage to the counter-revolutionary forces that concentrated in western Hungary, an area not occupied by the Romanian army. The Entente lent support to the Austro-Hungarian Vice Admiral, Miklos Horthy's, 1868–1957, regime with its seat in Szeged. His government entered Budapest on November 16, 1919 when the Romanian army left with a greater part of Hungary's rolling stock and treasury. Horthy regarded Kun's regime illegal, and restored the institution of monarchy in order to establish unambiguous continuity between the historical Kingdom of Hungary and post-1918 Magyarország. To reaffirm his power, Horthy adopted the title of Supreme Commander. On March 1, 1920, his officers coaxed the National Assembly to proclaim him regent, Kormányzó. His titles and position were quite similar to those held by Poland's Pilsudski, officially titled as Supreme Leader, Naczelnik. Both Horthy and Pilsudski preferred to rule Hungary and Poland, respectively, from behind the scenes. For the first time in Hungary's history, popular male and female suffrage was put to work in the 25 to 26 January 1920 elections. Obviously, the Communist Party was not permitted to participate, and the Social Democrats boycotted the elections, appalled by the excesses of the White Terror. The Conservatives, who supported Horthy, emerged victorious. At first, it appeared strange that the renewed Kingdom of Hungary remained without its king as proclaimed by Horthy on March 23. But neither politicians nor the population at large wished to see any Habsburg in this role. In April and October 1921, from his Swiss exile, Charles IV staged two unsuccessful coups to regain the throne in Hungary. This convinced the Hungarian public opinion that Hungary would be better served by the regent than any king. This unique system of monarchy without a monarch was stabilized during the long 1921–1931 premiership of István Bethlen, 1874–1946. The political elite and the average Magyar, exhausted by the Great War, economic collapse, post-war fighting, and political chaos and violence, equally needed stabilization. The biggest loss, which dominated interwar Hungarian politics, was the loss of historical Hungary cut down to Magyarország. Károlyi, Kun, and Horthy hoped to prevent or limit the extent of the impending loss, but to no avail. Budapest's protestations were not taken into account by the Allies, like the earlier protestations of Berlin and Vienna when the Treaty of Versailles, June 28, 1919, and the Treaty of Saint-Germain, September 19, 1919, were imposed on Germany and Austria, respectively. The Treaty of Trianon, June 4, 1920, was a logical conclusion of punishing the defeated Central Powers. Historical Hungary's territory of 280,000 square kilometers, or 322,000 square kilometers if Croatia, Slavonia and Rijeka were included, was reduced to 93,000 square kilometers, and its population from 18.25 million, or 21 million, if Croatia, Slavonia and Rijeka were taken into account, to 7.6 million. Between 1918 and 1924, 350,000 registered, or 426,000 actual, Magyarophone refugees from the territories, of 661. Which Budapest lost control and then ceded, beefed up Magyarország's population to over 8 million. 222,000 refugees arrived from Romania, 147,000 from Czechoslovakia, 55,000 from the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and 2,000 from Austria. Romania gained 103,000 square kilometers of Hungarian territory with 5.3 million inhabitants, Czechoslovakia 62,000 sqkm with 3.5 million inhabitants, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes 20,500 square kilometers with 1.5 million inhabitants, not counting Croatia, Slavonia, and Austria 4,000 sqkm with 1 million inhabitants. Croatia, Slavonia amounted to 42,500 square kilometers with 2.4 million inhabitants. Hungary's exclave seaport of Fiume of 21 square kilometers with 50,000 inhabitants was transferred to Italy. After the signing of the treaty, Belgrade withdrew its troops from the Pécs area on August 20, 1921. Between August 1920 and August 1921, Belgrade had supported the existence of the little-known socialist Baranya Republic, which it hoped to incorporate as an autonomous Magyar Republic into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. But Baranya, except for the southern sliver, remained with Magyarország. Another boost to the Magyar national morale was the victorious December 14, 1921 plebiscite, which allowed Budapest to retain the city of Edinburgh, Sopron, initially slated for transfer to Austria. The victory was possible due to numerous German speakers who voted in favor of Hungary. Although the Allies claimed to follow the principle of national self-determination, with the privilege of hindsight, one may credibly propose that the territorial cessions required of Budapest were too extensive, but Hungary's neighbors might not agree. The truncation of historic Hungary left considerable Magyarophone minorities in Magyarország's neighboring states, 1.7 million in Romania, 1.06 million in Czechoslovakia, that is, mainly in Slovakia, 0.54 million in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, that is, 0.45 million in Vojvodina and 90,000 in Croatia-Slovenia, and 26,000 in Austria. The transfer of Fiume to Italy also involved 6,500 Magyar speakers. In the case of Czechoslovak and Romanian gains, the rationale of granting both states almost homogeneously Magyar-speaking swaths of the Hungarian plain, Alfold, was to secure the railway connections between western and eastern Slovakia, and the north, Transylvania, of enlarged post-war Romania and the southern pre-war core of the country. On the other hand, the cession of Vojvodina with a Magyar-speaking plurality alongside overwhelmingly Croatian-speaking Slavonia to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes was dictated by the military concerns, namely to push the post-war Hungarian border northward of the new kingdom's capital of Belgrade, Kozapisko Letortnelmi Atlaz, 1996, 70, Moxie 1982, 494, Dayok 1987, 43-48, 51, Eberhardt 1996, 208, 212, 214, Kosa 1999, 188-190, Magoxi 2002, 91, Major 1974, 20-22, Molnar 2001, 251. 263, Rothschild 1977, 155, Tahani 1982. Rump Hungary, or Magyarország, became a uniquely homogeneous nation-state with Magyar speakers accounting for almost 90% of the population. 662. According to the 1920 census, the number of 7.15 million Magyar speakers included 451,000 Jews. 19,000 Jews declare German as their mother tongue, 700 Slovak and 3,000 other languages. Notwithstanding the declarations, it seems that as many as 250,000 of Hungary's Jews spoke Yiddish at home. Interwar Hungary was quite xenophobic like Poland. Both states shared the same anti-Semitic policy of numerous clausures, which limited Jewish access to university education. Linguistic assimilation of Jews was much more successful in Hungary than in Poland. Horthy's regime did not allow for making them into straightforward Magyars. This justifies singling them out as a separate national category. On linguistic basis, however, Hungarian statistics lump Jews with Magyars and speakers of other languages, as had been the practice in Austro-Hungarian censuses before 1918. With this correction kept in mind, predominantly Magyarophone Jews amounted to 6%, 473,000, of interwar Hungary's population and Magyars to 84%, 6.7 million. Significant national minorities included German speakers, 6.6%, or 531,000, Slovaks, 1.8%, or 141,000, Croats, 0.7%, or 59,000, Romanians, 0.3%, or 24,000, Bunjevci and Sasai, 0.3%, or 23,000, Serbs, 0.2%, or 17,000, and other, 0.5%, or 39,000, Eberhardt 1996, 225-226. Hutterer 1990, 350, Molnar 2001, 264, Rothschild 1977, 192. The ethnic groups of Bunjevci and Sasai, known as Bunyevak and Sokak in Magyar, were registered in Hungarian censuses and statistics from 1880 to 1947. They are similar to Poland's Lemkos or Tudisi, local people. In the interwar period, Warsaw encouraged this former identification and registered the latter in order to weaken Ukrainian and Belarusian national identifications, respectively. Budapest reaffirmed the separate existence of the Bunjevci and Sasai to hinder the spread of Croatian national identity to Vojvodina that bordered on eastern Slavonia. The coalescence of the Croatian nation was a protracted process similar to Czech nation building. The idea of the Czech nation, though quite readily embraced by Slavic speakers of Bohemia in the mid-19th century, spread at a slower pace to Moravia and Austrian Silesia across ethno-regional divisions. In the Croatian case, ethno-regional identifications persisted even longer, Croatia and Slavonia located in Hungary and Dalmatia in Austria. Until the 1870s, one had variously referred to Catholic Slavs and their language as Slavonian, Slavic, and Dalmatian among others. For even a longer time, similar terminological fragmentation persisted in the case of the Slovenes. Gradually, these potential ethnic groups turned, regional groups agreed to assimilate in one nation or another instead of reasserting their separateness as ethnic groups or aspiring nations. The process was hindered in the borderlands between already recognized nations defined in the ethno-linguistic manner. These nations wishing to assimilate such border groups cancelled out each other's opposed nationalizing efforts, which, in turn, encouraged the group's further separate existence. 663. The Bunjevci and Sasai are descendants of 17th-century refugees from Ottoman-held Western Herzegovina and Dalmatia to Vojvodina. The latter are a smaller though distinct group that still resides today in southwestern Vojvodina and eastern Slavonia. From the linguistic point of view, they speak a dialect that is similar to Serbian and some Croatian dialects of Dalmatia. Members of both groups are usually Catholic, which links them with the Croatian nation. Magyar officials intent on furthering Magyarization as the instrument of transforming the Kingdom of Hungary into the Magyar nation-state, tended to play off Croats and Serbs against each other in Croatia-Slavonia. In 1900, the former accounted for 62% of the province's population, 1.49 million, and the latter for 25%, 0.61 million. The same pattern was followed in Vojvodina, where, to Croatian politicians' horror, the Bunjevci and Sasai were referred to as Catholic Serbs. In 1899, this led to the conversion of 1,200 Sasai Catholics to Orthodox Christianity. In Yugoslavia, Vojvodina was in the sphere of the domination of Serbian culture and language, before it became Serbia's autonomous province in 1974. This led to the gradual mergence of the Sasai with the Serbian nation. The Bunjevci persisted in Serbia's Vojvodina because they were Catholic unlike Serbs, while the administrative border prevented the Croats from successfully claiming them for their nation. The same process unfolded in regard to post-1918 Hungary's Bunjevci, shielded from the influence of Croatian nationalism by the political border, and from Magyardom by their Slavic language. Magyar politicians and Bunjevci national leaders interested in emphasizing the separateness of the Bunjevci, at times, propagated the view that they were of Norman, Wallachian, Romanian, Roman, Illyrian, or Slavic origin. In 1880, the Bunjeva Stranka, Bunjevak Party, was founded. 15 years later, Croatian organizations began to send their emissaries to Vojvodina in order to spread the Croatian national message among the Bunjevci. In 1913, the first Bunjevak School Association was founded in Sabatka, Subotica. It was still active during the 1930s in Yugoslavia. To this day, the Bunjevci and Sasai survive in Serbia's Vojvodina, numbering 20,000 and 1,800 according to the 2002 census. In 2005, Belgrade recognized the Bunjevci and Sasai as nations and their right to have education in their languages, much to the ire of Zagreb, which considers them part of the Croatian minority living in Serbia. Eberhardt 1996, 212, Ethnic Groups of Vojvodina 2005, Muraljib 2005, Todosijvici 2002. Interwar Hungary. The ironies of interwar Hungarian politics were aptly summed up in the saying that Hungary was then a kingdom without a king, and Horthy an admiral without a navy. Following the territorial losses prescribed by Trianon, Hungary, for the first time in its history, became a landlocked state. The long-lasting premiership of Bethlen stabilized the internal situation in a shrunk, revolutionized 664 and impoverished Hungary. In line with Horthy's counter-revolution, Bethlen abolished the Communist Party. Red Pécs was suppressed and the sinful city of Budapest subdued. New national borders that crisscrossed the pre-1918 vast free trade area composed of Austria-Hungary and the German Empire hampered production and commercial exchange. Hungary's industrial output reached its pre-war level in the mid-1920s, which was surpassed by 12% in 1929. The newly found prosperity, though not shared by smallholders in the countryside dominated by large landowners, allowed for abolishing of censorship and toning down the discriminatory edge of the anti-Semitic measure of numerous clauses. The stability was challenged by the Great Depression in the early 1930s. Hungary, like Germany, felt isolated and wronged by the post-war political arrangements. The aim of Berlin's interwar politics was to overturn the Versailles Dictate. Likewise, Budapest hoped for revision of Trianon. The popular sentiment was encapsulated in such slogans as, Mindent Vissza. Everything back, nem, saha. No, never, or Ugi volt, Ugi less. So it was, so it will be. The isolation of Hungary was deepened by France's wholehearted support for the Little Entente formed in 1920 and 1921 by Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes to prevent Hungary from regaining its territories lost to these states in Trianon. The other significant strand of foreign policy which Budapest shared with Germany, was anti-Bolshevism. When Horthy rose to power, the ideological justification of his regime was offered by the Catholic Bishop of Székesfehérvár, Ottokar Prohaska, 1858–1927, who spoke of moral renewal, and appealed for struggle against Jewish liberal cultural and moral influences, which he considered as responsible for the lost war and Trianon territorial losses. The fortification of the ideological link between the governing elite and the Catholic Church was similar to that in Poland. As in this country, this unholy alliance bolstered anti-Bolshevism and anti-Semitism in Hungary. In the 1930s, Horthy failed to find a strongman, who, like Bethlen, would stabilize the economic and political situation with a decade-long premiership. The gradual shift from democracy to authoritarianism became pronounced across Central Europe beginning in the mid-1920s. The process was crowned with Adolf Hitler's, 1889–1945, seizure of power in Germany, 1933. This tipped the scales in favor of politicians who sought to revise the post-Great War political order in Europe. In the second half of the 1920s, Horthy solidified the hold of his supporters on the parliament, the judiciary, and the government. Arbitrary use of force and extra-legal measures became popular. This, combined with the spread of worker unrest at the beginning of the 1930s, put power in 1932 into the hands of the radical Prime Minister, Gyula Gombos, 1886–1936. His great vision was a Central Europe divided between Germany, Italy, and Hungary. To this end, he made overtures to Hitler's Germany. Horthy agreed 665. To this alliance, motivated by his desire for territorial revision, and his personal anti-Semitism. Gombos oversaw the rise of the full-fledged authoritarian system practically hinged on the single dominant government party. The close relations with Germany encouraged emulation of fascism in Hungary. The most successful leader of this movement was Ferenc Szalasi, 1897 to 1946. Following the deposition of Horthy, he became the sole leader of Hungary in 1944 to 1945, as the self-styled Nemzetvezető, or leader of the nation, at the helm of the fascist Arrow Cross government fully controlled by the Germans. After the Anschluss of Austria, 1938, Germany bordered with Hungary. Budapest decided and strengthened links with Berlin, hoping to revise the Treaty of Trianon. In September, the Hungarian government sought the support of Britain to recover the Magyarophone section of Slovakia, but Budapest's wish was not granted in the Munich Agreement, September 29, 1938, which transferred the so-called Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia to Germany. Neither Berlin nor Budapest wanted to lose Hungary as a potential ally in the redrawing of the Central European borders, so on November 2, they decided in Vienna to pass to Hungary southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. These two territories of 10,400 square kilometers and 1,500 square kilometers were populated by 690,000 and 170,000 inhabitants, respectively. 590,000, or 86% of them were Magyars. Budapest emulated the anti-Semitic policy of Berlin, and, in 1938, issued two laws that drastically limited the possibility of Jewish employment in the liberal professions and white-collar occupations. Close cooperation between Hungary and Germany became the course of the day. On March 14, 1939, Hitler pressured Joseph Tiso, 1887 to 1947, to proclaim the independence of Slovakia. On the following day, Germany annexed Rump Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia, and transformed them into the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. That was the end of the Second Republic of Czechoslovakia. Meanwhile, between 14 and March 18, Budapest seized the rest of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, taking no heed of the March 15 declaration of the independence of the province, and renamed it as Carpathian Ukraine. Germany was not interested in the offer of extending its protection over Carpathian Ukraine. The territory of 12,000 square kilometers with the population of 670,000 was inhabited by 63,000 Magyars, 9.5%. Hungary gained a common border with Poland, which was duly celebrated by Budapest and Warsaw, as Poland also took part in seizing parts of the Czech and Slovak territory in 1938 and 1939. On March 23, Bratislava and Berlin signed the treaty, which extended German protection over Slovakia. On the same day, Hungarian troops attacked Slovakia from Ruthenia, seeking a protective strip of territory extending 15 to 20 kilometers. Berlin did not react, a clear sign that Hitler valued his alliance with Budapest more highly than with Bratislava. Slovakia lost an area of 1,900 square kilometers and a population of 40,000 with hardly any Magyars. 666. The outbreak of World War II with the German attack on Poland on September 1, 1939 was viewed by Budapest as a German-Polish affair. It remained out of the conflict, though offered a safe haven to Polish refugees. Now Hungary's desires were directed to Transylvania. On August 2, the Soviet Union seized Bessarabia from Romania, which encouraged Budapest. On August 30, the so-called Second Vienna Arbitration awarded Hungary with northern Transylvania, an area of 43,500 square kilometers with the population of 2.57 million. According to Hungarian statistics, Magyars accounted for 52% of the population, but Bucharest disagreed and came up with the estimate of 38%. The same disagreement applied to the section of Transylvania that remained with Romania. According to Budapest, Magyars made up 17.5% of the area's population of 3.3 million, yet the Romanian estimate was 10%. On November 2, 1940, Hungary paid for this award of northern Transylvania by signing the Tripartite Pact of Germany, Italy, and Japan. Hungary's enemies, Romania and Slovakia, also joined this pact, which obliged the three states to unwilling cooperation. Yet, Prime Minister Pál Teleki, 1879 to 1941, wishing to reassert Hungarian diplomatic independence, contracted a pact of eternal friendship with Yugoslavia on December 12. He reasoned that Belgrade would soon join the tripartite pact, which did take place on March 25, 1941. However, 2 days later a part of the Yugoslav army overthrew the government. Hitler intervened, and having moved across Hungary, German troops attacked Yugoslavia on 2 April. Teleki was shattered and committed suicide in protest on April 3. Hungarian soldiers did not participate in this onslaught, but they marched into Baja, Bačka, or Western and Central Vojvodina, on April 11. Budapest gained a territory of 11,400 square kilometers with 1.03 million inhabitants, 36.6% of whom were counted as Magyars. Between 1938 and 1941, Hungary's territory grew by 79,000 square kilometers from 93,000 sqkm to 172,000 sqkm. This enlarged Hungary comprised 52.9% of the lands of the Crown of St. Stephen. The population of Hungary increased accordingly by 5.4 million from 9.3 million to 14.7 million. According to Hungarian statistics, Magyars accounted for 80.9% of the population, a significant decrease from 92.1% recorded in the 1930 census. On June 22, 1941, Germany attacked the Soviet Union. Budapest had to make good on its ideological anti-Bolshevism and alliance with Germany. 2 days later, Hungary broke off diplomatic ties with Moscow. On June 26, unidentified planes, purported to be Soviet, bombed Kassa, Košice, in Upper Hungary. This event constituted a perfect casus belli. Hungary attacked the Soviet Union, and the state entered World War II as a belligerent. The defining moment for the Magyars was the destruction of the Hungarian troops ill-prepared for warfare during winter. Budapest's increasingly unwilling dependence on the Third Reich was set to grow until its logical conclusion, when German troops occupied Hungary on 667. March 19, 1944. The first sign visible to everybody that a territory belonged to the German sphere of influence was road traffic. In Austria-Hungary, vehicles moved on the left side of the road, while on the right in the German Empire. In the wake of the 1918 breakup of the dual empire, right-handed traffic was introduced in the empire's territories ceded to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, Poland and Romania. Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary stuck to the left-handed organization of traffic. In 1938 to 1939, this changed in Austria, the Sudetenland and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia annexed by Germany, and in the Czechoslovak territories seized by Poland. At that time, the change from left-handed to right-handed traffic was perceived as a sign of modernity and progress as epitomized by Third Reich among its Central European allies. This was also necessitated by the need to make the armies and transportation systems of Germany's allies compatible with those of their German protector. Tellingly on the very day when Budapest joined the German onslaught on the Soviet Union, it was decreed to change left-handed traffic to right-handed in wartime Hungary. The change was implemented in July 1941 with the exception of Budapest, where it was delayed until November. At the same time Slovakia followed the suit, Dayok 1987, 49, 54, 57-59, Dayok 1996, 12, 129-133, Hones 1991, 80, 83, 86, Kosa 1999, 192-195, Molnar 2001, 266, 280-283, Pop 2005, 140, 144, Rothschild 1977, 161, 183-184, 192, 195. Magyar, from the imperial to national language. In Austria-Hungary Magyar was the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary, which dominated in all the spheres of public life with the exception of Croatia-Slavonia. The 1868 Nagodbo provided for the official use of the Serbo-Croatian language written in the Latin script. The use of the Cyrillic variant of this language was confined to minority schools and publications of Serbs in Vojvodina. In this respect, the situation was similar to the official use of Polish in Austria's crown land of Galicia. But in Croatia Slavonia, Budapest strove to and did broaden the use of Magyar at the expense of Serbo-Croatian until the moment when the region was separated from historical Hungary and incorporated into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Vienna's gradually more liberal approach to permitting official use of languages other than German in Austria's crown land was not emulated in Hungary. Beginning in the 1880s, official German-Czech bilingualism developed in Bohemia's and Moravia's administration, politics, and educational systems. German remained the sole official language of the crown land of Austrian Silesia until 1918. But at the beginning of the 20th century communes were allowed to decide on their own languages of administration, and on languages, which should be used in elementary and secondary schools. Hence, there were communes, especially in the eastern half of this crown land, whose administration operated in Czech. 668. German, or Polish, as well as in Czech and German, German and Polish, and in all the three languages. Hungary's nationality law of 1868 was a highlight of the Austro-Hungarian political system, and the world's first ever extensive regulation on official language use. It provided for education in minority languages, and allowed use of these languages between citizens and state offices in communes and comitats whose minority language-speaking inhabitants made up at least 20% of the population. However, most of these liberal provisions remained a dead letter. Public schools did not provide education in minority languages, which led to the overlapping of linguistic and religious divisions, because mostly confessional schools offered education in non-Magyar languages. This led to the rise of coalitions between Romanian national activists with the Orthodox Church, Saxon, German-speaking, national activists with the Lutheran Church, Slovak national activists with the Catholic Church, and Ruthenian national activists with the Greek Catholic Church. Magyarization gradually pushed back minority languages from the public sphere. This was not such a pronounced phenomenon in the case of German. As the official language of the entire Austrian Empire before 1867 and the official language of the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary, it retained high prestige and was the most popular second language acquired in the Kingdom of Hungary. German speakers and Yiddish-speaking Jews eagerly learned Magyar, also having no hope of carving out any autonomous regions or ethno-linguistically defined nation-states in Hungary. Budapest saw them as supporters of Magyar nationalism. Except the Croats, national aspirations of Romanians, Serbs, and Slovaks appeared to endanger the prospect of turning Hungary into the ethno-linguistically homogeneous Magyar nation-state. The popular Magyar view also held that Romanians, Serbs, and Slovaks were civilizationally inferior to Magyars. But thanks to their sheer number and the existence of the Romanian nation-state, neither the use of Romanian in administration nor in schools was successfully suppressed in Transylvania. The same, though to a lesser degree, was true about Serbs. The situation of the Slovaks was different. Almost as numerous as Hungary's 2.8 million Romanians and twice as many as 1.05 million Serbs living in Hungary and Croatia Slavonia, the Slovaks, numbering 2 million, did not have any nation-state that could support their aspirations. The numbers are of 1900. In addition, the Czech support for the creation of a common Czechoslovak state had not developed before the end of the Great War, and the codification of the Slovak language was a work in progress. Hence, the suppression of the use of Slovak in offices and schools was much swifter and thorough. In the case of Hungary's 0.44 million Ruthenians, the situation was similar. In the absence of public schools with non-Magyar languages of instruction, the apt index of the official policy of Magyarization was the national makeup of Hungary's corpus of 64,338 public servants in 1910, Croatia Slovenia 669. Is not included. A 91.1% of them were Magyars, 3.1% German speakers, 2.1% Romanians, 1.2% Serbs, 0.5% Slovaks, and 0.01% Ruthenians. In 1910, the shares of these ethno-linguistically defined national groups, Jews partitioned among these groups in accordance with languages spoken by them, in Hungary's population, Croatia Slavonia not included, amounted to 54.46% for Magyar speakers, 16.14% for Romanians, 10.66% for Slovaks, 10.42% for German speakers, 2.54% for Ruthenians, 2.53% for Serbs, and 1.07% for Croats. Budapest's approach to the use of minority languages in administration and education was not different from the policies pursued by Hungary's neighbors during the second half of the 19th century, when the idea of creating ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-states became the political standard and priority in Central Europe. It was Austria that was a complete liberal exception in this regard. The removal of minority languages from offices and public schools in the German Empire commenced upon the founding of this polity in 1871, and was largely completed by the end of the 1870s. In the second half of the 1860s, St. Petersburg removed Polish from administration, and limited its use in schools in the Vistula land, that is, former Congress Poland. In the 1860s and 1870s, the use of White Russian, Belarusian, and Little Russian, Ukrainian, akin to Great Russian was prohibited, and the very existence of these two languages officially denied. Beginning in the 1880s, the same policy of replacing minority languages with Russian was extended to other regions of the Russian Empire, with the exception of the Grand Duchy of Finland, where Swedish and Finnish were retained as languages used in offices and schools. In Russia's Bessarabia, today's Moldova, St. Petersburg abolished Moldovan, Romanian, as a language of instruction in all public schools in 1867, and did not allow its use in Orthodox churches either. In 1897, there were 0.92 million Moldovan speakers, who constituted 48% of Bessarabia's population. The 90,000 Romanians living in Serbia were not permitted to use their language in offices, schools, or churches either. Prior to the post-Trianon enlargement, 5.49 million Romanians accounted for 92.2% of Romania's population in 1899. From the legal point of view, non-Romanians were considered to be foreigners, or non-citizens, which freed the state from providing education in minority languages in public schools, let alone provide for auxiliary use of minority languages in state offices. Eberhardt 1996, 215, 219, Gianni et al. 2004, 202, Magoxi 2002, 97-98, Paklasanu S 1985, 95, Pascu 1982, 239-242, 252. After the truncation of Hungary to Magyarország at Trianon, the official use of Magyar was limited to 93,000 square kilometers of the latter. The former imperial, dominant, language of historical Hungary was transformed into a language of Central Europe's next small nation-state, and at the same time reduced to a minority language outside Magyarország. Magyars shared this change of fate in the case of their language and nation with German speakers/Germans left outside interwar. 670. Austria and Germany in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The novel situation did not mean, however, that Magyar minorities, who found themselves transferred with fragments of historical Hungary to neighboring states, were exposed to similar forced assimilation as non-Magyars had been in the Kingdom of Hungary. To this end, the Allies coaxed Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes to sign appropriate minorities treaties in 1919. Similar standards of minority protection were required of Austria and interwar Hungary in the Treaty of Saint-Germain and the Treaty of Trianon, respectively. The League of Nations stood on the guard of these obligations usually, though grudgingly, respected until the system of international control did not begin to unravel after Germany left the League of Nations in 1933. The least problematic was the situation of the Magyar minority in Austria's Burgenland, though Vienna's pre-1918 liberal approach to official language use gave way to the constitutional decision that made German the state language of Austria in 1919. Most of Burgenland's schools were confessional, which left the decision on the language of instruction to the local priest. This system was discontinued in 1922, but minority languages were used as the medium of teaching until the Anschluss of Austria in 1938. Magyars perceived German as a high-status language, and the Austrian authorities tolerated the continuing use of Magyar at municipal and communal meetings. Full bilingualism soon made Magyars indistinguishable from German speakers/Austrians, and the former preferred to emphasize their regional or local identity rather than their Magyarness. Not surprisingly, the number of Burgenland's Magyars had decreased by 77% to 5,673 by 1971. The number of Croatians, who were twice as many in this region in 1920, 44,700, decreased by 45% to 24,500 in the same period. Attraction of Austria's German-speaking culture proved less enticing to them, and the Austrians did not welcome them to Austriandom as eagerly as they did Magyars. Even though buttressed with international guarantees of their minority rights, the situation of Magyars was less tolerable in Czechoslovakia, Romania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. German speakers/Austrians had at least been their political partners and equals in the dual monarchy. On the other hand, those whom Magyars had earlier perceived as inferior, that is, Serbs, Slovaks, and Romanians, became the dominant political and social force in the areas inhabited by Magyar minorities. An insult added to injury, Czechoslovak, Slovak, Romanian, and Cyrillic-based Serbo-Croatian replaced Magyar in the function of official language. This change was less felt in Croatia-Slavonia, where the dominance of Latin-based Serbo-Croatian had been condoned since the 1868 Nagodba, and in Czechoslovakia's Subcarpathian Ruthenia, because the dominance of the Ruthenian language was never fully established, so 671. The Ruthenians shared the local Magyar minority's grudge against the dominance of Czechoslovak language in this region. Many Czech administrators, teachers, and doctors sent to Subcarpathian Ruthenia saw their fate as exile, and perceived this region as Asia that starts east of Košice. Chassar 1982, 484-487, Morich 1994, 252-253, Pop 2005, 117, 129, Sozin 1982, 574, 576, 588, 593. Prior to 1918, Romania was an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state, as post-Trianon Hungary was destined to become. In 1899, Orthodox Romanians accounted for 92.2% of the population of 5.96 million. Significant minorities included Jews, 4.5%, and Magyars, 1.7%. After Trianon Romania, from a land of 130,000 square kilometers and 7.16 million people in 1912, more than doubled to Greater Romania, with 295,000 SQK and 15.5 million inhabitants in 1920. This came at the cost of losing the holy grail of ethnic homogeneity. In 1930, 13 million Romanians made up 72% of the population. Like Magyars in historical Hungary, Romanians barely made a majority of Transylvania's inhabitants at 57.6%. Romania's Magyars, 7.9%, and Germans, 4.1%, concentrated in this region, and Jews constituted 4% of the state's inhabitants. International guarantees prevented open discrimination of Magyars, but these documents were often observed in their tacit breach. Magyar language schools, political associations, publications, and cultural organization preserved Magyardom in Transylvania, but could not hinder the Romanianization of the civil service, which was concentrated in cities. Thus, the Magyarophone character of the urban areas began to change slowly. Initially, Romanianization settled the balance between Romanians. The latter being a majority of Transylvania's inhabitants had less elementary schools, 44.7%, than Magyars, 48.4%, who constituted 31.4% of the population. But redressing the Romanian grievance eventually disadvantaged the Magyars. For instance, the number of confessional Magyar medium elementary schools decreased from 1,100 in 1920 to 500 in 1937. The agrarian reform thinned the Magyar peasantry in the countryside. Bucharest's discrimination was specifically directed against the economic and political basis of the Magyar elite. These measures taken in the early 1920s deprived Transylvania's Magyars of their preeminence in the region. The situation stabilized in the next decade, and Bucharest chose not to react to Budapest's attempts to use Magyar minorities as justification for attempted revision of the Trianon decisions. Economic and internal difficulties, that led to the actual dismantling of democracy in the early 1930s, entailed by the huge territorial expansion of Romania, prevented Bucharest from antagonizing its neighbors. After the wave of refugees between 1918 and 1920, the number of Magyars in Transylvania stabilized at 1.3 million in 1920 and actually grew to 1.35 million in 1930. For entire Romania, the numbers were 1.36 million and 1.55 million, respectively. 672. Striving for a working modus vivendi with the Romanians, Transylvania's Magyars pleaded for autonomy for Transylvania. Saxons and many local Romanians, fearful of corrupt politicking of Bucharest, supported their stance. Their hopes were frustrated by the 1923 constitution, which, in emulation of the French model, defined Romania as a unitary and indivisible nation-state. Later, the political movement of so-called Transylvanianism evolved on the plane of culture, until terminated by Budapest's policy of revisionism, which led to the 1940 reincorporation of northern Transylvania, and emphasized the ethno-linguistic lines of national cleavages. Bureau 1992, 507, 517, Eberhardt 1996, 215, 231-232, Fischer Galati 1994, 135-136, Ludeny 1982, 600, Rothschild 1977, 281, 284, Turok 2003. Talking about the Magyars of Transylvania, it is necessary to mention that those concentrated in the southeast of the region refer to themselves as Zeklers, Sikli in Magyar, and Sekwi in Romanian. Their origin is disputed. In the past, Zeklers often saw themselves as descendants of Huns, while others proposed that they were of Turkic stock. However, with their dialect so close to mainstream Magyar, steeped in the dialects of the Calvinist Magyars of Partium, there is a strong probability that they were a group of Magyar pastoralists and peasants who, for the privilege of being freed from serfdom and the usual feudal obligations, agreed to become guardians of Hungary's eastern border, exposed in the Middle Ages to periodic onslaughts of various nomadic Turkic peoples. The ethnonym for the first time was attested in 1092, but its etymology remains uncertain. One of numerous theories on their origin claims that the Latin name Siculus, employed to refer to Zeklers, also means Sicilian, or is related to the Siculi, who were one of the earliest ethnic groups inhabiting Sicily. This could be a reflection of the false Byzantine myth that Zeklers were descendants of mercenaries recruited from Sicily. Their ethno-original distinctiveness was deepened by the fact that they received their own separate autonomous region, Zeklifold, consisting of two separate territories in eastern and central Transylvania. This region was preserved in Hungary until 1874 to 1876. Also, Their Catholicism separated the Zeklers from the rest of Transylvania's Magyar population concentrated in Partium, who professed Calvinism. Wallachians confessed Orthodoxy and German speakers Lutheranism. In 1567, at the Battle of Csomlyo, Szumuleuszaiuk, they defeated the Hungarian king and hereditary ruler of Transylvania, John Sigismund Zápolya, ruled 1540 to 1570, who wanted to impose Calvinism on the Zeklers. In memory of this event, the statue of the Holy Virgin Mary in the locality became the aim of the Zeklers' main annual pilgrimage. Similar autonomous regions, Great Cumania, Nagy Kőszeg, and Small Cumania, Kiskensag, both terminated in 1876, were also granted to Turkic Cumans, Konok, in Magyar, and Yazigia, Jasszag, to Yazigs, Jasik, in Magyar, in return for their service along Zeklers as border guards against incursions 673 of Turkic and Mongol intruders. But, for obvious strategic reasons, the Cuman and Yazig autonomous regions were located in central Hungary, far away from their Kothniks. Cumans and Yazigs in Hungarian service became Magyarized, but memory about the ethnic origin of their descendants survives in surnames, for instance, Kun. Bela Kun, however, was born as Abel Kohn to a Jewish father and a Protestant mother. He Magyarized the surname to Kun in 1906. German-speaking Saxons also obtained their autonomous region, Saas-Fold, abolished in 1876, consisting of 4 separate territories in northern and southern Transylvania, but rather to encourage them to settle in these distant areas in order to develop them economically and to establish cities. Hence, the German name of Transylvania, Siebenbürgen, or the Land of Seven Cities, which were the effect of the Saxons and other German-speaking settlers' work. Tellingly, Erdely in Magyar, hence, Ardil in Romanian, means a presumably empty of population land beyond the forest, *erdlu, like the English name Transylvania, derived from Latin. The German-speaking Swabians arrived in Banat in the 18th century, but did not receive any autonomous region of their own. Their Lutheranism distinguished both Saxons and Swabians from Catholic and Calvinist Magyars. Like Transylvania's Saxons, Banat Swabians retained their specific Germanic dialect and ethno-original identity that were not easily reduced to Germanness. The same was true of Zeklers, who, though they spoke Magyar, prided themselves of their Zekler background. These ethno-original identities of Zeklers, Saxons, and Swabians helped them preserve their languages and customs when Transylvania and Banat became part of Romania after Trianon. Presumably, it was politically advantageous for Bucharest that they did not declare themselves as straightforward Magyars, or Germans, leaving a room for maneuver when the question of Romanianization of minorities in enlarged Romania was discussed at an international forum. Actually, in the 1992 Romanian census, there was official encouragement for Magyars to register as Zeklers and Ksangos, and for Germans as Saxons and Swabians. But Magyar-speaking population resided in Romania, or more exactly in Moldavia, prior to Trianon. They are usually referred to as Ksangos. This ethnonym is perhaps derived from the Magyar word ksang, which means to wander, stroll, ramble, or stray. This aptly describes the initial character of the population as the strayers. Ksangos were Magyar speakers, mostly Zeklers, who settled across the Carpathians in Moldavia in the early 16th century. After the Ottoman conquest of Hungary, numerous Zeklers joined them. Not only language but also the Catholic religion separated both Ksangos and Zeklers from their Romance-speaking Orthodox Wallachian neighbors. The Ksangos also shared with the Zeklers the annual pilgrimage to Csomlyo, located on the Carpathian border, within Transylvania. When the ethno-national conflict between Romanians and Magyars flared up after Trianon, and once again after World War II, Ksangos tended to distance themselves from 674. This ideological strife, saying that they are neither Magyars nor Romanians, but Ksangos. In the interwar period, Budapest did not claim their land for Hungary, but strove to preserve the quickly disappearing knowledge of Magyar among the Csangos. The Magyar minority in Austria's Burgenland chose a similar strategy of de-emphasizing their Magyar ethnic origin. They prefer to say that they are neither real Germans nor real Magyars, and announce their identity by stating that they are from Ország. Ország is the Magyar name of Burgenland, literally the land of castles, in German, derived from the word ro for guard. This name preserves the memory of this borderland region between the Frankish kingdom and Hungary, which Hungarian rulers populated with military communities of Magyar border guards in the 10th and 11th centuries. Balish 2000, 19, Benko 1976, 701, Dam and Mikuzinska, 2000, 194, Copy S 2001, 147 to 148, Kozapisko Letortnelmi et les 1996, 28, Magoxi 2002, 104 to 106, 150, Sozin 1982, 573, 588 to 589, Tankos 1988, Weaver 2006, 160 to 162. Czechoslovakia was established as the nation-state of Czechoslovaks, with Czechoslovak as the official language that came in the two varieties of Czech and Slovak. This was a political ploy to provide the new state with its own ethno-linguistically defined nation that constituted a majority of the population. Otherwise, when such a majority was required in agreement with the Wilsonian national principle, Czechoslovak statehood would have appeared as illegitimate. Contemporaries interpreted this ploy as a necessary political doctrine, and the half-hearted steps to create a common Czechoslovak nation failed. In the case of language, actually Czech was used in administration and schools in the Czech lands, Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia, and Slovak in Slovakia. Due to the unfinished process of the codification of the latter language, Czech dominated in the central institutions, invariably located in Prague. Czech functioned as the official language of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, because the codification of Ruthenian, also known as Carpatho-Ruthenian, and the local language, had not yet begun, and Prague reneged on its promise to grant Subcarpathian Ruthenia autonomy until 1938. But Ruthenian was employed as a medium of instruction in schools, though it actually meant the use of various variants of this language, sometimes closer to the vernacular, Russian, Church Slavonic, or even Ukrainian. What united this language was its script, invariably Cyrillic. In 1921, 6.76 million Czechs and 2 million Slovaks lived in Czechoslovakia. Officially they were registered as 8.76 million Czechoslovaks, and statistics did not distinguish between Czechs and Slovaks. Otherwise, it would have been apparent that German speakers, Germans, numbering 3.12 million, were the second largest ethno-national group after the Czechs. German speakers constituted one-third of the population in the Czech lands, and 0.75 million Magyars, one-third of Slovakia's inhabitants. A similar situation was in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, where 0.37 million Ruthenians added up to 62% of their region's population. But unlike in the Czechoslovakia, there was no 675 single minority that would challenge the Ruthenian character of this province. Magyars at 103,000 and Jews at 80,000 roughly constituted each 1/6 of the population. Since the founding of Czechoslovakia, voters of various ethno-national backgrounds tended to elect deputies from the ranks of nationally defined parties. The democratic character of the political system reflected these preferences in the parliament. One-third of mandates went to German deputies in the Czech lands, and one-third to Magyar ones in Slovakia. Consolidation of splinter German and Magyar parties in Czechoslovakia commenced at the beginning of the 1930s, with aid flowing from Berlin and Budapest, respectively. The decade was marked by the rise of revanchist demands directed against Czechoslovakia by Germany and Hungary that led to cooperation between both states at this platform. In 1932, Konrad Henlein, 1898–1945, and the following year, János Esterházy, 1901 to 1957, entered politics and became leaders of the German and Magyar minorities, respectively. From the 1935 elections, Henlein's party emerged as the second strongest in Czechoslovakia, and Esterházy sought alliance with Slovak politicians demanding autonomy for Slovakia. In the latter half of the 1930s, Henlein appealed, first, for decentralization of Czechoslovakia, and, next, for granting autonomy to the overwhelmingly German Sudetenland, that is, Parani Ci, or the border II land as this area is known in Czech historiography. Magyars were similarly concentrated in southern Slovakia, but, unlike Henlein, Esterházy saw a solution for the Magyar minority in Slovak autonomy, not in transforming southern Slovakia into a Magyar Sudetenland. Between 1921 and 1930, the number of Czechoslovakia's Germans slightly grew from 3.12 million to 3.23 million despite emigration to Germany in search of employment, especially during the Great Depression. During the same period, the number of Magyars decreased from 0.74 million to 0.69 million. That was not so much due to discrimination, but to attraction of nearby Budapest, and the lack of career opportunities in the civil service and education for Magyars who did not master Czech or Slovak. Obviously, the number of Magyar schools decreased in Slovakia from 3777 in 1918 to 730 in 1936, but it did not happen because of the policy of forced assimilation. In 1918, there were only 429 Slovak schools. Their number grew to 3,212 in 1936, and reflected the share of Slovaks in Slovakia's population. Ironically, this was achieved through the huge inflow of Czech teachers and administrators to Slovakia, which bred discontent among the Slovaks who felt marginalized in their own country. In 1938, Magyar language elementary schools constituted 5.3% of all the elementary schools in Czechoslovakia, which reflected well the 5.4% share of Magyars in Czechoslovakia's population. The numbers for Germans were 21.5% and 20%, respectively, mainly due to more generous aid flowing from Germany, which Budapest could not match. Eberhardt 1996, 118 to 119. 676. Kerner 1940, 175, 184, Kovasi 1998, 187 to 188, Magoxi 2005, Pop 2005, 112, Rothschild 1977, 89, 126, 130. The Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes came into being as a state of three nations enumerated in its name. Soon the idea of making it the nation-state of the South Slavs was reflected in the 1921 constitution. For political reasons of creating an ethno-national majority, like in Czechoslovakia, the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language was proclaimed. As in the case of the Czechoslovak language, this declaration never delivered on its promise, and Slovenian continued to function as a separate language vis-a-vis Serbo-Croatian rendered in Latin characters by Croats and in Cyrillic ones by Serbs. The constitution remained unchanged, but statisticians distinguished Slovenes as a separate category. But even without them, the official Serbo-Croatian nation constituted 74.3% of the kingdom's 12 million strong population in 1921. 10 years later, the percentage grew to 77, when the inhabitants numbered 14 million. Serbs and Croats did not refer to themselves as Serbo-Croats, like Czechs and Slovaks did not call themselves Czechoslovaks. What is more, Macedonians were not recognized as a separate nation, and an official wishing to emphasize them as a different group, at best, spoke of them as Southern Serbs. The 1920s vacillation between centralization and federalization was cut short by the 1929 coup. The former option won the day. King Alexander I, reigned 1921 to 1934, renamed the state Yugoslavia, preferred to call Serbo-Croatian the Yugoslav language, and did not permit creation of ethno-linguistically defined provinces. Centralization and doing away with democracy left less space for the use of minority languages, especially of the non-Slavic minorities, such as Magyars. Magyars, mostly concentrated in Vojvodina, despised the imposition of Cyrillic-based Serbo-Croatian, because its association with the Serbs was even more antithetical to Magyardom than the Croats' Serbo-Croatian, which, at least, shared the alphabet with the Magyar language. In addition, already in Austria-Hungary the Magyars perceived Croatia-Slavonia as the Croatian nation-state, whereas they thought as unthinkable the separation of Vojvodina from the Kingdom of Hungary as that of Upper Hungary. In economic terms Yugoslavia did worse than Hungary, so Vojvodina's Magyars tended to leave for Magyarország an option more difficult for Transylvania's Magyars. The former's region bordered directly on interwar Hungary while its latter's homeland was located 250 kilometers away from Trianon, Hungary. Between 1921 and 1931, the actual number of Yugoslavia's Magyars slightly increased from 467,000 to 468,000, but their share in the overall population dropped from 3.9% to 3.63%. The Slavicization, Serbization, of Vojvodina entailed the state-sponsored arrival of 100,000 settlers from Yugoslavia's other regions. In 1914, there were 477 Magyar-language elementary schools and only 99 Serbian-language ones. Like in Romania, the imbalance was swiftly redressed and turned over. The overall number of Magyar elementary and secondary schools sank to 450, which 677 forced almost 50% of Magyar students to attend Serbian-language schools. What is more, most of the schools were actually Magyar language sections in Serbian language schools, or bilingual Magyar-Serbian ones, Moxie 1983, CH7, Monsland 1997, 222-226, Pribilla 2001, Rothschild 1977, 203. The transformation of Hungary into Magyarország not only generated Magyar minorities and refugees, but also triggered the transfer of entire Magyar institutions from areas seated at Trianon. A similar phenomenon was experienced by post-1945 Poland when the Polish-language universities of Wilno, Vilnius, and Lwów, Lviv, were moved to Torun and Wrocław, respectively. In 1872, the Magyars received their second university in Kolozsvár, Cluj. In 1912, two more were established in Debrecen and Pasina. After the incorporation of Kolozsvár, Hungary's second largest city, into Romania, and Pasina, erstwhile Hungarian capital, to Czechoslovakia, the Magyar universities were moved from these cities to Zajd and Pécs, respectively. In 1866, there were 5,000 students in Hungary. By 1913 the number grew to 11,000. Despite the truncation of the state, the number of students swelled to 19,000 in 1919, and stabilized at the level of 17,000 in the 1920s. This lack of any influence of the Trianon ordained huge territorial cessions on the number of students reflected the fact that university education in Hungary, except Croatia-Slavonia, was available only in Magyar. After the Great War, Magyar and Magyarophone students could continue their education in this language only in Magyarország, hence they flocked to the state from all over historical Hungary. The numerous clauses limited the share of Jewish students from 30% in 1918 to 16% in the early 1940s. In the latter half of the 1920s, this caused a drop in the number of students to 15,000, but the territorial aggrandizement of Hungary boosted the number to 20,000 in 1942. The share of university graduates in interwar Hungary's population grew from 80,000 in 1918 to 95,000 in 1941. Hence, the numerical size of Magyar intelligentsia was slightly bigger than that of Poland, a country with 35 million inhabitants, estimated at 70,000 in 1939. The number of Hungary's civil servants and professionals increased from 372,000 in 1920 to 473,000 in 1941, that is, from 4% to 5.1% of the population. This combined with the high degree of ethno-linguistic homogenization of Hungary, allowed for better penetration of Standard Magyar among the population than in the case of Polish or Slovak. Moreover, in 1930, 510,000 out of 687,000 non-Magyar speakers living in Hungary could communicate in Magyar. Hence, 98% of interwar Hungary's population spoke this language, a feat unequaled either in Czechoslovakia or Poland. Illiteracy at the level of 4% in the late 1930s was close to that of 1.5% in the Czech lands, a far cry from Poland, where in some regions almost half of the population was illiterate, or from Subcarpathian Ruthenia, where illiterates constituted 31% of the inhabitants in 1931. Paradoxically, Hungary's achievement in this field was thanks to Trianon. In 1869, 65% of adults were illiterate in the Kingdom of Hungary. This 678 percentage dropped slightly to 42% in 1910, and then suddenly to 15.2% in 1920. Simply, the non-Magyar populations who more often than their Magyar counterparts failed to acquire literacy in almost exclusively Magyar language schools, were seated together with historical Hungary's outlying territories to neighboring states. Historical Hungary's heartland, which was made into Magyarország, was overwhelmingly populated by Magyars, who achieved higher levels of literacy than non-Magyars thanks to the advantage of receiving education in Magyar. By comparison, the level of illiteracy was quite high in interwar Poland, 23.1% in 1931, because in its ethno-linguistic heterogeneity and policy of Polonization the state was similar to Hungary in the dual monarchy. There were more literates among ethnic Poles than among Poland's Belarusians or Ukrainians, who in Polish schools had to cross not only the linguistic barrier but also that between the Cyrillic and Latin script, like Serbs and Ruthenians attending Magyar medium schools in historical Hungary. In 1960, illiteracy dropped to 3% in Poland also due to thero-ethno-linguistic homogenization of the state after 1945. Still, it was quite an achievement that in interwar Hungary, illiteracy was almost eradicated. In 1931, 61% of Poland's population was employed in agriculture, while the percentage was 49% for Hungary in 1941. This indicator placed Hungary with 35% of the workforce employed in agriculture between Poland and Czechoslovakia. In 1930, 42.5% of Hungary's inhabitants lived in towns and cities, and the threshold of 50% was crossed a decade later. In Poland, this feat was repeated only in 1966, while the Czech lands being the economic engine of the Habsburg lands became predominantly urban during the second half of the 19th century. Book production was not impressive in historical Hungary. In 1913, 2,377 book titles appeared, many in other languages than Magyar. This compared unfavorably with the production of Polish-language books prior to 1918 when there was no Polish nation-state to foster it. In wartime 1918, 3,000 book titles of this kind appeared. In interwar Hungary, on average 3,000 to 3,500 book titles were published annually, which per capita was more than in Poland where 6,200 book titles were produced per year in the same period. The Hungarian average rose dramatically to 5,000 between 1941 and 1943. But the destruction wreaked by World War II brought about the collapse of the book industry, which turned out a mere 644 book titles in 1945. Radio broadcasting commenced in Hungary and Poland at the same time, in the second half of the 1920s. Likewise, ownership of radio sets was limited to well-to-do urban dwellers. As Hungary was more urbanized than Poland, the penetration of radio broadcasting was better in the former state. At the end of the 1930s, there were 46 radio sets per 1,000 inhabitants in Hungary and 35 per 1,000 inhabitants in Poland. Brief 2005, Gyani 2004, 291, 365 to 367, Kake 1990, 113, 127, 129, Rothschild 1977, 39, 44, 91 to 92, 166, 192, Vardy 1969, 414.679. The Trianon ordained limiting of Hungary to Magyarország had a paradoxical influence on language politics. This territorial curtailing of Hungary was said to have been carried in agreement with United States President Woodrow Wilson's ethno-linguistically defined national principle, which was elevated to the sole basis of legitimate statehood and new political order in Central Europe. But the principle was often observed in the breach in regard to the successor states of the Central Powers, namely, Austria, Germany and Hungary. Understandably, Magyar politicians, taking into consideration extensive Magyar minorities left out of Magyarország, used the Magyar language as an argument to indicate that the new borders imposed by the Allies are faulty. The sudden shrinking of the territory, where Magyar was employed as the official language, to post-Trianon Hungary was a traumatic experience for the Magyar elite and intelligentsia. It meant for many either loss of status and power if they remained in the territories ceded to the neighboring states, or the need to move to shrunken Magyarország, where they had to start their careers in the civil service or in the educational system from scratch. From the viewpoint of publishers, the new borders seriously limited the geographic extent of the area where they could sell their publications. The limiting of the Magyar language educational system to Magyarország also did away with the need of producing a greater number of textbooks in Magyar, which before 1918 had to be used by all students attending public schools in Hungary regardless of their ethno-linguistic background. After Trianon, the demand for textbooks in Magyar was limited to these children of Magyar minorities, who despite assimilating pressure decided to pursue their education in minority schools with Magyar as the medium of instruction. German speakers left behind in non-German speaking nation-states by the receding borders of Austria and Germany felt similar setbacks and fears. Recently, Russian speakers experienced a similar phenomenon, especially in non-Slavophone nation-states, which were founded in the wake of the defunct Soviet Union. What distinguishes the case of the Magyars is the scale of the phenomenon. 1/3 of all Magyars, or 3.21 million, were left beyond the borders of Magyarország. Comparatively speaking, they added up to half of the Magyarophone population living in post-Trianon Hungary. On the other hand, Czechoslovakia's 3 million strong minority of Sudeten Germans constituted less than 5% of Germany's population of 65 million. Hence, after the Great War, the vast majority of German speakers continued to live in the officially Germanophone nation-states of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Bearing the situation and these comparisons in mind, it is not surprising that Magyar politicians and the public at large feared that this territorial and demographic partition of the Magyar nation soon would be followed by the division of Standard Magyar at least into 4 different varieties if not separate languages in their own right to be used in Magyarország, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. Different varieties of written Magyar had been actually used in 680. The 16th and 17th century in Royal Hungary, Autonomous Transylvania, and Ottoman Hungary. A similar fear was expressed by Polish national activists in the second half of the 19th century, when the Polish-speaking area was divided between Russia, Prussia/Germany, and Austria/Austria-Hungary. This was connected to the change in the political concept of the Polish nation from the estate-based Polish-Lithuanian natio to the ethno-linguistically defined nation of all Polish speakers. An emergence of 3 different Polish languages would have nullified the ethno-linguistic justification for the establishment of a single Polish nation-state. Furthermore, it would have necessitated acknowledgement that 3 different though closely related Polish nations came into being. A similar ethno-linguistically based division of the single Magyar nation into 4 would have been a terrible blow to Magyar nationalism, bolstered only in 1867 by the creation of autonomous Hungary with Magyar as its official language. The language question raged in Hungary between the 1820s and 1870s. First, endeavors were undertaken to replace official Latin and German with Magyar. The introduction of this language as official in 1844 was a short-lived success, nullified in 1849 by the defeat of Magyars in the Independence War. They had to wait for the definite change in this respect until 1867. Meanwhile, the internal Magyar struggle unfolded on what the actual shape of Standard Magyar should be. It was settled with the publication of Gergely István Csüksör and János Fogarasi's authoritative multi-volume A Magyar Nyelvzódara, the Dictionary of the Magyar Language, 1862–1874. The old controversy between orthologists and neologists continued until 1895, that is, until the death of Gabor Sarvas, 1832–1895, the first editor of the influential periodical Magyar Nyelv, or the Guardian of the Magyar Language, established in 1872. The new editor, Zsigmond Simonyi, Steiner, 1853–1919, closed the journal to the never-ending discussion, and fostered more linguistically based cultivation of the Magyar language. Less space was devoted to discussion on the ridiculousness of neologist and orthologist lexical and grammatical proposals, but the efforts to cleanse Magyar of foreign elements continued unabated. In his 1905 article published in Magyar Nyelv, or Moses Rubányi, 1881–1965, proposed establishing a central office that would guard the purity of the Magyar language. Simonyi and Rubányi were of German and Jewish background, but their identification with the cause of Magyar nationalism and language was wholehearted. The same level of identification of Jews and German speakers with other nationalisms and languages was not achieved anywhere else in Central Europe. The last major change in the codification of Standard Magyar was the 1913 replacement of CS with C, when the phoneme /ts/ was meant. The exigencies of war and the trauma of Trianon, which emphasized the political significance of the Magyar language, and its propaganda portrayal as a beleaguered fastness, did not result in important lexicographic works. The dissolution of Austria-Hungary ended the continuing dominance of German in scholarship. But the 681 need to reorganize the shrunk entire state and its economy, to absorb Magyar refugees, and to cater to the newly established Magyar minorities abroad, limited resources available for research and scholarship. The financial basis of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences deteriorated, and much fewer publications were produced than could have been expected. For instance, in 1913, 826 scholarly book titles were published, but in 1921, a mere 539. Unlike in the case of Czech or Polish, no attempt was made to replace Csüksör and Fogarasi's A Magyar Nyelvzódara with a new authoritative multi-volume dictionary of the Magyar language. Zoltán Gombóc and János Melich, who began to publish fascicles of their Magyar Etymology Zótar, Etymological Dictionary of the Magyar Language, Budapest, one in 1914, continued their work. But their ambition to include numerous personal and place names, and dialectal words as well, stalled the progress, and the publication of this work stopped at the letter G in 1944. In the face of this plight, in 1941, Gazabarchi, 1894–1975, published his one-volume Magyar Zofich Zótar TT, Magyar Etymological Dictionary, Budapest, endeavoring to place Standard Magyar in the historical context of this language's development. Emil Jakubovic and Deza Zopész edited O Magyar Alvászakönyv, Old Magyar Reader, 1929, Budapest. In 1922, József Papai published his study, A Finugornapek es Nyelvek Ismertetés, Description of the Finno-Ugric Peoples and Languages, Budapest, which conveniently gathered the findings on the Finno-Ugric nations and ethnic groups and on their languages, as well at time when similar studies on Slavic and Germanic peoples and languages were made into political arguments for proposals of border changes. A similar political edge was also visible in Balincsi's Uri Samoshidi Zótar, Dictionary of the Samoshidi Dialect, 1935–1936, Budapest, which recorded the lexicon of a Magyar dialect, located just across the new, bleeding, border around the city of Satumér, Satmarnemati, in Romania. After Trianon, the politically motivated purist movement became even more pronounced. The pre-war ambitions of purists were mainly directed against German influences, as the German language tended to dominate in the politics and culture of Austria-Hungary, despite the official equality of both languages legislated by the Ausgleich. Following the truncation of historical Hungary, Magyar linguists paid more attention to weed out Slavicisms and Romanianisms from Magyar. To this end, Jenő Pinter, 1881–1940, a historian of literature and the leader of the Purists, published his irregularly appearing book Periodical, Magyar Nyelvtankönyv, Purification Book of the Magyar Language, 1938–1939, Budapest. The linguistic section of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences established the Commission for Language Culture in Everyday Life in 1931. The following year, it began to publish a journal, Magyarosan, in proper Magyar, literally in a Magyar way, 1932–1943. This periodical's editor, B. Janáky, 1881–1967, encouraged a less ideological approach to the Magyar language than that of Pinter. 682. The prescriptivist preoccupation with correctness, Magyar linguists shared with the Warsaw School of their Polish colleagues. One of the latter, a Stanislav Zober, published his influential Słownik Ortopoczny, the Dictionary of Correct Writing in Polish, Warsaw, in 1937. However, unlike their Polish colleagues, the Commission sought to replace international words with purely Magyar neologisms, for instance, radio, with kozang, literally, voice which is coming from all around. Beginning in 1931, the sports journal, Nemzeti Sport, National Sport, announced annual competitions for Magyar replacements of international terms, and 12,000 proposals of new words had been received by 1943. After 1936, Magyarosan backed efforts of Nemzeti Sport to Magyarize sport vocabulary. Eventually, a mere 150 new Magyarized terms came into popular use. The lack of new, updated authoritative multi-volume dictionary was acute. As a stopgap measure, in 1940, József Balassa, 1864–1945, published his 1e-volume A Magyar Nyelvzodara, Dictionary of the Magyar Language, Budapest. Fortunately, between 1911 and 1935, the 21 volumes of Révénégi Lexikona, Az Ismeretek Encyclopédiaja, Révé Great Lexicon, a universal encyclopedia, Budapest, were published. Although nowadays quite outdated, it remains the most comprehensive Magyar language encyclopedia to this day, and is regularly reprinted after 1989. The situation is similar in the case of the Czech language, because the best encyclopedia a Czech speaker can refer to is still the 28-volume Otov Slovnik Now CNY, Auto Scientific Dictionary, published between 1888 and 1909. Two more Magyarophone universal encyclopedias followed in the wake of Révénégi Lexikona's success. Between 1931 and 1933, the short, 4-volume Katolikus Lexikon, the Catholic Lexicon, appeared in Budapest. In 1936, the 8-volume UJ Lexikon, the New Lexicon, Budapest, was published. Significantly, a parallel edition was published for Romania's Magyars. Between 1936 and 1942, the 24 volumes of Ujadoke Lexikona, the Lexicon of New Times, Budapest, appeared, rivaling the achievement of Révénégi Lexikona. A new phase in the political role of linguistics commenced with the territorial expansion of interwar Hungary between 1938 and 1941. The Magyar University of Kolozsvár, moved to Szeged after Trianon, was returned in 1941 to the Romanian city of Cluj, that became Magyar Kolozsvár again. Obviously, such a place-to-place shunting of a university every second decade was a costly exercise, and it did not leave much time and resources for research. But from the point of view of politicians, it had to be done in order to emphasize the Magyars' right to the second largest city of Hungary. In agreement with this national line of propaganda, when in Zaj the university published its tellingly titled periodical Nepunk es Nyelfunk, Our People and Our Language, 1930 to 1939. Later, it was revived in Kolozvar as Nep es Nyelv, People and Language, 1941 to 1943. This choice of a less ideologically tinted title was, perhaps, conditioned by the necessity of stabilizing incendiary relations between Magyars and Romanians 683. Benko 1972, 285, 361 to 365, Fodor 1983, 63 to 64, Forgax 1998, 107 to 108, Kake 1990, 127, Okika and Kren 2002, 747, Rothschild 1977, 155. The question of the Magyar language in post-Trianon Hungary was as inexorably connected to the national minorities living in the state as it was to the Magyar minorities residing in the neighboring states. The usual tactic used by nation-states in interwar Central Europe was to reciprocate. A state extended such treatment to its national minorities, as the neighboring states were prepared to grant the former states Kothniks. In this manner, national minorities were turned into the instruments of politics. This put them between the anvil and the hammer. On the one hand, the very existence of ethno-linguistically defined minorities was an anathema to the legitimacy of national statehood, which dwelt on the myth of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. On the other, with this goal of ethno-linguistic purity hardly attainable under democratic conditions, minorities allowed states to forward justified territorial claims against one another. When the Western Allies and the League of Nations resigned themselves to these claims and allowed for numerous breaches of the international system of minority rights protection in the late 1930s, this opened the way for the growth of authoritarianism in Central Europe, which, among others, precipitated the outbreak of World War II. Meanwhile, minorities were pressured in host countries to assimilate, while their nation-states strove to avert this process, extending material and legal aid and by appealing to the League of Nations as well. Unlike in Poland or Czechoslovakia, national minorities living in Hungary were of little concern to Budapest. First of all, constituting 10.5% of Hungary's population in 1920 and 7.9% a decade later, these minorities were negligible in the context of Czechoslovakia, Poland, or Romania, whose populaces contained one-third of minorities each. The question of the Magyar minorities was rather of more concern to the Allies and the League of Nations than Hungary's minorities. Hungary's pressure to revise the decisions of Trianon was as strong as that of Germany's directed against the Dictate of Versailles. Budapest's and Berlin's claims dangerously reinforced each other in the 1930s. Germans were the largest minority in Hungary, numbering 0.55 million, 6.9%, in 1920, and followed by 142,000, 1.8%, Slovaks. Budapest could not use the German minority for its political ends, because it did not seek any revision of the border with Austria. The Hungarian government rather wanted to obtain the support of the state and Germany, both increasingly gravitating toward each other, for its project of revising the Trianon settlement. On the other hand, the Slovak minority was too insignificant, in the face of over 1 million Magyars in Czechoslovakia, to coax Prague successfully. The Romanian minority of 24,000, 0.3%, could hardly be used for negotiating better conditions for the 1.7 million strong Magyar minority in Romania either. The situation allowed Budapest to pursue a rather unabated Magyarizing course. 684. The politically espoused concept of legal continuity between historical Hungary and Magyarország was underlined by the decision not to introduce a formal constitution, a course shunned by all the neighboring states, which promulgated their own constitutions after World War I. Like in the United Kingdom, the totality of Hungarian law and legislation added up to the unwritten constitution of interwar Hungary. Not surprisingly, the 1868 nationality law became the basis for protecting the rights of the national minorities in Magyarország. Obviously, it had to be slightly modified to reflect Hungary's obligations in this field, as contained in the Treaty of Trianon. On June 22, 1923, Decree No. 4800 was issued to this end. It almost repeated verbatim the main clauses of the nationality law. In communes with 20% of inhabitants belonging to a minority, the minority language was to be used as auxiliary in offices and courts. Civil servants obtained 2 years of grace to learn an appropriate minority language. Parallel classes in a minority language were to be organized for minority students in an elementary school if there were 40 of them speaking the same mother tongue. On December 25, 1935, Ordinance No. 11,000 of the Council of Ministers provided that such classes were to be organized when there were 20 minority students sharing the same language in an elementary school. In addition, their parents were to be asked if they might wish to have a separate minority school set up for their children. Once again, as before 1918, these regulations were more often observed in the breach than otherwise. For instance, in 1931, there were 49 German medium elementary schools. In 98 further schools earmarked for German students, teaching was bilingual, in German and Magyar. But most German minority schools, 316, were purely Magyarophone with German taught as a subject for 2 hours per week beginning in the 3rd grade. Interwar Hungary's system of limiting minority language education to bilingual schools and schools with a minority language taught as a subject is similar to that earmarked for minorities in post-communist Poland. German associations protested and appealed for help to Berlin and Vienna. Budapest pretended to listen and even undertook efforts to this end, which had to fail because no care was taken to educate more teachers who knew German. For example, in 1935, out of 1,323 teachers employed in the communes where Germans lived, only 58 had full command of German. Berlin and Vienna were not prepared to press this matter too much, looking forward to closer alliance with Hungary for the sake of changing the post-war order in Central Europe. Not surprisingly, in 1933, as many as 70% of German students could not read and write in German. It was quite a shock to the minority, which was used to the preferential treatment it had received in Austria-Hungary, where German had continued to hold the primus inter pares status vis-a-vis Magyar. For instance, in 1918, on the territory of future Magyarország, they enjoyed 281 German-language elementary schools. The first wave of post-Trianon Magyarization reduced their number to 4 in 685. 1924, before the number stabilized at the level of 47 to 49 schools between 1925 and 1938. Even if the Hungarian government had been more decisive in its promises to improve the state of German language education, it would not have amounted to much. Their regulations on minority education applied only to public schools, which accounted for a mere 18.5% of 6,874 elementary schools in 1936. Churches ran the rest. The majority, 41.3%, of the elementary schools belonged to the Catholic Church. In confessional schools, church authorities decided on which language of instruction to use. The ideological connection between the Catholic Church and Magyar nationalism being so strong, Catholic schools almost invariably settled for Magyar as the medium of education. Another incentive to attend Magyar medium schools was the fact that there were no minority language secondary school, let alone universities. But even with the command of Magyar, it was difficult for minority applicants to enter Hungary's universities. Jews were barred by numerous clauses. It never degenerated into clausus nullus as in the late 1930s in Poland, where, at that time, no Jews were accepted at universities. At the beginning of the 1930s, the Gombos administration made Magyarization into the backbone of its policy of seeking revision of Trianon and fortifying homogeneity of Magyardom at home. Budapest followed the example of Poland and Hitler's Germany when it commenced the action of Magyarizing surnames in the army in 1931. Soon it became a requirement that a minority applicant had to magyarize his or her surname prior to be accepted into the ranks of students at a Hungarian university. In 1934 alone, 100,000 surnames were magyarized, many more than in Poland or Germany. The number of Germans decreased to 0.48 million, 5.5%, in 1930. The same phenomenon was observed in the case of all other minorities. For example, there were 105,000 Slovaks, 1.2%, recorded at the same time. Paklisanu S 1985, 137 to 151, Spira 1977, Appendix 4-2, Spira 1990, 7 to 8, Rothschild 1977, 192 to 193, C1 1995, 223, Zeidler 2002, 12. Ironically, Jews were singled out from this process of forced Magyarization, despite their general willingness to become Magyars, not shared by other minorities. On one hand, Budapest respected the wish of the Hungarian Jews to become Magyars by not registering them in censuses as a national minority, but they were tacitly singled out in statistics as confessors of Judaism. They attended regular Magyar language schools, and were not indicated as a minority in education statistics. But the only sure way to erase one's Jewish presence from statistics was to convert to Catholicism or some branch of Protestantism. Mainly due to conversion and emigration, the number of Jews decreased in interwar Hungary from 0.47 million, 5.9%, to 0.44 million, 5.1%, in 1930. Strangely, 2 Jewish secondary schools were opened in Budapest and Debrecen in 1919 and 1921, respectively, when no other minorities could count on such a generous concession. On the other hand, the numerous clauses singled 686 out Jews as a national minority and, against their wishes, did not allow them to merge with the Magyar nation. In the 1930s, antisemitism seeped into politics and drew the border between Magyarophone Jews and Magyars ever more clearly. The disregard for political and national aspiration of Hungary's minorities and the neighbor nation-states was also visible in the construction of categories employed for statistical purposes, and in the use of actual ethnonyms. Budapest chose to count the Bunjevci and Sasai as separate national entities despite Belgrade's protestations that they are South Slavs, who should be classified as Serbo-Croats. Neither did Hungary take a note of Yugoslavia's proclamation of the Serbo-Croatian nation, and continued to count Croats and Serbs as separate national minorities. Likewise, Hungarian censuses did not register Czechoslovaks, but only Czechs and Slovaks. Budapest used the old-fashioned ethnonyms, Tat and Ala, Wallachian, for the Slovaks and Romanians, though the more appropriate alternatives, Slovak and Roman, had been used by Magyar speakers since 1828 and 1705, respectively, before they became widespread words during the second half of the 19th century. To add offense to injury, Slovaks tended to perceive the Magyar term Tat, officially employed to refer to them, as offensive. These practices reminded of Warsaw's official approach to Ukrainians and Belarusians. The categories of Lemkos and Tudici, local people, were employed in Polish statistics to lower the overall number of Poland's Ukrainians and Belarusians, respectively. The parallel with the politicized use of the Hungarian categories of the Bunjevci and Sasai is obvious. Next, the Polish administration denied the ethnonym Ukrainian to Ukrainians and kept referring to them Ruthenians, not unlike Budapest, which called Slovaks Tots. Although the term Czechoslovak language popped in Polish minority legislation, it was only on rare occasions. Polish censuses distinguished between Czechs and Slovaks like their Hungarian counterparts. A certain change came with the territorial enlargement of Hungary between 1938 and 1941. Besides land, this event also brought in populations of Slovaks, Ruthenians, Romanians, and Serbs, who had enjoyed official use of their national languages and education in them for the 2 interwar decades. Magyar immediately replaced Slovak, Czech, in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Romanian, and Serbo-Croatian as official language in the territories incorporated to Hungary from Czechoslovakia, Slovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. A certain exception to this policy of official Magyar monolingualism was Subcarpathian Ruthenia. For several days in 1939, it existed as independent Carpathian Ukraine with Ukrainian as its official language. At 9.5%, Magyars were a clear minority in this region, unlike in any other newly reincorporated areas, Vojvodina, where they formed a rather sizable minority of 36.6%. The Hungarian propaganda referred to the Ruthenians as Natio Fidelissima, or the most faithful of historical Hungary's nations. Obviously, it was in 687. Effective slogan, but the Ruthenians had never been recognized in historical Hungary as a natio, a status, which was granted to Saxons, Magyars, and Zeklers in Transylvania. At the end of the Great War, unlike Slovaks, Romanians, Serbs, or Croats, Ruthenians did not distinctly and immediately demand separation of their region from Hungary, and did not oppose the founding of the autonomous province of Ruthenia controlled by Budapest, 1918 to 1919. That had to do with the weakness of the Ruthenian national movement. This weakness continued in the interwar period. Due to the above presented considerations, Budapest granted autonomy to Subcarpathian Ruthenia, renamed Kárpátaljai-terület, Land of Carpathia, usually shortened to Carpatalgia, Carpathia. Not to give any arguments to Moscow for demanding incorporation of the short-lived independent Subcarpathian Ruthenia, named as Carpathian Ukraine, to Soviet Ukraine, the word Ukraine had to be dropped from the name of autonomous Carpathia. Neither was Ukrainian introduced as official language. This distinction was shared by Magyar and Ruthenian, then known as the Euro-Russian, Hungarian Ruthenian, language. In 1941, national minorities constituted 19.1% of the population, or even more according to the statistics of Hungary's neighboring states. The sudden wave of Magyarization that took place after reincorporation of various territories between 1938 and 1941, meant replacement of Czech, Romanian, Serbo-Croatian, and Slovak civil servants and teachers with their Magyar counterparts, complete with the transfer of the entire university from Zij to Kolozsvár. This has brought resentment, and inevitably was interpreted as discrimination. The Prime Minister's decree of 1941 alleviated the situation, allowing for limited re-establishment of non-Magyar schools as minority schools. Symptomatically, a year earlier, Budapest decided to help Polish refugees, for whom a secondary school was organized in Balatonboglar. Minorities were a problem with which one had to deal with, but the establishment of a common Hungarian-Polish border in 1938 in the course of the partition of Czechoslovakia was an event to be remembered even after the carving of interwar Poland between Hitler's Germany and Joseph Stalin's, 1879–1953, Soviet Union. Another slight concession to the minorities included the replacement of the term Wallachian with Romanian, and Tot with Slovak, T-Tot, in statistics. But Bunjevci and Sasai persisted as separate national categories. The practice continued throughout the 1940s. The exclusion of Jews from the mainstream of society continued in the incorporated territories where 4 secondary schools were established for them. Unlike in interwar Hungary, teaching was done in these schools in Yiddish and Hebrew. In emulation of Germany's infamous Nuremberg laws, 1935, in 1941, Law 15 on the protection of race was issued. Of course, this law did not protect Aryans from Jews, but the Finno-Ugric race of Magyars. Budapest distinguished between the Magyar Jews of interwar Hungary and non-Magyar. 688. Jews in the incorporated territories. In 1941 and 1942, many of the latter were defined as of doubtful, that is, non-Hungarian, citizenship and given up to the Germans who transported them to extermination camps in occupied Poland. Undoubtedly, the Holocaust commenced in Hungary with Budapest's complicity, though its fury was unleashed after the German occupation of the state in March 1944. Of the 0.72 million persons of Israelite faith residing in enlarged Hungary of 1941, only 260,500 survived, mainly in Budapest, 144,000. In addition, 100,000 Christian Magyars too perished in the Holocaust, because under the anti-Semitic legislation of 1939 to 1941, they were reclassified as racial Jews. Benko 1976, 436, 772, Jelinek 1982, 447, Magoxi 2005, Magyar Statisztikai Évkönyv 1927, 236, 1942, 165, 1948, 257, Mazaros 1999, 129, Molnar 2001, 293, Pop 2005, 144, 146, Rothschild 1977, 195 to 199. Communist Hungary, Magyar is a small language again. When writing about the Polish language in the 20th century, I found it necessary to distinguish the period of World War II in a separate section, because the territory and population of interwar Poland changed so tremendously during that time. Most significantly, Polish disappeared as official language, and it was also banned from universities and secondary schools. A modicum of Polish language elementary education, press, and administration at the level of communes was preserved in the general government, or Inner German Reserve for subhuman Slavs, earmarked for manual work and eventual extinction. Neither the Magyars nor the Magyar language did suffer such a fate. Quite on the contrary, shortly before and during World War II, the territory where Magyar functioned in its official capacity substantially expanded. The brief German occupation of Hungary in 1944 to 1945 did not replace Magyar with German as official language, and there was no intention to do so. The war, which lasted for the Magyars between 1941 and 1945, was an extremely painful and destructive experience, but it did not sever or even endanger the continuity of Magyar as Hungary's official language, or Magyar language education and culture. Between 1938 and 1941, Budapest gained the revision of Trianon it sought, hence it was reluctant to enter the war by attacking the Soviet Union along the German invading armies. Hungary, however, had no choice. That was the price to be paid for Berlin's sympathy and help for Budapest in attaining its territorial revision, which brought back home 3.5 million Magyars who, after Trianon, had been left beyond the borders of Magyarország. The only sizable Magyar minority remaining outside enlarged Hungary resided in Romania's section of Transylvania. According to Romanian sources, they numbered 0.36 million, but Budapest disagreed, and estimated the demographic size of this minority at 0.53 million persons. 689. In 1942, 200,000 Magyar troops were deployed in Ukraine and on the Don. Ironically, 50,000 Magyar Jews followed them in the capacity of unarmed auxiliaries, which often turned these Jewish troops into cannon fodder. In 1943, 20,000 of Magyar soldiers perished in the Battle of Stalingrad. Despite this heavy military involvement, Budapest hoped to continue its independent foreign politics. The point was made of keeping Hungary neutral vis-à-vis the United Kingdom and the United States, whereas Budapest's participation in Germany's military operations against the Soviet Union was justified in terms of the ideological struggle against anti-democratic and anti-European Bolshevism. Prime Minister Miklos Kallai, 1887–1967, sought to establish the neutral bloc under the leadership of Hungary and Turkey that would extend from Central Europe to Anatolia. But the Soviet advance into this area in 1943 made his plan irrelevant. His stance, however, prolonged British and US neutrality to Hungary. On the other hand, the 1943 German occupation of Italy was a clear warning that the same might happen in Hungary if Budapest did not cooperate with Hitler. Eventually, Germans occupied Hungary on March 19, 1944. The first British bombardments of Budapest followed shortly in April. Calais tried to organize resistance but without success, mostly the administration cooperated with Germans. On June 6, 1944, the Allies landed in Normandy. On August 23, Bucharest asked the Kremlin for an armistice and turned against the Germans. 2 days later, General Charles de Gaulle's, 1890–1970, troops liberated Paris. In late September, a secret Hungarian armistice delegation arrived in Moscow and signed a preliminary document on October 11. It stipulated that Hungary was to lose all of the Rheincorporate territories, and to declare war on Germany. 4 days later, Horthy announced this news on the radio. Germans preempted the introduction of this armistice and seized the effective control of the state. The pro-German Arrow Cross regime of Hungarian fascists was established. The Soviet siege of German-held Budapest lasted from December 1944 to February 1945. By 4 April, entire Magyarország was under Soviet control. Meanwhile, the Soviet-controlled Hungarian government was founded on December 22, 1944 in Debrecen, like its Polish counterpart on July 22 in Lublin. A similar pro-Soviet Czechoslovak government was formed on April 5, 1945 in Košice. The Kremlin's grasp on Central Europe tightened in line with the Soviet doctrine that the communist system would follow as far westward as the Red Army manages to push. On January 20, 1945, the Debrecen government signed the Armistice Treaty in Moscow, which made it into the leading center of political power in Hungary. Hungary was re-established in its pre-1938 borders. All the incorporated territories returned to these states from which they had been seized, which also meant the substantial shrinking of the area where Magyar was used as the official language. The only exception was autonomous Carpathia, that is, pre-war. 690. Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Between 18 and October 28, 1944, Soviet troops overran Carpathia, and at that time, Stalin decided not to return this region to post-war Czechoslovakia, but to return it to its Soviet Ukrainian motherland. The Czechoslovak president, Edvard Beneš, 1884–1948, easily resigned himself to Stalin's dictum, perhaps, because Subcarpathian Ruthenia was so much different from the Czech lands and Slovakia in economic and cultural terms. Hence, it had never been fully integrated with the rest of interwar Czechoslovakia. In the Košice program of April 5, 1945, it was promised that the question of Transcarpathian Ukraine would be decided shortly in consultation with the region's population. The telling sign of what the future held in store was the official change of the province's name in agreement with Soviet usage. Obviously, the inhabitants were not consulted, and on June 29, the Czechoslovak-Soviet agreement was signed on the transfer of Transcarpathian Ukraine to the Soviet Union. In August, Beneš's Decree No. 60 stripped Ruthenians of Czechoslovak citizenship. In the meantime, Russian and Ukrainian replaced Magyar and Ruthenian as official languages of this region, Dayok 1987, 63–65, Kosa 1999, 200, Magoxi 2005, Molnar 2001, 283, 286–291, Pop 2005, 157, 164, Rothschild 1977, 184, 192, 195. During the latter half of the 1940s, the nation-states of Central Europe were refounded on the basis of the ethno-linguistically defined national principle. Under Soviet insistence, the Western Allies agreed to the mass transfer, that is, expulsion of Germans to make these states more homogeneous. The precedents for this step were vast expulsions of ethno-linguistically defined populations carried out by Berlin and Moscow during the war, and the tragedy of the Holocaust which emptied Central Europe of Jews. The same policy of forced expulsions was extended to multinational border areas in the Soviet bloc and Josip Broz Tito's, 1892–1980, Yugoslavia. This was of special significance to the Magyars, because after 1945 one-third of them found themselves outside Hungary again. Both communist and non-communist Hungarian leaders raised the issue of the Hungarian minorities, especially in Czechoslovakia, with the Soviets, but to no avail. The non-communist leaders even hoped, vainly, that Stalin might consider revising Hungary's borders after the war. The shrinking of Hungary to its pre-1938 size and the German extermination of two-thirds of Hungarian Jews boosted the state's ethno-linguistic homogeneity. Between 1944 and 1947, 213,000 Hungarian Germans either fled or were expelled, and 60,000 more were hauled by the Red Army to the Soviet Union in 1945, together with 20,000 Magyars. At the end of the war, 20,000 Magyar refugees from Hungarian-held Slovakia and 25,000 from Carpathia arrived in Hungary. In accordance with the Hungarian-Czechoslovak Agreement, between 1945 and 1948, 90,000 Magyars left Slovakia for Hungary, and 72,000 Slovaks Hungary for Czechoslovakia. In the course of the re-Slovakization campaign, 411,000 Magyars were forced to declare their nationality as Slovak 691. A similar instrument of re-Polonization was used to justify the retaining of over 1 million German citizens in post-war Poland, who in this manner were made into Poles. 125,000 Magyar refugees fled to Hungary before northern Transylvania was handed back to Romania, and 40,000 more followed them from other regions of Romania. Immediately after the war, 50,000 Magyar refugees and exiles returned from Western Europe. In 1945, 20,000 Germans and 20,000 Magyars were hauled from formerly Hungarian Vojvodina to the Soviet Union. According to Hungarian sources, Tito's communist forces executed 20,000 to 30,000 Magyars as a collective punishment for the wartime excesses of the Hungarian administration. In 1946, in line with the Hungarian-Yugoslav agreement, 40,000 Magyars left Vojvodina for Hungary, and 40,000 Croats and Serbs Hungary for Yugoslavia. As a result, Hungary became even more ethno-linguistically homogeneous than it was before 1938. In 1949, Magyars, numbering 9.08 million, constituted 98.6% of post-war Hungary's population. Like in earlier censuses, overwhelmingly Magyarophone Jews were counted together with Magyars. These Jews amounted to 134,000 persons, 1.5%, which only slightly lowered the share of Magyars in the population to 97.1%. Other minorities became pretty insignificant in numerical terms. Slovaks accounted for 26,000 persons, 0.3%, Germans for 22,500, 0.2%, Croats for 20,000, 0.2%, Romanians for 14,700, 0.17%, Serbs for 5,000, 0.1%, and Slovenes for 4,500, 0.1%, Gyarmati 1999, 219, Eberhardt 1996, 242, Magoxi 2002, 53, Monsland 1997, 254, Sudaj 1999, 212, Vardy 1969, 348, 351 to 352. Like Czechoslovakia and Poland, Moscow corralled Hungary into the Soviet bloc. The difference was that Hungary was perceived as a perpetrator of World War II, though somewhat unwilling, while it was clear that the two other states dismantled and occupied by Germans, and the Soviets in the case of Poland, were victims. However, the short-lived German occupation and the separatist armistice signed at Budapest with Moscow, allowed the elite to reinvent Hungary as a victim of Hitler's Germany too. The same path of justifying its statehood was followed by Austria, albeit the 1938 Anschluss was more than welcome by the Austrian elite, and rank and file. Anyway, in a fashion similar to Hungary, Romania also switched sides from Germany to the Soviet Union and the Western Allies in 1944. For the sake of forcing the new political system of Soviet communism on the states of the coalescing Soviet bloc, such details were swept under the carpet, though Hungary was obliged to pay war reparations to the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia. Erstwhile functionaries of the pro-German cross-arrow regime were not tried for war crimes, if they joined the Communist Party, Magyar Dolgozók Pártja, MDP, Hungarian Workers' Party, or the Pillar of the New Order. In 1946, under the communist pressure, the millennium-old Kingdom of Hungary was renamed as the Republic of Hungary. The following 692 year, the Communists rigged the last multi-party elections, and 3 years later the Soviet-ordained dictatorship of the proletariat became reality, complete with the adoption of Hungary's first formal constitution, an adaptation of the 1936 Soviet one. The constitution changed the name of the republic to the People's Republic of Hungary. Similar changes in the names of Poland and Czechoslovakia were legislated later in 1952 and 1960, respectively. By the beginning of the 1950s, the old elite, the nobility, almost 1 out of 6 Magyars claimed to belong to it in the interwar period, and the classes of large and medium landowners were destroyed. Nationalization of the economy and collectivization of the countryside followed. As in Poland and Czechoslovakia, persecution of the Catholic Church was widespread in Hungary. Its traditional independence from temporal power automatically made it into the prime enemy of the communists. In addition, Primate József Mindszenti, 1892–1975, besides fiercely opposing ungodly communism, was the Interrex, or the last surviving institutional link to the abolished Kingdom of Hungary. Stalin's death in 1953 and the Kremlin's commencement of de-Stalinization triggered open opposition to the communist system and Soviet rule in 1956. Coincidentally, demonstrations commenced in Budapest on June 27 and a day later in the Polish city of Poznan. The danger of military suppression of the uprising in making was prevented by the negotiated replacement of the Stalinist communists in the government and the Communist Party with a national communist regime, which began to build the national, Polish, path to communism. Similar negotiations failed in Hungary and the national uprising ensued, which numerous Hungarian communists called revolution. Moscow differed in opinion and the MDPs called on the night of 23 to 24 October 1956 for fraternal assistance of Soviet units stationed in Hungary. 4 days later, on the government's request, the Soviet units pulled back to the barracks. But on November 1, Prime Minister Imre Nagy, 1896–1958, announced the neutrality of Hungary and its withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact. Having secured Tito's support on November 2, the Soviet Secretary-General, Nikita Khrushchev, 1894–1971, ordered the Soviet attack on Budapest 2 days later. Fierce fighting raged for 10 days. In the wake of the suppression of the uprising, 200,000 refugees left the country using the rare opportunity that the borders were open. The fighting left 2,652 Magyars and 669 Soviets dead. Repressions followed. The MDP was dissolved and replaced with the Magyar Szocialista Munkáspárt, MSZMP, Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party. The MDP's membership of 0.9 million in 1956 sank to 37,000 members of the MSZMP in December this year. The new party achieved the notch of 500,000 members a decade later, in 1966. The general amnesty of 1963 commenced the period of consolidation, similar to so-called normalization that, in the 1970s, followed the 1968 Soviet intervention in Czechoslovakia. In emulation of the Polish example, the national path to communism was instituted in Hungary. Its 693 specificity was reflected in the Ujgazdasági Mechanizmus, new economic mechanism, which during the 1960s generated more pro-market-oriented economy, so-called salami economy, than elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. The Light hoped that the economic mechanism, with time, could be translated into a new political mechanism, but Moscow did not permit breaching the orthodoxy of the political basis of the communist system. The ossification of the new mechanism of economic system produced much bigger disparities in income and well-being than elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. East-West détente and the Helsinki Final Act urged the coalescence of the opposition and the rise of samizdat publishers like in Czechoslovakia and Poland. Beginning in 1978, Hungary's salami economy ceased to generate growth. Thanks to its salami economy, Hungary was the only Soviet bloc country to become a member of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Despite this achievement, the Hungarian economy generated huge indebtedness and a slump in the standard of living. At the same time, Poland began to face similar problems, but the economic collapse, not buttressed by any comparable new economic mechanism, was much faster and triggered the severe economic crisis that lasted during the 1980s. At that time, Czechoslovakia and, especially, Hungary appeared as the anteroom of Western opulence. The collapse of the Soviet bloc began when the Polish opposition and the government negotiated the systemic change in 1988 and 1989. Partially free elections were held in June 1989 in Poland and Moscow did not protest. On May 21, Budapest took the decision to dismantle the barbed wire fenced border with Austria. In the emulation of the Polish example, negotiations between the Hungarian opposition and the government commenced on June 13. 3 days later, Imre Nagy, the leader of the 1956 Hungarian Revolution, executed in 1958, was publicly rehabilitated, and the belated funeral ceremonies in his honor gathered a crowd of 250,000 people. The legacy of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 was made into the ideological basis of post-communist Hungary. The MSZMP was dissolved and the Republic of Hungary was proclaimed on October 23, 1989, and the free elections were held in March and April the following year. The communist period was over. Dayok 2007, 49, Hones 1991, 91, 103, 107, 165, Kosa 1999, 203 to 207, 211 to 212, Molnar 2001, 301, 304, 309, 325, 335, Skoflin 1987, 91 to 92, 98 to 101, Tomaszewski 1997, 205. The question of the Magyar minorities in the neighboring states was not raised by Budapest immediately after the war. First, Moscow did not allow it, and, second, the social, economic, and political changes entailed by forced Sovietization fully preoccupied the elite and society striving to eke out a living and preserve a modicum of national independence. Despite Budapest's wartime persecution of the Romanians in the incorporated northern Transylvania, and Bucharest's repressions of the Magyars in southern part of the region that remained with Romania, initially, the situation 694 of the Magyar minority was the best in post-war Romania. While introducing the communist system in Romania, Moscow imposed on Bucharest the Soviet-style nationality policy. This undermined the Romanian doctrine of unitary and centralized statehood and made Bucharest dependent on the Kremlin as the ultimate arbiter when it came to conflict with Transylvania's Magyars. In the 1947 treaty signed by Bucharest and the Soviet government in Paris, Romania formally confirmed the cessation of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina to the Soviet Union, and of southern Dobruja to Bulgaria. Moscow agreed to support Bucharest's wish for the reincorporation of northern Transylvania on the condition that a Magyar autonomous region, Regiuni Autonoma Maghiare in Romanian, and Magyar Autonom Tardameni in Magyar, had to be set up. It was established in 1952 with its capital in Târgu Mureș, Mureș-Văzărhely. Meanwhile, unlike after Trianon, the Magyar University of Kolozsvár was not evacuated to Magyarország after 1945. When northern Transylvania was transferred to Hungary in 1940, the Romanian University of Cluj was moved to Sibiu, Nagy Szeben, and Timișoara, Timezvar. The situation complicated after 1945, when this university returned to Cluj. The two universities became the rallying centers for Magyar and Romanian nationalists. The Soviet military administration prevented open clashes. The Magyar Autonomous Region remained the sole territory outside post-war Hungary where Magyar was used as official language, obviously side by side with Romanian. The Magyar University of Cluj was also the sole Magyar language university surviving beyond the Hungarian borders. Transylvania's Magyar minority had not enjoyed such a special status in the interwar period. Bucharest was never satisfied with this imposed solution. The 1956 uprising was pretext enough to merge the Magyar and Romanian universities of Cluj into a bilingual one, and to begin dismantling the autonomous status of the Magyars in Transylvania. The fear was that the uprising might spill over to the areas with substantial Magyar minorities in Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia, which could be followed by the demand of the revision of the post-war borders. Actually, numerous Magyars from Slovakia crossed the border illegally to join the uprising. In reply, Romanian and Soviet troops closed the autonomous region and policed it. Young Magyar graduates were often given jobs and apartments in other regions of Romania in an effort to disperse the Magyar community. In 1958, Bucharest even seriously proposed deportation of 50,000 Magyars from Romania to the Soviet Union in order to pacify the minority more thoroughly. The following year, the autonomous region's borders were redrawn to increase the share of Romanians in its population. Simultaneously, the Romanian and Magyar universities of Cluj were merged despite the protests of the Magyar faculty. Hungary suppressed after the 1956 uprising, Budapest was in no position to intervene. Repressions aimed at Magyars unfolded in Romania too, and did not abate until the end of the 1960s. Meanwhile, the very fact of speaking Magyar in public was considered counter-revolutionary. In 1965, Nicolae Ceausescu's, 1918–1989, became first secretary of the Romanian Communist Party. Shortly afterward, he ordered the liquidation of this autonomous region, transformed into a regular Romanian province. Self-styled as the genius of the Carpathians, Ceausescu's was a maverick. He ended Romania's active participation in the Warsaw Pact in 1967, did not sever diplomatic links with Israel, and in the following year refused to participate in the Moscow-led invasion of Czechoslovakia. The Kremlin tolerated his erratic behavior, because it proved to the West that the Soviet bloc was a union of free states. In addition, Romania was a proxy via which Moscow could maintain tacit links with countries officially maligned by communist propaganda. For these services, the Kremlin allowed him free rein in Romania, which Ceausescu's hoped to transform into an ethno-linguistically homogeneous and communist nation-state. In the 1980s, Hungary's position was much stronger in the Soviet bloc and the world than before. Beginning in 1982, Budapest openly pressured Bucharest to change the treatment of Romania's Magyars. Ceausescu's concession was his permit for setting up a Hungarian consulate general in Cluj in 1980. An uneasy modus vivendi set in. Meanwhile, Ceausescu disagreed with the position of agricultural producer earmarked for Romania in the Council of Mutual Economic Cooperation, the instrument of economic integration within the Soviet bloc. He decided to industrialize and modernize Romania fast. That meant wholesale destruction of 13,000 villages, including 7,000 Magyar and German ones in Transylvania, whose inhabitants were to be relocated into makeshift concrete blocks of apartments with shared kitchens and no toilets in 558 agro-industrial complexes. The carrying out of this plan began in 1988 in the Magyar region of THIRD-WORLDISM, and impelled 17,000 Magyars to illegally cross the border to Hungary. Besides modernization, this action's obvious goal was ethnic homogenization of Transylvania. Mass protests ensued in Budapest. In reply, the Romanian government brought about the closing of the Consulate General of Hungary in Cluj and the Center of Hungarian Culture in Bucharest. 30,000 more Magyar refugees fled to Hungary in 1989. Repressions suffered by Romania's minorities, the huge social cost of Ceausescu's SS megalomaniac projects, and the collapse of the communist system across the Soviet bloc precipitated the outbreak of demonstrations in the Banat city of Timișoara SS, Timezvar, inhabited by numerous Magyars. They were bloodily suppressed and triggered popular outcry, which brought down Ceausescu's dictatorship by the end of December. The policy of Romanianization, helped by a lower birth rate among Magyars and voluntary assimilation in mixed Magyar-Romanian families, showed clearly in statistics. In 1956, Magyars amounted to 1.6 million, 9.1%, but 120,696 persons, 0.4%, whose mother tongue was Magyar, preferred to declare different nationalities. In 1977, the number of Magyars grew to 1.7 million, but their share in Romania's population decreased to 7.9%. In 1992 also, the absolute number of Magyars declined to 1.6 million, 7.1%. Not surprisingly, the share of elementary school students pursuing Magyar language education fell from 9.5%, 152,000, in 1956 to 5.4%, 171,000. This slump was due to the progressive introduction of laws that effectively limited the number of Magyar language schools and sections in Romanian medium ones, Bogdan 1989, 372 to 373, Eberhardt 1996, 246 to 250, Fischer-Galati 1994, 136, Hones 1991, 177, 189, 207, Ludny 1982, 606, 612, Magoxi 2002, 188, Vardy 1969, 340 to 343. Initially the situation was even worse in post-war Czechoslovakia. Prague's aim was not only to empty the country of Germans, but also of Magyars. This collective punishment was meted out for the incorporation of southern Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Hungary, and for participating in the war on the side of Germany. Between 1944 and 1947, 180,000 Magyars were deported to the Soviet Union, expelled to Hungary, or fled to Hungary on their own. In 1945, the presidential decree stripped them of Czechoslovak citizenship. Two further ones confiscated Magyar real estate and property, and condemned tens of thousands of Magyars to forced labor. In 1946, 411,000 Magyars were forced to declare themselves Slovaks. The premise of the re-Slovakization campaign was that these Magyars were Magyarized Slovaks. Obviously, the opinion of those concerned was not taken into consideration. In 1944 and 1945, the Slovak authorities abolished Magyar language schools and educational institutions. Magyar students of school age were not allowed any education at all. The persecution of Magyars lessened after the 1947 peace conference in Paris, after which the erstwhile enemies of the Soviet Union and the Allies, Hungary and Romania, were accepted as full members of the socialist fraternity of brotherly nations in the Soviet bloc. Like in Poland, in the case of Germans and other minorities, the existence of Magyars in Slovakia was accepted at the beginning of the 1950s. These were the heydays of communist internationalism and the struggle against the national bourgeois deviation in the Soviet bloc. The system of Magyar language education was re-established. In 1955, there were 565 Magyar elementary schools in Slovakia. Predictably, the number sank to 490 in 1970, 295 in 1980, and remains at the level with 257 schools operating in 1990. The number of Magyar students attending Magyarophone elementary schools stabilized at 80%, which, as easily predicted, left 20% Magyars without any meaningful command of their language. At the same time, the number of Magyars living in Slovakia grew from 0.51 million in 1961 to 0.56 million in 1980, and 0.567 million 10 years later. They numbered only 16,000 in the Czech lands in 1961, and 10,000 in 1991. In 1988, Magyars amounted to 10.9% of the population in Slovakia, 0.2% in the Czech lands 697, and 3.8% in entire Czechoslovakia. The mistrust of Magyars continued, because of the 1956 uprising in Hungary, which the Czechoslovak propaganda presented as counter-revolution. In addition, Magyars from Slovakia crossed the border illegally to join it. During the Prague Spring of 1968, some Magyars appealed for reincorporation of southern Slovakia to Hungary. It was a minority view but did not help Slovak-Magyar relations. A day later, after changing unitary Czechoslovakia into a federation, the Constitutional Act No. 144 of October 28, 1968 unambiguously provided for full political equality and of non-Czech and non-Slovak populations of Czechoslovakia, namely for Magyars, Germans, Poles, and Ukrainians, Ruthenians, and for minority language education for them. Augustine 1995, Tables, from Minority 2005, Prokaka 1995, 139, Sadova 1994, 54, Statistika Arosenka Seska Slovensk Republiky 1990, 100, Vardy. 1969, 348 to 350. After World War II, Yugoslavia was re-established as a federation of ethno-linguistically and ethnologically defined national republics in the emulation of the Soviet model. Within the Republic of Serbia the two autonomous provinces of Vojvodina and Kosovo were founded. However, genuine decentralization of Yugoslavia along the national lines was carried out at the beginning of the 1970s and confirmed in the 1974 constitution. The persecution and expulsion of Magyars after World War II quickly gave way to negotiated coexistence, and Magyar was recognized as one of the 6 official languages of Vojvodina, along with Serbo-Croatian, in its Croatian and Serbian varieties, Slovak, Romanian, and Ruthenian. The situation deteriorated rapidly in 1956 when Tito supported the Soviet intervention in Hungary. Magyar institutions were abolished and bilingualism with Serbian was introduced in Magyar schools. Magyar language cultural and institutional life was re-established in the 1960s and 1970s. In line with the 1974 constitution, and beginning at the turn of the 1980s, Magyar was used in the Yugoslav parliament in Belgrade alongside Serbo-Croatian, Albanian, Macedonian, and Slovenian. Actually, the best and the most objective Magyar language press and radio were to be found in Vojvodina, not in Hungary. This Magyar model of how to develop vibrant national life was followed by the Albanians of Kosovo, when Belgrade suppressed the autonomy of this province in 1990. In 1988, the situation began to deteriorate when Serbian nationalists led by Slobodan Milošević set on the course to seize power in Yugoslavia, which, among others, precipitated its breakup. Milošević made himself a hero calling for annexation of Vojvodina and Kosovo and incorporating them directly into Serbia. In 1991, 0.34 million Magyars accounted for 16.9% of Vojvodina's population of 2 million. Serbs, at 1.2 million, 57.3%, constituted the majority. 8,500 Magyars lived in Slovenia's Prekmurje, Muravidic or Murantul in Magyar, and a further 22,000 concentrated in Croatia's Slavonia, along the border with Hungary. In total, Magyars added up to 1.6% of Yugoslavia's inhabitants. Their number, which hovered around 698,500,000 after 1945, sank rapidly to 0.48 million in 1971, 0.43 million in 1981, and 0.38 million in 1991, Bogdan 1989, 378, Yarosawaz 2004, 149, Kulman CIC and Zupan CIC 2004, 860 to 861, Moensland 1997, 358, 492 to 493, Rosenau 1994, 72, Vardy 1969, 351 to 352. In Transcarpathian Ukraine, the Magyar language educational and cultural life continued in line with the official Soviet nationality policy, though the content had to comply with the requirements of Soviet propaganda. Initially, Magyarophone education was limited to elementary schools, and Magyar language secondary schools opened in 1953. The Department of Hungarian Philology, founded at the University of Uzhhorod, supplied teachers for the Magyar language educational system. The number of Magyar language schools, stagnant for years, grew in the 1980s and since then has reflected the share of Magyars in Transcarpathia's population. The highly policed Soviet border and the complete subjection of the Soviet mass media to centralized propaganda and censorship isolated the Magyar community from information on the Hungarian uprising of 1956 and the Prague Spring of 1968, which unfolded in the states on which Transcarpathia bordered. In 1991, 160,000 Magyars accounted for 12.4% of the region's population of 1.28 million. Rusyns amounted to 80% of the population, but officially were classified as Ukrainians. Culture 2005, Pop 2005, 180, Vardy 1969, 354 to 355. Post-war Hungary being almost ethno-linguistically homogeneous with Magyars and Magyarophone Jews accounting for 98% of the population, there was little interest in establishing minority language schools. As in Czechoslovakia and Poland, some schools of this kind opened in the 1950s. Few minority students chose to attend them due to the discrimination they would suffer afterward. In 1960, monolingual minority schools were replaced with bilingual ones, in which the minority language and Magyar were employed as themedium of instruction. In 1966, there were 24 such elementary schools. In addition, 225 minority elementary schools operated where all subjects except the minority language were taught in Magyar. This Magyarophone bilingual minority educational system closely emulated solutions employed in interwar Hungary. The 1963 census registered 51,000 Germans, 31,000 Slovaks, 25,000 Croatians, 16,000 Romanians, 4,500 Serbs, and 8,000 Bungevci and Sasai. Article 49 of the 1949 Constitution prohibited any discrimination on the basis of nationality. After the barren years spent on recreating a modicum of stability in the wake of the 1956 uprising, an interest in Magyar minorities residing in Hungary's neighboring states was rekindled, especially after the flare-up of freedom in Slovakia and among its Magyars during the Prague Spring. Law No. I of 1972 amended the constitution with Article 61.3, which guaranteed Hungary's minorities the right of education in their national languages. The step allowed Budapest to appeal for reciprocation, though the question of Hungary's minorities was negligible, whereas that of Magyar minorities quite 699. Outstanding. Neither Bucharest, nor Prague, nor Belgrade did find this change in Hungarian law to be selfless, and solely in the interest of the concerned minorities. This became obvious when in the 1980s the diplomatic altercation ensued between Budapest and Bucharest at Romania's discrimination of its Magyar minority. In addition, Budapest could not fail to notice the social and economic plight of the Roma living in Hungary, who numbered between 400,000 and 800,000, 4 to 8% of the population, in the 1980s, according to various estimates. As in the case of Jews, Censuses did not distinguish them as aspirate national category. In 1980, it was estimated that 28,000 Romas spoke only Romani, while many others had limited command of Magyar. Like in Czechoslovakia, no minority Romani language education was provided in Hungary before 1989. Roma themselves preferred to conceal their identity in order not to face discrimination. In 1980, the number of minority schools in Hungary grew to 302, and to 322 in 1990. Magyarophone schools with the minority language as a separate subject prevailed. This did not give much credibility to Budapest's appeals for stopping the replacement of Magyar language schools with bilingual ones in Romania, Czechoslovakia, or Yugoslavia. The logic of ethno-linguistic homogeneity as the very principle of statehood legitimization held fast. In a way, policies of ethnic homogenization pursued by Belgrade, Bucharest, and Prague were the reflection of forced Magyarization, which Budapest had imposed on non-Magyar populations in the Kingdom of Hungary after 1867. However, these policies were not so effective and thorough as that of Magyarization. They rather followed the mixture of minority rights protection and semi to fully forced assimilation, also characteristic of interwar and post-war Hungary. The only exception, encouraged and condoned by the Soviet Union and the Allies, took place in the latter half of the 1940s when Magyars were summarily executed, expelled, deported, and made to renounce their nationality. The very same measures but on a much larger scale were applied to German and German speakers, who found themselves in Central Europe outside post-1945 Germany and Austria. Magyar Statisztikai Évkönyv 1994, 311, Satava 1994, 180, Valgyes 1981, 139-142. The communist takeover of Hungary brought about a sudden increase in literacy and education, as elsewhere in the Soviet bloc. Full literacy was the prerequisite of the efficiency of communist propaganda and indoctrination. Otherwise, illiterate groups would have been isolated from this influence. Hence, it was another instrument of instilling the Soviet-style political and economic regime. The form was Magyar, but the content communist. After the end of the Stalinist course of internationalism, 1956, which was to homogenize Moscow's Central European satellites in agreement with the Soviet model, this approach to language was transferred to ideology too. In their forced pursuit of communism, the countries of the Soviet bloc were allowed to follow their own national paths. 700. In this manner, national communism was born, quite similar to the Titwast communism of Yugoslavia, which had precipitated the split between Belgrade and Moscow in 1947. Soviet-style modernization necessitated the transfer of resources from agriculture to heavy industry. To this end, agriculture was collectivized and urbanization progressed rapidly. The processes were faster in Hungary, or in Czechoslovakia, than in Poland, because the collectivization of the countryside in the latter country ground to a halt in 1956. Hence, in Poland, quite uniquely, 2/3 of this sector remained in private hands, which required 1/3 of the total workforce to be employed on usually small private farms in the 1980s. In Hungary, the share of industrial workers grew from 38.3% in 1949 to 56.5% in 1970. In the latter year, collective farm workers amounted to 17.6% of the labor. Not surprisingly, the urbanization level reached the mark of 60% in the mid-1980s. The dominant position of Budapest, among Hungary's other cities, continued. This erstwhile capital of vast historical Hungary was, and still is, the largest Central European city with 2 million inhabitants in 1970. More than 1/5 of the Hungarian population resided in it, and together with its conurbation was home to 1/3 of the country's inhabitants. Unlike any other communist country, in the 1980s, Hungary entered the period of post-industrial economy characterized by the growing dominance of the service sector. Similar processes had unfolded in Western Europe since the 1970s, and their emulation in Hungary was possible thanks to the country's salami economy. In 1949, white-collar workers and the service sector accounted for 8.3% of the workforce, but the number grew to 26.3% in 1984. This sector attracted the growing number of university graduates. In 1937, 78.8% of school-age children attended elementary schools. The number grew rapidly to 96.1% in 1949, and 98.6% a decade later. The phenomenon of illiteracy virtually disappeared in the 1960s. The number of universities and institutions of tertiary education grew from 16 in 1937 to 32 in 1955, and stabilized at the level of almost 60 in the 1970s. The absolute number of university and post-secondary school students more than doubled between 1937 and 1950 from 11,700 to 32,500. The number grew to 110,000 in 1976, and stabilized at 100,000 in the 1980s. Taking into account only university graduates, they numbered 18,200 in 1970 and 24,000 in 1988. The tiny group of intelligentsia with secondary and university education as it was in the interwar period, grew to almost one-third of the population in the latter half of the 1980s. Publishing industry catering to the fully literate and socially mobile population observed the rapid growth from 644 book titles in 1945 to the wartime level of 5,000 in the early 1950s. The peak of 12,000 book titles was reached in 1956 because of the sudden flare-up in civic freedoms and political activity during the 1956 uprising. The ensuing repressions and stringent censorship brought 701. Number of book titles published to the low of 3,500 in 1957, before the new economic mechanism allowed for a sudden boost to 6,000 in 1960. The turnout stabilized at 5,000 in the 1960s, and steadily grew in the 1970s before stabilizing at the level of 8,000 to 10,000 in the 1980s. In the latter decade, Hungary produced 3 times more book titles per capita than Poland with its similar annual production of 9,000 to 10,000 titles. On the other hand, the volume of samizdat production never reached the levels observed in Poland during the 1980s. Hungary experienced much freedom in economy after 1956, but not in politics. In Poland, it was the other way round, especially following the upsurge in civic freedoms in 1980 and 1981. The repressions that followed were never so stringent or thorough as those after the 1956 uprising in Hungary, or the Prague Spring of 1968. Better performance of the Hungarian economy after 1956, translated into the improved penetration of the population with such means of mass media communication as radios and television sets. Practically, each Hungarian family owned a radio in the latter half of the 1960s, while the same indicator was reached in Poland a decade later. Television broadcasting began in Hungary in 1955, a year earlier than in Poland. In the late 1970s, 2/3 of households enjoyed their own television sets, and almost all of them in the next decade. The situation was similar in Hungary and Poland, but for the only difference that families in Hungary possessed more color television sets than those in Poland. The steady rise in book production, the unprecedented spread of university-level education and of the novel mass media of radio and television leveled the remaining dialectal differences and ensured the dominance of Standard Magyar, that is, the dialect of Budapest. Considerable and still diverging variety in spoken and written Magyar was contained to the Magyar minorities in the neighboring states. This phenomenon was especially pronounced in the areas lying far away from Hungary's borders, where no Magyar language radio or TV programs could be received. Gyani 2004, 666, Grothhusen 1987, 437, 479, 514, Hungary 2005, Kosa 1999, 72, Lakatos etal 2005, 7, Molnar 2001, 331, Vardy 1969, 411, 414. Moscow's domination in the Soviet bloc translated into the imposition of Russian as the prescribed language of international communication. In Poland, it mostly replaced French in this function, whereas it was German in Hungary. In the 19th century, French was the sociolect of the Polonophone intelligentsia and the Polish-Lithuanian natio. Its influence continued throughout the interwar period. In Hungary, closely bound with Austria in the dual monarchy, German played a similar function. Because German-speaking and Magyarophone civil servants, merchants, and intellectuals were in constant contact with one another and often lived in the same localities, the penetration of the command of German among rank-and-file Magyars was much deeper than that of French in Poland. In Hungary, French became the sociolect of the narrow stratum of aristocracy. Between the two world wars, due to Hungary's strong political 702 and economic links with the United Kingdom and the United States, the role of English as the language of science and commerce grew. The post-war ethnic cleansing and the unprecedented shift of the Polish borders westward rendered an ethnically homogeneous Poland. The concomitant imposition of Russian, unwelcome by the population at large, did away with the knowledge of French, but this phenomenon was not accompanied by the actual rise in the command of Russian. Poles became virtually monolingual. In Hungary, the socially ingrained knowledge of German continued. Most scholars and intellectuals retained and acquired command of this language. Magyar being a Finno-Ugric language with no close cognates unlike Slavic or Germanic languages, Hungarian scholars, willing to participate in the international discourse, willy-nilly, had to publish their articles in German, French, Russian, and English. In an endeavor to bridge the linguistic gap, Hungarian publishers also brought books on numerous aspects of the state and its population in foreign languages. No similar pressure to emulate this example was felt in Czechoslovakia or Poland. As elsewhere in the Soviet bloc, the communist takeover and the imposition of Russian showed up in the purge of vocabulary perceived as ideologically associated with the previous regime and economic system, for instance, TT, stock exchange, Uriember, gentleman, or Azoni, madam, a form of address. The new institutions and needs of the Soviet-style political and economic system also introduced brand new vocabulary, for example, Ostalielines, class enemy, Zovias, Sovkhoz, or Kulakfold, Kulak-owned land. The curtailing of Hungary to its pre-1938 territory and the Allies' inspired expulsion of Germans resulted in a renewed wave of purism, especially directed against ugly Germanisms. Language being of such importance to Soviet-style indoctrination and the actual construction of the Soviet system, special measures were directed at Standard Hungarian in order to bring about its compliance with the ideological assumptions. The thinking behind this project was that what cannot be named, does not, or will soon cease to exist, purged from human minds, especially those of new generations formed by the communist educational system. This system of close control over language, developed in the 1920s Soviet Union, was wholesale applied in the countries of the Soviet bloc. The difficulty was that in Poland the tacitly anti-communist center of linguistic research and publishing located in Krakow undermined the position of political and cultural center earmarked for Warsaw. Similarly, in Czechoslovakia, Prague as the state's sole political center had to share its position of cultural center with Bratislava, where Slovak language publishers and cultural institutions concentrated. The division deepened in the wake of the Prague Spring, 1968, when Bratislava was grudgingly granted the status of the nominally equal power center of Czechoslovakia. In Poland, the dominance of Warsaw over Krakow and other centers of culture deepened with time. There were 703. Not such dilemmas in communist Hungary, as Budapest had been before, and remained the center of political and cultural power. Its hold over the rest of the country even fortified, and no publishers were allowed to operate outside the capital. For this made censorship in Hungary more efficient than in Poland or Czechoslovakia. In 1950, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences founded the Commission for Language Politics. At the same time, a Polish counterpart was established by the Polish Academy of Sciences. Lajos Elerinche, 1915–1993, headed this Hungarian commission. He perceived the shape of the pre-communist standard Magyar as Germanocentric. He hoped to change this and cleanse Magyar of foreign words. Obviously, to be effective, this purism could not target Russian linguistic loans. This blunted the edge of the puristic tendencies. The heated discussion on what should be the shape of standard Magyar unfolded in Magyar nyelv. Elerinche posed the most burning issues in Nyelvmvielszánk FBB courtesy IFF, the most significant questions of our language politics, 1953, Budapest. The following year, most of them were addressed in the 10th edition of a Magyar Helyesírás Szabályai, The Principles of Magyar Orthography and Grammar, 1954, Budapest. At a more scholarly level, Elerinche's colleagues, Laszlo Dím and Béla Kovács, summed up the discussion in Magyar nyelve Eliaseg, How to Write and Speak Correctly in Magyar, 1957, Budapest. Elerinche translated their scholarly findings into a school textbook titled, Iskola nyelvvel, Advice on the Correct Use of Our Language for Schools, 1959, Budapest. Like in Poland, the main preoccupation was with the correctness of language use. It did not necessarily mean giving up to purism. A decision that the new form of standard Magyar should not be chauvinistic, taken at the conference, Enya Nyelvi Emuveltskunk, Our Language Politics, held in Pécs during late 1959, opened the leeway for retaining and reintroducing international words and foreign linguistic loans to Magyar. At the conference, much time was taken up by the question on how to enforce the use of such specifically Magyar letters, as A, I, O, U, or U in typewriters. Some proposed ordering specially customized typewriters from the West, but in the times of the intensified Cold War, this solution was ideologically suspect. Hence, the technical problem continued well into the 1960s. Most significantly, the conference approved the consensus on the appropriate shape of standard Magyar, as presented in the works authored by Elerinche, Laszlo Dím, and Béla Kovács. Between 1959 and 1962, the 7 volumes of the new authoritative dictionary, A Magyar Nyelvörtelmez Zodara, the explanatory dictionary of the Magyar language, Budapest, were published. The work was edited by Laszlo Orzsák, 1907–1984, and Géza Bárcsi. The latter was the author of the sole new interwar dictionary of Magyar, Magyar Zofich Zotar TT, 1941. Bárcsi and Orzsák's dictionary was badly needed, and replaced the very first authoritative dictionary of Magyar, namely Csükszer and Fogarasi's dated 6 volume. 704. A Magyar Nyelvzodara, the Dictionary of the Magyar Language, 1862–1874, Pest. In 1961, Dím and Pál Fabian published their much-needed Helyesírási Tanácsadó Zótar, the Dictionary of Advice How to Write Correctly, Budapest, based on the 1954 edition of A Magyar Helyesírás Szabályai. After having gone through numerous editions, Dím and Fabian's work was published, as Helyesírási Kizászatár, the Orthographic Dictionary, 1988, Budapest, and still remains in print titled Magyar Helyesírási Kizászatár, the Dictionary of Correct Writing in Magyar, 1999, Budapest. With the popular user in mind, József Jú has shortened Bárcsi and Orzsák's dictionary into one volume Magyar Értelmez Kizászatár, the short explanatory dictionary of Magyar, 1972, Budapest. Beginning with the 5th edition published in 1982, this dictionary was broadened to 2 volumes, and remains the standard Magyar dictionary to this day. Laszlo Gréczy and Miklós Kovalevsky combined the tradition of Dím and Fabian's dictionary with that of Magyar Értelmez Kizászatár edited by Juhász, and published 2 massive volumes of Nyelvművel Okazikanev, the Handbook of Language Cultivation, 1980–1985, Budapest. In 1996, Gréczy shortened it to 1 volume Nyelvművel Kizászatár, the Dictionary of Language Cultivation, Budapest. Correctness of writing and speech was a never-ending concern. In 1971, the Hungarian Academy of Sciences founded the Committee of Correct Writing, which came up with 100 new rules. Between 1981 and 1984, they were discussed and tested. In 1984, the principles were enshrined in the 11th edition of a Magyar Helyesírás Szabályai, and duly reflected in Deem and Fabian's Helyesírási Közösítár, 1988. To propagate and preserve correctness of Magyar, the Anyanyelvapalok Szövetség, Union of the Cultivators of the Mother Tongue, was founded in 1979. It publishes the tellingly titled journal, Eds Anyanyelvunk, Our Beloved Mother Tongue. The whole social movement, which developed around the issue of language correctness, on one hand, channeled people's attention away from politics, while, on the other, was contributing to the fortification of the national in Hungary's national communism. Such officially encouraged preoccupation with language correctness, sometimes dubbed purity in more emotional terms, served similar roles in Czechoslovakia and Poland. In the 1980s, this preoccupation gained a new dimension in Hungary when Budapest dared to speak on behalf of Magyar minorities in the neighboring states. The return of the issue of these minorities to politics also allowed Hungarian politicians to use the question of the Magyar language in foreign politics. The diverging norms in Magyar-spoken Batese minorities as well as the threat of bilingualism became a new field of activity and worry for language cultivators working for the sake of their beloved mother tongue. To this end the border between us and them had to be also drawn in language. This process was 705. Facilitated by the publication of the 4 volumes of György Lakos Monumental a Magyar Zokaszlet Finugar Eleme, the Finno-Ugric Elements in the Magyar Lexical Stock, 1967–1978, Budapest. This work confirmed what was truly Magyar in Magyar. Other dictionaries identified foreign impostors lurking in our language, Istvan Naisis 2 volume a Magyar Nyelvszlavjava Venisave, the Slavonic loanwords in the Magyar language, 1955, Budapest, or Ferenc Békés's A Magyar Zokaszlet Roman Elemeinek Tortnet, the etymological dictionary of Romanian elements in the Magyar lexical stock, 1982, Budapest. Eva Elerincsi's 4-volume Uj Magyar Tajzotar, the new dictionary of the Magyar dialects, 1979–2002, Budapest, described the dialect area of Magyar that extends well into the territory of present-day Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, and Ukraine. The graphic presentation of this area is given in Dezizajuhas and Laszlo Muradin's 8-volume Romaniae Magyar Nyelvjárások Atlaza, the Atlas of the Magyar Dialects in Romania, 1995–2003, Budapest. The Magyar dialectal area in Ukraine's Transcarpathia was presented in Petro Mlazenek's 3-volume Carpatal J Magyar Nyelvjárások Atlaza, the Atlas of the Magyar Dialects in Carpathia, 1992–2003, Budapest, and of the Slovak region of Nitra in Anna Sandor's Nyitra Magyar. Nyelvjárások Atlaza, the Atlas of the Magyar dialect in the Nitra region, 2004, Bratislava. Certainly, besides being a national argument, such dictionaries and atlases may also be the sign of reconciliation and friendly cooperation. Much depends on how politicians use research of this type. In the communist period, Laurent Benko's magnificent 4-volume A Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Etymologiai Zodara, the historical etymological dictionary of the Magyar language, 1967–1976, Budapest, was published. Between 1993 and 1997, the German translation of this dictionary was published, Etymologisches Wörterbuchs Ungariskan, Budapest, so as to make the findings on Magyar available to scholars worldwide. So far, neither Czech, Polish, nor Slovak has been analyzed in such an extensive and detailed etymological dictionary. Bearing this in mind and remembering other specialized Magyar dictionaries, I dare say that Magyar is the best researched and described Central European language. The tremendous effort, which has been invested into the task, perhaps, amounts to a consolation and compensation for the loss of historical Hungary. A memory of this kingdom still lives in the Magyar language. On the other hand, like in other Soviet bloc countries, no publication of an extensive encyclopedia was allowed. Between 1959 and 1962, the 6 volumes of UJ Magyar Lexikon, the New Magyar Lexicon, Budapest, came off the press. Its later editions were extended to 7 volumes. The pre-war Révénégi Lexikona with its 21 volumes remain the best and most extensive Magyar encyclopedia ever published. It was not reprinted in Communist Hungary in order to isolate readers from the bourgeois past. Balish 2000, 163-165, Benko 1972, 367-374, Fodor 1983, 65, 77, Forgax 1998, 110-118, Janik and Gruel 2002, 325, Kosa 1999, 72. 706. The End of Communism, Rediscovering the World and Greater Hungary. The Proclamation of the Republic of Hungary, 1989, the first free parliamentary elections, 1990, and the withdrawal of the Soviet/Russian troops, 1991, precipitated the systemic change from communist totalitarianism to democracy, and from the centrally planned to market-oriented economy. There was no overlord in the Kremlin to tell Budapest what to do. The significance of the Magyar minorities abroad became obvious in the 1980s when, despite official slogans of mutual socialist fraternity in the Soviet bloc, the rift between Hungary and Romania over Ceausescu's maltreatment of Transylvania's Magyars deepened to the point of open conflict. In an unprecedented move to reach international public opinion, Budapest and Bucharest succumbed to purchasing advertising space in time to voice their mutual grievances. A highly atypical event when members of the Soviet bloc reached out for national justice across the Iron Curtain to a capitalist journal. At that time, Moscow was not able to contain ethno-national conflicts anymore, as aptly exemplified by the flare-up of armed fighting in the Soviet Union itself, namely between Armenians and Azeris in the Armenian enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh located in Soviet Azerbaijan. The centrality of the Magyar minorities for Hungarian politics has not been reflected either in Czechoslovakia or in Poland. In the former case, there are not any significant Czech or Slovak minorities living abroad, that is, outside the territory of former Czechoslovakia. A partial exception to this rule is the group of 57,000 Slovaks in Vojvodina, who amount to 2.8% of the Serbian province's population. But Slovak, like Magyar, is one of Vojvodina's official languages, which lessens the potential for conflict. One would expect that on the plane of foreign relations, Poland would do much of the sizable Polish minorities, which number 0.4 million in Belarus, 0.3 million in Lithuania, 0.2 million in Ukraine, and 60,000 in Kazakhstan. Although numerically not much smaller than their Magyar counterparts, these Polish minorities with almost 1 million members look hardly impressive if compared with Poland's population of 38 million. On the contrary, size matters in the discourse on minorities in Hungary, where the popular knowledge is that 2/3 of the Magyar nation reside in Hungary, whereas the remaining 1/3 live in the neighboring states. The explanation of the dilemma is that Warsaw was much more preoccupied with the question of Poland's borders, which shifted 300 kilometers westward, than with the Polish minorities remaining in the east. It was Moscow that guaranteed the Polish western border until the signing of the final German-Polish border treaty in 1990. The Kremlin also allowed for and facilitated the expulsion of Germans from the German territories, which became Western and Northern Poland after 1945. Poles expelled from interwar Poland's eastern territories incorporated into 707. The Soviet Union replaced these expelled Germans. Afterward, the myth was that no more Poles remained in the Soviet Union. Warsaw depended solely on Moscow for maintaining the post-war status quo and did not raise the issue of the Polish minorities after the last approved transports of Poles arrived from the Soviet Union in 1958. The propaganda match between Hungary and Romania over the Transylvanian Magyars unfolded among equals. Poland had no chance to stand up to the Soviet overlord, it had too much to lose. Ethnic Group Sovvojevodina 2005, Magoxi 2002, 199. In Hungary, ethno-national programs and parties had their heyday in the 1990s. In 1997, in reply to these expectations, Article 6.3 was added to the amended Constitution of 1949. It provides, the Republic of Hungary bears a sense of responsibility for the fate of Magyars living outside its borders and shall promote and foster their relations with Hungary. Not surprisingly, such wording worried Romania and Slovakia, because it seems to have given free rein to Budapest in pursuing the interests of Magyars abroad. No similar provision is to be found in the Polish Constitution of 1997, and the so-called repatriation program, which aspires to bring Poles to Poland from Kazakhstan, is a low-key affair without any significance for Poland's foreign relations. Before 2000, the number of repatriates returning to Poland was no more than several tens per year, and the number rose recently to a few hundreds. According to the 2001 census, in Hungary 99% of the population of 10.1 million speak Magyar as their first language. The conservative Magyarkantard estimates claimed that in 1990 Hungary's minorities included 37,000 Germans, 18,000 Croats, 13,000 Slovaks, 9,000 Romanians, 3,000 Serbs, and 2,600 Slovenes. No mention was made of Jews or Roma. At the threshold of accession negotiations with the European Union, Budapest and Brussels agreed that there were 0.5 million Roma, and 0.4 million members of other minorities in Hungary. The 2001 census distinguishes between actual speakers of a minority language and those claiming membership in a minority. The numbers are 48,600 and 190,000 for Roma, 33,700 and 62,200 for Germans, 14,300 and 15,600 for Croats, 11,800 and 17,600 for Slovaks, 3,400 and 3,800 for Serbs, and 3,200 and 3,000 for Slovenes. Estimates of minority associations tended to be substantially higher at 200,000 Germans, 110,000 Slovaks, 80,000 Croats, 25,000 Romanians, 5,000 Serbs, and 5,000 Slovenes. These numbers reflect several phenomena, namely the association's wishful thinking, combining the number of actual members of a minority with the estimate of those who became Magyarized, of course without taking into consideration what the latter may think, fear of some members of minorities that declaring their non-Magyar national background would endanger their prospects of career and social mobility in Hungary. The latter is especially true of Roma, who in the past were not registered in censuses, and who are now afraid that singling them out as an ethno-linguistically defined group may lead to their further discrimination. Some sources assess the number 708 of Hungary's Roma as high as 800,000. The social exclusion and discrimination of Roma is dramatic throughout Central and Eastern Europe, and to this day there are hardly any schools, which offer some education in Romani. But their situation is improving in Hungary, because 50,000 more Roma dared to declare themselves as such in 2001 than in the 1990 census. Jews disappeared from statistics altogether, because at last they became fully assimilated as Magyars. Nowadays, the religion being not of much concern, it is difficult to assess their number by taking into consideration how many confessors of Judaism live in Hungary. Estimates speak of the community of 80,000 Jews concentrated in Budapest. In the early 1990s, very few of them, invariably belonging to the older generation, still could speak Yiddish. In Austria-Hungary, this language was disparagingly dubbed as jargon, or bad German, and it was not allowed to declare it in censuses. This perception of Yiddish continued in Hungary, and has prevented Jews from declaring it in censuses. On the other hand, the pull of Magyarization was most felt in Budapest, where half of Hungary's Jews lived during the interwar period. As a result, Yiddish-speaking Jews resided outside the capital and its vicinity, especially in eastern Hungary. The brunt of the Holocaust was starker there than in the capital, which left the majority of modern Hungary's Jews almost homogeneously Magyarophone. The total number of the members of minorities established in the 2001 census is 314,000. Out of them 213,000 speak minority languages. At 2 to 3% of Hungary's population, minorities are negligible. Even if high estimates for Roma and other nationalities are taken into consideration, their share in the Hungarian population is not more than 10%. Hence, one wonders with 1993 National and Ethnic Minority Rights Act, Law Nolsky, is so liberal as to grant the possibility of creating minority self-governments parallel to regular ones in communes where minorities amount to 30% of the population. Among others, Poles were recognized as a national minority, though most of them arrived in Hungary after 1939 as refugees from Poland occupied by Germany and the Soviet Union. In Europe, the usual standard is that a minority is recognized if it has been present on the territory of a state for more than a century. The number of minority elementary schools increased from 322 in 1990 to 395 in 2000, and the number of minority secondary schools more than doubled, from 10 in 1990 to 23 in 2000. The problem is that as in communist Hungary there prevail bilingual schools and Magyarophone schools with the minority language taught as a subject. Thus, preservation of the actual knowledge of minority languages clearly is not a priority and the dominance of Magyar continues. The situation of minority languages in minority education is similar in Poland, Gianni 2004, 556, Cardos 2001, 349 to 353, Magyar Statisztikai Évkönyv 2001, 228, Results 2001, Satava 1994, 175 to 180. The suspicion is that Budapest became so strongly involved in the development of the protection of culture and languages of Hungary's minorities with 709. NI to demanding similar privileges for the Magyar minorities. That is not surprising should one bear in mind the continued importance of these minorities for Hungarian politics. Unlike most of the Central European Germans who were expelled to post-war Germany when they found themselves living outside the post-1945 German borders, the Magyar minorities survived largely intact. West Germany and, now United Germany, has not only accepted the expellees but also granted the constitutional right of acquiring German citizenship for ethnic Germans from Central and Eastern Europe when they decide to return to Germany. Beginning in the 1990s, these ethnic Germans were offered German citizenship and passport without the need of going to Germany. In 1992, the severe criticism, which this right generated in Poland and the Czech Republic, convinced Berlin to limit this law to persons who were born prior to 1993. Attempting to take over some electorate from the ethno-nationalist groupings, Hungary's mainstream parties decided to emulate the German example. In 2001, the Status Law, Act LXII on Magyars living in neighboring states, on the so-called ethnic Magyar identity card was adopted. It gives Magyars living in Hungary's neighboring states, except Austria, privileges in access to employment, social, and health services when they come to Hungary. Also, transfers of monies were predicted to these Magyars who due to old age or health reasons were not able to travel to Hungary. Bucharest gave a nod to the implementation of this law's provisions in Romania, though it meant unequal treatment of Romanian citizens of non-Magyar ethnic origin. The Slovak government, however, did not allow it. In the 1990s, the strongly ethno-nationalist and populist administration of Vladimir Mečiar brought about the split of Czechoslovakia, and stalled to the halt the negotiations on the accession of Slovakia to the European Union and NATO. In 1998, he was unsaddled from power, but the danger was that the issue of Magyar identity card, which his party portrayed as the Magyar danger, could return Mečiar to office. This would have barred the country from entering the EU and NATO, again. Fortunately, Budapest, criticized for its not consulted step by the OSCE and the EU, withdrew part of its support for this initiative. Bratislava reciprocated in 2003 by allowing a limited use of Magyar identity cards in Slovakia. In 2002, the situation with the government's overtures to the ethno-nationalists program was repeated in Hungary. The purely internal political struggle between the Conservatives and the Social Democrats, the former lost the elections to the latter this year, spilled into the sphere of international relations. The Conservatives won the battle to have a referendum on granting Hungarian citizenship to ethnic Magyars living abroad in full emulation of the West German model of granting ethnic Germans living outside Germany in Central and Eastern Europe with German citizenship. Due to low turnout, the referendum was declared invalid, showing that the average Hungarian citizen did not share the politicians' interest in the Magyar minorities abroad, otherwise, it would 710 have triggered similar controversy in Slovakia and Romania, as the Magyar identity card did 2 years earlier. The Polish Conservatives, who wished to emulate the Hungarian model complete with the Polish identity card for ethnic Poles in the post-Soviet states, resigned from pursuing this policy, having observed what kind of negative international repercussions it could generate. 5. It is estimated that nowadays, 2002, there are 1.6 million Magyars in Romania, 0.6 million in Slovakia, 0.29 million in Serbia, 160,000 in Ukraine, 20,000 in the Czech Republic, 16,000 in Croatia, and 7,000 in Austria, and 6,000 in Slovenia. Apart from Austria, a Western-style democracy since the state's reunification in 1955, democratization that followed the fall of communism, 1989, also improved the protection of minority rights in all these states. Initially, the situation of the Magyar minority was worst in Milosevic's Yugoslavia, when the state's gradual breakup was followed by a succession of wars. Despite his 1988 claims to this end, Milosevic did not fully terminate autonomy of Vojvodina, perhaps because Serbs constituted a majority of the population in this region, unlike in Kosovo. In addition, 0.2 to 0.25 million Serbian refugees from Bosnia and Croatia settled in Vojvodina. 40,000 to 100,000 Magyars left this province afraid of being drafted to the Serbian army or of war engulfing entire Serbia. Some returned after the fall of Milosevic's regime in 2000. 6,000 Magyars left Croatia Slavonia or died there when they found themselves in the midst of Croatian-Serbian warfare. Another, but mercifully brief, downturn in the fate of a Magyar minority took place in Magyar Slovakia when the parliament passed the Act on State Language in 1996. It limited the possibility of using Magyar in official contexts. The Act's anti-minority thrust, mainly aimed at Slovakia's Magyars, was not mitigated by the 1995 Slovak-Hungarian Treaty, which also covers minority rights. Magyar merely paid lip service to the treaty, and it remained to Bratislava to implement the treaty's provisions after his downfall in 1998. In Austria, Magyars seemed to be content with the level of the protection of their minority rights, whereas Slovenia contracted with Budapest the Treaty on Minorities in 1992, and Hungary's treaties on good neighborliness with Ukraine, 1991, Croatia, 1995, and Romania, 1996, also cover the sphere of minority rights. The 2004 enlargement of the European Union granted the Magyar minorities of Slovakia and Slovenia, alongside both state citizens of other ethnic backgrounds, full access to Hungary's employment market. The same provision was extended to Romania's Magyars upon this country's accession to the European Union in 2007. It seems that in this manner the question of Magyar minorities will be soon a thing of the past, contrary to the wishes of ethno-nationally minded politicians in Hungary and elsewhere, who have tried to use these minorities as an instrument of politics time and again. Fox 2001, Jesenska 2003, 23, Kulman Cikan Zupan CIC 2004, Kovaci 1998, 328 to 331, Litany 2003, 593, Magoxi 2002, 199, Pribilla 2001, 711. The freeing of economy, society, and culture from the constraints of the communist regime in Hungary had similar effects as elsewhere in Central Europe. Free press, television, and radio channels proliferated. The rise of satellite television was especially significant in relatively affluent communist Hungary, because it gave the average Magyar direct access to Western culture unfettered by censorship. In the late 1980s, perhaps, per capita there were more owners of, technically speaking, illegal satellite dishes in Hungary than in Czechoslovakia or Poland. Video recorders, present in 2% of households in 1987, had helped the spread of free media since the early 1980s. After the end of communism, via satellite television, the Duna-Danube channel, Budapest broadcasts Magyarophone programs to the Magyar minorities all over Central Europe. Thanks to these and various bilateral and international measures, the Magyar minorities do not face the possibility of forced assimilation anymore. In turn, scholarly and cultural cooperation develops between Hungary and the states with Magyar minorities. Although language remains an important element of politics, the obsession with preserving Magyar and its variously defined purity among the minorities is gone. Hungary's academic circles accepted the fact that the previously unified Magyar language does diverge into slightly different Magyars in the neighboring states. After all, the rise of much more differentiated Englishes separated by oceans did not lead to a splintering of the English language. Purism being a largely spent force of ethno-national politics, today, the point of its sword is directed against English linguistic loans as much in Hungary as elsewhere in Central Europe. But the ideological element is of little significance in this half-heartedly pursued campaign. Previously, the action of doing away with ugly Germanisms was combined with the separation of Hungary from Austria-Hungary and the expulsion of Germans from Hungary and Central Europe after 1945. The very success of Magyar nation-building was at stake. Today English functions as the new lingua franca of Central Europe. Magyar, along with the new EU member states' languages, became one of the enlarged Union's official languages, which indicates that the growing significance of English is not a one-way phenomenon. For Gax 1998, 123, Gianni 2004, 666, Landstyak 1996, Pete 1988. As remarked above, various shorter dictionaries based on the 7-volume A Magyar Nyelvörtelmez Zodara are published to this day in updated editions that strip them of the veneer of communist propriety. The immediate challenge that faces Magyar linguists is to compile a brand new multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Magyar language, which would aptly reflect the rapid lexical change entailed by democratization, development of economy, globalization, and the rise of the entire new field of information technology. So far, in Central Europe, only Polish language was described in such a new dictionary, namely, Praktyzny Słownikus Polczesnich Polszczyzny, the Practical Dictionary of the Polish Language, 1994-2005, Poznan. A similar task still waits to be 712. Undertaken by Czech and Slovak linguists. When there is no new dictionary of Magyar of this type, users can refer to the 19-volume encyclopedia, Magyar Nagy Lexikon, the Great Magyar Lexicon, 1993-2004, Budapest, reprints of interwar Révénégi Lexikona, and to Magyar Wikipedia, founded in 2002. At 14.6 million words in late 2006, this Wikipedia amounted to 30 conventional volumes, which makes it the most extensive modern-day Magyar language encyclopedia available. In Poland, the 31 volumes of Wielka Encyclopedia Powszechna, the Great Universal Encyclopedia, 2001-2005, Warsaw, similar in scope to Magyar Nagy Lexikon, were produced slightly later. In Slovakia, out of the planned 12 volumes of Encyclopedia Biljana, the Biljana Encyclopedia, 2001, Bratislava, 4 were published by 2005. On the other hand, the Czech reader must content herself with the medium-size encyclopedia, Universum. Všeobecná encyklopédia, Universum, a universal encyclopedia, Prague, which is an enriched Czech translation of German Das Bertelsmann Lexikon, the Bertelsmann Lexikon. It was published in the 10-volume edition in 2000 and in the 4-volume edition 2 years later. Both editions contain exactly the same amount of printed matter. In addition to Magyar Nyelvi Lexikon, the publication of Magyar Katolikus Lexikon, the Magyar Catholic Lexicon, 1993, Budapest, continues. Out of the planned 12 volumes, 10 were published by 2005. This attempt at producing a universal encyclopedia written from the standpoint of Catholic worldview reminds one of the Polish Encyclopedia Katolika, the Catholic Encyclopedia, 1973, Lublin. But out of the latter's planned 20 volumes, only half were published by 2005. This proves the strong link between Catholicism and Magyar language and culture, similar to that in the Polish case, though Calvinism remains a significant element of Magyardom, unlike in present-day Poland, where no other religion rivals the supremacy of Catholicism. The Magyar Catholic Encyclopedia draws on the example of its 13-volume predecessor, Egyetems Magyar Encyclopedia. The Magyar Universal Encyclopedia, 1859–1876, Ager, and its shorter 4-volume follower from the interwar period, Katolikus Lexikon, the Catholic Lexicon, 1931–1933, Budapest. Interestingly, there was no attempt to compile a Polish-language universal Catholic encyclopedia before the times of Communist Poland. Like in the Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovakia, the number of secondary and university students grew rapidly also in post-communist Hungary. In 1980, persons with full secondary education accounted for 7.2% of the population. In 1990, the percentage actually decreased to 6.8%, and then grew quite rapidly to 8.8% 6 years later. The same drop and leap was observed in the share of university graduates, who constituted 2.7% of the population in 1980, 2.4% in 1990, and 3.1% in 1996. Secondary school and university graduates together with the graduates of secondary level technical 713. Schools constituted 17.9% of Hungary's inhabitants in 1996. Understandably, the book industry, which caters to their intellectual needs, increased its production from 8,000 titles in the late 1980s to 9,000 in 2000, 10,000 in 2002, and 11,200 in 2004. In Hungary, almost 100 titles per 100,000 inhabitants were published in 2002, that is, slightly more than in Austria or Germany. On the other hand, the indicator was much lower in Slovakia and Poland at 55 and 50, respectively. But in this field, the Czech Republic, where 140 book titles appeared per 100,000 inhabitants in 2002, outdid Hungary. Besides the steady development of book publishing, the rise in perusal of electronic equipment was even more spectacular. In 1987, 2% of households enjoyed videos, and 42% a decade later, Gianni 2004, 573, Judith 2005, 17. The steady rise in political and economic significance of Hungary was also paralleled in the cases of the Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovakia. This success was sealed with the accession of all these 4 states to NATO and, in 2004, to the European Union. This last event is of much import, as it elevated the states' national languages to the status of the EU's official languages. Thus the sphere of their use increased considerably at the international level. The success of these 4 post-communist states slowly but steadily turns them into immigrant countries, which means that people from all around the world acquire Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. As members of the OECD, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia belong to the exclusive club of the 30-odd richest states in the world. There is nothing on the horizon, which could change this positive trend. Hence, the importance of the four languages, and the number of their users will continue to grow, despite periodical outbursts of ethno-nationally minded politicians, who strive to bolster their electorate by prophesying doom. They see danger in globalization and immigration, and foresee that the widespread teaching of English and the broadening use of this language will edge out the national languages from culture and social life. Earlier, similar developments did not encroach on the national languages either in France or Germany, so one can expect a similar outcome of the recent social, economic, and cultural changes in Central Europe as well. 10. Between Czechoslovak and Czech nationalism. The Czechoslovak language shall be a state, official language of the Republic. Article 1 of the Constitutional Law of February 29, 1920 establishing the principles of language rights within the Czechoslovak Republic. So closely akin are these two branches of the great Slav family tree that up to 1860 they used the same literary language. It was only then that one of the Slovak dialects was adopted as the Slovak language. And now the political union is gradually bringing about the return to one language, the Czechoslovak language. Berlin 1929, 11, the Czech and Slovak languages shall be used equally in the promulgation of laws and other general binding legal regulations. A. Both languages shall be used equally in the dealings of all state organs of the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic and of both Czech and Slovak republics, in proceedings held before them and in all their contacts with individual citizens. Article 6.1 of the Constitutional Act No. 143 of October 27, 1968 concerning the Czechoslovak Republic. According to a popular saying, when Czechoslovakia was founded in 1918, it became an Austria-Hungary in miniature. This historian simile indicated that the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks displayed all the good and undesirable features of the dual monarchy. On the positive side, it was the only Central European polity where democracy survived throughout the interwar period. In general, the state was a welcoming home to three nations, the Czechs, Slovaks, and Ruthenians, and three sizable minorities, Germans, Magyars, and Poles. The Czechoslovak economy, concentrated in the Czech lands, formerly Austria-Hungary's most significant powerhouse, was the strongest in the region. 715 and enabled the fast development of historical Hungary's backward regions of Slovakia, and, especially, Subcarpathian Ruthenia. On the other hand, the Czechoslovak democracy did not govern fairly, and it bestowed advantages upon the three state nations, mainly toward the Czechs and the Slovaks. Pleas for more rights and decentralization on the part of the Slovaks and the Ruthenians were not heard in Prague, let alone those of the German and Magyar minorities. During the Great Depression, there were always more employment opportunities earmarked for Czechs and Slovaks than Germans or Magyars. Last but not the least, within the strict confines of legalism, measures were taken to assimilate the minorities. The minorities despised these measures and perceived them as unfair. This love-hate relationship that the state nations and the minorities had with Czechoslovakia closely reflected the vagaries of the uneasy relationship between the Czechs and Vienna prior to 1918. Following the period of their Scian and Josephine reforms, the rules of the political game were more or less the same for all the ethno-linguistically defined groups in the empire. They were heard if they enjoyed representation by their own nobilities, who felt a link with their non-estates co-ethnics, peasants, burghers. Numbers mattered too. The Magyars, who could fall on the tradition of Hungarian statehood continued within the administrative and political structure of the Austrian Empire, presented a political, demographic, and military potential which Vienna had to respect. The minute and distant population of the Ruthenians, without its ethno-linguistically defined nobility or burgher stratum, was largely left alone to its own devices, and, in return, hardly ever demanded anything of the Austrian administration. To their disadvantage, most Ruthenians were Greek Catholics, which, by definition, made them into second-class subjects, because Roman Catholics were favored. Obviously, their position in this respect was better than that of Orthodox Serbs or Wallachians Romanians. The Czechs fell into an intermediate category between these two extremes. The tradition of the statehood of the Crown of the Czech lands was remembered, but it did not bear on the everyday workings of the Austrian administration and politics, unlike that of the Kingdom of Hungary. The gradual development of the Czech lands into the powerhouse of Austria supplied the Czechs with a trump card. But before the card could be dealt, a Czech nation or mass national movement had to emerge. The imagining of the ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation was a prolonged process. First, the traditional estates of Bohemia and Moravia were more interested in preserving the administrative and political separateness of their crown lands rather than in merging them in the interest of a postulated Czech nation. Very different from this attitude were the Magyar nobility's efforts to coax Vienna to agree to the reunification of Transylvania with the rest of Hungary. The successful 1848 reincorporation of Transylvania into Hungary was annulled a year later by the 716 suppression of the Hungarian War of Independence. But in 1867, the Ausgleich, compromise, restored this desired reunification. Second, the Bohemian and Moravian estates were predominantly German-speaking, as was one-third of the two crown lands' non-noble population. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the ethno-linguistically oriented nationalists, this pitted the nobles against the remaining two-thirds of the populace, who spoke Czech. The dilemma was not shared by the overwhelmingly Magyarophone Hungarian natio, who, seeking the transformation of Hungary into a Magyar nation-state, could rely on the plurality composed of Magyar-speaking peasants and German-speaking and Jewish, that is, Yiddish-speaking, burghers, who readily adopted the Magyar languages and the aspirations of Magyar nationalism as their own. Third, Hungarian noble landish patriotismus, state-centered patriotism, was translated into Magyar ethno-linguistic nationalism in the first half of the 19th century, and was followed by the parallel transformation of Polish-Lithuanian landish patriotismus into Polish ethno-linguistic nationalism in the last 3 decades of the same century. The landish patriotismus of the Czech lands was a non-existent category. Instead, Bohemia and Moravia prevailed as loci of noble identification. In 1810, Bernard Bolzano proposed to solve this predicament by overhauling the Bohemian natio into an all-inclusive bilingual, Czech and German-speaking, Bohemian nation, whose identity would be grounded in their polity, or civic values, not in ethnic peculiarities such as language or religion. Possibly, a similar development could unfold in Moravia if the model succeeded in Bohemia. The turning point was in 1848, when Bohemian Czech-speaking intellectuals opposed the project of creating a great German nation-state out of the German Confederation, with their own plan for the ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation, embedded in Austria's Slavophone lands, destined to become a separate administrative unit of the empire. In the course of the second half of the 19th century, this founding idea of Austroslavism became popular in Bohemia, but not particularly in Moravia. In 1905, the Moravian Ausgleich was contracted. It officially reflected and respected the ethno-cultural difference existing between Slavophone, Moravian-speaking, and German-speaking Moravians, which allowed for preserving the traditional unity of the Moravians and their crown land. The emergence of a bilingual Moravian civic nation, in line with the guidelines, which Bolzano had devised for the Bohemians nearly a century earlier, was a realistic possibility prior to the Great War. The founding of the post-war order in Central Europe on the basis of the ethno-linguistic, national principle sealed the success of Czech ethno-linguistic nationalism. Ethno-linguistically blind Moravian civic nationalism did not stand a chance. Neither did the projects of making the eastern half of Austrian Silesia 717 into a free industrial republic, or nation-state of the East Austrian, Silesians, Slunziks, with Czech, German, and Polish as official languages, or of Germany's Upper Silesia into the nation-state of the Upper Silesians, Zlonziks, with German and Polish as official languages. The national principle, espoused and propagated by United States President Woodrow Wilson and the Allies, provided that language equates with a nation, which, in turn, is equivalent to a state. As a result, Eastern Austrian Silesia was partitioned between Czechoslovakia and Poland and Upper Silesia between Czechoslovakia, Germany, and Poland. On one hand, Czech ethno-linguistic nationalists faced the competition staged by Nobellandisch patriotism and turned into nascent civic nationalisms, which hindered their project of uniting the lands of the Czech crown into an ethno-linguistically defined Czech nation-state. The other face of the same ideological coin was Austroslavism, developed by the father of Czech nationalism, František Palacký. Faced with Vienna's staunch opposition to the reunification of the Czech lands, he hoped to exert more effective pressure, if representatives of all the Slavic national movements in the empire demanded a larger Slavic unit. With time, the ploy turned against the goals of Czech nationalism. What the empire's Slavs could not gain from Vienna, the Magyars obtained in the 1867 Ausgleich. Croatian protests were silenced with the Nagodba signed the following year. The cultural and linguistic autonomy the Croats received in Hungary's Croatia Slavonia was limited and often observed in the breach, but it turned the attention of Croatian nationalists away from grander projects of Austroslavism, already branded Panslavism and perceived as inimical to the dual monarchy, due to the ideological and financial support Russia granted to Austria-Hungary's Austroslavists and Panslavists. Moreover, Croatia Slavonia being an ersatz Croatian nation-state, Croatian nationalists hoped for the transfer of Dalmatia from the empire's Austrian half in order to build a Croatian nation-state, which they envisaged as composed of Croatia Slavonia and Dalmatia. Not only were the Croats increasingly less interested in Austroslavism, the empire's Serbs of Vojvodina, bordering the Serbian nation-state established in the early 19th century, preferred to cooperate with Belgrade rather than with Czech nationalists. Resources, political support, and expertise flowing from Czech, Czechoslovak, nationalists and expatriates, such as Pavel Josef Safik, was helpful and appreciated, but would not turn Serbian nationalists' heads from their project of uniting all Serbian lands in a Serbian nation-state. In order to weaken the ideological thrust of Croatian and Serbian nationalisms, Budapest and Vienna played them against one another, which, contrary to expectations, spawned political cooperation between Catholic Croats and Orthodox Serbs. They fell back on the early 19th century tradition of Illyrism, which appealed for cultural and political cooperation of all South Slavs mostly divided between the waxing Austrian Empire and the waning Ottoman Empire. The first success of this movement came in 1850, when the unity of biscriptural, Cyrillic and 718 Latin alphabet-based, Serbo-Croatian language was proclaimed by Croatian and Serbian nationalists in Vienna. Eventually, this language, rather than Croatian, was adopted in Hungary's autonomous Croatia-Slovenia, and Serbo-Croatian, not Serbian, replaced Russified Church Slavonic as official language in Serbia and Montenegro. But a complication to this picture was added by Austria-Hungary's 1878 seizure of Bosnia-Herzegovina. On one hand, Croatian and Serbian nationalists made overtures to their regiones Slavophone Muslims, while on theatre, Vienna and Budapest veered between the support for Serbo-Croatian or Bosnian as an official language of Bosnia-Herzegovina, before Bosnian won this contest in 1890. In addition, neither Croatian nor Serbian politicians could stomach the anti-Slavic Mohammedan faith of the Bosnians. As a result, Bosnian nationalism began to coalesce, which also worked against the sought-for ethno-linguistic unity of all South Slavs. Finally, the establishment of increasingly independent Bulgaria in 1878 effectively limited the influence of Illyrism-turned-Yugoslavism, to the southern section of Austria-Hungary, Serbia, and Montenegro. The political dimension of Austroslavism, as developed by Palacký, received its cultural underpinnings even earlier, in Jan Koller's idea of Slavic reciprocity, Slovenska vzájemnost in Czech, which presented in his 1837 work, über die Wechselseitigkeit zwischen den verschiedenen Stammen und Mundart der slawischen Nation, on the reciprocity between the tribes and vernaculars of the Slavic nation, Pest. He proposed that there was, or should be, a single Slavic nation to which all Slavs belonged. Naturally, this Slavic nation ought to have a single national Slavic language, which Koller defined as composed of four literary dialects of Bohemian, Polish, Russian, and Serbian, Illyrian. Accordingly, each educated Slav would be required to master all the four. Koller and Safarik, were Protestant scholars of Slovak origin, who mainly wrote in Czech and German, and participated in the political and scholarly activities of Czech nationalists and scholars concentrated in Prague. Their pan-Slav ideas transgressed the legalistic confines of Palakis Austroslavism limited to the borders of the Austrian Empire. They claimed that there were no Czech-Slovak or Czechoslovak nations, but only a single Slavic nation. In this scheme, Czechs and Slovaks constituted the nation's Czechoslovak branch. These ideas pitted them against Czech nationalists and Austroslavists, and the young generation of Slovak nationalists, spearheaded by Ludovic Stur, who insisted on the separateness of the Slovak nation and its Slovak language. Austroslavism waned when confronted with the rise of Yugoslavism and Austro-Hungarian dualism. The anti-Austro-Hungarian and pro-Russian character of Panslavism made it unattractive to law-abiding subjects. The acceleration of the Magyarizing trend in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy, between the 1870s and 1914, blunted the hopes of Slovak nationalists that they could go it alone. Striving for secondary and university-level education in their 719 own language, which was unavailable, they settled for such education readily available in Bohemia and Moravia as of the 1880s, when the policy of official Czech, Moravian, German bilingualism was introduced in both crown lands. This, which appeared to be a limited success to Czech nationalists, was something of that their Slovak counterparts could only dream. The development of Czech-Slovak educational and political cooperation in the 3 decades before the Great War, gave some political voice to Slovak nationalists, and allowed their Czech counterparts, striving for a position similar to that granted in 1867 to the Magyars, to flex their economic muscle by extending Czech influence into Upper Hungary, much to Vienna's and Budapest's displeasure. Hruck 2003, Greenberg 2004, 137, Kovaci 1998, 345 to 352. In search of the Czechoslovak nation. During the war, Slovak nationalists developed several options to gain political autonomy for Slovakia. Some proposed a union with Russia, a solution, which was favored by Ruthenian nationalists. This pan-Slav dream was also popular among the young Czechs, and officially voiced by their leader, Karel Krma R., 1860–1937, which, in 1916, earned him a 15-year sentence of hard labor for high treason, and galvanized Czech nationalism. A year later, he was released under amnesty. The Bolshevik Revolution nullified the possibility of building a large Slavic nation-state under Romanov rule, and limited Krma R's program to the carving of an independent Czech nation-state out of Austria-Hungary. Meanwhile, other Czech and Slovak politicians still hoped for a larger union of the Czech lands, Slovakia and Poland. However, Polish politicians were not enthusiastic, and, as usual, distrustful of their Czech and Slovak counterparts' enthusiasm for Russia and Panslavism. Hence, most Czech politicians focused on the idea of founding an autonomous Czech nation-state within the dual monarchy, whose demise was not obvious until mid-1918. On October 22, 1915, Czech and Slovak émigré politicians signed the Cleveland Agreement, which foresaw the creation of a federal state of the Czechs and the Slovak, composed of Bohemia, Moravia, Austrian Silesia, and Slovakia. The following year in February, in Paris, the Czech National Council was formed, in which the Czechs were represented by Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk and Edvard Benes, and the Slovaks by Milan Rastislav Stefanik. While studying in Prague, Stefanik had received a stipend from the Československa jednada, Organization of Czechoslovak Unity, and belonged to the Masaryk-led group of politically minded Slovak students. The adjective Czech in the name of the Czech National Council was replaced, variously, by Czechoslovak and Czechoslovak in the Kiev Agreement, signed on August 29, 1916, by the representatives of Czechs and Slovaks living in Russia. Under Stefanik's enormous pressure, Jan Kvákala's, 1862–1934, Group 720, which propagated the idea of autonomous Slovakia unified with Russia, lost the contest, and the establishment of a common Czechoslovak state with autonomous Slovakia became the official goal of Russia's Czechs and Slovaks. It was a traumatic experience for both Stefanik and Kvákala, for the latter was the former's teacher in the Protestant secondary school in Pasina Bratislava. As a result, in 1917, it became possible to form the Czechoslovak League, which was mainly drawn from Czech and Slovak POWs in Russian captivity. Czech leaders preferred to term their proposed common state with the Slovaks as Czechoslovakia, whereas Slovak politicians usually talked of Czechoslovakia to emphasize the autonomous status they expected for their country within a federal state of the Czechs and the Slovaks. This vacillation in usage showed on January 12, 1917, when the Allies stated their goal in the war was liberation of the Italians, Slavs, Romanians, Czechoslovaks from foreign government control. In the preliminary drafts of this declaration there were three suggestions: the Czechs, the Czech nation, and the Czechoslovaks. Benes pressed for the latter, and Stefanik agreed, as otherwise the Slovaks might have not been mentioned at all. Meanwhile, in Austria-Hungary, Czech and Slovak members of the Reichstag justified their idea of the union of the Czech lands and Slovakia, claiming that, in this manner, the first common state of the Czechs and Slovaks, or Greater Moravia, would be recreated. On January 6, 1918, in Prague, Czech members of the Reichstag together with Czech deputies from the Diets of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, among others, demanded the establishment of the Czech nation-state, which would include this part of Hungary mainly inhabited by the Slovak branch of the Czechoslovak nation. On May 24, the secret meeting of Slovenska národná strana, SNS, Slovak National Party, including Slovak leaders from other parties, was held in Turok St. Martin, Turčanský svatý Martin. They agreed to throw their support behind the idea of Czechoslovakia. Among those present was a Catholic priest, Andrej Hlinka, 1864–1938, who had been, since 1906, the leader of the SNS's rightist and strongly Catholic platform that stood for the independence of Slovakia. Stefanik's power was grounded in the support he received from Czech politicians, and in his personal charisma and renown, which he gained as a successful general in the French army. All these offset one serious predicament. Like Koller and Stur, Stefanik was a Protestant, which limited his immediate popular appeal, as Catholics accounted for 6/7 of the Slovaks. Gradually, Hlinka's political influence grew, especially after Stefanik's tragic death in a plane crash on May 4, 1919. A rumor was spread that actually it was a secret assassination conducted by Czechoslovakia for future Czech-led centralization of Czechoslovakia at the expense of Slovak autonomy. However, it was Stefanik, who refused the demands of Slovak commanders in the Czechoslovak League to use Slovak as a language of command, 721. Alongside Czech. Sensibly, he required that Czech be used as the sole language of command for the sake of the force's military efficiency. Hlinka succinctly summed up the decision made during the secret meeting by declaring, "Let us not be afraid to announce that we are for the Czechoslovak solution. The 1,000-year-long marriage of the Slovaks with the Magyars did not work. Now it is time for divorce." On May 30, 1918, the Pittsburgh Agreement was signed between the representatives of Czech and Slovak organizations in the United States, in the presence of Professor Masaryk, chairman of the Czechoslovak National Council, my emphasis. It provided for the creation of an independent and common state of the Czech and Slovaks, comprised of the Czech lands and Slovakia. In Czechoslovakia, Slovakia would enjoy political, administrative, juridical, and cultural autonomy. It was also emphasized that Slovak would be the official language of Slovakia, including politics, administration, education, and all other aspects of public life. Between June 29 and September 3, Paris, London, and Washington recognized the Czechoslovak Council as their ally. On September 12, the SNS established the Slovak National Council in Budapest. A dramatic struggle unfolded between Vienna, which wished to preserve the unity of Austria-Hungary, Budapest, which strove for keeping the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Hungary, and national movements pushing toward establishing their own separate nation-states. On October 16, Emperor Charles I issued the Manifest on Federalization of the Monarchy's Austrian section and appealed to national leaders for cooperation in preserving the empire. Although the Allies' favor was with the Czechs, Masaryk replied 2 days later with the declaration of the independence of the Czechoslovak nation. Vienna had no choice but to agree to the partition of the empire along ethno-linguistic lines. On October 21, 1918, the German-Austrian National Council convened in Vienna, attended by German deputies from the Alpine lands and the Czech lands. Masaryk wanted to unite all the historical lands of the Czech crown, even if that meant inclusion of a sizable German minority. With this desire, he did not differ from Budapest, which wished to preserve all of historic Hungary for the Magyar nation-state, and from Warsaw hoping that most of former Poland-Lithuania's territory could be gained for the Polish nation-state. The novel principle of, ethno-linguistically defined, national self-determination was a useful argument for the creation of nation-states in Central Europe. Their leaders were nevertheless ready to counter this principle, when it meant further territorial aggrandizement of their postulated nation-states, even at the expense of another nation's right to self-determination. In order to preempt the inclusion of the predominantly German-speaking areas of the Czech lands in Germany-Austria, the independence of Czechoslovakia was proclaimed in Prague on October 28. Apparently, without any knowledge of this declaration of independence, 2 days later, the members of the Slovak National Council gathered in Teršinský Svatý Martin, and issued their 722 Declaration to the Slovak nation. First, the National Council of the Slovak branch of the Czechoslovak nation declared its attachment to the principle of national self-determination accepted by the whole world, and insisted that this council alone represented the Czechoslovak nation living within the frontiers of Hungary. Further, the phrase was used interchangeably with the term the Slovak nation living in Slovakia. It was emphasized that the Slovak nation is a part of the Czechoslovak nation united in its language and the history of its culture. Last but not the least, for this Czechoslovak nation full independence was demanded on the basis of the principle of national self-determination as formulated by President Wilson on October 18, 1918, and accepted by the Austro-Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs on 27 October, Bielina et al. 1993, 142, Buck 1960, 46-47, Harna and Pfizer 1998, 126, 131, 135, Kovasi 1998, 156, 166-167, 173, 176, 179, Krekovi CETAL 2005, 170-171, Crofta 1946, 707, Letrich 1955, 288-289, Look 2003. Schwartz 1939, 34. This declaration indicate how uncertain Slovak politicians were concerning the wording of their demands, and how to present the Slovaks to the world, as a separate nation, a branch of the Czechoslovak nation, or a fraternal nation united with the Czech nation in its desire to build a common Czechoslovak state. Slovak leaders hoped the Slovak nation would gain independence, but they were not sure if the Allies would support their endeavors, because that would mean a direct clash with Magyar interests. Despite the espousal of high ideals of equality in the application of the principle of national self-determination, it was clear that not each applicant for the status of nation, complete with its own nation-state, would be heard. For example, the Allies refused to hear the national demands of the Zlonziks and the Slunziks, because they clashed with Czech and Polish interests, which were considered to be of more significance for the post-war order in Central Europe. For this reason, Slovak leaders settled for the formula of Czechoslovakism, as proposed by Czech politicians, because the idea of independence for the Czechs had already gained steady support among the decision-makers of international politics. In turn, Masaryk preferred Czechoslovakia to a purely Czech nation-state, for this solution provided a clear-cut Czechoslovak national majority better suited to oppose the German minority living in the Czech lands. Other considerations included the Slovak market for Czech goods and services, and idealism of Slavic reciprocation. In 1917, Russia became an ideologically non-national and anti-Western Soviet Union, thus making the project of building a democratic all-Slav nation-state an impossibility. But Czechoslovakia, alongside Yugoslavia, could become an embodiment of such liberal pan-Slavism on a lower scale. The difference in Czech and Slovak aspirations was not clear to outside observers. But the Slovak insistence on writing the name of their common state with the hyphen in the middle, Czechoslovakia, spoke volumes to average Slovaks. Czech leaders insisted on non-hyphenated Czechoslovakia, and won out 723. Due to the overwhelming political and economic influence of the Czech lands in the new state. Obviously, the heart of the matter was not the hyphen, but two differing visions of the common state. Slovak leaders wanted a federal Czechoslovakia with broad autonomy for Slovakia, however, Czech politicians insisted on emulating the French model which, eventually, produced centralized and unitary Czechoslovakia in the interwar period. This bred suspicion among numerous Slovaks that Magyar dominance over them would bear placed with its Czech counterpart, no question that it be more benign, but dominance the same. On the other hand, the Czech elite thought that the Slovaks should be thankful for their helping hand in the areas of politics, education, and economic development. The Czechs saw Slovakia as the terrain of their civilizing mission, a self-imposed task that proved the high civilizational level of the Czech nation and, ideologically, was compatible with Slavic reciprocity. They were not so willing, when the Allies burdened them with a similar task in even more backward Subcarpathian Ruthenia, which the average Czech dubbed our Asia beyond Košice. The ideal of this mission was encapsulated in the Czech term kulturnost, literally, culturedness, a fetish notion of how an individual, or nation should be civilized. The focus was on literacy, emulation of Czech, understood as inherently Western, institutions, and a proper conduct or decorum of an individual in public. This Czech fetishization of culture stemmed from the German approach to Kultur, as something, which had to be carried by Kulturträgers, carriers of culture, to nations standing at a lower level of civilizational development. But the word Kulturnost is a direct loan from Russian Kulturnost. Imperial Russia's civilizing mission in Asia was expressed in this T term since the 1880s, and Stalin made the concept into the justification basis of the Soviet policy of nation and language making in the 1920s and 1930s. In Polish, this politics of culture was usually individually oriented. The ideal of being cultural, by c kulturalnym, means to be civilized as an individual. Prior to 1918, Magyarization, as applied to the Slovaks, were equated with making them cultured, or civilized. This discourse of culturing nations became so much ingrained in Slovakia itself that the Slovak coinage kulturnost to this day describes the ideal of individual cultivation to which each educated Slovak tends to aspire. In practice, the Czech policy of civilizing Slovakia meant the unprecedented influx of Czech civil servants, professionals, and teachers. In 1910, there were 7,500 Czechs in Slovakia. By 1921, their number had increased to 71,700, compared with only 15,600 Slovaks in the Czech lands. In 1930, there were 121,000 Czechs in Slovakia and 44,500 Slovaks in the Czech lands. In Slovakia's civil service, 3,457 Czechs and 4,135 Slovaks were employed in 1921. By 1930, the numbers increased to 4,334 and 6,382, respectively. In the postal services, the ratio of Czech and Slovak white-collar employees was 1,375 to 1,423. 724. In 1921, in 1930 the respective figures were 1,456 to 2,233. In 1921, 3,402 Czech and 1903 Slovak railwaymen served in Slovakia. 9 years later, the numbers were 2,916 and 2,436, respectively. On the other hand, of the 1,300 employees of the Czechoslovak Ministry of Defense in the 1920s, only 6 were Slovaks, and of the 131 generals in the Czechoslovak Army only 1 was a Slovak. In January 1938, there were only 422 Slovaks among 11,820 career military officers, 3.6%. Similarly, there were only 4 Slovaks among the 417 employees of the Ministry of Education in Prague. And 94 Czechs and 68 Slovaks staffed the ministry's Slovak branch in Bratislava. Only 2 of the 17 ministers in the Czechoslovak cabinet formed in 1919, were Slovaks. During the 20-year history of interwar Czechoslovakia, 93 men held 322 ministerial portfolios, often rotating them among themselves. Of these 93, only 4 were Slovaks, who among themselves held 17 of the portfolios, 5.5%. In 1938, as few as 1.6% of the employees of the central ministries were Slovaks. In the Ministry of Unification, overseeing Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Slovaks made up 11.8% of the staff. The visible inequality of the Czech-Slovak Union bred resentment among the Slovaks, though some of this inequality was due to the sheer lack of qualified Slovak personnel. Budapest's insistence on making most of the elementary education available in Magyar, and all secondary and university education exclusively in this language, actually barred most Slovak children from any but rudimentary education. In Czechoslovakia, the first ever Slovak university opened in Bratislava in 1919, and the full Slovak language education system was founded. Accordingly, the number of Slovak university graduates grew threefold between 1920 and 1937. In the 1920s, 63 Slovak language secondary schools were established. There were none before 1918, and the level of illiteracy in Slovakia dropped from 14.7% in 1921 to 8.2% in 1931. The level of illiteracy was relatively low in 1918 thanks to almost full literacy among the Magyar minority. At that time almost half of the Slovaks could not read or write. Generous support was given to Slovak language book industry, hence numerous Slovak writers emerged and most of world classics appeared in Slovak translations. Between 1901 and 1918, only 2,700 book titles appeared in Slovak, on average, 150 each year, many rather in Prague and Budapest than in Slovakia. In Czechoslovakia, the production jump-started to several hundred per year and stabilized at 650 per annum in the mid-1930s. Ironically though in many cases, the Czech language replaced Magyar as the dominant language in Slovakia. For instance, the Slovak National Theatre, established in Bratislava in 1919, staged plays exclusively in Czech until 1932. In Czech eyes, the tradition of lasting common statehood produced the image of the Slovaks as brothers of the Czechs combined with the stereotype of an exotic other living in the unspoiled wild country epitomized by High Tatras, Slivovitz, and sheep cheese. This Czech orientalization of the Slovaks was not 725. Accepted by the latter, who aspired to modernity and Kulturnost, and thought they had already achieved it. Hence Czech civilizing overtures were not only unjustified but also unwelcome. These had to be suffered in the danger of Magyar irredentisms, and Budapest's propaganda denials that there was not such a thing as Slovak culture in Upper Hungary, ergo, Upper Hungary had been severed from indivisible Hungary in an unjustified manner. The Slovaks saw themselves as cast by the Czechs in the permanent position of younger brothers. When one remembers about this long-lasting Czech-Slovak tension, it was then obvious that the Pomelova Válka-war, that raged in early 1990, was not an insignificant aberration, a clash over nothing. In April 1990, the name of Czechoslovakia was changed to that of Czechoslovakia. As the Slovaks saw this, it was a momentous change, from the model of centralized state dominated by the Czechs to a truly federal state of the fully equal Czech and Slovak nations. What Slovak leaders had envisaged 7 decades earlier, was finally achieved, too late though to preserve Czechoslovakia, or no hyphen, Dunham 1976, 22, Eberhardt 1996, 114, Holy 1996, 86, 102 to 103, Janos 1997, 8 to 9, Kovaci 1998, 196 to 200, Kulturnost 2005, Pop 2005, 129 130, Rothschild 1977, 92, Riesner and Croucher 1989, 81 to 83, Tomaszewski 1997, 281. On February 29, 1920, the Constitution was promulgated. Czechoslovakia was proclaimed as the democratic, unified, and indivisible nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation, Preamble and Art 3.1. This proclamation in favor of Národní stát, ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state, rather than Národnostní stát, multinational state, jarred with the multinational, multi-ethnic, multilinguistic, and multi-religious reality of Czechoslovakia. The preamble also pointed to the modern principle of national self-determination as the ultimate justification of Czechoslovak statehood. Obviously, the German and Magyar minorities, which used to be the dominant nations in defunct Austria-Hungary, disagreed, and demanded that they also enjoy self-determination. These reverberations prolonged the process of stabilizing the Czechoslovak borders until 1924. The first to defy the Czechoslovak Declaration of Independence were 3 million Germans living in the Czech lands, who turned out to be the largest German minority that found itself outside the Germanophone states of Austria and Germany. On the abdication of Charles I on November 11, 1918, Rump Austria assumed the name of German Austria, Deutsches Österreich. Vienna's obvious goal was to get united with Germany in a common German nation-state, in agreement with the principle of national self-determination. The Allies prohibited the name German Austria, and Vienna had no choice but to accept this. 726. Dictum, among many others, by the signing of the Treaty of Saint-Germain on September 10, 1919. Meanwhile, between October 29 and November 3, 1918, the provinces of German Bohemia, Deutsch Böhmen, the Sudetenland, and German South Moravia, Deutsch Sudmaren, were proclaimed along with the direct incorporation of the German-speaking areas of southern Bohemia and southern Moravia, not included in German South Moravia, to the provinces of Upper and Lower Austria, respectively. In this manner, the outlying areas of Bohemia and Moravia together with the western half of Austrian Silesia became part of German Austria. By Christmas 1918, the Czechoslovak troops had seized all these areas. When on March 4, 1919, the German-Austrian National Assembly had its inaugural meeting in Vienna, German deputies from the Czech lands did not dare to attend it, which triggered demonstrations in the German-speaking areas. 54 Germans died. Vienna did not react. The economy and army were in disarray, hunger and unemployment were rampant, the popularity of Bolshevik-style parties increased throughout Central Europe. At the end of the Great War, Italy annexed South Tyrol. In March 1919, Soviet Hungary was proclaimed, and a month later, Soviet Bavaria. The German-Austrian government had a hard time maintaining the territorial integrity of the Alpine Austrian lands. This prevented it from flexing its muscle in the Czech lands. At Saint-Germain, the cession of South Tyrol to Italy was confirmed, and the Allies coaxed Vienna to cede Lower Styria, the southern section of Styria, to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. In 1920, the Allies forced Budapest to cede Burgenland to Austria, but it was a meager consolation for the loss of the empire. What is more, between 1919 and 1921, the inhabitants of Vorarlberg voted, in the locally organized plebiscites, in favor of transferring their region from Austria to Switzerland, and the inhabitants of Rump Tyrol and Salzburg for the cession of their regions to Germany. Vienna barely prevented this looming partition of Austria, because the Swiss disregarded the Vorarlberg plebiscite, and the Allies threatened to intervene if Tyrol or Salzburg unilaterally joined Germany, which would constitute a violation of the Treaty of Versailles, June 28, 1919, because it banned the union of Germany with Austria. In addition, the Treaty of Saint-Germain provided that, in 1920, Vienna would cede 3 small territories, which were incorporated into southern Bohemia, southern Moravia, and Slovakia, respectively. In 1918, Prague and Warsaw provisionally divided the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, which housed Austria-Hungary's biggest industrial basin. In late 1918, the Poles attempted to conduct elections to the Polish Sejm in this disputed territory. With the support of French troops, the Czechoslovak army intervened in January 1919, and pushed the Polish forces from the basin. The short conflict left 150 dead. The Allies promised a plebiscite, but in the context of growing inter-ethnic violence, they split the region between Poland and Czechoslovakia. The latter was granted the entire industrial basin, which also secured Prague's 727 control over the railway link between the Czechlands and Slovakia. On the other hand, the Allies did not wish to fortify Poland's industrial potential too much, as Warsaw stood a reasonable chance of winning a good part of Germany's Upper Silesian industrial basin, the second largest in continental Europe, in the 1921 plebiscite. Although Germany won the plebiscite, in 1922, the Allies granted the easternmost sliver of Upper Silesia together with most of this industrial basin to Poland. Around 10,000 Poles left the Czechoslovak section for Poland. The process of national differentiation started in eastern Teshchen Silesia in the mid-19th century. Most of the 390,000 inhabitants preferred to identify themselves on the basis of their localities and region in the face of the increasing nationalist conflict, which unfolded between the Czech national movement supported from Prague and Tropa, Opava, and its Polish counterpart, bolstered by activists from nearby Krakow. In interwar Poland, more Ślązoks identified themselves as Poles than Ślązoks from Poland's section of Upper Silesia. The important example to be followed was the stance of the Habsburg family. One of its branches adopted Polish citizenship and settled in Zajek, Cybus, near Teshchen Silesia. During World War II, they fought against the Third Reich in the Polish forces in the West. On the other hand, in the context of limited democracy, forced assimilation did not allow for the continuation of the ethno-regional Ślązokian, Ślązokish or Śląskish in German, Ślązaki in Czech and Ślązakowski AA in Polish, movement in Poland's section of Teshchen Silesia. Warsaw claimed them to be Germanized and Czechized Poles. However, such ethno-regional identification continued to develop on the Czechoslovak side of the border, and received support from the local Germans like during the period before World War I. Joseph Kozedin, Kozdo N., 1873–1949, this movement's leader since the early 20th century, acted as the mayor of Český Těšín, the Czechoslovak section of former city of Teshchen partitioned between Czechoslovakia and Poland, in the interwar period. Prague did not suppress this movement because it took the thrust from the local German and Polish national movements. In this strategically crucial industrial region, where Czechs did not constitute even a plurality of the population, although Prague's official theory was that the Slunziks were Czechs, Moravians, and Polonized and Germanized Moravics. According to the 1921 Czechoslovak census, 70,000 Poles lived in this area, but Warsaw disagreed, claiming that there were 120,000 to 150,000 Poles. The discrepancy was caused by the fact that census takers allowed the inhabitants to declare themselves as Salesians, Slunziks, but they demanded their respondents to declare their mother tongue by choosing between Czechoslovak, German, and Polish. It was not permitted to declare Salesian as one's mother tongue. Later, the Slunziks were apportioned between the national categories of the Czechoslovaks, Germans, and Poles on the basis of the linguistic declaration. The 50,000 to 80,000 Poles, which Warsaw 728 claimed that were not accounted for in the census, were the Slunziks of the Czechoslovak and German mother tongue. This method of linguistic partition of the Slunziks allowed Prague to achieve a Czechoslovak plurality of 296,000 in Czech Silesia, Germans numbered 252,000, and Poles 70,000. Although in the 1930 census, Prague allowed the Slunziks to declare Silesian as their native language, a decade of Czechization and suppression of their national movement drove the number of declarations of Silesian nationality down to 25,000, including a mere 4,000 Silesians who actually dared to declare Silesian as their mother tongue. This national and ideological squabbling over the ethno-linguistic identity of the Slavophone inhabitants of the Czechoslovak section of Teschin Silesia elicited a unique local-based reaction. In 1934, the young communist poet, Erwin Gage, 1905–1989, published his first collection of poetry lavishly praised by the most renowned interwar Czech critic, František Zavrsalda, 1867–1937. Atypically, the collection was written in a new language, which the author called Latin, Laschina. Accordingly he adopted a nom de plume, Ondra Lysahorsky. He derived both names from the mountain Lisa Ora, located in northern Moravia. In his Latin, Lysahorsky merged specifically Czech letters, C, S, and Polish ones, L, O, in order to reflect the peculiarities of the Slavic dialect spoken in the eastern half of former Austrian Silesia, northern Moravia, the eastern section of the western half of Austrian Silesia, and southernmost Upper Silesia. He called the region Lachia, and its population of 1.5 million, the Latin nation. The popularity of his Latin poetry, which empathized with the plight of unemployed workers and impoverished peasants of Lachia, never translated into a national movement for creating a Latin nation-state. But, during World War II, Lysahorsky, as a refugee in the Soviet Union, published his poetry in Russian translations, and Stalin lent his ear to Lysahorsky's appeals for independent Lachia. As a result, much to émigré Czechoslovak politicians' chagrin, he was nominated to the post of the representative of Teschin Silesia in the All-Slavic Committee in 1941, where he spoke exclusively in Latin. The émigré Czechoslovak politicians continually demanded that Lysahorsky speak exclusively in Czech and consider it a danger to the territorial and national unity of post-war Czechoslovakia on par with Slovak autonomists and independentists. After his return to Czechoslovakia, he managed to publish just one book in Latin, 1958, thanks to the support he still received from Moscow. Later, Prague silenced him, and Lysahorsky shifted to writing in German and publishing his poetry in East Germany. German was his other mother tongue, because he came from a family where it was spoken along with the local Slavic dialect. In the Czechoslovak section of Teschin Silesia, Prague faced an ethno-regional problem similar to that of the Hlučínsko, Hultz-Chinnerlandchen, or a small fragment of Germany's Upper Silesia, which, on the basis of the Treaty of Versailles 729. June 28, 1919, Berlin transferred to Czechoslovakia in 1920. It was inhabited by the Moravics, Morazen or Marer in German, Moravci in Czech, Morawiacy in Polish. Germany did not oppose the cession, as most of the inhabitants were Slavophone, and their region was rural and backward, unlike the industrial basin of Upper Silesia over which Berlin and Warsaw clenched in a prolonged struggle. The Slunskic region, Teschen Silesia, and almost all of Germany's Upper Silesia were included in the Breslau, Wrocław diocese. However, the Morawiec's homeland in southern Upper Silesia constituted part of the Moravian Archdiocese. This ecclesiastical border produced and conserved the ethnic difference of the Morawiec's vis-a-vis Germans, Slunskics and Zlonskics, who lived in the Breslau diocese. In Prussian and German censuses, Morawiecks were registered as Marers, literally, Moravians, and their language as Marisk, literally, Moravian, but residing in Upper Silesia and divided from Moravia by the state border and the belt of German-speaking population in Austrian Silesia, the Morawiecks did not identify with the Slavophone Moravians of Moravia. The written and printed language of the Morawiecks retained the use of the Gothic script, which graphically made it similar to German, and distinguished it from Moravia's Moravian language, which usually employed the Antiqua since the mid-19th century. The Allies agreed with Prague that the Slavophone character of the Morawiecks and the inclusion of their territory in the Moravian Archdiocese was proof enough that they were Czechs. But they resented the transfer of their region to Czechoslovakia, which earned them the Czech nickname Prahzaci, Prussians. In the 1921 census, out of the Hlosinsko's 50,000 inhabitants, 16.3% declared German nationality, 80.15% Moravian, and 3.55% Czech. In self-declared democratic Czechoslovakia, it was curious that census takers were filling in and signing census returns themselves in the Hlosinsko. Such an unusual practice was employed to ensure that they do not declare themselves Germans en masse. As in the case of the Slunskics, the declaration of Moravian nationality was redefined as Czechoslovak in the census's official results. The Morawiecks resented the imposition of Czech language schools, and when Prague denied them German minority schools for which they appealed, they sent their children to private German language schools organized by the Sudetenland German minority. Prague's forced assimilation of the Morawiecks turned them into clearly pro-German and increasingly German-speaking Holsteiners, and 4,600 of them, 1/4 of the adult population, refused to accept Czechoslovak citizenship, and left for Germany. During the interwar period, 10,000 Morawiecks remaining in Germany fully identified as Germans. Apart from the Hlosinsko, the Czech elite appealed for the cession of Lusatia from Germany to Czechoslovakia. They argued that the Slavophone character of the Sorbs would justify such a step, and the fact that the region used to be part of the lands of the Czech crown in the 15th century. The Sorbian national movement agreed due to the long-established tradition of cooperation. 730. With the Czechs. In the 17th and 18th centuries, Czech-language Protestant books were smuggled from Lusatia to Bohemia, Sorbian Catholic priests were educated in Prague, and when the Sorbian national movement emerged in 1848, it emulated its Czech counterpart. Although the Czechoslovak delegation at the peace conference in Paris raised this subject, the delegates were not prepared to pursue it at the expense of concessions in the fields where the Czechoslovak diplomacy had already been successful. Sorbian leaders understood it and hoped that Czechoslovak pressure on Berlin would at least result in autonomy for the Sorbs. No autonomy was granted, but the subsequent internationalization of the Sorbian question brought about the tentative recognition of the 100,000-strong Sorbs as a nation. This allowed for the development of the Sorbian national movement in interwar Germany almost until 1939, when the use of Sorbian was prohibited in the Third Reich along with all other languages but German. After a period of flux, in the first years after the Great War, the territory of the Czech lands included in Czechoslovakia stabilized at 82,870 square kilometers. Out of this number, Bohemia accounted for 56,062 square kilometers, Moravia for 22,356 square kilometers, and Czech Silesia for 4,452 square kilometers. The Hlosinsko of 320 square kilometers was administratively incorporated into Czech Silesia. Out of divided Teschen Silesia, Prague received 1,150 square kilometers, which was also included in Czech Silesia. Poland's section of this region amounted to 950 square kilometers. To a degree, Czech Silesia is a misnomer employed to distinguish this territory from Polish Silesia, that is, Poland's sections of Upper Silesia and Eastern Austrian Silesia, and from German, or Prussian Silesia, that is Lower Silesia and the section of Upper Silesia, which remained with Germany. In Czechoslovakia, Czech Silesia was officially referred to as Silesia, Slezsko, which emphasized Prague's will to continue considering entire historical Silesia as one of the lands of the Czech crown. The tacit understanding was that on historical basis, Czechoslovakia could still claim all of Silesia, but this legalistic theory was not acted upon. Otherwise, Germans would have outnumbered Czechs in Czechoslovakia. In this approach, Prague was similar to Imperial Vienna. The label of Austrian Silesia is a modern misnomer too. The official Austrian name of this crown land was the Principality of Lower and Upper Silesia, which emphasized the Habsburgs' standing claim to German/Prussian Silesia, which Friedrich the Great had seized from Maria Theresa in 1740–1742, Barker 2000, 17, Bielina et al. 1993, 162–164, Eberhardt 1996, Goreka 1997, Hannon 2005, Hrick 2003, 74–75, Jurczynski 2006, 224, Crofton 1946, 730, Lysahorsky 1990, Plasik 2000, Polanski 1980, 233, Prinz 1993, 381, Simotinova 2003, 47, Serafin 1996, 80, Sobotin 1929, Tomazuski 1997, 26, Zaradnik and Rizkowski 1992. To establish Czechoslovak rule in Slovakia was not an easy task either. Masaryk delegated it to his former student, a Slovak and convinced proponent of Czechoslovakism, Vavro Srober, 1867–1950, nominated the plenipotentiary 731. Minister for Slovakia. On November 2, 1918, he commenced the activities of the Governmental Commission for Slovakia in Sakalka, Skalica. A detachment of Czech troops with a few Slovak volunteers seized northwestern Slovakia. To Prague's surprise, the Belgrade Military Convention, November 13, which required Budapest to evacuate Transylvania, Croatia, Slavonia, and Banat, made no mention of Slovakia. The new Hungarian Prime Minister, Mihaly Karolyi, gave orders to push nascent Czechoslovak administration out of Upper Hungary, Slovakia. The standard Slovak language and Slovak national literature are steeped in the dialectal tradition of Central and Western Slovakia. This emphasized the ethno-linguistic difference between these two regions and Eastern Slovakia, contributing to the emergence of the nascent ethno-linguistic group of the Slovjaks, or Eastern Slovaks. Their displeasure at the possibility of Czech rule and traditional attachment to Hungary allowed Budapest to proclaim the independence of the pro-Hungarian Slovjak People's Republic with its capital in Kassa, Košice. Meanwhile, on Beneš's request, the French government protested the oversight of Slovakia in the Belgrade Military Convention, and demanded, on behalf of the Allies, evacuation of Slovakia by Budapest. Czechoslovak troops advanced accordingly, and the successive Entente demarcation lines of 6 and December 23 reaffirmed their gains. On December 30, they seized Kassa, and on January 1, 1919, Poznań, Bratislava. On February 4, Srober, at the head of Provisional Czechoslovak Administration for Slovakia, moved from Žolna, Žilina, in northwestern Slovakia, to Poznań, Bratislava. The city was made the capital of Slovakia, and its name changed to Bratislava. In January, the city had been briefly renamed Wilsonov Mesto, literally, Wilson City, in honor of United States President Woodrow Wilson. It was his principle of national self-determination, which enabled Slovakia to detach from Hungary and become part of Czechoslovakia. Following the proclamation of the Soviet Republic of Hungary on March 21, 1919, Hungary's military forces were reconsolidated. Red Budapest rejected the Allies' March 20 demand of further territorial cessions. On March 25, Srabor introduced a state of emergency in Slovakia. At the Allies' encouragement, by 4 April the Czechoslovak army had occupied Hungarian territory to the depth of 50 to 80 kilometers south of Slovakia. It was a preventive measure to stop the spread of Bolshevism in Central Europe. Prague was not prepared for the Hungarian counteroffensive. The Magyar troops took back two-thirds of Slovakia, and brought about the proclamation of independence of the pro-Hungarian Soviet Republic of Slovakia with its capital in Prešov, eastern Slovakia, on June 18. 5 days earlier, the Czechoslovak-Hungarian border had been established at the peace conference in Paris, but revolutionary Budapest had no intention to observe it, especially after having gained common border with Poland. Warsaw clenched with Prague in the conflict over the industrial 732 basin in Teschen Silesia, was supportive of Budapest's endeavors to maintain the territorial integrity of historical Hungary. On the other hand, the Polish government was weary of the possibility of Budapest's military cooperation with Soviet Russia in the spread of the communist revolution westward. This would endanger Józef Pilsudski's project of recreating Poland-Lithuania as a Polish nation-state. In mid-April 1919, Romanian troops successfully attacked Red Hungary's armies, and the Czechoslovak army joined the attack at the beginning of May. Magyar soldiers withdrew from Slovakia to protect Budapest, which fell into Romanian hands anyway on August 4. The regime of Soviet Slovakia had been extinguished already on 5 July. The Czechoslovak government established control over entire Slovakia. Meanwhile, in August, the anti-Bolshevik Hungarian security forces helped Hlinka illegally cross the border to Poland. He was accompanied by Father František Jelica, Jelia, 1879–1939, perhaps a Hungarian agent, who had previously opposed the separation of Slovakia from Hungary, but in this new situation preferred that Slovakia would become an independent state rather than be included as part of Czechoslovakia. This was in agreement with Hlinka's view that Slovakia should either enjoy wide autonomy within Czechoslovakia, or become independent. In Warsaw, on August 27, the Polish Security Service supplied Hlinka and Jelica with Polish passports done in false names in order to enable them to present the views of Slovak autonomists and independentists at the peace conference in Paris. Unfortunately, just like representatives of the Zlonziks or the Slunziks, they were not allowed to present their views and demands before the conference. Jelica returned to Budapest and published a journal appealing for an autonomous Slovakia in Hungary. When the Treaty of Trianon, June 4, 1920, precluded this solution, he went to Poland. Warsaw gladly supported his appeals for independent Slovakia under Poland's protection. Obviously, the project was impossible with Poland engaged in the deadly war with Bolshevik Russia, 1919–1920, and also busy with the establishment of its administration in the ethnically non-Polish eastern territories gained from Soviet Russia. Warsaw paid lip service to Slovak independence, first, to lessen Prague's political pressure on Hungary, a prospective ally of Poland's, and second, to boost its position in its contest with Prague over the regions of Arva, Orava in Czech and Slovak, Orawa in Polish, and Arva in German, and Zapiz, Spiz in Czech and Slovak, Spiz in Polish and Zips in German. This old disputed borderland between Poland, Lithuania and historical Hungary was claimed by Warsaw as rightfully Polish, and Budapest did not contest this claim, because this, in turn, weakened Prague's hold over these two areas of Slovakia. The populations living in Arva and Zapiz practiced a traditional transhumant economy like the Goralians, Goral, in the Polish section of the Tatra Mountains, or the Lemkos and the Ruthenians, Rusins, of Subcarpathian Ruthenia further to the east along the arch of the 733. Carpathians. the Goralians and the Slavophone inhabitants of Arva and Zapiz spoke in their distinctive dialects, which were much alike but markedly different from Standard Polish or Standard Slovak. Nationalism was a novel idea to them, and most of all they wished to retain the unity of their regions, not unlike the Zlonziks or the Slunziks. As in the case of Upper Silesia and Eastern Austrian Silesia, the Allies promised plebiscites in Arva and Zapiz. Due to the growing level of inter-ethnic violence, in 1920, the Allies divided both regions between Czechoslovakia and Poland without any plebiscite. In its propaganda directed at Orava and Spiš, Warsaw used the argument that Poland would be a Catholic haven for the two regions' inhabitants, and a deliverance from the possibility of having to live in Czechoslovakia, a state ruled by godless Czech heretics. This argument also resonated strongly with Hlinka and other Slovak leaders of Catholic provenance. From the religious ideological, Poland appeared to be a better choice than a common state with the Czechs, provided there was no chance of founding Slovakia as an independent nation-state. The division of Orava and Spiš additionally fueled anti-Czech feeling among the Slovaks, as Prague was commonly accused that this was the price it paid to secure the inclusion of the entire Teschan-Silesian industrial basin in the Czech lands. The unexpected decline and closure of whatever few industrial factories existed in overwhelmingly agricultural Slovakia amounted, in the Slovak eyes, to another anti-Slovak policy perpetrated by Prague to make Slovakia into a colonial appendage of the Czech economy. Such was the effect of political and economic unification of Slovakia and the Czech lands without any provisions made for protecting the much weaker Slovak economy. In the heat of political and military struggles for Czechoslovakia, neither Slovak nor Czech leaders reflected on what effect the founding of such a state may have had on the Czech or Slovak economy. At that time, national and ideological goals had priority. Politicians and their followers naively believed that independence, presented as deliverance from Austrian and Magyar tyranny, would be enough to provide prosperity for all Czechs and Slovaks. Instead, in interwar Slovak publications, Prague was frequently accused of odburování priemyslu, intentional destruction of the industry, in Slovakia. Border corrections continued. In 1923, Poland ceded one village to the Slovak part of Czechoslovakia, and, the following year, 2 Slovak villages were transferred to Poland. In 1922, Hungary gained a village from Slovakia, and 2 further ones in 1924. The eventual territory of Slovakia amounted to 49,021 square kilometers. Out of Orava and Spiš, Slovakia received 1,661 square kilometers and 3,473 square kilometers, and Poland, 357 sq.km and 195 square kilometers, respectively. The post-war wave of Magyar refugees fleeing Slovakia was the harbinger of what the future of ethno-linguistic homogeneity held in store. Between 1918 and 1924, 147,000 Magyars fled or were forced to leave Slovakia. At least 45,000 of those remaining in Slovakia were denied Czechoslovak citizenship and many 734,000 were coaxed with administrative measures to move to the Czech lands or central and northern Slovakia, where Slovaks constituted the majority of the population. As a result, by the early 1930s, long-established Magyar majorities disappeared in 200 localities in Slovakia. In Czechoslovakia, similar occurrences took place in the Hlučínsko and the Czech section of Teschan Silesia, from where 4,600 Germans and 10,000 Poles fled after the establishment of Czechoslovak rule, or left Czechoslovakia during the interwar period. But no comparable refugee waves originated from among the 3 million Germans living in the Czech lands. Perhaps, the relatively low level of military conflict generated by Prague's dismantling of the German-Austrian provinces in Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia was crucial in convincing local Germans that they might remain safely in the new state of Czechoslovakia. This state's democratic character confirmed their hopes, while the high level of development of the Czech economy, and economic aid and political support flowing from neighboring Germany and Austria helped them recreate a high level of living standard, which they had enjoyed before 1914. On the contrary, the Czechoslovak-Hungarian War over the control of Slovakia lasted almost for a year between November 1918 and July 1919. The Slovak economy declined and the level of Slovak-Magyar ethnic tension was much higher than that between the Czech and Germans in the Czech lands. In Bohemia and Moravia, fully official Czech-German bilingualism had developed since the 1880s, and language use in education and local administration had also been liberalized in Austrian Silesia, first, in the 1870s, and again at the beginning of the 20th century. On the contrary, full and often forced Magyarization was Budapest's policy in Upper Hungary prior to 1918, Bielina et al. 1993, 161 to 162, from minority status to partnership 2005, Kovasi 1998, 182 to 184, 214, Krofta 1946, 730, Moxie 1982. 494, Simotnova 2003, 47, Tomazuski 1997, 28-29, 48. In light of the difficulties which Prague faced when striving to establish Czechoslovak rule in the borderland regions of the Czech lands, and in entire Slovakia, the unexpected and not sought-for incorporation of Subcarpathian Ruthenia was easy, a virtual windfall of pure good luck. The predominantly Greek Catholic Ruthenians lived in a region of Upper Hungary that was an even more undeveloped backwater than Slovakia. 2/3 of the population, that is, almost all the Ruthenians, were poor peasants and transhumant shepherds. The Magyar nobles and large landowners did not see Ruthenia as anything more than a primeval deer forest. The impoverished and overwhelmingly agricultural population failed to produce a single national movement unlike the Slovaks. The majority of the inhabitants identified with their localities, religion, and the King of Hungary. Hence, the collapse of Austria-Hungary in October 1918, followed by the succession of independence declarations of the successor nation-states, elicited an array of confused political answers among the Ruthenians. Numerous Ruthenian national councils, which sprang up in November, 735, proposed various, frequently mutually exclusive, solutions to the Ruthenian question. The Bolshevik Revolution precluded the old established option of uniting Ruthenia with Russia. Some leaders appealed for autonomous Ruthenia in Hungary, others for unification with independent Ukraine, or the incorporation of Hungarian and Galician sections of Ruthenia in Czechoslovakia. The volatile existence and speedy disappearance of the Ukrainian nation-state, partitioned between Poland and Soviet Russia, excluded the Ukrainian option and the possibility of uniting the Ruthenians of Galicia, already incorporated in its entirety into Poland, with those of Upper Hungary in an autonomous Ruthenia. Poland, being an upstart nation-state with a lot of bad publicity on its backwardness and intolerant Catholic character, did not appear to be an attractive option for the Ruthenians. Romania was not either. Although the state had been established almost 6 decades earlier, it was seen as an epitome of backwardness. What is more, its Orthodox religion could mean suppression of the Ruthenians' Greek Catholicism. Bucharest, having gained so many new territories after the war, which had to be integrated, was not interested in Ruthenia either. In late 1918, the most viable and gladly accepted idea was Budapest's proposal of founding autonomous Ruthenia within Hungary. In December 1918, the administration of Hungary's autonomous Ruthenia was established and an appropriate law to this end was issued on December 21. Meanwhile, the organizations of the Ruthenian emigrants in the United States obtained the most decisive voice on the future of Ruthenia, as did their Czech and Slovak counterparts. They had much easier access to President Wilson, the main shaper of the post-war order in Central Europe, than their co-ethnics in distant Ruthenia. Wilson, however, discouraged the Ruthenian independentist dream of a united Ruthenian nation-state composed of eastern Upper Hungary, southeastern Galicia, and Bukovina, which they proposed to him in a letter of October 21. This would have unsettled too many already reached compromises between Poland, Romania, Hungary, and the Allies. Grigory Zotkovich, Zitkovici, 1886–1967, the leader of U.S. Hungarian Ruthenians, met Masaryk in Philadelphia, at the end of October 1918. Masaryk proposed that if the Ruthenians decide that their region should be incorporated into Czechoslovakia, they would receive a wide-ranging autonomy. Beneš supported this option because it would give Czechoslovakia a common border with Romania, which was a natural Czechoslovak ally, because both states had to face enmity of Rump Hungary, at the cost of which their territories increased substantially. The U.S. Ruthenian Organization held a meeting in Scranton, Pennsylvania on November 12. In December, the plebiscite held by them among U.S. Ruthenians, yielded the result of 67% votes for the inclusion of autonomous Ruthenia in Czechoslovakia. Masaryk entrusted the control of Ruthenia to Srober, who had already had on its plate the difficult task of establishing Czechoslovak rule in Slovakia. In early January 736. 1919, Czechoslovak troops seized the westernmost sliver of Ruthenia together with Unvar, Uzhhorod, on January 13. At that time, political life of pro-Czechoslovak Ruthenians concentrated in Apurges, Prešov, and Unvar, soon renamed Uzhhorod. The Hungarian administration with its center in Munkacs, Mukasevo, controlled most of Ruthenia, which received its autonomous structures complete with the National Assembly in February and March 1919. After the communist takeover in Budapest, March 21, the Soviet-Hungarian regime dismantled the Ruthenian autonomy on April 18, because they sought to build an ethnically homogeneous, though communist, Magyar nation-state. The anti-Ruthenian, or, in general, anti-minorities, character of Bela Kun's regime was already apparent in late March. This contributed to the convening of the meeting of the Ruthenian National Councils of Prešov, Uzhhorod, and Chust, Kust in Ukrainian, Hust in Magyar, with the delegation of United States Ruthenian leaders, which took place in Uzhhorod on April 8. They formed the Central National Ruthenian Council, which, on April 16, made Zhitkovich the minister of the Russian, Ruthenian, state in Czechoslovakia. He negotiated with Masaryk the principles on the basis of which Ruthenia will enter Czechoslovakia, and represented the Ruthenian interests in the Czechoslovak delegation at the peace conference in Paris. In the second half of April, the Romanian offensive moved westward against Soviet Hungary, and the Hungarian administration was replaced with the Romanian military in Ruthenia, which, in turn, gave up its prerogatives to its Czechoslovak counterpart headed by the Czech civil servant, Jan Breha, on August 1. On September 10, 1919, the Treaty of Saint-Germain provided that the region's name would be Subcarpathian Ruthenia, it would enjoy a wide autonomy in Czechoslovakia, including its own national regional parliament, and the region's borders would not cross north of the Carpathians. The last precaution was taken not to alienate Poland, because on December 5, 1918, the Galician Ruthenian/Lemko leaders proclaimed the National Lemko Republic, which they intended to be united with Subcarpathian Ruthenia within the Czechoslovak borders. The Polish army dispersed the republic's structures in February 1919, but they persisted to function through the spring of 1920. The Ruthenians held grudges against the Czechs just as they had against the Slovaks. First, Prague did not honor its agreements with the Ruthenians, and did not provide them with their national assembly and true political autonomy until 1938. The influx of Czech civil servants, teachers, and doctors was not as resented as it was in Slovakia, because there were hardly any Ruthenian counterparts who were qualified for these positions. In 1921, the illiteracy rate in Subcarpathian Ruthenia was 50%, and even higher among the Ruthenians themselves, 67%, because Magyars and Jews inhabiting this region usually could read and write. On the other hand, Czech civil servants and professionals sent to Subcarpathian Ruthenia did not consider it as an appealing employment. 737. Opportunity and mostly preferred to stay away. The region's economy was even more fragile than that of Slovakia, and cheap and good quality products from the Czech lands stifled any industry, thus perpetuating the agricultural-pastoral character of the Subcarpathian economy. Finally, Ruthenian leaders were displeased by their region's western border, which they saw as too much skewed in favor of Slovakia. It left in Slovakia Prešov, which had been the seat of the Greek Catholic Eparchy since 1816. Even though ethnically Slovak, the town was a significant center of Ruthenian culture and politics. In the interwar period, the region extending between the city and Subcarpathian Ruthenia became known as Prešov Ruthenia, Prešovska Rus, in Ruthenian. Half of its inhabitants, that is, about 100,000 were Ruthenians. Last but not the least, Prague, intent on lessening pro-Hungarian sympathies among the Ruthenians, did not oppose the growth of the Orthodox Church supported from Serbia. The Greek Catholic clergy was usually pro-Hungarian, because they did not want any dramatic social change bound to be generated by the sudden transfer of their homeland from Hungary to Czechoslovakia. At least one-third of the Ruthenians converted to Orthodox Christianity. In the 1930s, the pro-Hungarian trend in the Greek Catholic Church largely disappeared. The clergy acknowledged and favored the separateness of the Ruthenian nation, which brought about their support for suppressing pro-Ukrainian or pan-Slav, pro-Russian, tendencies, much in line with Czechoslovakia's international interests. Subcarpathian Ruthenia's military administration headed by Srober was terminated in early 1922, but continued de facto until 1923. The first governor of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Rzadković, resigned on April 16, 1921 in protest against Prague's centralizing policies, which did not deliver the promised autonomy. It was the first sign of the Ruthenians' displeasure with their marriage with Czechoslovakia. On the other hand, for the first time ever, the Ruthenian language educational system was organized in Czechoslovakia. By 1930, illiteracy had sunk to 30%. Prague did not attempt to replace Ruthenian Stylo-Cyrillic with the Latin alphabet, and Czechoslovakia was the only Central European nation-state, in which one of the official languages was not written in Latin characters. It proved a useful instrument of policy in Prague's relations with its minorities, though it was usually not used wisely. For instance, on Czechoslovak banknotes the legend was given in Czech Slovak, Ruthenian, German, and Magyar. Czechoslovakia's Germans took offense that their language should be ranked lower than that of uncivilized Highlanders. The international borders, which encircled Subcarpathian Ruthenia, were decided in the Treaty of Saint-Germain, September 10, 1919, and the Treaty of Trianon, June 4, 1920. Prague established the internal Carpathian Slovak border in the General Statute for Organization and Administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, November 7, 1919. In 1921, 2 villages were transferred from Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Romania, and 2 received in return. Finally, the 738 region's territory stabilized at 12,617 square kilometers, Bielina et al. 1993, 163, Crofta 1946, 722 to 723, 730, Magoxi 2005, Pop 2005, 102 to 113, 117, 125 to 129, Rothschild 1977, 83 to 82, 92, Simotnova 2003, 47. As in the case of Poland, the Czechoslovak borders were a result of complicated international and ethno-national negotiations and compromises. Their precarious status was emphasized by Prague's post-war military conflicts with Hungary, Poland, and German Austria. The only neighboring state with which Prague enjoyed cordial relations was Romania. The same was true of Poland, which fought wars with all its neighbors and forwarded territorial claims against them all except Romania. In order to fortify the legitimacy of the Czechoslovak statehood on the ethno-national basis, the Czechoslovak Constitution of 1920, February 29, legalized the category of the Czechoslovak nation, as for the first time officially mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, October 28, 1918. The language law issued on the same day as the Constitution, in pursuance of Article 129 of the Constitution, made the Czechoslovak language the state and official language of Czechoslovakia, in agreement with Article 7 of the Treaty of Saint-Germain. In this manner, at the symbolic level, Czechoslovakia gained its Czechoslovak nation, and its national Czechoslovak language. To a large degree, the Czechoslovak example was followed in the 1921 Constitution of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which made Serbo-Croato-Slovenian the official language of the state. The concepts of the Czechoslovak nation and language allowed for lumping Czechs and Slovaks into Czechoslovaks in official statistics, which provided Czechoslovakia with a clear national majority. The notion of the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian language played a similar role, as it bound the kingdom-state nations of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in a linguistically united national unity, which after 1929, was defined as the Yugoslav nation. Statistically, actually only Serbs and Croats were lumped into the composite national category of Serbo-Croats justified by the agreed-upon existence of their common Serbo-Croatian language. In practice, the Slovenes stayed out of the constitutionally proposed linguistic union, but did not bristle treatment as one of the state nations of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Likewise, the Slovaks disagreed with the concept of the Czechoslovak language, but usually consented to Prague's statistical lumping them together with the Czechs, as Czechoslovaks. The Slovenians and the Slovaks were quite small nations, so these legal constructs gave them respectively more say in the kingdom, until the introduction of dictatorship in 1929, and Czechoslovakia than their numbers would justify. In practice, the Slovenian status was anomalous, placing them between the definitive state nation of the Serbo-Croats and the national minorities. A similar uneasy status was reserved for the Ruthenians, who were not counted as a straightforward minority, but on the other hand, were not included in the category of the Czechoslovak nation. 739. As a result, these legal constructs meant that Czechoslovaks numbering 8.76 million in 1921 accounted for 65.5% of Czechoslovakia's population. Their number grew to 67%, 9.68 million, in 1930. In statistics, Ruthenians were also referred to as Little Russians, pre-1918 Russian usage for Ukrainians. In 1921, there were 0.46 million, 3.4%, Ruthenians in Czechoslovakia, and their number grew to 0.55 million, 3.8%, in 1930. Czechoslovaks together with Ruthenians constituted a clear-cut national majority of 68.9% in 1920, and 70.8% in 1930. The data did not look so optimistic if Czechs, Slovaks, and Ruthenians were counted separately. In 1921, Czechoslovakia housed 6.84 million, 50.3%, Czechs, 3.12 million, 23.4%, Germans, 1.98 million, 15.2%, Slovaks, 0.74 million, Magyars, 5.6%, 0.46 million, 3.4%, Ruthenians, 181,000, 1.3%, Jews, and 76,000 Poles, 0.6%. Jews were distinguished exclusively on linguistic basis, that is, if they had indicated Hebrew or Yiddish as their mother tongues. But taking into consideration Judaism as the main indicator of Jewishness, the number of Jews grew to 0.35 million, 2.6%. Half of this increase was made up by Czech-speaking Jews and the other by German-speaking ones. The story repeated itself in the case of the Slunziks numbering around 80,000, 0.6%, who, on a linguistic basis, were partitioned between Czechs, Germans, and Poles in statistics. Last but not the least, the 45,000-strong Moraviks, 0.3%, should have been singled out as a separate national or ethnic group on the linguistic basis, and if their will were to be taken into consideration, they ought to have been merged with Germans as a statistical category, not with the Czechoslovaks. The estimated 100,000, 0.7%, to 200,000, 1.5%, Roma, mainly living in Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, clearly did not show up in pre-war statistics. On the linguistic basis, they were mainly apportioned to Magyars and Slovaks. Considering these factors, the Czechs did not constitute a weak majority in Czechoslovakia, but rather the strongest plurality at some 48 to 49% of the population. The differences in the share of population varied even more widely in the confines of historical regions out of which Czechoslovakia was made. Because Germans, not Czechs, constituted the strongest plurality in Czech Silesia, the region was merged in 1928 with Moravia into the Moravian Silesian land. In 1930, in the Czech lands, 7.23 million Czechs accounted for 67.7% of the 15 million strong population. They were followed by 3.07 million, 28.8%, Germans, 150,000, 1.4%, Jews, 93,000, 0.9%, Poles, 44,500, 0.4%, Slovaks, 23,000, 0.2%, Ukrainians, and 11,400, 0.1%, Magyars. Czech scholars termed the former regions of German Austria in the Czech lands as the Czech borderlands, České Pohranií. It amounted to 38% territory of the Czech lands and was home to 3.7 million inhabitants in 1930, including 2.7 million Germans and 1 million Czechs. Outside Czech borderlands, 6.3 million Czechs lived versus only 0.5 million Germans. 740. In Slovakia, 2.25 million Slovaks amounted to 67.7% of the 3.32 million strong population in 1930. Perhaps, if Roma were properly accounted for, the percentage of Slovaks would be lowered by 3 points. And 0.57 million Magyars constituted 17.2% of the population, while Hungarian sources raise this number by even 100,000, which would make Magyars into 1/5 of interwar Slovakia's population. However, the singling out of Roma as a separate category would perhaps nullify this gain. Moreover, 137,000 Jews and 110,000 Ruthenians constituted 4.1% and 3.3% of the population, respectively. Like Germans in the Czech borderlands, Magyars constituted the majority of population in southern Slovakia, and Ruthenians in the east of this region. In 1930, while the population of Subcarpathian Ruthenia was 0.73 million, Ruthenians, numbering 0.45 million, constituted 61.6% of this population. Hence, they constituted a weaker majority than Czechs in the Czech lands or Slovaks in Slovakia. The inclusion of the predominantly Ruthenian-speaking localities from Prešov Ruthenia would have increased the share of Ruthenians at least to 68%. Unlike in the Czech lands or Slovakia, there was no single large minority in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, a 109,000, 15%, Magyars and 90,500, 12.5%, Jews balanced out each other. Czechs and Slovaks accounted for 35,000, 4.8%, Germans for 13,000, 1.8%, and Romanians for 13,000, 1.8%. Between 1921 and 1930, the official statistics indicated that the state nations of the Czechoslovaks and Ruthenians grew in absolute numbers, as did their share in Czechoslovakia's total population. In the case of the minorities, the absolute numbers of Germans, Jews, and Poles grew, but their share in the population decreased. Tellingly, only the absolute number of Magyars sank by 53,500, which translated into the slump from 5.6% of the population to 4.9%. This clearly indicates that the strongest assimilatory measures were aimed at the Magyar minority in interwar Czechoslovakia, perhaps in response to Budapest's unambiguous irredentist intentions vis-à-vis Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. At the official level, Austria did not show such intentions until and Berlin began to play the German minority card in Czechoslovakia only in the mid-1930s. Similar measures were then applied to the German minority. For instance, in 1936, there were 0.87 million unemployed in the Czech lands, including 0.53 million in the Czech borderlands. This situation forced tens of thousands of Germans to take up seasonal jobs in Germany, and made them even more dependent on aid flowing from this country. Eberhardt 1996, 114 to 119, 172, Harna and Pfizer 1998, 142, Prinz 1993, 395, Rothschild 1977, 89 to 90. As in Poland, Czechoslovak legislation organized the use of official and minority languages in this country on a historical basis. Different laws and regulations applied to the Czech lands that had belonged to the Austrian section of the dual monarchy prior to 1918, and to Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, which 741 had been part of historical Hungary. The internationally recognized autonomous status of Subcarpathian Ruthenia drew a line of difference between it and Slovakia, though both regions had been administratively homogeneous parts of Hungary before 1918. Last but not the least, minority language use regulations mainly applied to the territories where these minorities concentrated, that is, in the Czech borderlands and in southern Slovakia. There were two basic sources of language legislation, namely the Austro-Hungarian regulations and the Treaty of Saint-Germain, which formed the foundation on which the basis of the Czechoslovak language regulations was grounded. To reiterate, beginning in the 1880s, full Czech-German bilingualism in administration, education, and politics developed in Bohemia. These developments were mirrored in Moravia, but to a lesser degree. For instance, prior to 1918, the only Czech language university was the Czech section of the University of Prague. In addition, the Moravian elite tended to call their Slavic language Moravian, Slavic, or Moravian Slavic, despite the fact that, with time, it became almost indistinguishable from Standard Czech of Bohemia. The long-established tradition of the separate Moravian statehood was reconfirmed in the 1905 Ausgleich, which produced full German-Moravian linguistic equality in a negotiated manner, unlike in Bohemia, where Czech-German linguistic equality was born out of the ongoing inter-ethnic strife. In Austrian Silesia, German remained the sole official language of this crown land until 1918, though elementary and secondary education in Czech and Polish became available between the 1860s and 1880, especially in the region's eastern half, that is, Teschen Silesia. At the beginning of the 20th century, Czech and Polish were also allowed into local self-governments at the discretion of the localities concerned. The Hlosinsko was an exception to the Austro-Hungarian tradition of land gauge regulation, because it was a territory transferred from the German land of Prussia. In line with the Prussian regulations and the local tradition, the Morawiec's Moravian, Morawiec, language in the Gothic script was used in, usually religious, publications and religious instruction provided in churches. The local Catholic clergy gained secondary and divinity seminary education in Moravian by attending schools in Olomouc, the capital of the Moravian Archdiocese, in which the Hlosinsko was included. The Moravian language had been a medium of instruction along with German in the Hlosinsko elementary schools between 1849 and 1873. Afterward, in the freshly united German Empire, German, as the official and national language of this polity, had replaced all minority languages, including Moravian, in the educational system, the control of which Berlin had seized from the Catholic and Protestant churches. Berlin allowed for the return of minority languages, including Moravian, to elementary education in last years of the Great War, intent on ensuring the loyalty of the minorities to the faltering empire. 742. In the Hungarian section of the dual monarchy, legislation was unitary and provided for the entire Kingdom of Hungary with the exception of autonomous Croatia-Slavonia. In 1867, Magyar was made the sole official and national language of this polity. The 1868 Nagodba compromise elevated Serbo-Croatian to this level in Croatia-Slavonia, though the presence of Magyar gradually increased in this territory before 1918. The famous 1868 nationality law introduced for the first time in world history the concept of language rights for ethno-linguistically defined minorities. In this package, the threshold of 20% was introduced, and remains popular in Central European minority language regulations to this day. It basically meant that in comitats, counties, and communes where the members of a single minority group made up at least 1/5 of the population, elementary and secondary education was provided in the minority language, and this language was given the status of an auxiliary language in state and self-governmental offices. Soon, Budapest ceased to observe the nationality law. In the 1870s, the number of minority language secondary schools was scaled down, and Magyar minority language bilingualism forced on elementary education in state schools. Most of the denominational schools, controlled and organized by the Catholic, Greek Catholic and Protestant churches, emulated this example. After 1905, bilingual minority elementary education was replaced with straightforward Magyar medium elementary schools. This measure failed to Magyarize the minority educational systems catering for German speakers, the Romanians of Transylvania, and the Serbs of Vojvodina. In the former case, despite the 1867 Ausgleich, German remained the dominant language throughout Austria-Hungary, and German speakers, including Jews, made their political statement of loyalty to the Kingdom of Hungary by acquiring Magyar. In return, they and their churches demanded education in German too, which Budapest acquiesced to. In Transylvania, the Orthodox and Greek Catholic churches sided with the Romanian national cause, and continued to provide education in the Romanian language in defiance of Budapest's extra-legal policy of forced Magyarization. The same pattern was followed in Vojvodina, where the Orthodox Church provided Serbo-Croatian language education for the local Serbs. There were no such churches that would identify with the Slovak or Ruthenian national cause. Neither Slovaks nor Ruthenians were numerous in comparison with Transylvania's Romanians, nor could they count on help from their own nation-state as Vojvodina Serbs did. Upper Hungary, Slovakia and Ruthenia, was a backward region even by Hungarian standards, so no local entrepreneurs could afford to finance independent private educational systems in Slovak and Ruthenian either. In practice, prior to 1918, almost no elementary schools catering to these two languages remained in Upper Hungary, and there was no question that Slovak or Ruthenian could be used as auxiliary languages in State 743 and self-governmental offices. The logic of the transformation of Hungary into the ethno-linguistically homogeneous Magyar nation-state did not allow for that. After the declaration of independence, the tradition of bilingual administration in Bohemia and Moravia allowed for the speedy introduction of Czech as the official language. The German language persisted in the German-Austrian provinces of the Czech lands until the end of 1918. In preparation for establishing Czechoslovak rule in Slovakia, the law of December 10, 1918 announced Slovak as the official language of this region. Its introduction was delayed in these areas, which remained under Hungarian control until July 1919. In August, the Romanian army handed over the administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Prague. Article 11 of the Treaty of Saint-Germain provided that the Ruthenian National Assembly would decide on the issue of the official language of this region. Significantly, this treaty's Article 7 tacitly transferred to Prague the decision on which would be the official language for all of Czechoslovakia. The 1920 language law annulled any language regulations issued earlier, most significantly the status of an official language for the Slovak language in Slovakia. Article 1 made Czechoslovak the state and official language of Czechoslovakia. This was a purely ideological statement to emphasize the national, that is, Czechoslovak, Character of the state. In practice, it did not change anything in official language use, which developed in late 1918. Czech was used in this capacity in the Czech lands, and Slovak in Slovakia, and the Language Laws Article 4 openly made this practice into a law. The only concession for the sake of Czechoslovak was that matters presented in Czech and dealt with in Slovak, and those presented in Slovak and dealt with in Czech were deemed to have been dealt with in the language in which they were presented. This was possible due to the tacit construct of the Czechoslovak language as consisting of its two varieties of Czech and Slovak. Article 6 provided that the National Assembly of Subcarpathian Ruthenia would decide on the region's official language in a manner consonant with the unity of the Czechoslovak state. This assembly never gathered before 1938, hence the use of official language was decided by everyday practice of the state organs and administration. In 1920 and 1925, laws of less importance referred to this language as Ruthenian, Little Russian. Czech Ruský is ambiguous, because it also means Russian. In this meaning, the adjective is derived from Czech Rusko, Russia, while Ruský referring to Ruthenian is related to Czech Rus, Ruthenia, as in Podkarpatska Rus, Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The alternative name Maloruský, Little Russian, was equally confusing, because it was the usual pre-1918 designation for Ukrainian, though in interwar Czechoslovakia one spoke of the language of the Ukrainians as Ukrajinsky, Ukrainian, not Little Russian. Earlier, in 1919, General Statute for Organization and Administration of Subcarpathian Ruthenia had introduced the unambiguous term Rusinski Jazyk. 744. Ruthenian language. In official statistics and publications, usually the term Rusinski, Ruthenian, was employed. Before 1918, the Hungarian administration had used the term Hungarian Ruthenian, that is, Ruthenian. The language question in Subcarpathian Ruthenia was fraught with difficulties and complications conditioned by political, religious, and national considerations. Prior to the 17th century, on the territory of or Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Church Slavonic was used as the language of books, education, and liturgy among the Uniats, Greek Catholics, like among their co-religionists elsewhere in the Habsburg lands, and Poland-Lithuania. The situation was similar among all the Orthodox Slavs and Wallachians, Romanians. Ruthenian, Ruski, that is, the vernacular Slavic of Wilno, Vilnius, and Kijev, Kiev, written in Cyrillic characters, was an official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the southeastern corner of the Kingdom of Poland, Ruthenian Voivodeship, until the end of the 17th century. This long-established tradition of Cyrillic-based literacy in vernacular Slavic prompted the codification of the Russian language in the 18th century. Similarly, the primers of 1699 and 1770, targeted at the Greek Catholic population of future Subcarpathian Ruthenia, introduced elements of the local vernacular into Church Slavonic. Opposed to this trend, the Greek Catholic Church authorities confiscated and destroyed the copies of the 1770 primer. Another primer of this kind appeared in 1797 and was not suppressed. Its further editions were brought out in 1799, 1815, and 1846. In the 18th century, Latin predominated as the medium of instruction in Greek Catholic schools, but the trend changed at the end of the 18th century, thanks to the 1797 primer. The language, variously referred to as Slavonic or Slavano-Ruthenian, Slavic Ruthenian, was basically Church Slavonic with an increasing number of vernacular elements. In 1830 and 1833, two grammars of Slavano-Ruthenian appeared. The 1830s saw some attempts to write poems in the local vernacular, but the use of Slavano-Ruthenian and Latin for written purposes persisted. After 1848, the nascent Ruthenian national movement emerged, but its leader Alexander Duknovic proposed to replace Slavano-Ruthenian with Russian. It was a completely different solution compared to Stur's. He stood for the codification of distinctive vernacular Slovak language, and strongly opposed the use of Biblitina, derived from the late 16th century Bohemian translation of the Bible, or Brno-Latina, language based on the Western Slovak dialect, hence, too similar to Standard Czech, as written languages of the Slovaks. Although Duknovica's stance contributed to the rise of the Russophile orientation among the Ruthenians, he also wrote in the vernacular, which gave some credibility to the use of vernacular Ruthenian for written purposes. But the first Ruthenian cultural associations founded in 1850 and 1866, employed Russian in their publications. It resulted in a language that was the Ruthenian vernacular oriented toward Standard Russian. In practice, the Church Slavonic 745 basis of Slavano-Ruthenian was replaced with the local vernacular and specialized, abstract, religious, administrative, Church Slavonic vocabulary with its Russian counterpart. This development replicated the change of Slavano-Serbian into Russified Serbian at the beginning of the 19th century. The pro-Russian and pro-vernacular traditions were served by the locally produced Russian Magyar Dictionary, 1881, and the Ruthenian Magyar Dictionary, respectively. The proponents of the Russian orientation wished to discredit the project of the Ruthenian vernacular language and dubbed it Yaziki, uncultured mixture of languages. The proper Slavic designation for a language is Yazyk. Thiendingchi made this neutral word into a derogative term. Another difference and point of contention was the Cyrillic. The pro-Russian authors used the Russian Grazdanka, or the Cyrillic as modernized by Peter the Great at the beginning of the 18th century. The proponents of vernacular Ruthenian stuck to the Church Slavonic Cyrillic as still employed in religious books produced in the Russian Empire. At the end of the 19th century, Budapest's Magyarization policy encroached on the Ruthenians' Rusianund vernacular literacy. In 1894, it was proposed to replace the Ruthenian Cyrillic with the Magyar version of the Latin script. Budapest favored the vernacular, as it perceived Russian an ideological instrument of spreading anti-Austro-Hungarian panslavism. The language became officially known as Hungarian Ruthenian. In 1901, the future president of short-lived independent Subcarpathian Ruthenia of 1939, of Husin Voloshin, Volozhin, 1874–1945, published a Russian language grammar of Hungarian Ruthenian, which as he presented it in the book, was slightly Ruthenized Russian. 6 years later, he published another grammar, this time in Magyar. Voloshin termed the language, which described in this work as Kisarosh/Rutan, Little Russian/Ruthenian. It was almost exclusively based on the dialect from eastern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Prior to the Great War, Russophile activists arrived in future Subcarpathian Ruthenia from Galicia and Bukovina. A Ukrainophile orientation was represented mainly by immigrants from Galicia, who called their language variously, as Ruthenian and Ukrainian, and proposed that it be used in Subcarpathian Ruthenia instead of Russian or vernacular Ruthenian. The most popular newspaper of the Subcarpathian Ruthenians was Nedalya, Sunday. Beginning in 1898, its editorial office was moved to Budapest and the Hungarian government supported the publication of this newspaper because it spread the pro-Hungarian feeling among the Ruthenians, and favored vernacular Ruthenian. In 1916, Cyrillic was increasingly removed from public use, and the newspaper began to be published in the Magyar-style Latin alphabet, as Negilia. In 1919, Czech academics declared that the Ruthenians' vernacular was indisputably a Little Russian Ukrainian dialect. Hence, the Regent's administration rejected any proposals to create a separate Ruthenian language. The authorities 746 deemed Ruthenians to be a regional group of the Ukrainian nation. By extension, they also fell back on the Tsarist theory that Little Russians, Ukrainians, and White Russians, Belarusians, were part of the Great Russian people. As a result, Russian, with its pre-1917 set of Cyrillic characters, was recommended as the medium of education in Ruthenian secondary schools. In practice, however, the Galician version of Ukrainian, still known as Ruthenian in Poland and among Galicia's numerous Ukrainians, became the language of education in Ruthenian schools. The Soviet version of Ukrainian was suspect because of Bolshevism, and in the 1930s, underwent deep Russification, which made it too similar to Russian, and as such unusable in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In 1926, Voloshin published a new grammar of Ruthenian, this time almost exclusively based on Soviet Ukrainian. It did not catch on, and the Galician immigrant, Ivan Pankovich's, 1887–1958, grammar based on Galician Ukrainian, published in 1922, 1927, and 1936, was favored. The Russophile group appealed for the use of Russian at least in secondary schools. They had their way in 1936 when Prague replaced Galician Ukrainian with Russian as the medium of education in Ruthenian schools. In practice, teachers often used vernacular Ruthenian in classroom. To complicate the situation further, Czech along with Carpatho, Ruthenian were made official languages of state and local administration in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Because there was no standard Ruthenian, Russified Ruthenian was employed, and its appropriate usages for employment in signs on government buildings, documents, and for other official functions were created in the 1920s. The diglossia of using Galician Ukrainian/Russian in school, Russified Ruthenian in office, and vernacular Ruthenian at home did not exist in Slovakia's pre-Sov Ruthenia. Russified and vernacular Ruthenian was the medium of education in Ruthenian schools located in this region. Scholars did not have any neutral and popularly accepted name for the language of the Ruthenians, which in practice, was many languages, with the ongoing disagreement on how to use them thrown in for good measure. The compromise was to term it, in Czech, the Sukasny Spisovny Jazyk na Podkarpatsk contemporary written language of Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In a nutshell, from the legal perspective, Czechoslovak was the official language in entire Czechoslovakia, though at the regional level it was the official language of the Czech lands and Slovakia, whereas Cyrillic-based Ruthenian, Little Russian, in Subcarpathian Ruthenian. In reality, Czech was used in the Czech lands, Slovak in Slovakia, and Russified Ruthenian in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. However, Czech initially dominated in the administration, and university level and secondary education. Later, the domination subsided, but Czech remained in use in Slovakia. In Subcarpathian Ruthenia, Czech retained its de facto dominant position of a co-official language along with Russified Ruthenian in the interwar period. It was also present in the Ruthenian educational system, in which the Galician, Polish, version of Ukrainian was followed 747.